Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2484 to Chapter 2565. This foreign race was indeed very strong. He had the cultivation of a 6-star heavenly emperor, and the battle saber in his hand was also a heavenly Dao weapon. However, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was not an ordinary heavenly Dao weapon. Ancestral Graygon had told Lu Ming before that the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by Ancestral Graygon with the help of the 9 dragons. It cost Ancestral Graygon and the 9 dragons endless effort. In the end, the 9 dragons used it to suppress the passage. It was no small matter, and its power was far from what an ordinary heavenly Dao weapon could compare to. It had even surpassed the category of a heavenly Dao weapon. Clang! 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 The battle saber of the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor constantly slashed on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Sparks flew in all directions, and it shook continuously. However, every time it collided with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the body of the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor would shake. A powerful force blasted towards him, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. After several hundred consecutive collisions, puff, the other party vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out. Lu Ming, this time, my race's Saint Ancestor and Saint Ancestor Xianxia will definitely be able to recover to their peak. At that time, the heavenly realm will definitely be destroyed. You will also die without a burial ground. The foreign race heavenly emperor roared. Comfort yourself. Be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly, trying his best to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, bombarding down one after another. In the end, the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor finally could not resist. His body cracked and then exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he kept the foreign race's storage bracelet. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to collect those treasures. Instead, he rushed towards the passage that the foreign race had just entered. He would first kill all the foreign races, and then collect the treasures in peace. When he came to that passage, there were actually those blood-red true dragons roaming around. However, the number was much less than the passage on the right. Moreover, they were not too strong. They were much weaker. No wonder those foreign races could rush over. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and swallowed all the blood-red true dragons. Following this path, he walked outside. Indeed, there were some foreign races guarding there. They were all killed by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming returned to the main hall and began to collect those balls of light. After spending a few days, Lu Ming finally collected all the treasures in the balls of light. There were 35 Heaven Dao soldier weapons, and the rest were Great Emperor weapons. There was also a large number of God stones. Lu Ming did not go to collect them. In any case, it was enough for him to use for a while. Especially the 35 heavenly Dao soldier level treasures. If he brought them out, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Although this Yellow Springs mountain is dangerous, it is also accompanied by opportunities. Lu Ming sighed. I wonder how Xiaoqing, Bubbles, Dandan, Huangling, and the others are doing? Lu Ming thought of Xianxia and the others and couldn't help but worry. The Yellow Springs world could be said to be extremely dangerous. Not only would he have to face the otherworldly demons, he would also have to face the experts of the Yellow Springs realm. Xianxia and Dandan were still alright, they both reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. As for Bubbles, Long Chen, Huangling, and the others, their cultivation levels were still low. Furthermore, there were his 2 disciples. If they encountered the opposing Heavenly Emperor, they would be in danger. All of this would have to depend on their luck. The vast Yellow Springs mountain was huge and boundless. It was as big as the 9 heavens regions of the Heaven realm combined. There were hundreds of large and small countries and forces. In addition, there were large areas of wilderness. Many wilderness areas were uninhabited, but there were also cursed lands. There was a huge lake. The lake water inside was pitch black and emitted shocking devil chi. A figure suddenly appeared in the area. It was Xianxia. Xianxing's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward, walked into the lake, and disappeared. In another place, among the mountains, a mountain range suddenly split open. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. When the smoke and dust settled, a huge tomb appeared in the direction where the mountain range split open. It was incomparably huge and emitted a vast pressure. A figure rushed out from the gravel. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. There's a huge tomb here, and the treasures in this tomb are mine." The figure laughed loudly and rushed into the tomb. In another direction, there was a strange terrain. The ground here was filled with tunnels. These tunnels were connected like a beehive. Two figures appeared at the entrance of one of the tunnels. These two figures were Lu Ming's two disciples, Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. "I didn't expect there to be a cursed land in this wilderness. Senior sister, should we go down and check it out?" Ouyang Moli asked. The two of them were lucky. They did not expect to encounter it soon after entering Yellow Springs Mountain. "Since we're here, of course we should go in," Lu Xianxia said. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in those beehive-like caves. A terrifying suction force gushed out. Oh no! Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli wanted to escape, but it was too late. They were swept into the cave by this force. In other places, many people had fortuitous encounters and entered some mysterious places. The people of Yellow Springs Mountain could not enter these places. For example, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others met the top elites of the heavenly realm. They explored a few cursed lands with these elites. Of course, there were also those who were unlucky. They met the other tribes and were killed by them. Or, they were killed by the local elites of Yellow Springs Mountain. Of course, there were also those who were killed by the heavenly realm elites. For example, Lu Ming had killed many of the other tribes since he entered Yellow Springs Mountain. After Lu Ming kept all the treasures, he wandered around the main hall. There were several doors around the main hall. There were 2 doors. They were the doors that Lu Ming and the others had entered through. Lu Ming explored the rest. However, these doors led to the other side halls. There was nothing in those side halls. Soon, there was only one door left. Lu Ming had not explored it. Lu Ming walked in. The passageway led him to a small hall. The hall was completely empty, with only a single statue in it. Seeing this statue, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Because this statue was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming saw in the ruins of Fengming country. Moreover, this statue also emitted a rich sovereign's will. It was many times richer than the one in Fengming country. Could it be that there's such a statue in every cursed land? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. The sovereign's will on the statue was more precious than anything to Lu Ming. It could help Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign's path quickly deepen. Comprehend. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the statue and began to comprehend. Lu Ming activated his sovereign's path and resonated with the statue. The rich sovereign's will on the statue enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming began to comprehend carefully. The will of the ruler realm on the sculpture was a lot stronger than Fengming was sculpture, thus it would take him a lot more time to comprehend it. It took Lu Ming 2 years to comprehend it. Over the past 2 years, Lu Ming had completely comprehended the will of the master on the statue. Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign Tao had improved a lot. However, Lu Ming felt that he was still a little short of breaking through to the 5-star Great Emperor realm. Although the sovereign intent on this statue was very dense, even denser than the statue in Fengmingwa. However, as one's cultivation level increased, each breakthrough would be more difficult and the requirements would be higher. When the will of the ruler was fully comprehended, the statue began to crack, just like the statue in Fengmingwa. It was filled with cracks, and in the end, it exploded with a bang. It exploded. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation as he ran up to take a look. The statue in Fengmingwa had exploded. There was a fiery red fruit growing under the statue. After Lu Ming refined it, his physical body directly broke through. What would there be this time? There was nothing. When Lu Ming went up to take a look, he discovered that there was only a flat floor under the statue. There was nothing there. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He carefully searched the area but still found nothing. I was too greedy. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. It seemed that the fiery red fruit growing under the statue in Fengmingwa was purely coincidental. Moreover, the harvest this time was already very great. Lu Ming was satisfied. It has been more than 2 years. It's time to leave. Lu Ming smiled and then left this place. After arriving at the platform outside, Lu Ming's body changed rapidly with a thought. In the end, he turned into a purple-haired evil god tribe member with a third eye on his forehead. Lu Ming swaggered out of this cursed land. Outside the cursed land, a group of Dragonians was still guarding there. He's out. When they saw Lu Ming, the group of Dragonians became spirited. After all, it had been 2 years. There had been no movement in the cursed land. They had thought that all the evil god tribe members had died in there. How was it? What did you find inside? After Lu Ming came out, a group of Dragonians surrounded Lu Ming. Everyone, we've encountered a troublesome situation inside. We don't have enough manpower, and another group of experts from my clan has arrived. I need to go and help them. Lu Ming said. So that's how it is. Go then. Those Dragonians did not suspect anything and let Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming easily left this place, then found a hidden place, transformed into a dragon man, and swaggered to the capital of the Dragon Man Kingdom. In the Draconid capital, Lu Ming began to collect large amounts of materials related to the cursed land. If there was a statue in every cursed land, it would be very useful to Lu Ming. He might be able to cultivate his Tao of Sovereign to an extremely high level in Yellow Springs Mountain. What Lu Ming lacked now was time. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. For those heavenly emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it was just a fraction of a fraction. If the foreign race's divine ancestor obtained a healing treasure during this trip to Yellow Springs Mountain, and the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Killer Heart recovered from their injuries, then the final battle would be imminent. Lu Ming had to make the best use of his time to improve quickly before that. Lu Ming stayed in the capital of the Draconid Empire for 2 months. He flipped through a large number of ancient books, all of which were records of the cursed land. There were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain. Some were in important places, such as the capital of Fengming Kingdom and the capital of the Draconid Empire. These places were often guarded by the native living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain. As for the cursed lands in the wild, because they were too remote and the natives could not enter, no one cared about them. Lu Ming's target was these cursed lands in the wild. Let's go to Yanming Mountain. After confirming his target, Lu Ming left the capital of the Draconid Empire. After traveling more than 100,000 miles, Lu Ming transformed into his true body and called out Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred and the others from his small world. Senior Six Sacred, I'm going to Yanming Mountain. Lu Ming told him his target. We'll go with you. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and the group moved together toward Yanming Mountain. Yanming Mountain was very remote and located in the wilderness. There were very few people there, but there was a cursed lands, the Yanming Underground Palace. After flying for tens of millions of miles, the group arrived at the Yanming Underground Palace. But as soon as they entered, they were attacked. This underground palace had a kind of puppet covered in flames. It was very strong. The group broke through and entered. This underground palace should not have been plundered by anyone. They obtained a lot of good things, but compared to what Lu Ming had obtained in the Draconid Empire, this was considered little. And in the depths of this underground palace, Lu Ming saw another statue. Just what is the origin of this statue's owner? There's a statue in every cursed land. Could it be the owner of Yellow Springs Mountain? Lu Ming guessed. Moreover, this statue also had a strong sovereign aura. But compared to the statue in the Draconid Empire's cursed lands, it was not much different. Lu Ming spent some time to completely comprehend it. The statue also shattered, but there was still nothing underneath it. After that, they left the Yanming Underground Palace and went to the next cursed lands. In the following days, Lu Ming and the others went to various cursed lands in the wilderness. Some of them had gained something, but some of them were empty. They had clearly been plundered. But for Lu Ming, every cursed land was a land of treasure. The reason for that was because there was a statue in every cursed land. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints and the others also knew that these statues were very useful to Lu Ming, so they waited patiently in every cursed land. Moreover, in some cursed lands, they also encountered foreign tribes and fought with them. But with Lu Ming's current battle strength, they naturally swept away those foreign tribes. Just like this, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Lu Ming and the others explored no less than 20 cursed lands. Unfortunately, many of the statues in the cursed lands did not have a very strong sovereign aura. Lu Ming could easily comprehend them, but it did not improve Lu Ming's sovereign Dao by much. Even so, Lu Ming's cultivation base still improved, and he stepped into the 5-star Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming's strength also increased by a level. Now that Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, the combination of his sovereign Dao and physical body was enough to match a 6-star heavenly emperor. I still have to find some large cursed lands. Sitting cross-legged under a statue in one of the cursed lands, Lu Ming thought to himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had already figured out the pattern. In small cursed lands, the sovereign aura in the statues was thinner. However, most of the large cursed lands were in the hands of powerful factions. For example, those factions with invincible powerhouses guarding them. Also, the largest cursed land in the Yellow Springs Mountain was in the hands of the strongest faction in the Yellow Springs Mountain, the Yellow Springs Empire. Without a doubt, the Yellow Springs Empire was the ruler of the Yellow Springs world. It was also the only faction with an immortal overseeing it. Moreover, there was more than one immortal overseeing the entire Yellow Springs world. It could be said that all the factions in the Yellow Springs world were vassals of the Yellow Springs Empire. The Yellow Springs Empire. Thinking of the Yellow Springs Empire, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. He had checked the ancient records before and knew that the largest cursed land in the Yellow Springs world was in the Yellow Springs Empire. Legend had it that there were fruits of life in the cursed land. No matter how serious the injury, it could be healed. Even if it was an immortal, it would be very effective. Moreover, there were other treasures in it. Lu Ming guessed that the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor would definitely go to the Yellow Springs Empire because only the fruits of life there could heal their injuries. However, that place was not somewhere he could go now. It would be a waste of time to go against the other tribe's divine ancestor. It was better to focus on improving his strength first. Lu Ming closed his eyes and comprehended the sovereign intent on the statue in front of him. The sovereign intent on the statue was very faint. Lu Ming spent less than a month to completely comprehend it. After searching for a while and finding nothing else, Lu Ming met up with Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints and headed outside. After leaving the ruins, they chose a direction and flew away. Wait. After flying for a while, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and stopped. The others also stopped. Something's wrong. This area is too quiet. Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints was very experienced and immediately felt that something was wrong. This area was completely silent. It was as if there were no living creatures, not even insects. Something was definitely wrong. At this moment, figures flashed in all directions and a large number of figures appeared, surrounding Lu Ming and the rest. Among these people, there were great emperors and heavenly emperors. They all emitted cold killing intent as they stared at Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, who are you? Why are you surrounding us? Lu Ming asked. The people who will kill you. A cold voice sounded, and 2 figures walked out from the crowd. Evil God race. Lu Ming, Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints, and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the 2 of them. Lu Ming. When the 2 members of the evil God race turned their gazes toward Lu Ming, they emitted cold killing intent. Kill them. One of the members of the evil God race gave the order. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, those experts immediately moved, charging at Lu Ming and the others. Over 100 attacks were sent out, wanting to drown Lu Ming and the others. The strongest is a 5-star heavenly emperor. As soon as these people attacked, Lu Ming judged their strength. The strongest were 5-star heavenly emperors. There were only 2 people. The rest were all below 5-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming summoned the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9 cauldrons floated in the surroundings, blocking all the attacks. Then, with a tremor, they blasted out in all directions. The power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron was extremely strong. How could these people block it? Terrifying power blasted out, and miserable screams rang out. These people exploded one by one. Even the two five-star heavenly emperors were the same. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. The two members of the evil god race were even weaker. They were only one-star heavenly emperors, and they were also killed in an instant. Lu Ming rushed over and collected all the storage rings. "Let's go," Lu Ming said. The group quickly left this place and flew toward the north. However, along the way, their expressions were somewhat grave. Other than the two members of the evil god race, the others were obviously natives. Could it be that some major force was controlled by the evil god race, so they sent people to guard some cursed lands to hunt down the experts of the heaven realm? They guessed. They flew all the way. 2 days later, they arrived in the vicinity of another cursed land. However, in the vicinity of the cursed land, they saw a battle. A group of people was besieging more than a dozen heaven realm experts. Moreover, those heaven realm experts were clearly at a disadvantage. There were already 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. There were humans and divine beasts. And those who besieged the heaven realm experts were clearly natives. However, they saw a few members of the evil god race among them. Kill! Lu Ming and the others charged out without hesitation. Lu Ming was now controlling the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and he was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. There was no suspense in the battle. Lu Ming wiped out these people and a few members of the evil god race. Many thanks. Those dozen or so heaven realm experts were very excited after surviving a calamity. They thanked Lu Ming and the others. "Everyone, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "We don't know either." They had just finished exploring this cursed land. After leaving the cursed land for a distance, they were besieged. A burly man said. "The situation is the same." Lu Ming furrowed his brows. In the past 2 days, they had been rushing on their way. They had already left the territory of the previous faction and arrived at another faction. However, the actions of this faction were the same as the previous faction. Could it be that the surrounding major factions were all controlled by the evil god race? Or were they cooperating with the evil god race? Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, everyone gathered and left this place together. A day later, they arrived in the vicinity of a huge city. However, there were people checking the city gates around this city. "Let's go over and take a look," Lu Ming and the others discussed. Then, they changed their appearances, restrained their auras, and walked toward a city gate. "All of you, if you want to enter the city, you have to pass through this door. Do you understand?" An ox-headed man opened his eyes wide and berated. Lu Ming discovered that outside the city gate, there was a pitch-black door. It was not big and was engraved with strange patterns. Everyone who entered the city had to pass through this door. Buzz, suddenly, when a white-haired old man passed through that door emitted a bright light. "The aura of the heaven realm, kill him." A cold shout rang out. Then, experts pounced out from all directions. So many experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. 2 5-star heavenly emperors and 1 6-star heavenly emperor pounced out. That white-haired old man shouted and retreated rapidly. However, it was already too late. Bang! Bang! A few attacks landed on the white-haired old man and killed him directly. Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but stop in their tracks. "Damn it, it's the evil god race," someone growled. However, he suppressed his voice and didn't spread it out. "It's definitely the evil god race. The door they created can detect the heaven realm aura on us." A person's aura could be concealed, but the aura of the world was difficult to conceal. What was the aura of the world? For example, if one was born in the heaven realm or the primordial realm and cultivated in these two worlds for a long time, comprehending the laws of the two worlds and absorbing the origin energy of the two worlds, one would naturally have the aura of the two worlds. This kind of aura was contained in the essence of life and was difficult to conceal or remove. This was the essence of the world. After that old man entered that door, his aura of the heaven realm was detected and he was killed. Who would specifically search for living beings of the heaven realm? It must be the evil god race. Obviously, the evil god race had created such a door. Anyone who wanted to enter the city would be detected with the aura of the heaven realm. The people of the evil god realm or the Yellow Springs Mountain did not have the aura of the heaven realm. Let's go. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone and then silently turned to leave. The group left this place. 2 days later, they arrived at another large city. However, they discovered that this large city was also being investigated. There was also a door that could detect the aura of people of the heaven realm. They left silently. In the next half a month, they traveled a long distance, passing through 5 or 6 factions and 7 or 8 large cities. However, they were all the same. All the factions and cities were being investigated. What's going on? Could it be that all the powerful factions are controlled by the evil god race? Someone growled, his eyes turning red. Lu Ming and the others also had grave expressions. The premonition in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. This was troublesome. Looking at the current situation, those major factions seemed to be controlled by the evil god race. If this continued, the living beings of the heaven realm would lose many experts. Moreover, they could not enter some of the important cursed lands. They were all occupied by the evil god race. What should we do now? Someone asked. If they went to those cursed lands, they would be ambushed by the enemy. Moreover, they could not enter some of the important cities. Now, where should they go? To the Yellow Springs Empire. Lu Ming said. Yellow Springs Empire? The others' expressions changed. The Yellow Springs Empire was the strongest faction in the Yellow Springs world. There was more than one deity overseeing it, and there were many experts under it. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Empire was the largest cursed land. Most likely, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor would rush there. They weren't strong enough to go to the Yellow Springs Empire. Right, let's go to the Yellow Springs Empire. I keep feeling that something happened to the Yellow Springs Empire. Otherwise, why would all the major factions in the surroundings listen to the evil god race's orders? Lu Ming frowned. Alright, let's go. Alright. The others nodded. Immediately, they flew in the direction of the Yellow Springs Empire. They flew to remote places and did not pass by those big cities. Boom. Boom, after flying for a few days, they suddenly heard a violent explosion in front of them. Clang, a terrifying collision sound rang out. They saw a spear shoot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared, crossing the sky and colliding with the spear. Heaven and earth were shattered. Even though they were very far away, they were still able to sense the terrifying oppressive might. This is a battle between peak heavenly emperors. The expressions of Heavenly Venerate 6 saints and the others changed drastically. Moo, at this moment, the roar of a bull reverberated between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shook, and many mountains directly exploded. Titan Longhorn Bull. Lu Ming exclaimed. Lu Ming would never mishear the voice of the Titan Longhorn Bull. He had heard it several times. Obviously, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the others had encountered a strong enemy. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming flew forward. Heavenly Venerate 6 saints and the others also flew forward. After flying for a distance, they finally saw the scene in front. Lu Ming saw the Titan Longhorn Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm. On the Heaven Realms side, there were a total of more than 50 people. However, they were besieged by a group of people. Among them, there were Evil God Race and Yellow Springs Mountain native experts. There were more than 100 people, double the number of the Heaven Realms side. On the Heaven Realms side, they were completely focused on defense. On the Heaven Realms side, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm were not the strongest. They were both seriously injured and only had the combat strength of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor and a 6-star Heavenly Emperor respectively. On the Heaven Realms side, there was a burly man wearing battle armor and holding a spear. His combat strength was unparalleled. He was a peak Heavenly Emperor. However, the other party also had a peak Heavenly Emperor. Dula, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The other party's peak Heavenly Emperor was actually Dula, the Dula who guarded the Eternal Cage in the Evil God Realm back then. He and the burly man wearing battle armor from the Heaven Realm were locked in a fierce battle. However, the others from the Heaven Realm were at a disadvantage. Because on the Evil God Race's side, there were a total of 9 6-star Heavenly Emperors. This level of expert was completely above the Heaven Realms side. The Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, and the other experts from the Heaven Realm defended with all their might, but they were still at a disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Charge out. The Titan Longhorn Bull roared loudly, transforming into his true form. Bull horns were like sharp battle blades as he charged forward with all his might. But his injuries back then were too severe. Now, he only had the cultivation of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor. Being beaten back repeatedly by a 6-star Heavenly Emperor from the other party, one move. The other party had too many experts. They could not charge out at all. Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, you guys were lucky enough to survive the ancient war. This time, I'll send you all on your way completely. Attack with all your might and kill them as soon as possible. Dula said coldly. The others' attacks became even more berserk. And at this time, Lu Ming and the rest also rushed over. Many people's gazes involuntarily looked towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, it's you. After seeing Lu Ming, Dula let out an angry roar. Cold killing intent seemed to want to freeze heaven and earth. Back then, he guarded the eternal cage, but Lu Ming escaped with a group of people. This made him receive the punishment of the evil god race's upper echelons. Not just that, he was even mocked by the other members of the evil god race. One had to know, the eternal cage, since ancient times, no one had escaped. But during the period when he, Dula, was guarding it, someone escaped. Furthermore, so many experts even escaped. All of this was Lu Ming. It was all Lu Ming's fault. Dula regarded this as extraordinary shame and humiliation, thinking about how to find Lu Ming to settle the score every day. Seeing Lu Ming at this moment, his eyes were truly exceptionally red with envy. But when the Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm and the rest saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, quickly leave. The Titan Longhorn Bull roared loudly. The other party had too many experts. Lu Ming's current cultivation was still weak. Rushing up was simply courting death. Haha, want to leave now? It's too late. Let me send him on his way. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor Realm Evil God Race member laughed loudly and directly charged towards Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming did not retreat in the slightest, directly controlling the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron to blast toward the other party. Bang! The 9 Divine 9-Dragon Cauldrons all erupted with power equivalent to a peak Heavenly Emperor. How terrifying was that? The attack of that evil god tribe member was instantly shattered. Struck by the terrifying power, his body trembled violently as he retreated rapidly, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone's heart trembled violently. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor was actually repelled by Lu Ming in one move. Furthermore, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. How was this possible? Lu Ming was this strong, even the Titan Longhorn Beetle was blinking its eyes hard, thinking that it was seeing things. Kill. Lu Ming shouted as he continued to control the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron to charge at his opponent. Come and help me. That member of the evil god race turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another 3 people rushed towards Lu Ming. These 3 people were all 6-star Heavenly Emperors. Adding that evil god race member from before, there were a total of 4 6-star Heavenly Emperors. 2 members of the evil god tribe and 2 natives. The 4 of them erupted with all of their strength and attacked together, blasting out a terrifying attack. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 4 6-star Heavenly Emperors bombarded the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron one after another. The Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron trembled unceasingly, but those 4 powerhouses were also struck back repeatedly, nearly vomiting blood. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Someone spoke, his expression extremely solemn. Lu Ming's combat strength was already equivalent to a peak Heavenly Emperor. Kill. Lu Ming continued to control the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron to bombard his opponent. The 9 Divine Cauldrons resonated with each other. Dragon roars rang out, and their might was extremely powerful. The other party's 4 6-star Heavenly Emperors teamed up and were still no match, being suppressed by Lu Ming, continuously retreating. At this time, Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others had already arrived and were attacking the other opponents. They were locked in a fierce battle. In this way, the pressure on the heaven realm was greatly reduced. Haha, good, good. The Titan longhorn beetle laughed heartily as it charged forward with all its might. His strength was truly astonishing. Even if he was only left with the cultivation of a 5-star heavenly emperor, he could also have a fierce battle with a 6-star heavenly emperor for a while. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming had the complete upper hand in this series of collisions. Every time they collided, his opponent had to retreat. Puff! Finally, that member of the evil god tribe that had been injured by Lu Ming earlier couldn't take it anymore and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Come and help us! That member of the evil god race roared. They had a total of 9 6-star heavenly emperors. The other 2 wanted to rush over to help and attack Lu Ming together. However, the Titan longhorn beetle, the 9 lives demonic silkworm and the others did their best to tie down their opponents. As a result, the battle became a stalemate, and Lu Ming's side even had a slight advantage. Damn it, damn it! Duel roared furiously, his face twisting. It was Lu Ming again. Lu Ming had ruined it again. Today, they could have killed a few experts from the heaven realm in one fell swoop. But now, because of Lu Ming's appearance, the battle situation had tilted again. Lu Ming, die! Duel's face was contorted extremely ugly. He roared furiously, finding time to attack Lu Ming but was blocked by Lu Ming with the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming was currently controlling the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron and was completely unafraid of Duel's attack. Duel, how have you been? No, you don't look very good, haha. Lu Ming laughed mockingly. At the same time, he stepped up his attacks, making the other party retreat repeatedly. For 6-star heavenly emperors could only block him for a short while, but they could not last for long. Retreat, retreat! Duel roared furiously, then erupted with a frenzied attack, exchanging several blows with that burly man in battle armor. He found time to attack Lu Ming a few times, blocking Lu Ming's Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. And those 4 6-star heavenly emperors took the opportunity to hurriedly retreat, joining up with the other 5 6-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming continued to charge over. But the other party did not linger and retreated rapidly. Duel also shook off his opponent and joined up with the rest of the evil god tribe, retreating while fighting. Duel and the rest's forces were only a little weaker than Lu Ming and the rest. At this time, they were bent on retreating. Lu Ming and the rest also found it very difficult to make them stay. After chasing for a while, Duel and the rest finally retreated. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have already reached this step. This time, it's all thanks to your help. The Titan longhorn beetle walked over to thank him. Senior is too serious. I also relied on the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming smiled slightly and put away the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. Then, everyone introduced themselves to each other. Lu Ming knew that the burly man in battle armor was called Xianxia. He was a peak powerhouse who rose up after the ancient war, with the cultivation of a peak heavenly emperor. In the past, he had always been cultivating in the lair of Zulong. Seniors, do you know what happened? Along the way, we discovered that the native major forces seemed to be cooperating with the evil god tribe. Lu Ming asked. Something big has happened. Xianxia sighed. The Titan longhorn beetle, 9 lives demon silkworm, and the rest also had solemn expressions. Lu Ming and Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints were shocked. Even the Titan longhorn beetle, these big shots who had seen great storms and waves, were like this. What had happened? The reason why the surrounding major forces listened to the evil god tribe and cooperated with them to deal with the heaven realm is because of the orders issued by the Yellow Spring Empire. The Titan longhorn beetle said. The Yellow Spring Empire, it really is the Yellow Spring Empire. Senior, what happened to the Yellow Spring Empire? Lu Ming asked. The largest cursed land in the Yellow Spring world is in the Yellow Spring Empire. Legend has it that there are fruits of life inside. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. Even the injuries of the gods can be cured. However, to enter this cursed land, one must obtain the help of the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring Empire. Therefore, Senior Ancestral Dragon and the foreign race's divine ancestor have all come to the Yellow Spring Empire, wanting to cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. This way, there will be competition between them. We've received news that senior ancestral dragon has been defeated. The foreign race's divine ancestor has gained the trust of the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring Empire. The Titan longhorn beetle explained. What? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The ancestral dragon had been defeated in the competition of the Yellow Spring Empire. They finally understood why the surrounding major forces had cooperated with the evil god tribe to deal with the people of the Heaven Realm. That was the order of the Yellow Spring Empire. Who in the Yellow Spring world would dare to disobey the order of the Yellow Spring Empire? Then what about senior ancestral dragon? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. We don't know if he's dead or alive. The Titan longhorn beetle said. Rumble, it was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's minds. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Not knowing if the ancestral dragon was dead or alive was an unbearable blow to anyone in the Heaven Realm. The ancestral dragon was the backbone of the Heaven Realm. Currently, in the entire Heaven Realm and primordial world, only the ancestral dragon had reached the martial god realm. However, the evil god tribe had the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Xianxia. In the martial god realm, they were already at a disadvantage and felt a sense of danger at all times. If something happened to the ancestral dragon, the Heaven Realm and primordial world would have no hope. They were no match for the evil god tribe and were destined to be destroyed. Without the ancestral dragon, how were they supposed to fight the battle? Senior ancestral dragon has experienced the ancient battle. What kind of danger has he not encountered? Besides, senior ancestral dragon is a martial god realm expert. His capabilities are incomparable to ours. I believe senior ancestral dragon won't be in danger that easily. Lu Ming said. I agree, we shouldn't worry too much. What we should do now is to improve ourselves and eliminate the evil god tribe. Xianxia said. Despite that, the others still felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. There was more than one god in the Yellow Spring Empire. If they were to team up with the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes to deal with the ancestral dragon, the situation would be different. After all, the ancestral dragon had yet to recover from his injuries, thus he was not in his peak condition. Lu Ming, where are you going? The Titan longhorn beetle asked. We were planning to go to the Yellow Spring Empire to investigate the situation, but I've decided to pay the Yellow Spring Empire a visit. Lu Ming said. The Yellow Spring Empire? The Titan longhorn beetle and the others were startled. That's right, I'm going to investigate senior ancestral dragon's situation. Since we can't go to the other factions or the cursed lands, we might as well pay the Yellow Spring Empire a visit. Lu Ming said. Instead of hiding and wasting their time, it was better to go to the Yellow Spring Empire to investigate the situation. Only by knowing the situation would they be able to deal with the situation. But, the evil god tribe has done something to the entrance of the Yellow Spring Empire. Any living being from the Heaven Realm will be detected as soon as they come close. We won't be able to enter the Yellow Spring Empire. Xianxia sighed. Senior, I won't take the risk easily. If we can't enter the Yellow Spring Empire, I'll see if I can find anything nearby. Lu Ming said. How about this, we'll go together. We can look after one another. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said. Alright, we'll go together. Xianxia, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the others nodded. Alright, seniors, if you all enter my little world, it'll be easier for me to move around on my own. Lu Ming said. Sure. The others nodded. With a thought, Lu Ming's minor world appeared. Everyone turned into rays of light and entered Lu Ming's minor world. After that, Lu Ming changed his appearance and headed for the Yellow Springs imperial capital alone. The Yellow Springs Empire was the ruler of the Yellow Springs world. The Yellow Springs Empire's territory alone was comparable to the Grand Lucid Sky Realm. Around the Yellow Springs Empire, there were other forces of various sizes. Lu Ming's speed increased explosively as he traveled through the void. He was many times faster than before. In less than a day, Lu Ming arrived in the vicinity of the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. The Yellow Springs Imperial Capital was incomparably majestic. It was even bigger than Two World City, and bigger than any city Lu Ming had ever seen. Numerous paths led to the Yellow Springs Imperial Capital. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Yellow Springs Empire were towering mountains that reached into the clouds. Lu Ming appeared on a mountain and looked into the distance. Sure enough, the evil god tribe had tampered with the gates of the Yellow Springs imperial capital. As long as one entered, they would be able to detect the aura of the heaven realm. Lu Ming changed directions and looked at the other city gates. It was the same. Lu Ming even saw traces of the evil god tribe at some of the city gates. How can I sneak into the Yellow Springs imperial capital? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he couldn't enter the Yellow Springs imperial capital, it would be difficult to obtain useful information. Who is it? Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and shouted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He felt that there was a strange movement in the space behind him. Lu Ming, your spiritual sense is getting sharper. A chuckle sounded. Then, a figure flashed and a beautiful woman appeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If this beautiful woman wasn't Xianxia, who else could she be? Lu Ming did not expect to run into Xianxia here. Lu Ming, you have made great progress in your cultivation. Xianxia smiled and walked over, holding Lu Ming's large hand. As your man, how can I not improve? I'm about to be surpassed by you. Lu Ming smiled. At the same time, he also discovered that Xianxia had also improved greatly. Now, Xianxia's cultivation had shockingly reached 5-star Heavenly Emperor. One had to know, when they entered the Yellow Springs Mountain, Xianxia's cultivation was a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. In a short 20 years, Xianxia's cultivation broke through 3 levels in a row. This was extremely shocking. Xianxia's cultivation was that of a Heavenly Emperor, not a Great Emperor. Every step a Heavenly Emperor took was very difficult. In 20 years, breaking through 3 levels in a row, if this got out, it would scare people to death. Lu Ming discovered that ever since Xianxia devoured her past life's memories, her cultivation speed became even more terrifying. Compared to before devouring, it was much faster. However, even so, it also would not be fast like this. Lu Ming knew that in the Yellow Springs Mountain, Xianxia most likely had a fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, Xianxia's combat strength was extremely powerful. Back then, when she was a peak Great Emperor, she could already fight with Lu Ming. Now, although Xianxia's cultivation was a 5-star Heavenly Emperor, she could definitely fight with a peak Great Emperor, or even stronger. Shameless, believe it or not, I'll beat you down right now. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, but her face was full of smiles. Little Qing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. Now, there are shadows of the evil god tribe everywhere. The other forces are cooperating with the evil god tribe. I heard that something happened to the ancestral dragon here, so I came to take a look. Xianxia said. It's a pity that the evil god tribe has set up formations that can detect the aura of the heavenly realm at the 4 city gates. We can't enter at all. Otherwise, we could go in and ask for information. Lu Ming said helplessly. The entire city walls of the Yellow Springs Empire were set up with formations. They could not fly in directly. If they wanted to enter or leave, they had to enter through the 4 city gates. This is easy. I have a way to hide the aura of the heavenly realm on my body. Xianxia said. You have a way to hide the aura of the heavenly realm on my body? Lu Ming was shocked and very surprised. It was easy to hide one's aura. However, the aura of the heavenly realm and the primordial realm was invisible and intangible. Usually, one could not sense it, but it was engraved in one's bones and soul. It was indelible. You are a creature of the heavenly realm and primordial realm, so you were born with the imprint of these 2 worlds. Xianxia could actually hide it. On second thought, Lu Ming felt relieved. Xianxia had devoured and merged with the memories of her previous life. Her background in her previous life was probably very shocking and unfathomable. It was normal for her to have all kinds of strange methods. Now you know how powerful I am. Xianxia smiled. Then, her 10 fingers bloomed like lotus flowers. Strange patterns appeared and finally condensed into a black lotus flower. The black lotus flower flew toward Lu Ming and merged into Lu Ming's body. Done. Xianxia said and then continued to form seals. A lotus flower also appeared on her body and disappeared in a flash. Alright, let's set off. Lu Ming said. He naturally would not doubt whether Xianxia's method was useful or not. He trusted Xianxia 100%. The two changed their appearances, restrained their auras, and flew toward the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital city gates. Arriving at the city gates, looking at it from a close distance, they discovered that runes were inscribed on both sides of the city gates. This was the grand array set up by the evil god race. As long as a heaven realm or primordial realm lifeform entered, those runes would immediately react. On both sides of the city gates, there was a team of soldiers wearing battle armor standing guard. They're all heavenly emperors. Lu Ming sensed and discovered that these soldiers guarding the city gates were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. In addition, there were also some experts hiding near the city gates. Although they were very secretive, Lu Ming grasped the Tao of Sovereign, ruling over heaven and earth. His perception was extremely sharp and naturally sensed it very easily. They were all powerhouses, even peak heavenly emperors, and more than one. Regarding the Yellow Spring Empire's strength, Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. The entire Yellow Spring world's strength was definitely stronger than either the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. In fact, even if the two sides joined forces, they could not compare to the Yellow Spring world. Fortunately, the people of the Yellow Spring world had been cursed for generations and found it difficult to leave Yellow Spring Mountain. Otherwise, the situation outside would have long changed. The two people swaggered into the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. In the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, there were people of all races, and there were also many humans. Naturally, no one paid attention to Lu Ming two people. Lu Ming two people walked around and did not discover any traces of the evil god race. They found someone to sound them out but did not obtain much useful information either. The two people simply found an inn to stay in. In the following 10 days, the two people appeared in various parts of the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, but did not obtain much useful information. On this day, the two people strolled around the largest market square in the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. In the Yellow Spring world, there were many treasures that did not exist outside. The two people also bought some along the way. That's the first prince. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In front, he saw a youth with a head full of golden hair. This youth was precisely the evil god race's number one on the 10,000 years list, the first prince. The third eye on the first prince's forehead was closed. He had a head full of golden hair and looked no different from a human. He was incomparably handsome, like a natural sun. Wherever he went, he would attract the attention of others. Around them, some young women kept looking at Prince Dai, their eyes shining. However, when they saw the woman beside the first prince, their gazes dimmed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a purple one-piece dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Compared to her, all the other women around her seemed to pale in comparison. Most importantly, this woman came from a huge family in the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, the Yellow Spring Empire's largest alchemist family, the O family. O Xing, the eldest daughter of the O clan, how could those girls dare to compare? The first prince and the eldest daughter of the O family, O Xing, had an intimate expression as they strolled through the streets and bought things together. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and followed the two from a distance. Since he had encountered the first prince, how could Lu Ming let him go so easily? The first prince had a high status in the evil god tribe and should know a lot of secrets. After the first prince and O Xing strolled around, they left the market and walked toward a bustling street. Soon, they entered a spacious mansion. Lu Ming and O Xing followed them in. With Lu Ming and Xianxia's current cultivation, the first prince and O Xing would not be able to discover them. Behind the mansion, there was a huge courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a lake, and in the middle of the lake, there was a pavilion. The first prince and O Xing arrived at the pavilion. The first prince put his hand on O Xing's waist and chatted with her. Lu Ming and Xianxia appeared not far away. Lu Ming waved his hand and the space cracked open. He and Xianxia entered the spatial crack and appeared above the pavilion in the next moment. Lu Ming had comprehended the space-time law when he was a true emperor. Now that he had comprehended the Tao of Sovereign, his control of space had reached the point of perfection. The two of them were in the space above the pavilion. The first prince and O Xing did not notice them at all. Moreover, Lu Ming and the rest could clearly hear the conversation between the two of them. Xinger, I heard that your family has the life-death pill. Is that true? The first prince asked. Of course it's true. My family is the #1 alchemy family in the Yellow Springs Empire. Xing smiled. Her tone was filled with pride. Is the life-death pill really as miraculous as the legends say? The first prince asked again. Of course. You should know that the Yellow Springs Empire's largest cursed land, Yellow Springs Island, has a tree of life. The tree of life will bear a kind of fruit after a long period of time. It is called the fruit of life. The fruit of life is miraculous. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal it. It can even heal the injury of a god. As for the life and death pill, it was refined using the fruit of life. Before the 10,000 calamities, there were people from the outer world like you who brought out the fruit of life from Yellow Springs Island. My family was fortunate enough to obtain one and refined it into 9 life and death pills. Although the efficacy of the life-death pill is not as strong as the fruit of life, it is only useless for gods. For those below the god realm, no matter how serious the injury is, even if the life origin is damaged, one pill can heal it. After so many years of consumption, my family only has 3 pills left. Xing explained. Her pride was even stronger. Life-death pill. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with passion. The life-death pill was actually refined from the fruit of life. No matter how serious the injury was, one pill could heal it. It was the same even if the life origin was damaged. Lu Ming was tempted. An injury to the life origin was not an ordinary injury. Ordinary injuries were nothing to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Even if their bodies exploded, they could still heal it. However, an injury to the life origin was very difficult to heal. For many experts, if the battle was too fierce, their life origin would be injured. For example, the Titan longhorn beetle, 9 lives demonic silkworm, ancestral dragon, and other races' divine ancestors had injured their life origin. However, the life-death pill could heal these injuries quickly. If they could obtain the life-death pill, wouldn't the injuries of the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm be healed quickly and return to their peak state? Lu Ming and Xianxia continued to listen. It's so magical. Xing, I'm really curious. Can you let me take a look at the life-death pill? The first prince asked. Let you take a look? That won't do. If my father and ancestral dragon know about it, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Xing said. Xing, I'm just curious. I want to take a look and see it for myself. Just take a look and they won't know. Don't you trust me? The first prince said softly. Xing did not agree at first. However, after the first prince coaxed her, Xing finally agreed. She secretly took out the life-death pill and showed it to the first prince. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other. Their eyes lit up. The first prince and Xing agreed to meet here 3 days later. After that, they both left. Originally, Lu Ming had planned to take down the first prince and get some information, but now he changed his mind and decided to wait for 3 more days. He naturally had his eyes on the life and death pill. After the first prince and Xing left, Lu Ming and Xianxia waited in the courtyard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, night fell. The first prince had been waiting for a long time. In the middle of the night, a figure flew over. It was Xing. Xing, did you bring the life and death pill? The first prince quickly asked. I brought it, but I have to put it back quickly. If my father finds out, it won't be good. Xing said. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and broaden my horizons. The first prince smiled. Xing nodded. Her hand moved and a jade bottle appeared in her palm. There were some inscriptions on the jade bottle. Xing's fingers danced and runes flew toward the jade bottle. Then, the jade bottle emitted a radiance. After a while, the radiance dimmed. It's done. Xing smiled and handed the jade bottle to the first prince. The first prince quickly took it and poured out a pill. It was a pill the size of a pigeon's egg. It was milky white and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Even Lu Ming and Xianxia, who were hiding in the void, could smell it. Is this the life and death pill? The first prince whispered. He lowered his head and carefully sized it up. his eyes were filled with greed. After sizing it up for a while, the first prince put the life and death pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Xing. He smiled and said, "Xing, I'll return it to you." I'll return it now." Xing smiled and reached out to take it. But at this moment, the first prince's palm glowed and like a sword, he attacked Xing's dantian with lightning speed. At such a close distance and with the first prince's sneak attack, ordinary people wouldn't be able to avoid it. But at the moment the first prince attacked, Xing's body glowed. A bright light spread out and turned into a set of armor that covered her body. At the same time Xing quickly retreated. Boom, the first prince's palm strike landed on Xing's armor, but it was easily neutralized by the armor. Xing retreated 100 meters and stood on the surface of the lake. Her face was extremely ugly. "First, why? Why?" Xing roared, her face full of disappointment. "So you were already prepared for me?" The first prince's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then, he raised the jade bottle in his hand and sneered, "Life or death pill. No matter how serious your injuries are, one pill can heal you. Each pill is equivalent to a life. Such a peerless pill can only be used by following me. Do you understand? You said that you would stay in the Yellow Springs realm and accompany me for the rest of your life. Was that all a lie?" Xing asked. "Nonsense, I still have important things to do. Why would I stay here? This place is nothing but a cursed place." The first prince sneered. "Sigh, I was too naive." Xing sighed and her disappointment deepened. "Originally, I wanted to give you a chance. If you didn't attack me today, I would treat you wholeheartedly. I could even beg my father to give you a life or death pill in the future. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me." After Xing finished speaking, her eyes suddenly burst out with cold killing intent as she waved her hand. Rip, behind Xing, the space suddenly split open and two figures appeared. They were two old men in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura. They were two heavenly emperors. One was a 3-star heavenly emperor, and the other was a 2-star heavenly emperor. Seeing the two of them, the first prince's face was gloomy as he said, "Bitch, not only have you been guarding against me, you even secretly brought people here. Are you trying to kill me? Originally, I brought them here just in case. If you didn't do anything, they wouldn't have appeared. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. Give me the life or death pill and I will leave your corpse intact." Xing said coldly. "Ha ha ha, bitch, do you think I didn't prepare for this? I have long been guarding against you. You don't trust me, and I have never trusted you. Come out." The first prince waved his hand. The void trembled, and suddenly, several figures appeared in the surrounding space. There were a total of 6 people, all of whom were from the evil god tribe. Moreover, all of them were heavenly emperors. There were even 2 4-star heavenly emperors among them. Seeing these people, Xing's face became miserable. "First prince, I was just joking with you. Look at our relationship, let me go." An ugly smile appeared on Xing's face. "Let you go? I don't want to be enemies with your O clan. Although your O clan doesn't have a martial god and I am not afraid of you, you are still troublesome. You can go in peace. I will use these 3 life or death pills well. Attack." The first prince sneered, his voice was ice cold as he gave the order. "Miss, leave quickly." Behind Xing, the 2 old men brought Xing and rushed in a direction. However, the 6 people from the evil god tribe also attacked. They sealed the heaven and earth, surrounded the 3 of them, and blasted out terrifying attacks. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. The 2 old men brought by Xing were not a match for them at all. They exploded as soon as they attacked. "First bastard, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death," Xing cursed crazily. However, in the next moment, she was hit by the attacks of several heavenly emperors and instantly turned into ashes. Her body and soul were destroyed. In the void, Lu Ming and Xianxia were speechless as they watched. However, this was equivalent to a dog biting another dog. Before this, the 2 of them would naturally not attack. After killing Xing and the 2 experts of the O clan, the first prince was ecstatic. He took out the jade bottle again and poured out 3 pills in succession. All of them were life or death pills. The medicinal fragrance was incomparably rich. Ha ha ha, what a great harvest. Let's go, let's leave this place quickly. The first prince laughed heartily. Then, he put away the jade bottle and turned around to leave. However, after flying for a while, he discovered that the 6 people from the evil god tribe were still standing in the air, motionless. I told you to leave quickly. Didn't you hear me? The first prince turned around and said somewhat impatiently. However, when he turned around, his pupils suddenly widened. That was because the 6 people from the evil god tribe seemed to be fixed in the air, unable to move at all. Only their faces revealed frightened expressions. Who is it? The first prince's hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and hurriedly turned around to check. Old friends meeting, am I not welcome? A soft laugh rang out. The space cracked open, and Lu Ming and Xianxia walked out. Lu Ming, why is it you? How did you come in here? The first prince's pupils rapidly widened. He roared loudly, revealing a look of disbelief. The gates of the Yellow Spring Empire's imperial capital were engraved with a formation that could detect the aura of the Heaven Realm. The living beings of the Heaven Realm could not enter the imperial capital at all. The first prince had never expected that he would meet Lu Ming here. Seeing Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others immediately flew toward him. Lu Ming, what's the situation now? Where are you? The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. I'm currently in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. Lu Ming said. Yellow Spring Empire's capital? How did you get in? The Titan Longhorn Beetle's eyes widened in astonishment. The others reacted the same way. This is all thanks to my wife. She used a secret technique to conceal the aura of the Heaven Realm. That's why I was able to enter. I've already found news about Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming said. How's Senior Ancestral Dragon? The Titan Longhorn Beetle, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, and the others looked at Lu Ming nervously. They were afraid that something would happen to the Ancestral Dragon. Senior Ancestral Dragon isn't dead. He only escaped from the Yellow Spring Empire's capital with injuries. Lu Ming briefly explained what he knew. That's great. Everyone let out relieved sighs when they heard that the Ancestral Dragon was fine. I've also found out that the evil god tribe will send their experts to attack a cursed land. There should be experts from the Heaven Realm there. I'm afraid we'll have to fight them. Lu Ming said. Fight, we must fight them. Yeah, I'm going to kill those scum of the evil god tribe. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others yelled furiously. Seniors, Lu Ming has something for you. Lu Ming glanced at the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm as a jade jar appeared in his hand. Something for us? The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm were confused. This is a pill I found from a herbalist family in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. It's called the Life-Death Pill. It has the effect of stealing the fortune of the heavens and earth. Anyone below the martial god realm will be healed regardless of how serious their injuries are, even if their life force is damaged. Lu Ming said. What? There's such a pill in this world? Everyone opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Lu Ming, how can we accept such a precious pill? Then, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm shook its head. Seniors, the elixir is just an inanimate object. If it can't display its effects, it won't show its value. If the 2 seniors can recover to their peak, it will be a good thing for our Heaven Realm. Then, the life and death elixir will show its value. Lu Ming said. That's right, that's exactly the case. The others also nodded and persuaded the 2 of them to accept it. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, once they recovered to their peak, they would be 2 peak heavenly emperors. There weren't many people in the entire Heaven Realm who could reach this step. Alright, Lu Ming, Old Bull, will remember your kindness. The Titan Longhorn Beetle was more straightforward and nodded in agreement. In fact, they were also very tempted. After all, it had been countless years since the ancient battle, yet they were still unable to return to their peak state. This feeling was truly unbearable. Lu Ming poured out 2 life and death elixirs and handed them to the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm. The two of them received them, each chose a place, sat down cross-legged, swallowed the life and death elixir, and began to refine the elixir. As for Lu Ming, he left the small world and appeared beside Xianxia, continuing to pay attention to that mansion. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Finally, there was some movement in the mansion. A group of Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses appeared and entered that mansion. After a while, a large group of people flew out of that mansion. There were evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses. There were hundreds of them. They headed straight for the western city gate. Lu Ming and Xianxia followed far behind. Not long after, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire experts exited the city gate and headed west. Lu Ming and Xianxia also successfully exited the city gate and followed far behind. They didn't dare to get too close because there were too many experts in the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire. There were even peak heavenly emperors, and it wasn't just one or two, but at least 5 or 6. In addition, there were also quite a number of 6-star and 5-star heavenly emperors. This was an extremely shocking force. Mobilizing so many powerhouses at once, it was obvious that they wanted to capture all the living beings in that cursed land in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. After flying for more than a day, they arrived at an extremely remote place. In front of them, there was a blazing aura. It turned out that there was a large group of volcanoes in front of them, and the end couldn't be seen at a glance. Rumble, volcanoes erupted continuously, and magma soared into the sky. The air was filled with black smoke and a pungent smell. The cursed land was in the group of volcanoes. The Yellow Spring Empire's people couldn't enter, so they hid outside the volcanoes. As for the evil god race, they rushed into the group of volcanoes. Rumble, not long after, a terrifying rumble erupted from the group of volcanoes. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy pierced through the ground, and endless magma soared into the sky. This area became even hotter. Roar, in the depths of the volcano, a golden lion with 9 heads was incomparably huge. It stood indomitable and roared at the sky. The volcanoes in the surroundings exploded one after another in an incomparably ferocious manner. Big brother Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was clearly the 9-headed golden lion, Xianxia. Xianxia was a peak heavenly emperor and was incomparably powerful. However, the evil god race also had peak heavenly emperors. In the group of volcanoes, one terrifying aura after another soared into the sky, colliding with each other. The heaven realm has 2 peak heavenly emperors, but the evil god race has 3. Lu Ming's heart became somewhat heavy. Peak heavenly emperors, the evil god race had 1 more. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the number of 5-star and 6-star heavenly emperors was also more than the evil god race. If this continued, the heaven realm side would definitely not be a match. In addition, the Yellow Spring Empire's powerhouses were lying in ambush outside the volcanoes. The number of powerhouses was even more than the evil god race. If the heaven realm's living beings rushed out, it would be truly dangerous. I wonder how Senior's Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm have recovered. Lu Ming was somewhat anxious. If they were to make a move later, the number of powerhouses on their side would not be enough and they would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 Dragons Cauldron and could be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Xianxia could also be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Adding Zhonli, there were only 3 peak heavenly emperors. The number was not enough. Lu Ming could feel that in the Yellow Spring Empire, there were a total of 4 peak heavenly emperors. Adding the 3 from the evil god race, there were 7. In addition, there were also 6-star heavenly emperors. If the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm recovered, then there was no need to be afraid. Charge out. In the group of volcanoes, Xianxia's roar rang out. Then, a group of heaven realm powerhouses joined hands and rushed outside. Behind them, the evil god race people chased closely. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. Then, with a thought, he entered the small world. He wanted to see if the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm had recovered. At this moment, their bodies were filled with resplendent light, their auras extremely powerful. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming could not help but be overjoyed when he sensed the auras of the 2. The life and death pill was indeed worthy of being a peerless divine medicine. Its medicinal effects were incomparably shocking. At this moment, the situation outside was already quite critical. Xianxia and the others rushed out of the volcanoes and arrived at the periphery of the cursed land. But at this moment, the people of the Yellow Spring Empire appeared, blocking in front of Xianxia and the others. A terrifying aura was emitted, causing Xianxia and the others to change color and stop. Another 4 peak heavenly emperors, a total of 7 peak heavenly emperors. You guys really think highly of us? Xianxia sneered, his 9 heads looking around. Beside Xianxia, there was a phoenix flapping its wings, its entire body covered in black flames. This was a black phoenix, also a peak heavenly emperor, the current king of the heavenly realm's phoenix race. Haha, Xianxia, let's see how you die today. A loud laugh came from behind. The experts of the evil god race blocked Xianxia and the others' path of retreat, making it impossible for them to escape. Duo Lu, why aren't you guarding the eternal cage? Be careful not to let someone escape again. Xianxia sneered, full of ridicule. The evil god race member who spoke just now was Duo Lu. Hearing Xianxia's words, Duo Li's eyes were extremely ferocious as he roared, Xianxia, so what if you escaped from the eternal cage? You're still going to die in my hands. And that brat Lu Ming, I'll tear him into pieces sooner or later. Rush back to the cursed land. Xianxia secretly sent a voice transmission to the beings of the heavenly realm. Only by rushing back to the cursed land would they have a chance. Outside, they would have to face the double siege of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. It's too late. In the small world, Lu Ming was a little anxious. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. Senior, wake up. Senior, wake up. Lu Ming kept sending voice transmissions. Boom. Boom, the oars of the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm suddenly soared and then rapidly contracted. Then, they opened their eyes. Are we going to fight? The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. That's right. The matter is urgent, so I can only disturb the 2 of you. Lu Ming said. It's fine, I've almost recovered. Let's go out and fight. The Titan Longhorn Beetle. Let's go. Lu Ming controlled the small world, and in the next moment, everyone in the small world appeared outside. At that moment, Xianxia and the others also made their moves. They charged straight for the evil god race behind them, wanting to charge back into the cursed lands. Kill. The experts of the evil god tribe and the Yellow Springs Empire also made their moves. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming roared and his voice reverberated in all directions. He then charged toward the people from the Netherworld Empire. What happened? This happened too suddenly. The evil god race's people and the Yellow Spring Empire's people could not help feeling stunned. In this short period of time, they had already arrived. Lu Ming directly controlled the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and charged towards a Yellow Spring Empire's peak heavenly emperor. At the same time, Xianxia also made his move, joining forces with Lu Ming to attack a person. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others also launched their attacks. On Lu Ming's side, there were a total of 5 peak heavenly emperors. Their sudden appearance caught the Yellow Springs Empire side off guard. The peak heavenly emperor that was attacked by Lu Ming and Xianxia was immediately sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. The other Yellow Springs Empire powerhouses were also struck until they retreated repeatedly, suffering different degrees of minor injuries. Titan, 9 lives, it's you guys. Ha ha ha, kill. When Xianxia discovered the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the rest, he could not help being overjoyed. He turned around and was about to charge towards the Yellow Springs Empire's experts. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duolei and the rest also reacted and charged towards Xianxia and the rest. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Both sides added up, the number of peak heavenly emperor powerhouses was the same, both 7. But just now, under Lu Ming and the rest's sneak attack, they injured one of the other party. With the number of peak heavenly emperors, they instead had the upper hand. A fierce chaotic battle erupted. Lu Ming's side instead occupied a slight upper hand. If not for the Yellow Springs Empire and the evil god race having more 6-star heavenly emperors, it would probably be one-sided. Lu Ming, damn it, damn it. Duo Lei roared angrily in his heart. It was Lu Ming again. Each time, his good deeds were ruined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply his nemesis. He was unable to restrain his anger, wishing that he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Want to kill me, then come. Lu Ming controlled the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and bombarded them towards Duo Lei crazily. Duo Lei also erupted crazily, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The two people collided repeatedly, but it was hard to determine the victor. At this time a miserable cry sounded out. A 6-star heavenly emperor of the evil god race was killed by Xianxia with one sword. Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the rest all had an opponent, fighting fiercely with each other. But Xianxia did not have a peak heavenly emperor to stop him. That peak heavenly emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire was seriously injured from the start. His strength was at most comparable to a 6-star heavenly emperor. There were 5 to 6 6-star heavenly emperors besieging Xianxia. But Xianxia's combat power exceeded their imaginations. He became braver and braver, his attacks strange and unpredictable. After several dozen moves, he successfully killed a 6-star heavenly emperor. Exterminate. Xianxia said softly, black light as black as ink emitting from his entire body. This black light turned into one black lotus after another. Then, these lotus petals flew out again, forming pitch-black battle swords, slashing at the opponent. Opposite, 5 6-star heavenly emperors were flustered by Xianxi's attacks, in imminent danger. Quickly come and help us. A 6-star heavenly emperor roared. But the current chaotic battle was intense. Every person had an opponent. How could they draw out such a powerhouse? Poowork. Suddenly, another 6-star heavenly emperor had his glabella pierced by Xianxi's sword light, dying on the spot. Damn it. Duo Lei roared wildly, wanting to repel Lu Ming and attack Xianxia. But Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron, desperately clashing with him, blocking him firmly, making him have no energy left to attack Xianxia. Gather together. A peak heavenly emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire roared. At this moment, they were at a disadvantage and had to gather strength to defend. All of the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people began to gather, getting close to each other, entering a defensive state. Lu Ming and the rest originally only had the upper hand with a slight advantage. Now that the other party intended to defend, they could not take down the other party. Very soon, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people all gathered together, forming an iron-like defensive formation, blocking the attacks of Lu Ming and the rest, finally stabilizing the situation. Both sides fought for a while and separated into two camps, confronting each other. They all knew that if there were no accidents today, no one would be able to do anything to the other. However, Lu Ming and the rest's goal of saving people had already been achieved. The expressions of Duo Lu and the rest were ugly. Today, they failed to kill people and instead lost several 6-star heavenly emperors. It was truly a huge loss. When my race's sacred ancestor recovers, you all will die, go. An evil god race peak heavenly emperor said coldly. Then, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire retreated unwillingly. The people of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Haha, Lu Ming, amazing. Xianxia laughed loudly and looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude and deep shock. He remembered that when he first met Lu Ming's strength was barely enough to deal with the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. But Lu Ming was actually able to fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Although he had the 9-dragon cauldron, it was still incomparably shocking. It had only been a few decades was just a blink of an eye to them. He had lived for a long time and had never seen such a stunning figure like Lu Ming. This is, as he spoke, Xianxia's gaze turned to Xianxia. Beside him, the Black Phoenix had also transformed into a human form. It was a middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure. At this moment, she was also looking at Xianxia. Xianxia was very young, but his combat strength was actually incomparably powerful. He was a figure whose combat strength had truly reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The key was that they did not know him, so they were naturally curious. "This is my wife." Lu Ming held Xianxia's small hand and said. "Your wife, Qing Song, Black Phoenix," and the rest were all shocked. "May I ask, how many years has it been since sister-in-law started cultivating?" Qing Song asked curiously. "Little Qing is about the same age as me," Lu Ming said with a smile. This, Qing Song, Black Phoenix, and the rest looked at each other in dismay. They were completely dumbfounded. "Sigh, I'm old. I thought that my talent wasn't bad, but compared to you two, I'm simply trash." Qing Song sighed, looking like he had suffered a huge blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Old lion, aren't you looking for a beating by comparing yourself to Lu Ming and the rest?" The Titan longhorn beetle laughed. "Ha ha ha, that's true." Qing Song laughed. After chatting for a while, they left the place. They were afraid that the other party would send more powerful cultivators. After leaving, they chatted as they walked. Qing Song and the others also learned about the ancestral dragon. Where did senior ancestral dragon go? That's right. At this rate, the outsider sacred patriarch is going to enter the cursed lands. If he gets the fruits of life, we'll be finished. The Titan longhorn beetle and the others sighed. The Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm had consumed the life and death pill before and knew the effects of the life and death pill. The life and death pill was made from the fruit of life. If the outsider's sacred ancestor obtained the fruit of life, he might be able to fully recover from his injuries. Especially Saint Ancestor Xianxia. If even he had recovered from his injuries, they would have no hope at all. Everyone was worried but also helpless. With their strength, there was no way they could compete with the other party. After that, they planned to enter some cities to scout for information. If the outsider's sacred ancestor was going to enter the cursed lands, there should be news about it. Not long after, they came to a big city. The others entered Lu Ming's small world, while Lu Ming and Xianxia used a secret technique to enter the big city. After that, the two stayed in the big city, cultivating and scouting for information. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, they heard a piece of news that made them furious. In the Yellow Spring imperial capital, the evil god tribe released news that they had captured some heaven realm beings and tied them up outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring imperial capital. 3 months later, they would kill all of them. The news spread like a whirlwind in all directions. When Lu Ming told the Titan longhorn beetle and the others about this news, they were also furious. Kill our way over and save those people." The Titan longhorn beetle had the worst temper and roared. "Don't act rashly. The evil god tribe is doing this to lure us over so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. This is definitely a trap." The 9 lives demonic silkworm said. "Are we just going to watch those people die for nothing? What if your family and friends are among those people?" The Titan longhorn beetle glared. "I mean, we can't act rashly. We have to think of a foolproof plan." The 9 lives demonic silkworm said. "Let's go and observe the situation first." Lu Ming said. "I think so too. Let's go and observe first before making a decision. Even if we want to take action, we have to gather more people." The 9 lives demonic silkworm said. After that, the others still stayed in Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming and Xianxia changed their appearances and headed toward the Yellow Spring imperial capital. Soon, they arrived at the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring imperial capital. They looked forward from a mountain peak outside the eastern city gate. Outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring imperial capital, there were indeed some people tied up there. All of them looked haggard and their auras were weak. There were a lot of them, close to 200 people. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Ouyang Wushuang. Among those people, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it! Lu Ming panicked. These were all his best friends. Among the crowd, Lu Ming even saw Yuan Xian, the son of destiny. However, he could not control his own destiny now and was tied up by someone. In addition, Lu Ming had also met some of the older generation figures. "I have to save them." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with determination. However, he could not act rashly. Lu Ming speculated that there were terrifying experts hiding near the eastern city gate. Even a martial god like the sacred ancestor of a foreign tribe might be nearby. If he were to rush out recklessly, he would only be digging his own grave. What should we do? Lu Ming panicked. There were only 3 months left. 3 months later, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would be killed. Lu Ming, don't panic, calm down. Xianxia held Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming slowly calmed down. Over the next few days, the two observed the surroundings while trying to come up with a plan. However, the difference in strength was too great. They were struggling to come up with a plan. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice traveled into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's figure shuddered when he heard the voice. The voice belonged to the ancestral dragon. As he thought, a figure walked out from a mountain nearby. Who else could it be but the ancestral dragon? The ancestral dragon stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming and the others. Senior ancestral dragon, I'm glad you're fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. They had a chance now that the ancestral dragon had shown up. I was injured in the Yellow Spring Kingdom, but it's nothing serious. The ancestral dragon said. Senior ancestral dragon, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked. We'll leave first. I'll leave some people here to guard this place. If anyone from the Heaven Realm comes, ask them to meet up with us. We'll gather our men first and figure out a way to save them. The ancestral dragon said. He then left the place with Lu Ming and the others and arrived at a hidden place a million li away. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces from the Heaven Realm. For example, the 5 elements Qilins. They waited patiently. Ancestral Gragon had left some people outside the Yellow Springs Empire. During this period of time, as long as the living beings in the heavenly world heard the news, they would most likely head to the Yellow Springs Empire to investigate. This way, they would be able to provide support. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming saw Dandan. After not seeing Dandan for some time, Dandan's cultivation had also risen by a lot, reaching the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming chatted with Dandan for a while and knew that this guy had also encountered some fortuitous encounters. On the 5th day, Bubble arrived. Now, Bubble's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Emperor realm, only a step away from the Heavenly Emperor realm. On the 6th day, Xianxia and Ouyang Moli came together, making Lu Ming overjoyed. Xianxia and Ouyang Moli's cultivation had both stepped into the Emperor realm. Lu Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia and the others were fine. Lu Ming was relieved. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the same place. However, Lu Ming still couldn't think of an effective method. On this day, Lu Ming found Ancestral Gragon. Senior, I have a foreign race's genius in my hands. He's the son of the foreign race's king, known as the strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe. Perhaps we can use him to exchange. Lu Ming said. The first prince was still in Lu Ming's hands and had been kept in the pocket world. He didn't kill the first prince because he thought that he might be useful in the future. The first prince's identity was no small matter. Perhaps he could exchange for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Ancestral Gragon frowned and said, although the first prince is important, in the eyes of the foreign race's divine ancestor, the most important person is still you. Once you appear, I'm afraid the foreign race's divine ancestor will kill you directly. He won't care about any foreign race's genius. Lu Ming frowned. He cultivated the sovereign Tao, and the foreign race's divine ancestor seemed to know him. Perhaps he really didn't care about the first prince's life and wanted to kill him. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Now, whether it's to save them or to fight against the outsider's sacred ancestor, there's only one way, and that's the Yellow Spring sect. Ancestral Dragon said. Netherworld sect? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Netherworld sect is an extremely secretive sect in the Netherworld world. They don't care about worldly affairs and only focus on cultivation. Very few people in the Netherworld world know about it. I stayed in the Netherworld imperial capital for a period of time and learned about it from some ancient books. It said that the Netherworld sect and the Netherworld Empire were of the same origin. However, some people were obsessed with worldly power and established the Netherworld Empire. Some people didn't like worldly power, so they lived in seclusion and established the Netherworld sect. Ancestral Gragon explained. Is the Netherworld sect very strong? Lu Ming asked. Strong, of course they're strong. Although they don't have as many people as the Yellow Spring Empire, their combat power isn't any weaker than the Yellow Spring Empire. As far as I know, the Netherworld Empire has 2 martial gods, but the Netherworld sect also has 2 martial gods. Ancestral Dragon said. 2 martial gods. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Disregarding everything else, just the 2 martial gods were already shocking enough. As long as we can obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, not only can we save people, but we can also fight against the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Ancestral Dragon said. Then, he sighed and said, if we can't obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, then we can only do it ourselves. Lu Ming nodded. Time passed day by day. A month had passed since the 3 months given by the evil god tribe. At this time, more than 500 people had gathered in the heavenly world. Ancestral Dragon was also preparing to depart for the Netherworld sect. However, he didn't bring that many people with him. Ancestral Dragon only brought 10 people, including Lu Ming, Xianxia, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm, to the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect was located in the extreme north of the Netherworld world. It was almost at the edge of the Netherworld world. Ancestral Dragon brought them to a mountain range. There were many mountains here, and there were countless peaks. Soon, they arrived in front of a tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was simple and unadorned, and it was even covered with moss. In the middle, there was a huge yellow word. There was no one at the mountain gate. Was this the Netherworld sect? Everyone was puzzled. But since they were already here, they could only continue forward. They didn't fly. Instead, they walked up the stairs of the mountain. When they passed by the stone tablet, Lu Ming looked at it curiously and felt that it was a little familiar. Soon, they arrived halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, the space shook, and 4 figures appeared in front of them, blocking Lu Ming and the others. Halt, this is the Netherworld sect. A middle-aged man said. Everyone, we would like to see your sect leader. Ancestral Dragon stepped forward and cupped his fists. Everyone, our sect leader will not see any guests. Please go back. The middle-aged man waved his hand coldly. How do you know he won't see you when we haven't even seen him? We have important matters to discuss with your sect leader. The Titan Longhorn Beetle said loudly. Everyone, please go back. The middle-aged man continued to speak, but his voice was cold, and the intention to drive the guests away was obvious. You didn't even listen to our intentions and you're already chasing us away. What do you mean? The Titan Longhorn Beetle shouted unhappily, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Boom. Boom, just as the Titan Longhorn Beetle's aura erupted, the 4 people in front of them also erupted with powerful auras. 3 6-star Heavenly Emperors, 1 Peak Heavenly Emperor. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. The cultivation of the 4 people in front of them was already extremely shocking. Not only that, but on the mountain peak, there were also shocking auras, like terrifying waves of air, pressing down on this side. Lu Ming felt that there were no less than 10 Peak Heavenly Emperor auras. There were even a few auras that were extremely shocking, even above Peak Heavenly Emperor. Nest, so many experts, and those invincible figures who are half a step into the martial god realm. The Titan Longhorn Beetle grinned, some shock in its eyes. This Netherworld sect was indeed terrifying. The Titan Longhorn Beetle only released its aura, and it was like poking a hornet's nest, poking out a bunch of experts. Perhaps, this was only a part of it. In the dark, who knew how many experts there were? Everyone, don't be impatient. We have no ill intentions, we are just here to seek cooperation. Ancestral Gragon stepped forward and said, then looked at the peak of the mountain, and a voice sounded, fellow Taoists, I have something to ask for an audience. Ancestral Gragon's voice came from afar, and at the same time, his body emitted a strange aura. Fellow Taoist, why have you come to the Netherworld sect? At this time an old voice came from the peak of the mountain. Following that, a light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. This was an old man with an immortal aura, his white hair fluttering in the wind. "Greetings, sect master." When the people of the Netherworld sect saw this old man, they bowed respectfully. Lu Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that this old man was a martial god realm existence. The two sect masters of the Netherworld sect were both martial god realm existences. "Fellow Taoist, we came here this time to cooperate with you," Ancestral Gregon said. "Cooperation?" Lu Ming and the others did not interrupt the conversation between the old white-haired man and the Ancestral Gregon. The Titan Heavenly Bull kept quiet too. The old man was a martial god. Only the Ancestral Gregon, who was also a martial god, was qualified to talk to him. Otherwise, if the Ancestral Gregon was not around, the old man would not even bother to meet them. "That's right, let's work together. Help us enter the Yellow Spring Island and we'll split the loot 50-50. It's beneficial to everyone. What do you think?" The Ancestral Gregon said. "The Yellow Spring Island?" The old white-haired man was startled. He let out a sigh and said, "It seems like you're from the outer world. Time really flies. The tribulation has passed so quickly." The old white-haired man's voice was filled with complicated emotions. The old white-haired man seemed to have recalled something. After a while, he said, "You should leave. The Yellow Spring sect isn't interested in the Yellow Spring Island." "Not interested?" The Ancestral Gregon's eyes glittered. Lu Ming and the others were startled too. Were they going to fail? "Cultivator, how about this? If you do us a favor, you'll take all the loot we find after we enter the Yellow Spring Island. What do you think?" The Ancestral Gregon was not willing to give up. "I told you, I'm not interested. See them out." The old white-haired man waved his sleeves and left. "Everyone, please." The middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others wore unpleasant looks. They did not expect the people of the Yellow Spring sect to be so uninterested in the loot on the Yellow Spring Island. How were they going to fight the Yellow Spring Empire and the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes if they could not ask the people of the Yellow Spring sect for help? The Titan Heavenly Bull and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "Sigh, let's go." The Ancestral Gregon felt helpless too. He turned around and headed down the mountain. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. "It's fine if you don't want to help. We'll just have to save them ourselves. It's just death." The Titan Heavenly Bull cursed. He was extremely displeased. However, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the boulder at the entrance of the Yellow Spring sect. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he found the boulder to be. "That's right, that token." Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of that token. With a thought, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token belonged to the core area of the Void Sacred Island. He and Dandan had worked together to obtain the token. This token looked very similar to the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect. Previously, the stone tablet was covered in moss, and Lu Ming only felt that it looked familiar. Now that he looked at it carefully, Lu Ming remembered. Wang, just as Lu Ming took out the token, the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect's gate suddenly vibrated, and the word yellow suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, the token in Lu Ming's hand began to vibrate, and light constantly flowed out of it. In the next moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that a word had appeared in the middle of the token. It was the word yellow. Lu Ming was shocked. He had studied the token since he had obtained it, but he had not discovered anything. There was no word in the middle of the token. However, at that moment, the character Huang had suddenly appeared. With that, the title plate and the stele looked exactly the same. Ancestral Dragon, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Titan Heavenly Bull, and the others were also shocked. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, a figure flashed, and the white-haired old man appeared again. He looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand in surprise, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "The Yellow Spring token. Why do you have the Yellow Spring token? How did you get it?" "The Yellow Spring token?" Lu Ming's heart moved. It turned out that this token was called the Yellow Spring token. "Senior, this token was obtained by me on a Void Divine Island," Lu Ming said. "Void Sacred Island?" The white-haired old man was puzzled. "Tell me, who is the person who left you this token?" What does he look like? Immediately, Lu Ming described the appearance of the statue on the void sacred island to her. So it's him, so it's him. It's the will of the heavens. The white-haired old man sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, in the past, our Yellow Spring sect was indebted to that person. We gave him this token and promised that if someone came to our Yellow Spring sect with this token, our Yellow Spring sect would help him unconditionally once. What? Lu Ming, Ancestral Dragon, and the others were overjoyed. Help unconditionally once? Didn't that mean they could ask the Yellow Spring sect for help? What's your name? The white-haired old man asked. This junior is Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it. The white-haired old man said. Senior, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted the feud between the Heaven Realm and the Evil God tribe. He then talked about the situation here. This junior earnestly requests the seniors of the Yellow Spring sect to help us fight against the Yellow Spring Empire and enter the Yellow Spring Island. Lu Ming stated his request. I'm afraid it's difficult for us to enter the Yellow Spring Island on our own. The white-haired old man said. Ah? What's going on? Lu Ming was surprised. I bet you don't know that the entrance to the Yellow Spring Island is guarded by a group of puppets. Among them, there are 4 puppets whose strength is equivalent to the martial god realm. Therefore, it's impossible for us to enter the island on our own. The white-haired old man said. For martial god realm puppets? Lu Ming, Ancestral Dragon, the Titan Longhorn, and the others exchanged glances with one another. The Yellow Spring Island was too terrifying. There were 4 martial god realm puppets guarding the entrance. Those were martial gods. After all, there were only 2 martial gods in the Evil God realm and the Heaven realm, and both of them were injured. Lu Ming finally understood why the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes had not entered the Yellow Spring Island. It was because he could not enter the island. Therefore, if we want to enter the Yellow Spring Island, we must cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. The white-haired old man said. Cooperate? Lu Ming and the others fell into deep thought. Senior, please lend us a hand. We need to save the people. Lu Ming said. Sure, I'll gather the men and set off. The white-haired old man said. He then turned around and disappeared into the Yellow Spring sect. Brother Lu Ming, that's impressive. Qing Song and the others were overjoyed. They did not expect to encounter so many obstacles, and in the end, they managed to get the help of the Yellow Spring sect with Lu Ming's badge. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The world was indeed full of surprises. He hadn't expected that the token he'd obtained on the Void Sacred Island would be of such great use in the Yellow Springs realm. The badge alone could easily turn the tide of the battle. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the Yellow Spring sect. Beside the white-haired old man was a white-haired old woman. She was also a martial god. The Yellow Springs Empire's sacred ancestor, the Emperor of the Yellow Springs Empire, and a Grand Elder were in a discussion in the Golden Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, is there really no way to enter the Yellow Spring Island? The sacred ancestor said. There are 4 martial god realm puppets at the entrance of the Yellow Spring Island. We won't be able to do it on our own. We can only work with the Yellow Spring sect. However, the 2 old men of the Yellow Spring sect are stubborn. Besides, they have a conflict with us. Even if we ask them, I'm afraid they won't agree to it. The Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire said. Either way, we have to give it a try. How about this, once I've dealt with the Ancestral Dragon and the others, I'll pay the Yellow Spring sect a visit and see if I can ask them to help us. The sacred ancestor said. They chatted for a while before the sacred ancestor took his leave. Lu Ming and the others set off. They regrouped with the people of the Heaven Realm and made their way to the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. The Yellow Spring Empire's capital, outside the eastern city gate. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and around 200 people had been tied up outside the city gate for more than a month. It's been more than a month, yet no one has come to save you. It seems like the people of the Heaven Realm have given up on you, ha ha ha. Duo stood above Long Chen and the others and mocked them coldly. Long Chen and the others wore cold looks. They did not respond. Let me tell you, there is no hope for the Heaven Realm. You have been completely defeated. This time, in the Yellow Springs world, my clan will kill all your experts. Then, when we get out, we will flatten the heaven realm and kill every single one of you. Duel said ferociously. Duel, do you only know how to talk big now? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Who's there? Duel turned around and glanced in the direction of the voice coldly. It's me. The voice said. Following it, the rift rippled as a figure suddenly appeared. The person was none other than Lu Ming. However, he was the only one who had shown himself. Lu Ming. Duel's eyes flickered with icy murderous intent when he saw Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz, the void trembled and cracked open. From the spatial crack, one figure after another stepped out. They were all experts of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. There were no less than 10 peak heavenly emperors, and their terrifying auras completely enveloped Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, leave now. Leave now. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shouted. Leave? Where to? Lu Ming, you're alone. How dare you come here? You're really stupid. Stay here then. Duel sneered. Really? Look who this is. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A figure suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. First Prince. Seeing this person, Duel Lu and the others paled. Lu Ming, release the First Prince now. Duel anxiously roared. He had never imagined that the First Prince would be in Lu Ming's hands. If you want me to let him go, that's fine, but you have to let him go first. Lu Ming said. Fine. We'll let one go, and you let one go. Duel Lu said. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You let one go? You let all of them go, and I'll use the First Prince to exchange for everyone. Do you understand? Lu Ming laughed. Let all of them go? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Duel Lu roared. If you don't let him go, he'll die. Lu Ming said coldly, cold killing intent radiating from his body. The expressions of Duo Lu and the others turned unsightly. For a moment, they were hesitant. The First Prince's identity was no small matter. He was the son of the king of the first royal race. His talent was peerless, and his bloodline was the closest to the non-human's divine ancestor. He was said to have the strongest talent in the history of the evil god race. If he died, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Let him go or not. Lu Ming said coldly. This was their plan. Lu Ming would use the First Prince to exchange for Long Chen and the others. If the exchange was successful, it would naturally be for the best as there would be no risk. After all, if they made a move, the situation would be chaotic. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would not be able to fight back. There was still a risk. Duo Lu and the other evil god race powerhouses were all hesitant. For a moment, the situation was somewhat in a stalemate. Boom, right at this moment, the sky split open. A terrifying palm reached out, blasting toward Lu Ming. The power of this palm was boundlessly terrifying, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Even a peak heavenly emperor would also turn to ashes under this palm. Martial God, very clearly, the non-human's divine ancestor had made a move, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Even the First Prince was enveloped within. Roar, a dragon roar shook heaven and earth. A huge dragon claw formed, grabbing at that giant hand. With a shocking boom, the giant hand collapsed, and the dragon claw also retracted. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Duo Lu. This figure had a head of long golden hair. It was the non-human's divine ancestor. And beside Lu Ming, Ancestral Gregon's figure also appeared. Ancestral Gregon, you really came. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, full of dignity. Mo-ko, you're really ruthless. In order to kill Lu Ming, you don't even care about the life and death of your descendants? Ancestral Gregon said. Anyway, his cultivation has already been crippled. A piece of trash, it's fine to kill him. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. Hee hee, Mo-ko, you're still as cold and heartless as before. Ancestral Gragon sneered. Ancestral Gragon, I expected you to appear. You people of the Heaven Realm are all here. Today, you will stay here forever. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. A terrifying aura burst out. Buzz buzz, the space shook. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside the non-human's divine ancestor. One was the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, and the other was the Yellow Spring Empire's supreme elder. Two martial gods from the Yellow Spring Empire had shown up. Moko, do you think I'll come unprepared? Ancestral Gragon sneered, his face calm. In the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. They were the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. It's you. The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. Who would have thought that the two of you wouldn't care about the affairs of the world? Who would have thought that you would show up? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor said mockingly. We don't need you to interfere. Long Yen, let them go. The white-haired old man of the Yellow Spring sect said. Long Yen was the name of the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor. It's not that easy to let them go. The non-human's divine ancestor said. His face was dark. Long Yen had once said that the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect were stubborn old men who did not care about the affairs of the world. He did not expect them to be with Lu Ming and the others. This meant that he had lost his advantage. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The advantage that he had spent so much effort to gain was gone just like that. Moko, it seems like you want to fight. 6 martial gods appeared outside the eastern gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. The 6 martial gods faced each other, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Their auras spread between heaven and earth, shrouding the entire Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Everyone in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they felt like vomiting blood. The auras of the 6 martial gods were too terrifying. If they fought, it would be earth-shattering. The atmosphere was extremely tense. How about this? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, Long Yen, spoke. He looked at the white-haired old man and said, Old Huang, if you agree to join forces with us to break through the puppets outside Yellow Spring Island and help them enter the island, we can let them go. Long Yen still wanted to let the divine ancestor and the others enter Yellow Spring Island because they had already agreed on the terms. If the divine ancestor and the others obtained treasures from Yellow Spring Island, they would split it 50-50. They could not enter Yellow Spring Island by themselves. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years. The divine ancestor's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He also wanted to enter Yellow Spring Island. Lu Ming, what do you say? The white-haired old man looked at Lu Ming. The divine ancestor, Long Yen, and the others were shocked. The white-haired old man, a martial god, was asking for Lu Ming's opinion. What was their relationship with Lu Ming? Agree to their terms, but we have to enter Yellow Spring Island together. Lu Ming said. This was the only way to save Long Chen and the others. Alright, we'll join forces, but they have to enter Yellow Spring Island together. The white-haired old man pointed at Ancestral Gragon, Lu Ming, and the others. Alright, it's settled then. The divine ancestor, Long Yen, and the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although they did not want Lu Ming and the others to enter Yellow Spring Island, they would not be able to enter without the white-haired old man's help. Now, they had to enter Yellow Spring Island first. Once they entered, they would have to rely on their own strength. Once I get the fruit of life, Xianxia and I will recover from our injuries. Let's see how you'll die then. The divine ancestor thought to himself. Release them. Long Yen ordered. Immediately, someone unsealed Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, allowing them to regain their freedom. Lu Ming, you've saved me again. Long Chen came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. Lu Ming. Huang Ling smiled sweetly and came to Lu Ming's side. It's good that you're fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. After chatting for a bit, Lu Ming learned that Long Chen and the others had been exploring some cursed lands. When they came out, they were surrounded. Elder Huang, when do we make our move? Long Yan looked at the white-haired elder. 1 year later. the white-haired old man said. This was the time set by Lu Ming and the others. They needed time to gather the people from the other heaven realms. Only when more people entered Yellow Spring Island would there be a greater chance of obtaining an opportunity. Alright, then let's meet here a year from now, said Long Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, they returned to Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. Lu Ming and the others also left. Then, they met up with the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others and came to a famous mountain. This famous mountain was extremely famous in the Yellow Spring world. One only needed to inquire a little to know about it. Then, they spread the news and gathered the people of the Heaven Realm here. At the same time, Ancestral Dragon and some experts personally went to some cursed lands to search for the people of the Heaven Realm. At the same time, the Evil God race also spread the news and gathered the scattered members of the Evil God race to the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. For a time, the scattered Evil God race and the living beings of the Heaven Realm gathered in these two places. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The living beings of the Heaven Realm had basically all gathered here. Those who did not come were most likely dead. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people gathered here. When they first entered, there were thousands of people. The number had decreased by half. It could be seen how many people had died. Once the time was up, they set off for the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. When they arrived, thousands of people had already gathered outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. There were experts from the Evil God race and the Yellow Spring Empire. Let's go. The two sides gathered. Long Yan took the lead and headed in one direction. Yellow Spring Island was not in the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, but to the south of it. After flying for a few hours, a deep abyss appeared in front of him. This abyss was incomparably wide. It was unknown how long it was, and it was unfathomable. Rumbling sounds of water could be heard from the bottom of the abyss. Everyone looked from the side and saw that the bottom of the abyss was yellow water. Yellow Spring water, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Yellow Spring water flowed here? Yellow Spring Island is opposite this abyss. However, no living being can cross this abyss. No living being can fly over it. If they try to forcefully fly over, they will fall into the abyss. If you want to pass through this abyss, you can only pass through the bridge in front. Long Yan said. Everyone flew along the abyss for a while and saw a stone bridge. The stone bridge was very large and wide, leading to the other side of the abyss. However, when they approached, light flickered in the vicinity of the stone bridge, and one figure after another appeared. Puppets, however, these puppets were in human form. They were wearing blood-red armor. Their eyes were filled with a bloody glow. So these are the formation puppets? Lu Ming murmured. Previously, he had learned from the white-haired old man and the others that the puppets formed by the stone bridge were formation puppets. They were formed by the formation. Even if they were killed or destroyed, they would reappear after some time. Trespassers, die. A huge puppet shouted, its aura shaking the heavens and the earth. Martial God Realm, the puppet was in the Martial God Realm. It was extremely terrifying. There were 3 other puppets that were on par with the puppet. There were a total of 4 Martial God Realm puppets. Apart from these 4, there were over 100 other puppets. They were all in the Heaven Emperor realm or above. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. According to the plan, the 4 of us will each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. The 2 of you are not in your peak condition, so help one of us to kill one of the puppets, and then help the others. Long Yan glanced at the sacred ancestor and the ancestral dragon. The 2 martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect would each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. Meanwhile, the sacred ancestor and the ancestral dragon would work together to help one of them defeat a Martial God Realm puppet. Got it. Elder Huang nodded. Those in the ethereal transformation realm and above, follow me. Those in the ethereal transformation realm and above, attack. Long Yan and Elder Huang said. They stepped forward and charged at the puppets. Trespassers, die. A Martial God Realm puppet charged at Long Yan with a long spear. Bang! Bang! The four martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect respectively fought against the four martial god puppets. Their attacks were very simple. There were no complicated or flashy moves. Every punch and every palm strike was very direct, but the power behind it was terrifying. Each of his punches and palms possessed a destructive might. Even a peak martial monarch would be blasted into pieces by each of his attacks. The four martial god puppets were wearing blood-red battle armor. Each of them held a spear in their hand. They were like invincible generals. The spears pierced through the air with unparalleled killing intent. The 8 people on both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor looked at each other. Both of their eyes were shining. In the past, it was impossible for them to join forces. But now, they could only join forces. The 2 of them moved and pounced toward the puppet that was fighting with Long Yen. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked the puppet with all their might. Although Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor were injured and not in their peak condition, the 2 of them were still equivalent to a martial god when they joined forces. The 3 of them joined forces and immediately suppressed the other party. No one dared to approach the area where the martial gods were fighting. Lu Ming and the others also fought with the other puppets, but they were also far away from the area where the martial gods were fighting. These puppets were also extremely powerful. There were many experts, peak heavenly emperors, and even half a step into the martial god realm. But the number was a little less, only about 100. And Lu Ming and the others had even more. There were the Heaven Realm, the Evil God Tribe, the Yellow Spring Sect, and the Yellow Spring Empire. The number of the 4 added together was far above the puppets. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming controlled the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons and joined forces with Xianxia to fight a peak heavenly emperor puppet. This kind of puppet was formed by a formation, but its entire body seemed to be made of an incomparably hard metal. It was indestructible, and every move it made contained boundless power. When it clashed with the divine 9 dragon cauldron, the divine 9 dragon cauldron kept shaking. Xianxing's body was covered in black light, forming lotus swords that were incomparably sharp. He attacked from the side, leaving sword marks on the puppet's body. Although the puppet was strong, the 2 of them were still able to suppress it. For example, Qing Song, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the others almost always teamed up in 2 or 3 people. They completely had the upper hand. Of course, this was only possible because they were working together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for any 1 or 2 parties to be a match for these puppets. Bang! Bang! Not long after, some of the puppets were destroyed and turned into energy that dissipated. The puppet that Lu Ming was fighting against had its head chopped off by Xianxia. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon cauldron to crush it. Qing Song, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the Evil God Tribe had all won. Their puppets were destroyed one after another. A moment later, all of the puppets were destroyed, and the scene was cleaned up. There were only 4 martial god puppets left. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and dragon flame had secured the upper hand in the battle. The martial god puppet was in great danger. Its body was covered in cracks. Divine power. Dandan stood there and sighed with envy. Divine power? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. The power that the martial god controls is divine power, an extremely terrifying power. What laws, great Tao, heavenly Tao, in front of divine power, they cannot withstand a single blow, like tofu. Dandan said, becoming more and more envious. Not to mention him, which of those peak heavenly emperors was not envious? Lu Ming also saw that whether it was the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, or the martial god of the Yellow Springs world, the power they used had nothing to do with laws or heavenly Tao. They were all incomparably terrifying and invincible powers. This kind of power enveloped their entire bodies, making their attacks invincible. At the same time, their defensive power was also shockingly high. This kind of power is a bit similar to the power that Xiaoqing uses, but it is many times stronger than Xiaoqing's power. Lu Ming thought to himself. Everyone watched from afar. They could not interfere in the battle between the martial gods. Bang! At this moment, one of the puppet's arms shattered, and its aura began to weaken. The ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and Long Yan became spirited, and various kinds of attacks poured down like a storm. Bang! Bang! Following their attacks, the puppet's body continued to explode, and with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces and dissipated into streams of energy. As the puppet was defeated, the outcome was already decided. The three of them teamed up to attack another martial god puppet, teaming up with another person, 4 against 1. This time, it didn't take long for the puppet to explode. In this way, many of them surrounded one puppet and defeated it one by one. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining martial god puppets were all destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! As all the martial god puppets were destroyed, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor returned to their respective factions with a flicker, facing each other cautiously. Alright, you can cross the bridge now. The people of the Yellow Springs world can't. Long Yen said, and led the people of the Yellow Springs kingdom to the side. The people of the Yellow Springs sect also retreated to the side. Ancestral dragon, let's fight after we cross the bridge. The sacred ancestor looked at the ancestral dragon. That's what I want. The ancestral dragon said. In the next instant, both sides moved and charged toward the stone bridge. The stone bridge was very wide, and both sides took one side. They looked at each other as they charged toward the other side. This stone bridge was very long, several thousand miles long. From this, one could see how wide the abyss was. However, to them, several thousand miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Soon, they crossed the stone bridge. On the other side of the stone bridge was a boundless hilly area. Kill! The ancestral dragon roared as he charged toward the sacred ancestor. Fight! The sacred ancestor's battle intent soared as he fought the ancestral dragon. Kill! Kill! The evil god tribe and the beings of the celestial world were also filled with killing intent as they turned into streaks of light and clashed. Boom! Boom! The entire area was in an uproar. Space was torn apart, and terrifying forces filled the area. Roar! Xianxia turned into a 9-headed golden lion. His 9 heads roared as he pounced toward Dual A. The Titan Heavenly Bull also turned into its original form. Its horns were like battle blades as it fought a peak heavenly emperor of the evil god tribe. In addition, the 9 lives demonic silkworm and the others also fought with the other party's experts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and waved it continuously, blasting a 6-star heavenly emperor of the evil god tribe. Lu Ming, die! A figure suddenly charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. His purple hair was like a waterfall, and his aura was wild, giving Lu Ming an extremely strong pressure. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and attacked this person. Boom! This person struck out with his palm, colliding with the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Buzz! The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge toward him. His body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is an invincible expert who is half a step into the martial god realm. Those who were half a step into the martial god realm were known as demigods. They were also known as invincible experts. If the martial god realm did not appear, they would be invincible. Such people were extremely rare. Every one of them was extremely talented and terrifyingly powerful. The Primal Chaos Emperor, the Primal Chaos Sect Master, and the Immortal Emperor were all such people. There were not many of them in the entire Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. Originally, Lu Ming thought that people of this level would not enter the Yellow Springs Mountain this time. Instead, they would stay outside to guard against the enemy. He did not expect that the Evil God tribe would bring someone of this level in. At this moment, they suddenly attacked, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Kill! This evil god tribe member's killing intent was cold. His aura was as deep as the sea. He took a few steps forward and charged toward Lu Ming, throwing out a few terrifying palm strikes. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He activated the divine 9 dragon cauldron's power to the extreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword chi swept out. Xianxia also arrived at the side. Endless black lotus sword chi gathered into 3 beams and slashed toward the evil god tribe demigod. The attacks of both sides collided. An intense explosion occurred in this area. The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook crazily. Lu Ming felt an incomparably terrifying power surge toward him. His body flew out, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious. If it were anyone else, they would probably be injured even more. Xianxia was slightly better than Lu Ming. However, he also retreated, his face pale. The two of them were not a match for the other party even if they joined forces. A demigod was too strong. It was not just for show that he was invincible. Even two peak heavenly emperors could not be a match for a demigod. The evil god tribe demigod looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with shock. He did not expect that apart from Lu Ming, there would be such a young expert in the heaven realm. Such a person had never appeared in the evil god tribe since ancient times. The more talented one was, the more they had to be killed. The purple hair of the evil god race's demigod fluttered in the wind, and his aura was extremely powerful. He stared at Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Compared to Xianxia, he wanted to kill Lu Ming first. That was because the outsider sacred patriarch had ordered them to get rid of Lu Ming if they had the chance. A purple sword condensed in his hand. Sword chi soared into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. As a demigod, how shameless of you to deal with a junior. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. After that, countless bolts of lightning shot towards the demigod of the evil god race like lightning dragons. Every bolt of lightning emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The expression of the demigod of the evil god tribe also changed. He changed the direction of his purple battle sword and slashed out streaks of shocking sword light. They collided with the lightning, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. In the end, both the sword chi and the lightning dissipated. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a human, wearing a lightning battle suit. Streaks of lightning swam around it. This person was tall and slender, and he looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, this was just on the surface. In reality, he might have lived for many years. Heavenly lightning, it's you. I didn't expect you to come in too. The demigod of the evil god race's eyes turned cold. Heavenly lightning? Could it be the heavenly lightning the arch? Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He had stayed in the heaven realm for so many years, and he had heard of some of the top experts. The heavenly lightning the arch was known as the arch, a supreme among thearchs. Without a doubt, he was in existence on par with the primal chaos the arch and the indestructible the arch. A demigod, an invincible expert. Moreover, he had another identity, which was the disciple of the technique ancestor. Who was the technique ancestor? He was a peerless expert who had created the law cultivation system at the end of the primordial age. He was a peerless genius, a rare peerless figure. Such a person was too amazing. With his own strength, he had created the law cultivation system and made the law cultivation system strong to the extreme, surpassing many of the cultivation systems in the primordial age. However, the technique ancestor suddenly disappeared at the end of the primordial age. No one knew where he went. Therefore, in the primordial age, when the evil god race invaded the heaven realm, the technique ancestor did not appear. And the heavenly lightning the arch was a disciple of the technique ancestor. His background was extraordinary. Since you can come in, I can naturally come in too. We haven't fought for many years. Today, let's fight again. The heavenly lightning the arch was incomparably powerful. His entire body was enveloped by lightning. And he turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the demigod of the evil god race. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. As for Lu Ming and Xianxia, they charged toward the other members of the evil god race. In the midst of the great battle, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that there was fog in this area. Fog constantly emanated from the ground. Boom! Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and attacked one of the members of the evil god race. Originally, it was about to hit the other party, but for some reason, it suddenly hit nothing. The other party's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. The other party didn't have time to retreat. It was as if the distance between them had suddenly increased. Not only him, but the others present also noticed the abnormality. This was because when they attacked, they had already calculated the distance. But when they attacked, they realized that the distance between them and the other party had increased in an instant. At this time, the fog here was getting thicker and thicker, blocking their vision. Their field of vision was constantly shrinking. Everyone stopped what they were doing and didn't make a move. They looked around in surprise. Lu Ming suddenly realized that the people who were further away from him were completely enveloped by the fog. He couldn't see them at all. Gather! The ancestral dragon shouted, calling for the people of the heaven realm to gather. Gather! The divine ancestor of the evil god race also shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two groups of people rushed toward the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor. But in the process, they realized that the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor were getting further and further away from them. Then, they disappeared in front of their eyes. Senior! Lu Ming rushed over, but he didn't find anything. The ancestral dragon had disappeared. Lu Ming turned around and realized that even more people had disappeared. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the others had all disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Xianxia was the closest to Lu Ming. At this moment, his figure was getting fainter and fainter. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming, the two of them rushed toward each other, but it was very strange. The two of them weren't far from each other. In the past, they could reach each other in one step. But now, no matter how they rushed, they realized that each other's figures were getting fainter and fainter. Then, they completely disappeared from sight. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming shouted and rushed to the place where Xianxia was standing just now. But he didn't find anything and didn't hear any response. Everyone disappeared just like that. Apart from the thick fog, Lu Ming was the only one left in the world. There should be a grand formation here that separates everyone. Lu Ming thought. Looking around, all he could see was a vast expanse of white fog. His field of vision was only 2 meters. Beyond 2 meters, it was all blank and nothing could be seen. At the same time, the world was silent and there was no sound at all. Lu Ming focused and paid attention to the surroundings, not daring to be careless. No one knew what kind of danger they would face next. Lu Ming waited for a while, but found that there was no movement at all. Except for the thick fog and no one, there was nothing unusual. After a while, Lu Ming decided to start moving. He couldn't just wait here. Lu Ming identified the direction of the abyss according to his feeling and then walked in the opposite direction of the abyss. Lu Ming's speed was not fast. He maintained a constant speed. In front of him was all hills. Lu Ming kept walking for more than 10 days. He didn't know how much distance he had covered. During this period, there was nothing unusual, nothing attacked him, and he didn't encounter any danger. Splash! At this moment, there was the sound of water flowing in front of him. Lu Ming was energized. More than 10 days of walking in a fog without any sound and with a visual range of less than 2 meters was very uncomfortable. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been driven crazy. However, cultivators had a strong will. More than 10 days were nothing, but it was uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed when he heard the sound. Lu Ming strode forward. After a while, there was light in front of him. Lu Ming's vision suddenly widened. There was no fog in front of him. What came into view was a sea, a boundless sea. And Lu Ming was now on a beach. This seawater, when Lu Ming saw the seawater, his eyes narrowed. Because the seawater here was yellow and misty. It was obviously the water of the netherworld. There's so much water of the netherworld. Does the water of the netherworld flow here? Lu Ming was very surprised. Standing on the beach and looking out, he could see islands in the sea. Some islands were very close to Lu Ming. They looked like small black spots. Then, Lu Ming saw a small boat on the beach. The boat looked like it was made of wood, but it floated on the water of the Yellow Springs without a scratch. This cursed land is called Yellow Springs Island. Could it be one of the small islands in this sea? And to reach Yellow Springs Island, I have to take this small boat. Lu Ming pondered. In the next instant, a great emperor weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming tossed the great emperor weapon out. Whoosh! With Lu Ming's strength, the great sovereign weapon flew out like a bolt of lightning. However, when the great emperor weapon flew into the Yellow Spring Sea, it seemed to be met with a strong resistance. Its speed became extremely slow. At the same time, there seemed to be a gravitational force in the Yellow Spring Sea. The great emperor weapon fell into the sea and disappeared. Lu Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, flying was not feasible. He could only take the small boat. However, Lu Ming did not immediately board the boat and go out to sea. Instead, he searched the surroundings to find the others. Unfortunately, he did not find anyone. It seemed like he was the only one left in the world. I guess everyone's encounter is similar to mine. They should all see a small boat and take it out to sea. I believe we will meet again when we reach Yellow Springs Island. Lu Ming thought. Then, without hesitation, he jumped onto the small boat. He activated his strength and the small boat shot out like an arrow. Let's go to the nearest island first. Lu Ming headed towards the nearest island. It seemed that the island was not very far away. When he rushed there, he realized that it was really far away. The main reason was that the seawater here was all Yellow Springs water. He could not speed up the boat. So, he had to sail for more than an hour before he could travel a short distance. Lu Ming did not notice that not far from him, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. The upper body of the figure was that of a human, while the lower body was that of a snake. It was a snake man, however, he could actually survive in the Yellow Springs water. If Lu Ming and the others saw it, they would definitely be shocked. He, another tribulation has passed? I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. The snake man sneered, then dove into the sea and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to control the boat. Suddenly, Lu Ming was shocked. He felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around abruptly and threw a punch behind him. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void and blasted out. Whoosh, a figure rushed out of the sea behind him. It was the snake man. His entire body glowed, condensing a spear and stabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force hit it. With an explosion, Lu Ming's fist force shattered. The powerful force pushed Lu Ming and the boat back rapidly. A snake man? He actually came out of the Yellow Springs water. Lu Ming was shocked. Kid, your reaction is not bad, right? The snake man sneered. His long and narrow eyes were filled with excitement. Who are you? Lu Ming asked. If you want to know, defeat me first. The snake man said coldly. Fine, then I'll defeat you first. Lu Ming said. With a thought, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared. However, as soon as the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared, it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force and shrank rapidly. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew into his glabella, disappearing. This, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Ha ha ha, you want to use a treasure to deal with me? Let me tell you, in this place, no treasure can be used. You can only rely on your own strength. Do you understand? The snake man laughed. I can defeat you without using a treasure. Lu Ming controlled the boat and rushed toward the snake man. At the same time, Lu Ming's body emitted a purple-gold light. Lu Ming used the path of domination and condensed a purple-gold long spear. At the same time, he also burst out the strength of his physical body. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming used all his strength. With a sweep, the purple-gold long spear rapidly expanded and swept toward the snake man. This is the path of domination. How is it possible? At this time, the snake man was completely stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with a very shocked expression and completely forgot to defend. Boom, Lu Ming's spear directly hit the snake man's body. The snake man's body directly exploded and disappeared into energy. It's not the real body, but just a projection. Lu Ming's eyes moved. At the same time, he was curious and surprised. Because the snake man just said that it was the path of domination, the snake man actually knew about the path of domination. Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Back then, the ancestral dragon also said that this was the power of a ruler. Now, this snake man also said that this was the path of domination. More importantly, the name of this power was given by Lu Ming himself because this power had a kind of charm of a ruler. In every cursed land, there's a statue that contains the will of a sovereign. A Naga here recognized my sovereign Tao at a glance and was so surprised. What's the connection? Lu Ming kept pondering in his heart as thoughts flashed through his mind. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking. Lu Ming continued to steer the boat to the nearest island. At this time, on the island Lu Ming was going to, a Naga was shouting and laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha. The Tao of the Sovereign Lord. So it's the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. I thought it would be a blessing to find someone who could possibly comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Who would have thought that someone who has already comprehended the Tao of the Sovereign Lord would show up? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. Could it be that the heavens don't want us to die? No, I have to tell the others about this. This snake man was dancing excitedly. It was the snake man who had attacked Lu Ming previously. After talking to himself for a while, the Naga's body glowed. Then, another Naga appeared and rushed out, plunging into the yellow spring sea and disappearing. Not long after, the Naga's projection appeared on another island and joined the other creatures. Why did you call us in such a hurry? A creature covered in flames that looked like it was made of magma said. A big discovery, a big discovery. Another tribulation is over, and the creatures from the outside are coming in again. The Naga cried. Nonsense, do you think we don't know? Many people have already set off to take the test. Some have even landed on some islands. The magma-like creature said disdainfully. That's not what I'm talking about. Do you know, I just found a foreign human who has mastered the Sovereign Tao. The Sovereign Tao, ha ha ha. The Naga laughed excitedly. The scene fell silent. The other creatures looked at the Naga with their mouths agape. Then, their breathing began to become heavy. What did you say? You said, someone has mastered the Sovereign Tao? A humanoid creature with a pair of transparent wings said. He was tongue-tied and looked extremely excited. Yes, it's absolutely true. There's no mistake. The Naga nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha, great. There's hope for us. Ha ha ha. Following that, the few living beings started laughing maniacally as though they had gone mad. No, this matter must be reported to the Lord. Wait for me, I have to report this matter to the Lord and let him decide. The humanoid creature with the transparent wings said. Go. The others urged him. Then, the winged humanoid creature soared into the sky and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The others waited patiently. They didn't have to wait for long before the humanoid creature with the transparent wings returned. How was it? What did the Lord say? The others hurriedly asked. My Lord said to adjust the assessment method for that person. The specific assessment method is as follows. The transparent winged creature explained the rules of the trial to Nya Tian. It's that? The others stared at each other. The Lord said that it's not that difficult. If he can't even pass this, then there's no hope for us. Only if he passes will he have a chance to help us complete that matter. The winged creature said. What if he doesn't pass? The others asked. Then we'll kill him. A cold killing intent flashed in the winged creature's eyes. All right. The others sighed, then left and began to make preparations. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that there were already some difficulties waiting for him ahead. He steered the boat forward, and finally, after a few hours, he arrived at the nearest island. The island wasn't big, and it was lush with vegetation. Lu Ming jumped onto the island. When Lu Ming leaped onto the small island, the small boat dissipated with a bang and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that he could only go forward and not back. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming walked toward the depths of the island. Whoosh, Lu Ming hadn't gone far when he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. A sharp light struck at Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming didn't even think. A purple gold spear appeared in his hand and swept out, blocking the attack behind him. Boom, with a boom, Lu Ming's figure drifted back slightly. At the same time, he saw a figure drifting back. It's you again. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was that snake man again. But this time, Lu Ming could see that the other party had come in person. Brat, that was just my projection. The snake man sneered. Who are you? Also, how do you know my path of sovereign? Lu Ming asked several questions. If you want to know, beat me first. The snake man sneered, and with a leap, he charged at Lu Ming again. Whoosh, the spear in the snake man's hand was as fast as lightning and shockingly powerful. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, using both his physical body and path of sovereign. His spear trembled as he charged at the snake man. The two exchanged several dozen moves in the blink of an eye, but it was difficult to determine the victor. His strength is about the same as mine. Lu Ming's heart shook. He discovered that the snake man's strength was almost the same as his. It couldn't be so coincidental, unless the other party had intentionally suppressed his strength to the same level as his. Whoosh, suddenly, the snake man's attack changed. His spear turned into several hundred phantoms that stabbed at Lu Ming, making it difficult to see clearly. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind became highly focused as he retreated. All he could see were the phantoms of the spear. All of a sudden, Lu Ming moved. He only thrust his spear once. This thrust did not pierce any of the spear's shadows. Instead, it pierced into the void. Bam! When Lu Ming pierced the void, there was a loud roar. A long spear suddenly appeared in the void and the other phantoms of long spears disappeared without a trace. Kid, your combat awareness is not bad, but this is far from enough. Again. The snake man's eyes lit up, and then he attacked again. His figure flickered, and he attacked Lu Ming with incomparable speed. This time, his attack was even more strange, craftier, and unpredictable. For a moment, Lu Ming was beaten back repeatedly. The other party's strength was about the same as Lu Ming's, but his attacks were more mysterious and often caught Lu Ming off guard. Will I lose if our strength is the same? No way. Lu Ming roared inwardly, and his mind became more and more focused. He entered a mysterious mode, as if everything in the world was under his control. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's spear stabbed out continuously, and each strike blocked the other party's attack. Bam! Bam! After so many moves, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the other party's attacks. Although the other party's attacks were strange, they were blocked by Lu Ming every time. Sometimes, Lu Ming didn't even need to deliberately block. It was as if it was an instinct. When the other party attacked, he could instinctively attack and block the other party's attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Lu Ming adapted to the other party's attacks, Lu Ming began to counterattack. Moreover, every move attacked the other party's flaws. Lu Ming could often find the other party's flaws and counterattack at the critical moment. This kind of battle awareness, the more the snake man fought, the more shocked he became. At the same time, there was also excitement. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged another 100 moves. At this time, the snake man was completely at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Suddenly, the snake man raised his spear and erupted with an astonishing power. Lu Ming was directly bounced away. That was clearly the power of a peak heavenly emperor. After bouncing Lu Ming away, the snake man didn't chase after him. Instead, he shouted that he would stop fighting. Did I win? Lu Ming asked. You won. The snake man said. However, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was very excited. His eyes swept over Lu Ming's body as if he was looking at a treasure. Lu Ming's skin was covered in goosebumps from being stared at. Cough cough, senior, who exactly are you? Lu Ming asked again. Me? I'm the gatekeeper here. The snake man said. Gatekeeper? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, gatekeeper. You outsiders want to enter Yellow Spring Island. Since you have to accept the test, we gatekeepers will send you to different islands according to your performance. Let me tell you, many islands contain some opportunities. It will be very beneficial to outsiders like you. The snake man said. Then how can I step into Yellow Spring Island? Lu Ming asked again. Of course it's to pass all the tests. Just now, I was testing your combat awareness. Your combat awareness is not bad. You pass this test. The Serpentine Man said. Senior, how do you know that I control the Tao of the Sovereign Lord? Have you seen it before? Also, I've seen statues in the cursed lands outside, and they all seem to contain the will of the sovereign lord. What's going on? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. You'll naturally know the answer to these questions after you've passed all the checkpoints. Now, you've passed through this island and are on to the next one. The Serpentine Man said. Let's go to the next island. Didn't they say that many islands have opportunities? Doesn't this island have any? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. Stop looking. There's nothing on this island. After saying that, the Serpent Man moved and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. Others would have fortuitous encounters when they passed the trial, but why didn't he get anything when he passed? Lu Ming walked forward gloomily. After passing through the island, he saw a pontoon bridge on the beach ahead. It extended all the way to the next island. From afar, the island was fiery red, as if it was filled with flames. Clearly, his path had been arranged. He could only go to this island because only this island had a path. The other islands had no paths. Lu Ming stepped onto the pontoon bridge and sped up. When Lu Ming approached the island, he found that it was really covered in flames, like a mountain of flames. The blazing aura could be felt from afar. Soon, Lu Ming officially arrived at the island. What a high temperature. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the temperature of any place on this island was as high as tens of thousands of degrees. With this kind of temperature, not to mention ordinary people, even many hard refining materials and some strange metals would turn to ashes here. Even Lu Ming had to circulate his energy to resist. Lu Ming stepped onto the island. When Lu Ming stepped onto the island, the pontoon bridge in the Yellow Spring Sea disappeared. Lu Ming patrolled around. There was nothing, the island was completely silent. There was no sign of any vegetation or living creatures. This island should be the second stage. What will it have? Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He was cautious. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the ground shake. There seemed to be a giant walking towards him. Boom. Boom. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He saw a giant walking towards him. It was a giant with flames all over. Its body seemed to be made of magma. It was dozens of meters tall and looked like a small mountain. Boom. After a while, the giant raised its fist and smashed it at Lu Ming. In the process of smashing out, the giant's fist wriggled, turning into a giant hammer. The terrifying power made Lu Ming alarmed. Can't take it head-on. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, and his figure retreated hastily. In my hands, you can't escape. The giant opened its mouth. Taking a step, it actually leaped up. Its speed was astonishingly fast, approaching Lu Ming with extreme speed. Both fists blasted out continuously. Balls of magma actually flew out from its body, turning into magma fists one after another, blasting towards Lu Ming. There were too many magma fists. Furthermore, each one was extremely fast. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't avoid all of them. Lu Ming could only condense a long spear with his Tao of Sovereign and sweep it out, sweeping towards the few magma fists. Boom. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge towards him. His body directly flew out, smashing into a small hill, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably solemn. This magma giant's cultivation was peak Heavenly Emperor. And this place was the same as before. Lu Ming could not control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron at all. Unable to control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, Lu Ming just relied on his own strength. Even if he erupted with fleshy body strength and the power of Sovereign, it would only barely reach the standard of a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. It was simply impossible to be the other party's match. Bang, the magma giant took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was swift to the extreme, launching another attack. It pushed with both hands. A huge meteor formed, wrapped in magma through its body, slamming down towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best, stabbing out a shocking spear light. But, under the bombardment of the meteor, Lu Ming's spear light directly shattered. The huge meteor directly slammed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was sent flying again, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to split apart. The terrifying magma wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to turn into ashes. If not for him revolving the imperishable ancient scripture and desperately resisting, he probably would not have been able to withstand it already. But that magma giant did not stop at all, blasting another punch over. Right now, Lu Ming was not a match for the magma giant at all. Even if he did his best, he was only equivalent to a 6-star heavenly emperor. The difference between him and a peak heavenly emperor was huge. Lu Ming was severely injured and did not have the strength to fight back. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. At the same time, he was also very worried about Xianxia, and the rest. The difficulty he encountered was so great, so dangerous. What about Xianxia and the rest? What would happen? He was unwilling. He wanted to resist. He desperately urged the 9-dragon cauldron. However, there was a force between heaven and earth that was too strong, completely suppressing the 9-dragon cauldron. Bang, the magma giant landed beside Lu Ming, looking down at Lu Ming from above. You're too weak. The magma giant opened his mouth. Magma flowed on his body, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to humiliate me, don't even think about it. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. The magma giant seemed to smile and continued, I won't kill you now, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you in the future. I'll give you a chance now. I'll give you 50 years. In these 50 years, you can only stay on this island. Within these 50 years, you have to think of a way to defeat me. If you can't defeat me after 50 years, I will kill you and destroy your body and soul. Do you understand? After saying that, the magma giant turned around and left. Not long after, he disappeared. Giving me 50 years, is this a test? Lu Ming pondered. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scripture with all his might, beginning to heal his injuries. Although his injuries were heavy, they did not harm his source. Under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, he quickly recovered. Not long after, Lu Ming recovered. Within 50 years, if I want to defeat that magma giant, my combat strength must at least surpass that of an ordinary peak heavenly emperor. After recovering from his injuries, Lu Ming had no choice but to consider this question. 50 years seemed very long, but that was only for ordinary people. For people at Lu Ming's level, it would pass in the blink of an eye. If he wanted to surpass an ordinary peak heavenly emperor in 50 years, it would be difficult. With Lu Ming's current situation, if he wanted to surpass an ordinary peak heavenly emperor, there were only 2 paths. The first one was a breakthrough in the physical body. Now that Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious arts to the middle stage of the 6th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor, or perhaps he could suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor. As long as he cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious arts to the late stage of the 6th level, his physical strength would skyrocket, equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Coupled with the power of the Tao of Sovereign, Lu Ming was confident he could defeat the lava giant. However, with the 7 gods' mysterious art at this stage, it would be extremely difficult for him to improve further. If he cultivated step by step, it would be normal for him to spend tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Those Archean body cultivators had to spend a lot of time and effort to break through to the next level. Why did Lu Ming break through so quickly before? That was simply because his lucky chances were too deep, obtaining one rare treasure after another. Those treasures, each one of them was a rare treasure in the world. Refining that kind of treasure, Lu Ming's physical body broke through consecutively. If he cultivated step by step, Lu Ming's physical body realm would be far from his current level. Wanting to cultivate the physical body to the level of a peak heavenly emperor within 50 years was virtually impossible. The second path was to cultivate the Tao of Sovereign to the peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's Tao of Sovereign was too powerful, able to cross an entire realm. As long as the Tao of Sovereign was cultivated to the peak heavenly emperor, Lu Ming's combat strength would be equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Then, with the power of the physical body, he could also defeat the lava giant. However, to cultivate the Tao of Sovereign to the peak Heavenly Emperor within 50 years, it was simply harder than breaking through the physical body. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to break through. Previously, Lu Ming was able to continuously break through because he had comprehended the will of Sovereign on the statue. However, it had also taken him several decades. Now, to ask him to comprehend it himself and break through within 50 years, it was even more impossible. However, Lu Ming had to do it. Lu Ming had no doubt that if he did not defeat the other party after 50 years, he would definitely be killed by the other party. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind began to ponder at high speed. This must be a test. If it's not a test, then the other party can kill me right now. Since it's a test, there will definitely be a chance of survival. Oh right, that snakeman from before said that there would be opportunities on some islands. Maybe this island also has similar opportunities that can allow me to break through. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to search on the island. The island was not very big, with a radius of several thousand miles. Very quickly, it was searched by Lu Ming. There was nothing. This island did not have the slightest bit of vegetation, nor the slightest bit of life. Apart from flames, there was only flames. There was only a magma lake that was filled with terrifyingly hot magma. The temperature was at least a dozen or 100 times higher than outside. There's nothing. How should I break through? Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumble sounded again. The huge magma giant came again. Brat, do you think you can defeat me just by standing here in a daze? Watch me hammer you. The magma giant roared. Its arm turned into a huge magma hammer and smashed towards Lu Ming. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. Lu Ming was furious and fought with the other party. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was beaten down and heavily injured. I just think that you're easy to bully. What's wrong? If you have the ability, hit me. The magma giant shouted in an infuriating manner. After that, it laughed loudly and left. Lu Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Along the way, it had always been him suppressing others. This time, he was suppressed by a big fool. It was really depressing. No, I must break through within 50 years. I will not die here. Lu Ming's gaze became firm and then he began to heal his injuries. After his injuries were healed, Lu Ming began to comprehend the sovereign Tao. When Lu Ming was cultivating, the magma giant did not come to deal with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the sovereign Tao. However, his progress was slow and his gains were minimal. No, at this rate, I won't be able to break through to the peak Great Emperor realm in 50 years. Lu Ming muttered to himself. If he cultivated step by step like this, it would not be possible even if he had several times more time. Lu Ming's talent was already high enough. If it was someone else, without any opportunities, they would not be able to break through in 50,000 years, let alone 50 years. Rumble. At this moment, the magma giant appeared again after a year. As soon as it appeared, it raised its fist and smashed over. Lu Ming was naturally no match for the other party. Soon, he was heavily injured again. Brat, you haven't improved at all. I think you'll be dead in 50 years. Lu Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. Especially the lava giant's annoying look, it made Lu Ming gnash his teeth in anger. But then, Lu Ming had no choice but to reconsider the problem of cultivation. No, cultivating the path of sovereign, without any external help, it's impossible to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm within 50 years. It's better to cultivate the physical body. There are flames everywhere here, and the temperature is shockingly high. It's burning the body all the time, but it has a tempering effect. It's better to cultivate the physical body, and there's still a trace of hope. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to cultivate the physical body. It was not only because of the environment here, but also because there was only one bottleneck in the cultivation of the physical body. Once he broke through this bottleneck, Lu Ming's physical strength could reach the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming was only a 5-star Great Emperor. If he wanted to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm, there would be 2 bottlenecks during this period. Breaking through one bottleneck was naturally easier than breaking through 2 bottlenecks. Having made his decision, Lu Ming put down the path of sovereign and began to cultivate the physical body. Lu Ming removed the defense on the surface of his body and circulated the seven gods' mysterious art. Immediately, the temperature outside reached tens of thousands of degrees, enveloping Lu Ming's body. Chi-chi-chi, Lu Ming's body emitted a chi-chi-chi sound. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles vibrated. When his muscles vibrated, the high temperature outside seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming temper his body. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming took out a stock of emperor medicine and refined the energy of the emperor medicine to assist in his cultivation. A few days later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It's a little effective. The speed of cultivation here is several times faster than other places, but I can't break through in 50 years. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. With the help of the high temperature, it was indeed faster to cultivate one's physical body here compared to the outside world. However, it was not so fast that it was exaggerated. Lu Ming estimated that it would be difficult to cultivate to the late-stage 6th level within 50 years. To that lava lake. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of the magma lake. There was a lava lake on the island, and the temperature was at least several dozen times higher than outside. Lu Ming wanted to use the lava lake to cultivate. This was a cruel and extreme method, but Lu Ming had no other choice. Go. Thinking of this, Lu Ming directly rushed towards the magma lake. When they arrived at the edge of the lava lake, horrifying heat waves surged towards Lu Ming. The temperature here was 10 times higher than anywhere else. Just by standing on the side, the temperature here was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had no choice but to circulate his energy to resist. Get used to it first. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to rush into the magma lake. The temperature below was too high. It was far from what ordinary magma could compare to. It was too terrifying. If Lu Ming directly jumped down, even with the strength of his body, he would probably be melted. Immediately, Lu Ming removed his defense at the edge of the magma lake and began to cultivate. As soon as he removed his defense, the horrifying heat enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body seemed to be burning. Chi-chi-chi, bursts of green smoke rose from Lu Ming's body. Bursts of tearing pain came from all over his body. However, Lu Ming did not even frown. This pain was nothing to him. Sure enough, Lu Ming felt that the effect of cultivating here was better. Lu Ming revealed a trace of joy. Then, he calmed his chi and focused on cultivating. Time passed quickly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had completely adapted to the high temperature of the magma lake. In these 3 years, the magma giant did not come to find Lu Ming again. Swish, suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and jumped into the magma. 3 years of adaptation was enough. Now, he wanted to use the magma to temper his body. He had been on this island for more than 4 years. Time passed quickly. 50 years would pass in the blink of an eye. He had to hurry. After jumping into the magma, Lu Ming sank into the magma. The terrifying magma wrapped around Lu Ming. Pain, incomparable pain, Lu Ming discovered that his skin began to melt. Subsequently, his muscles began to melt as well. Block it. Lu Ming growled. While circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to recover quickly, he also circulated the seven gods' mysterious art to temper his body with the high temperature here. In the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. Although he was in pain all the time, the effect of cultivating here was indeed much greater. This was an extremely extreme cultivation method. Ordinary people could not bear it at all. This was because the physical body was constantly in the process of being melted and healed. How many people could endure such pain? Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Lu Ming had been on this island for almost 30 years. However, Lu Ming's body still had not broken through. It was still at the mid-stage of the 6th level. Not enough, continue down. Lu Ming began to sink. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature of the magma lake. After descending a few hundred meters, the temperature here was several times higher than above. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Not far away, the magma giant was watching. This kid is tenacious and decisive. He's ruthless to himself. Not bad, not bad. the magma giant muttered. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, completely forgetting the time. Every once in a while, he would sink for a period of time. Later, he almost sank to the bottom of the magma lake. Breakthrough. On this day, Lu Ming growled. His muscles and bones trembled violently, emitting thunderous sounds. Moreover, there were waves of dragon roars. Boom! Boom! The surrounding magma exploded continuously. At the bottom of the magma lake, it was as if there was a wild behemoth rolling about. Boom! Suddenly, the magma exploded. A figure rushed out from the bottom of the magma lake. This figure emitted an astonishing aura from head to toe. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. At this moment, his muscles trembled. The blood in his meridians surged like an angry dragon, powerful to the extreme. Broke through, his physical body finally broke through, reaching the late-stage 6th level of the Seven Gods' profound art. At this level, the strength of the physical body was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, almost cultivated to the peak. After a long while, the aura on Lu Ming's body concealed itself. Lu Ming's mind stirred. A set of clothes appeared and he put them on. Previously, in the magma lake, his clothes had long been burned. 46 years, I finally broke through. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. It had already been 46 years since he came to this island. In these 46 years, Lu Ming did not rely on any rare treasures. He relied purely on his own willpower to break through the bottleneck and push his physical body to the peak. However, there was no point in cultivating the Seven Gods' arcane art at this point. Although there was still a 7th level of the Seven Gods' arcane art, there were only 4 words, 10,000 elements in one. That was the entire content of the 7th level of the Seven Gods' arcane art. Lu Ming was confused. Boom! Boom! At this time, there was a series of roars in the distance. The magma giant appeared again. Kid, you finally dare to show up after hiding for so long. Come and take my punch. Before the magma giant arrived, it threw a punch from afar. A huge fist that was condensed from magma blasted toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. If it was when Lu Ming had just arrived on the island, Lu Ming would not be able to block it at all and would be injured by this punch. But now, boom, Lu Ming's muscles trembled as he threw a punch across the air. Lu Ming did not use the power of the Path of Sovereign in this punch. It was just the strength of his physical body. When the punch was thrown, the void was directly penetrated, and a pitch-black void appeared. Endless void storms condensed into fist force and blasted toward the magma fist. Boom, the two attacks collided fiercely, and the entire island shook. Then, the two dissipated. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems that you've broken through. Come, play with me. The magma giant laughed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Today, I'm going to beat you up. A murderous light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His muscles and bones shook, and his body directly passed through the space and appeared in front of the magma giant. He punched continuously with both fists. The magma giant also showed a strong fighting spirit. As its body moved, magma fists blasted toward Lu Ming. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner. Haha, kid, not bad. You can fight with me, but you're still a little short if you want to defeat me. The magma giant grinned. Then add a little more. Just now, I was just warming up my muscles and bones. Lu Ming sneered. Just now, he was indeed stretching his muscles and bones. His physical body had just broken through, and his strength had skyrocketed. He needed some time to get used to it, so he didn't use the power of the Tao of Sovereign just now. Instead, he relied purely on his physical strength. Now, he was almost used to it. Boom, Lu Ming's aura became even stronger. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of purple-gold light. With the addition of the Path of Ruler, Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased. Although the increase was not particularly great compared to his physical strength, it was enough to suppress the lava giant. Boom! Boom, Lu Ming began to attack again. A purple-gold fist light tore through the air, instantly shattering the lava giant's attack and forcing it to retreat. After a dozen or so moves, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and punched the lava giant's chest. The lava giant's chest exploded, and a big hole appeared. However, the lava giant's entire body seemed to be condensed from lava. The huge hole that was blasted open was completely fine, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. "Brat, not bad, you win," Magma Giant shouted. "Again, I'm not done yet. Continue." Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Lu Ming had been beaten up by the lava giant several times before, and he was really angry. If he didn't beat him back, it would be difficult for him to vent his anger. "Nest, brat, I've already let you win, but you're still fighting, Magma Giant shouted. In a moment of carelessness, he was punched in the face by Lu Ming. Half of his face had exploded, but it recovered in an instant. However, Lu Ming kicked the lava giant's stomach again, sending him flying. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after him, continuing to attack. You're shameless. You're still attacking. Stop, Nest, Magma Giant kept shouting, but his vitality was too tenacious. After being hit by Lu Ming continuously, he seemed to be fine. He couldn't be killed at all. However, after being hit, he still felt pain, so he kept screaming. After being hit by Lu Ming dozens of times in a row, Lu Ming stopped. At this moment, the lava giant looked at Lu Ming with resentment. It was as if a young girl in her prime had been humiliated by a thug. "Narrow-minded, vengeful," Magma Giant muttered. "What did you say?" Lu Ming glared. "Nothing? You've passed. Continue to the next island." Magma Giant turned around and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming revealed a smile. With his current strength, he was finally standing at the peak of the Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm. Without the need for the 9-dragon cauldron, he could suppress a peak Heavenly Emperor with just his own strength. In the current Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm, other than the invincible powerhouses who were half a step into the Martial God Realm, there were also true martial gods. He no longer had any opponents. However, in the entire Heaven Realm and Evil God Realm, how many demigods and martial gods were there? In the past, he had to look up to the realm, the existence that he had to look up to. Through his hard work, he had finally reached it. What's on the next island? Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived at the other end of the island. Sure enough, Lu Ming found a pontoon bridge here that led to the next island. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the pontoon bridge, heading towards the next island. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the next island. This island was completely different from the previous island. This island was full of vitality, with green trees and a faint fragrance in the air. Lu Ming wandered around the island. After wandering around for a long time, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the island. Here, there was a huge mountain peak. Below the mountain peak, there was a cliff. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that there was a huge statue at the bottom of the cliff. The statue was exactly the same as the statues that Lu Ming had seen in the other cursed lands. The only difference was that it was many times bigger. On top of that, the statue was filled with the will of the ruler, and it was extremely strong. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel the strong will of the ruler spreading in all directions. Following this, Lu Ming shifted his gaze upward and discovered a huge word carved on the cliff above the statue. The word battle, 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 battle. When Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the word battle, there was suddenly a loud roar from the word battle. It was filled with an endless fighting spirit. It was as if an undefeatable expert was having a great battle with someone. Following this, the voice disappeared. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, the word battle began to twist, as a mysterious intent surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. It was as if the word battle represented the origin of all battles, battle strength, and battle skills. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. Amazing, this is too amazing. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ming felt like he had a new understanding of the various battle skills and abilities that he had cultivated in the past. Not bad to be able to reach this island. A voice suddenly came from behind Lu Ming, shocking Lu Ming. There was someone behind him, but he did not notice at all. Even with his current cultivation and powerful spiritual perception, he was still unable to notice that someone was standing behind him. Lu Ming's back was covered in cold sweat. He quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a pair of transparent wings on his back. He was standing not far away, looking at Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming said with a stern look, "Are you the guardian of this island?" "No, I'm not the guardian." The man with transparent wings shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, those are the guardians." His finger was pointing at the statue and the word battle. "Those are the guardians?" Lu Ming was confused. "That's right, I know you've mastered the Tao of the ruler realm. This trial is very simple. You just need to fully comprehend the will of the ruler realm on the statue and fully comprehend the character battle within 100 years to pass the trial." The man with transparent wings said. "What if I fail to comprehend it within 100 years?" Lu Ming asked. "If you fail to comprehend it, I'll come and kill you." The man with transparent wings said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. He did not doubt the man's words at all. The man with transparent wings gave Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was no match against the man. The man was at least a half-martial god, or even a martial god. "Make full use of your time and comprehend it," the man with transparent wings said. He turned around and took a step forward, vanishing into thin air. Lu Ming had no idea how the man had disappeared. Phew, taking a deep breath, Lu Ming headed toward the cliff. 100 years, Lu Ming did not believe he could not comprehend the will of the Tao of rulers and the word battle on the statue. Not far from the statue, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the sovereign will on the statue. The will of the sovereign lord on this statue was much stronger and more profound than the ones on the statues Lu Ming had encountered before. Moreover, it was many times more intense and profound. It was naturally much more difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming was still very excited. He could sense that as he studied the statue, he was gaining new understandings of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, and was becoming more and more adept at using it. Even though he was using the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, he couldn't fully unleash its wonders. However, Lu Ming was still able to learn a bit about the Tao of the Sovereign Lord from the statue, which he eagerly absorbed. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's understanding of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord was progressing rapidly. Lu Ming could already sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, Lu Ming was not in a rush to achieve a breakthrough. He continued to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord for another 2 years, before taking out a huge number of God stones and absorbing them to achieve a breakthrough. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully achieved a breakthrough and achieved the 6-star martial monarch realm. Haha, my cultivation has improved tremendously with this statue. It won't take me 100 years to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming was in a great mood after achieving a breakthrough. He was full of confidence. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. It was even more difficult to achieve a breakthrough. This time, Lu Ming spent over 20 years to comprehend the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Crack, when Lu Ming fully comprehended the will of the ruler on the statue, cracks appeared on the statue. Just like the statues that Lu Ming had encountered in the past, they shattered. "I've comprehended it all. With my current understanding of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough. Time to do it." Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to take out the divine stones and began to refine them frantically. This time, it took a few months for Lu Ming to achieve a breakthrough and reach the peak 7-star martial monarch realm. The world energy in his body, the purplish gold energy, became denser and denser. With a thought, his entire body was covered with the purplish gold Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming felt that he was now filled with boundless energy. With a casual strike, he could shatter the earth and shake the heavens. With the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, Lu Ming could suppress an ordinary peak heavenly emperor with just the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. Coupled with the power equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, Lu Ming's current combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. "I wonder if I have the confidence to face an invincible demigod realm powerhouse now," Lu Ming pondered. He hadn't fought before, so he wasn't very sure. However, he knew that an invincible demigod realm powerhouse was much stronger than a peak heavenly emperor. Without fighting, he didn't have any confidence. "It's only been less than 30 years, and I've already comprehended this statue. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the word battle," Lu Ming pondered. After consolidating his cultivation, Lu Ming looked at the word battle. Waves of wondrous concepts emerged in Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming began to carefully comprehend them. But a few months later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and was somewhat bewildered. After a few months of comprehension, he felt that this word battle was simply unfathomable and unimaginably profound. At the beginning, he seemed to have benefited a lot. But as he continued to comprehend, he became more and more confused and puzzled. This word battle was not a martial skill, battle skill, or divine ability. It seemed to be a kind of concept, an extremely profound concept. It was as if this word battle was the origin of all battles. Whether it was battle skills, martial skills, divine abilities, and so on, they were all contained within this word battle. It was all-encompassing. It was truly all-encompassing. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he comprehended this word battle, he would be able to use any battle skill or divine ability at his fingertips. He would be able to use any weapon with ease. Wonderful, too wonderful. Lu Ming was not surprised, but delighted. He had a feeling that this was a great opportunity. As long as he grasped it, he would benefit immensely. Lu Ming began to comprehend again. Lu Ming had underestimated the difficulty of comprehending this word battle. In the first 20 years, Lu Ming seemed to be wandering in doubt, unable to make any real gains. The difficulty of comprehending this word was much more difficult than the Tao of Sovereign. It wasn't until 20 years later that Lu Ming finally made some progress. He had made considerable gains and was on the right track. At this time, he had been on this island for 50 years. And he had been in the Yellow Springs realm for more than 100 years. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was like a sponge, desperately absorbing water from the outside. Soon, Lu Ming had been on this island for 80 years. There were only 20 years left before the 100-year deadline. Lu Ming was still comprehending and had not finished. In the center of the Yellow Springs Sea, there was a huge island. This island was the largest island in this sea region. On it, there were undulating mountain ranges and countless peaks. Many of the peaks had huge palaces built on them. Yellow Spring Island was the core of this place. At this moment, 2 pontoon bridges appeared on the shore of Yellow Spring Island at almost the same time. They extended from a small island in the distance to here. 2 figures were running wildly on the pontoons, heading toward Yellow Spring Island. One of them was the ancestral dragon, and the other was the other tribe's divine ancestor. The 2 of them had reached Yellow Spring Island at almost the same time. They were also the first to reach Yellow Spring Island. When the 2 of them reached Yellow Spring Island, they noticed each other, and their gazes met. "Ancestral dragon, you're quite fast." The other tribe's divine ancestor sneered. "You're not slow either," Ancestral dragon said. Both of them were emitting cold killing intent. However, both of them were wary of each other and did not attack. At this moment, the 2 of them discovered a towering tree not far from them. This tree was incomparably huge, with a diameter of at least a few 100 meters. It towered into the clouds, and the entire tree, not only its trunk, but also its leaves were suffused with multicolored light. However, the most eye-catching thing was the fruits on the tree. There were a total of 18 fruits, and each of them was only the size of a fist. However, they immediately attracted the attention of the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. "Fruits of life. It's the fruits of life," the other tribe's divine ancestor muttered, his eyes burning with passion. He had finally found the fruit of life. Wasn't his goal in entering Yellow Spring Realm for the fruits of life? With the fruits of life, his injuries would be healed. In fact, with enough fruits of life, divine ancestor Xianxia's injuries would also be healed. At that time, it would be easy for him to flatten the celestial realm. At the same time, the ancestral dragon's eyes glowed with passion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the 2 of them pounced toward the fruits of life. The 2 of them reached out to grab the fruits of life at the same time. However, at this moment, the entire fruit of life glowed. Then, 2 roots emerged from the ground and whipped toward the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. Bam! Bam! The power of the roots was unbelievably strong. The hands of the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor were instantly crushed, and the two of them were sent flying. The expressions of the two changed, turning slightly stern. In the next moment, the two of them moved again. They unleashed their full strength and pounced toward the fruit of life. Crash! This time, the ground surged, and more than 10 roots appeared in an instant, whipping towards the two like a violent storm. Bang! Bang! The two of them continuously collided with the roots. Then, their bodies violently trembled and they retreated far away. At the same time, they spat out blood. Both of them were actually injured. They were two martial gods, yet they were injured by the roots of the tree of life. If the people from the heavenly realm and the evil god realm saw this, they would be dumbstruck. Their gazes were somewhat gloomy. The ancestral dragon didn't seem to be affected by the situation, but the outsider sacred patriarch had an unsightly expression on his face. His desire for the fruits of life and death far exceeded that of the ancestral dragon. Damn it! The outsider's sacred ancestor roared in anger. He had gone through so much trouble to get here. Could it be that he couldn't get the fruit of life? Right at this moment, the space above the tree of life rippled as a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. He looked very refined. When this person was young, he must have been a refined young master. The holy ancestor and the ancestral dragon both looked at this person warily. Because they couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. This time, only the two of you have entered the martial god realm. The middle-aged man glanced at the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor and murmured with a confused look. Currently, we're the only martial gods in the outside world. The sacred ancestor said. Only two martial gods? Strange, what's going on outside? Where is this place? The middle-aged man murmured, before looking at the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor and said, You're looking for the fruit of life, right? The fruit of life only ripens once every countless years. It's not ripe yet. It's not ripe yet? The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor were startled. That's right, it's not ripe yet. Therefore, if you try to pluck it, the tree of life will attack you. However, once it's ripe, as long as you don't harm the tree of life, it won't retaliate. The middle-aged man explained. How long will it take for the fruit of life to ripen? The sacred ancestor asked. Soon, the fruit of life is about to ripen. As for how long it'll take, I can't say for sure. If it's fast, it might take a few years, or a few hundred years. You just have to wait a little longer. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Following this, he glanced into the distance and mumbled, Will that kid be able to pass the trial? Let's hope so. After so many years, someone has finally mastered the Tao of Tao. At least there's some hope. Saying this, he turned around and disappeared from the place. The ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered with murderous intent. A few hundred years was nothing to them. They just had to wait a little longer. When the fruit of life ripened, they would surely have an intense battle to compete for it. The ancestral dragon, in particular, had the urge to kill the sacred ancestor right away. Once the sacred ancestor obtained more fruits of life, the heaven realm would be in great danger. But in the end, they were still not confident. The two of them did not rashly make a move. They sat at the side and waited. Time gradually passed. A few years later, a third person finally arrived at Yellow Spring Island. It was the heavenly lightning monarch from the heaven realm. A few months later, an undefeatable expert from the evil god tribe arrived as well. Following this, more people arrived at Yellow Spring Island. 10 years later, more than 100 people from each side arrived at Yellow Spring Island. Each of them had passed a different trial. It did not mean that those with lower cultivation would fail the trial. Therefore, there were differences in cultivation among the people from both sides. After arriving, they were warned by the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor to stay away from the fruit of life. If anyone below the martial god realm was struck by the roots of the fruit of life, they would definitely die. The crowd waited patiently. Suddenly, a strong fragrance came from the fruit of life. This fragrance made people feel comfortable all over when they smelled it. All the pores on their bodies opened up. Some people who had hidden injuries quickly recovered. The fruit of life had ripened, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh! Whoosh, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor reacted the fastest. They immediately dashed toward the fruit of life. This time, when they approached the fruit of life did not attack them. The fruit of life had indeed ripened. Ancestral dragon, die! The sacred ancestor suddenly yelled. He turned around and charged at the ancestral dragon. You're the one who's going to die. The ancestral dragon had the same thought as he charged at the sacred ancestor. The two martial gods clashed fiercely. Neither of them could get close to the tree of life. Those below the martial god realm seized the opportunity and rushed toward the tree of life. There were more than 100 people on each side. How could 18 fruits of life be enough? Naturally, they fought fiercely. More than 100 people were fighting in a chaotic battle. Both sides were evenly matched. Soon, some people died. The heavenly thunder sovereign was fighting a demigod from the evil god tribe. Ching Song, the titan longhorn beetle, and the others all had their own opponents. The area around the tree of life was boiling, and the chaotic energy was overflowing. Bang! Bang! The ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor fought high up in the sky. They had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Both sides wanted the fruits of life, but they did not want the other side to get them. Naturally, they would fight with their lives on the line. Don't fight. Snatch the fruits. The other tribe's divine ancestor transmitted his voice to his subordinates. All of the evil god tribe members attacked the heavenly realm beings. Then, they seized the opportunity and rushed toward the fruits of life. Not good. Snatch the fruits of life. The heavenly realm beings also shouted and rushed toward the fruits of life. In an instant, each of the 18 fruits of life was targeted by more than 10 people. Everyone surrounded the fruits of life and started another round of chaotic battle. However, there were still fruits of life that were snatched away. The first fruit of life was snatched by the demigod from the evil god tribe. However, the heavenly thunder sovereign also obtained one. Both sides exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, several fruits of life were snatched away. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ordinary-looking evil god tribe member emitted a shocking blood-red light. Then, a drop of blood flew out and turned into a human figure. His appearance could not be seen clearly. The blood all over his body wriggled and emitted a shocking killing intent. Kill! The blood-red figure rushed out. The blood-red light was like a sword as it charged toward the heavenly realm beings. Those beings with heavenly emperor cultivation were directly killed. Divine ancestor Xianxia. The ancestral dragon roared. Haha, although Xianxia has not recovered, he still has the strength of a demigod. Let's see how you guys block him. The other tribe's divine ancestor roared. Saint ancestor Xianxia had the strength of a demigod and an almost immortal body. He was too strong. Other than the heavenly thunder sovereign, no one in the heaven domain was a match for him. Wherever he went, the living beings in the heaven domain would either die or be injured. Divine ancestor Xianxia snatched several fruits of life. Soon, all 18 fruits of life were plucked. Saint ancestor Xianxia cast his gaze towards the living beings of the heaven realm who had obtained the life fruits and charged towards them. Damn it! Don't even think about it. The ancestral dragon roared and turned into a huge true dragon. His body was covered in layers of flames and his aura was rising rapidly. Ancestral Dragon, are you crazy? Do you want to die? The sacred ancestor roared in shock. At worst, we'll just die together. Roaring, the dragon ancestor charged madly toward the outsider sacred ancestor. Boom! Boom! After a series of explosions, the sacred ancestor was knocked back, and his body trembled. Ancestral Dragon was going all out, burning his life essence to kill divine ancestor Xianxia and the other divine ancestor. Now that the outsiders had obtained more fruits of life, if they allowed them to recover, the consequences would be dire. They might as well take them down with them. Lunatic! The foreign race's divine ancestor bellowed, not daring to continue fighting. In a flash, he charged towards divine ancestor Xianxia. Divine ancestor Xianxia turned into a streak of blood light and disappeared into the foreign race's divine ancestor's body. Go! The alien race's sacred ancestor shouted and charged into the depths of Yellow Spring Island. stay here. Ancestral Gregon roared, staring at the foreign race's divine ancestor as he charged madly. The two fought fiercely, clashing repeatedly. The foreign race's divine ancestor was injured, but he did not linger and focused on escaping. Now that the outsiders had obtained more fruits of life, there was no need for him to risk his life against Ancestral Gregon. As long as he recovered in the future, they would be the ones to succeed. Ancestral Gregon and the foreign race's divine ancestor charged into the depths of Yellow Spring Island. The other foreign races also charged toward the mountains and palaces on Yellow Spring Island. Yellow Spring Island was huge, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. There were countless mountains and palaces scattered around. Although the heavenly world beings chased with all their might, they were not stronger than the foreign race. Soon, they lost track of the foreign race. Ancestral Gregon chased for a while, but he could not catch up to the foreign race's divine ancestor. The foreign race's divine ancestor had escaped, disappearing into the vast mountains. Ancestral Gregon's face was extremely ugly. He retreated and began to gather the heavenly world beings. He had just burned his life essence, and now, he was weak and his aura was weak. Soon, the heavenly world beings gathered. Senior Ancestral Gregon, you burned your life essence. Quickly swallow a fruit of life to stabilize your injuries. A heavenly world being walked out and gave him a fruit of life. Although the fruit of life was extremely precious and he could not bear to part with it, he understood that Ancestral Gregon was the key to the heavenly world. Without Ancestral Gregon, it would be useless no matter how many fruits of life he obtained. Alright, I'll remember this fruit of life. I'll compensate you accordingly. Ancestral Gregon nodded. He did not stand on ceremony. He took the fruit of life, swallowed it, and began to refine it. A few days later, Ancestral Gregon's aura stabilized. As expected of the fruit of life. Ancestral Gregon exclaimed. The effects of the fruit of life were truly astonishing. Now, the energy of that fruit of life was far from being refined. However, because he had burned his life essence, he had stabilized it. In the future, as long as he continued to refine the fruit of life, his injuries would slowly recover. How many fruits of life did we get this time? Ancestral Gregon asked. Senior Ancestral Gregon, I'll have one. I'll have one too. Immediately, the heavenly world beings who had obtained the fruits of life walked out. There were a total of 6. Including the one that Ancestral Gregon had swallowed, there were a total of 7. Ancestral Gregon and the heavenly world beings had ugly expressions. In that case, the evil god tribe had obtained a total of 11 fruits of life. 11 is enough for Moke and Xianxia to recover. Ancestral Gregon whispered, his face exceptionally gloomy. Although Saint Ancestor Xianxia's injuries were serious and only had a strand of bloodline left, with so many fruits of life, he would definitely be able to recover. This would be a disaster for the heavenly world. Senior Ancestral Gregon, I'm willing to give this fruit of life to you. Me too. Those who had obtained the fruits of life handed them to Ancestral Gregon. They knew what was important and what was urgent. Alright, I'll accept them all. First, I'll heal my injuries. If there are more, I'll give them to the other injured experts to help them recover. Also, if you need anything, just say the word. Ancestral Gregon said. At this time, he did not stand on ceremony. Moreover, the ancient war was exceptionally tragic. Not only was Ancestral Gregon injured, but there were also other experts. For example, peak heavenly emperors, such as the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm. But now, their injuries had healed. This Yellow Spring Island is filled with mountains and palaces. It might contain opportunities. Let's form a team and explore it. Then, Ancestral Gregon looked at the mountains and ordered the heavenly realm beings to form small teams and enter the vast mountains to explore and see if they could find any opportunities. As for Lu Ming, he was still on that island, comprehending the word battle. It had been 90 years since he came to this island. After so many years of comprehension, he had benefited a lot. The word battle was too exquisite. As Lu Ming comprehended it, his experience of combat had greatly deepened. Although he did not have any combat skills, Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared as soon as he attacked. His every move was filled with powerful combat strength. His previous battle skills and divine abilities were a lot more powerful when he executed them. The word battle was too wonderful. In other words, no matter what combat skills or divine powers Lu Ming cultivated in the future, their power would be strengthened. No matter what weapon he used, he would be able to wield it with ease and unleash its strongest power. This was battle. As long as it was related to combat, it would be improved. After comprehending the word battle for decades, Lu Ming's cultivation did not improve at all, but his combat strength was stronger. Now, he was more confident. In the past, he did not have much confidence in facing an invincible demigod. Now, he had the confidence to fight. Swoosh! Swoosh, boom! Boom, under the cliff, Lu Ming's figure flashed and danced, displaying all kinds of divine powers. Under the support of the word battle, the power of these divine powers was increased by a lot. This cultivation lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. After 9 days and 9 nights, Lu Ming stopped. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath, his eyes bright. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Ming laughed. Crack, at this moment, a crack began to appear on the word battle. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. It was exactly the same as the previous statue. Lu Ming had already thoroughly comprehended the word war. When the word battle cracked, the void flashed, and the man with the transparent wings reappeared. Not bad. To be able to fully comprehend the battle character formula within 100 years, his talent is not bad. The man with the transparent wings nodded, excitement flashing in the depths of his eyes. Senior, can I proceed to the next stage? Lu Ming said. The next stage? That's it. This is the last stage. The transparent winged man smiled. It's the last stage? Can I head to Yellow Spring Island now? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Alright, I'll send you there. The translucent winged man nodded and waved his hand. A disc array flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. The disc array shot out a pillar of light that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt himself stepping into the teleportation array. In the next moment, his body disappeared. The void rotated. After a while, Lu Ming found himself in a spacious hall. Where is this? Is this Yellow Spring Island? Lu Ming was a little stunned. He originally thought that he would appear on the island. He did not expect to appear in a hall. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings. The main hall was empty except for a statue at the very top. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this statue the one that he had been looking at previously? However, the statue here did not have the slightest hint of a ruler's will. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. At this moment, a shadow flashed in the void and a figure appeared. It was an elegant middle-aged man in a white robe. This middle-aged man was the one who appeared above the Tree of Life to warn Ancestral Gregon and the others. Congratulations on passing all the stages and arriving here. The elegant middle-aged man smiled. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. I'm by ya. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Lu Ming, you've mastered the Tao of Ruler. Your talent is extremely rare, similar to my master's. Tao of Ruler, Senior, is there really such a Tao between the heavens and earth? It's just a name I came up with. Lu Ming asked. You came up with it? Ha ha ha, that's a coincidence. That's right, the Tao of Ruler does exist. Those who practice the Tao of Ruler will be able to control the god force of the ruler realm once they rank up to the martial god realm. It's an extremely high-level god force. Baya said. Martial god realm, god force of the ruler realm? Lu Ming was confused. That's something the martial god realm is related to. Your cultivation is still too weak, so you don't have to worry about it. Baya said, most importantly, you've passed all the stages and arrived here. Besides, you've also practiced the Tao of Ruler, thus you can inherit my master's succession. Succession? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Let me tell you, my master is an extremely powerful existence with outstanding talents and an immeasurable cultivation. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain is my master's treasure. Baya said. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. His heart was filled with great astonishment. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain was Baya's master's treasure. Heavens, the size of the Yellow Spring Mountain was comparable to the total size of the 9 heavens of the heaven realm. It was boundless, with countless living beings, including martial gods. On top of that, Lu Ming had stumbled into a few experts on the Yellow Spring Island. The man with the transparent wings and the scholarly man before him were both immeasurable. Lu Ming suspected that they were both martial gods. Therefore, the master that Baya mentioned was most likely stronger than the martial gods. Stronger than the martial gods? Did such a person really exist? Previously, Lu Ming had thought the martial gods were the strongest existences in the world, but it seemed like that was far from the truth. There were existences stronger than the martial gods. Legend had it that the Yellow Spring Mountain came from the outer world, thus there must be existences stronger than the martial gods. Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. At his current level of cultivation, he was almost at the peak of his cultivation. The evil god tribe did not have many opponents in the entire heaven realm. Now that he knew there were existences stronger than the martial gods, Lu Ming had a higher goal. I can obtain the succession of such an existence? Having this thought, Lu Ming's heart burned passionately. My master's name is Jingyu. This statue is my master. You must have seen my master's statue in many places before. That's because this treasure belongs to my master. Therefore, many places worship my master's statue. Baya said. Lu Ming came to a realization. He finally understood why every cursed land had a statue. Unfortunately, my master is dead. He was killed by a traitor. Meanwhile, we and the Yellow Spring Mountain are sealed here. We will never be able to leave for generations. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine when Baya released a wisp of his aura. With his current cultivation, he was like an ant facing an elephant. He could not resist at all. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, that was what Lu Ming felt. He had a feeling that if Baya wanted to attack him, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. He did not feel that from the ancestral dragon or the divine ancestor. Lu Ming was even more shocked. An existence like Baya was sealed here and could not leave for generations. Also, Baya's master, Jingyu, was definitely stronger, but he was killed. How strong was their enemy? Also, there were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain. Were they also set up by their enemy? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. However, there is always a way out. Every 10,000 years, the seal of the Yellow Springs Mountain will loosen, and you people from the outside will be able to enter. We have been looking for a suitable candidate to inherit Master's legacy. Unfortunately, there are not many outsiders who come in each time, and very few of them are talented. We have waited for a long time and finally, you are here. Baya said. Senior, there must be a condition for me to inherit Senior Jingyu's legacy, right? Lu Ming said. Baya looked at Lu Ming with admiration. You are very smart. Not bad, there is indeed a condition. I can tell you this. Back then, Master was framed. He was wronged and died. Master's bloodline will be sealed here forever. Therefore, if you want to inherit Master's legacy, you must swear on your life essence that you will avenge Master in the future, clear his name, and save us from this place. As expected, Lu Ming knew it was not simple. Lu Ming said with a wry smile, Senior, with your cultivation and Senior Jingyu's cultivation, you are not a match for him. How can I do it? You can't do it now, but that doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. There is no time limit for this. With your talent, you may be able to surpass Master in the future. Although this is difficult, there is still some hope. I can tell you that what you have comprehended is only one of the billions of Master's legacy. If you can obtain Master's legacy, you will be able to avoid many detours in the future. Baya began to tempt Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mind was also thinking rapidly. Baya's master, Jingyu, was obviously a terrifying existence. His cultivation was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Avenging such a person would definitely be very dangerous. However, Lu Ming immediately thought of the evil god tribe. If the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Xianxia recovered, he wouldn't even be able to get past the evil god tribe. Everyone in the heaven world would die, including his family and friends. As for agreeing to White Feng's request to avenge Jingyu, that was something that would happen many years later. Furthermore, even if he failed, he would be the only one who would die. Moreover, if he could obtain Jingyu's legacy, he might have a way to fight against the evil god tribe. At the thought of this, Lu Ming made a decision. Alright, senior, I agree. Lu Ming said. Good. Baya was overjoyed. However, you still have to swear on your life origin. Swearing on life origin was different from a blood oath. Blood oaths could be resisted at the martial emperor realm. However, swearing on life origin was directly applied to one's life origin. Not to mention martial emperors, even martial gods would find it difficult to resist. If one went against the oath, they would suffer terrible punishment. Lu Ming immediately swore on life origin according to Baya's request. Senior, I still don't know who Senior Jingyu's enemy is. Lu Ming said. How could he take revenge if he didn't even know who his enemy was? Do you know about the Taishu dynasty? Baya asked after pondering for a while. Taishu dynasty? Never heard of it. Lu Ming shook his head. Never heard of it? It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Those guys must have sealed us in a very remote place. You should have heard of the Wuji Galaxy, right? Baya said. Wuji Galaxy? Lu Ming was even more confused. I haven't heard of the Wuji Galaxy. What about the primitive universe? You should have heard of it, right? Baya said. Lu Ming shook his head hard. You haven't heard of the primitive universe? Baya was dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Ming and was tongue-tied. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. He really hadn't heard of it. Was it shameful to not have heard of it? Where did those guys seal us? I haven't even heard of the primitive universe. No wonder so few geniuses came in these years. Ruthless, those guys are really ruthless. They want us to never be able to rise again. Baya's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was very smart and didn't say a word. A while later, Baya finally calmed down. You don't know anything. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to explain it clearly. How about this, you can inherit master's succession first. After White Fan finished speaking, a picture scroll appeared in his hand. After opening the picture scroll, a young man was drawn on the picture scroll. He was extraordinarily handsome and lifelike. It was Baya's master, Jingyu. On top of that, the will of the ruler of Tao from the portrait was shockingly strong. It was many times stronger than any of the statues that Lu Ming had come into contact with. Lu Ming, use your Tao of the ruler to resonate with master's portrait. You will be able to inherit master's succession. Baya said. Lu Ming nodded and immediately executed his Tao of the ruler. As he expected, as soon as he executed his Tao of the ruler, the scroll emitted a purple golden glow. A moment later, the scroll turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's mind. At that instant, Lu Ming felt like he could see a young man with his hands behind him standing in his divine sense. His figure was emitting a brilliant purple golden glow, which represented the will of the ruler of Tao. Battle. At that instant, the young man uttered a roar as the word battle flew out. The word battle was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had come from the river of time. It was as if it represented the origin of all battles between the heavens and earth. It was mystical and immeasurable. It was countless times more mystical than the word battle that Lu Ming had comprehended before. A moment later, the rare phenomena in Lu Ming's mind disappeared. Only two things were left in his divine sense. A scroll, an ancient word battle. There was no other information, nor was there any martial art or secret art. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. How was it? What did you get from master's succession? Baya asked. There are only two things. One is a painting, and the other is the ancient word war. There is no other information. Lu Ming said in disappointment. I see, I understand now. Master has sealed everything in the scroll. It must be because your cultivation is too weak that you didn't get any information. Lu Ming was really speechless. His cultivation was too low. One had to know that with his physical body and path of domination combined, he was confident that he could fight a demigod. Now, in the entire heaven realm, evil god realm, and the primordial realm, how many people were his match? But in White Fang's eyes, his cultivation was too low. Don't worry, as long as your cultivation breaks through in the future, the seal in the scroll will also be opened. Not only will there be Master's cultivation method, but there will also be some information about Master's enemies. White Fang said. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, you look very disappointed. You don't know how lucky you are. Do you know how envious I am? Do you know how mysterious the battle word you obtained is? How big of a background it has? That's the origin ancient word, do you understand? If it was in the primitive universe, I'm afraid countless terrifying existences would fight over it. White Fang exclaimed, his eyes full of envy. The origin ancient word? Lu Ming continued to be confused. He realized that he could not understand what White Fang was saying. Forget it, you won't understand even if I say so much. Remember, when you travel in the primitive universe in the future, you must try not to expose the secret of the battle word. Otherwise, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Also, the battle word you comprehended before is only 1/1,000,000th of the origin ancient word. No, it's 1/1,000,000,000th of it. So, in the future, you have to comprehend more of this battle word. The benefits it will bring you are unimaginable. This battle word was accidentally discovered by Master. He hasn't comprehended it yet. Others don't know about it at all. Otherwise, those guys would definitely not leave behind the inheritance of others. White Fang continued to blabber on and on. Lu Ming seemed to understand, but he could only remember it all in his heart. Also, this is for you. A storage ring appeared in White Fang's hand, and he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and was overjoyed. There should be some treasures in the storage ring. Lu Ming's spiritual sense probed inside. In the next moment, Lu Ming revealed a trace of disappointment. The things in the storage ring were very simple. There were only two things. There was a sword and a huge wooden chest. With a thought, the sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This weapon, Lu Ming sensed it and then injected his world energy into it. Immediately, he felt that this battle sword was like a bottomless pit. Moreover, there was a strong devouring power that crazily devoured the world energy in his body. Lu Ming was so scared that he quickly cut off his connection with the battle sword. How horrifying. Lu Ming felt that if this battle sword erupted, its might would be many times stronger than that of a heavenly Dao tool. This is a divine weapon, a weapon used by martial gods. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to control it. Its energy will be sucked dry. You should use it when you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. White Fang said. Divine artifact. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. He finally knew the name of the weapon used by martial gods. The reason being that the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes had both used weapons of this level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This weapon was priceless. Lu Ming put the weapon back into the storage ring and took out the wooden chest. As soon as he opened it, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately assailed his nose. Inside the wooden box were many sparkling and translucent fruits. The life essence was simply astonishingly rich. Lu Ming was astounded. He could sense that the fragrance of the fruits was similar to that of the life and death pill, but it was stronger than the life and death pill. These are the fruits of life. White Fang explained, the tree of life on Yellow Springs Island will bear fruit every once in a while. However, for you people from the outside world, the myriad tribulation will only come once. Therefore, I have collected the fruits that bear fruit at other times. There are a total of 180 fruits here. The fruit of life's medicinal effect is not bad. Take it. Thump. Thump, Lu Ming's heart pounded rapidly. There were 180 fruits of life. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He was truly ecstatic. As for White Fang's remark that the medicinal effect was not bad, Lu Ming ignored it. Not only was the fruits of life and death pill effective, but they were also priceless treasures. Lu Ming had seen the effects of the life and death pill. The injuries of the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm could not be healed even after countless years, but they had mostly recovered in a few days. The fruits of life were even more amazing. Didn't the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes fight to the death for the fruits of life, but now, Lu Ming had obtained 180 fruits of life. Lu Ming quickly closed the lid of the wooden chest and put it away. Lu Ming was over the moon. He was very satisfied. He had gained a lot this time. Alright, I've told you what I should, and I've given you what I should. Now, let me send you out. White Fang said. How do we get out? Lu Ming asked. There's a boat on the other side of the Yellow Spring Island. You can take it and leave. I'll transmit my voice to the people on the island. White Fang said. Senior, wait. Lu Ming blurted out. What is it? White Fang asked. Senior, are there people with 3 eyes on the island? Lu Ming asked. That's right, there's a martial god among them. White Fang said. Senior, can you kill the martial god with 3 eyes? Lu Ming asked. If he could kill the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, everything would be resolved. No way. White Fang shook his head and said, we've been sealed here, thus we're under a lot of restrictions. We can't help you. Those people are your enemies, right? You should take care of them yourself. If you can't even take care of such weak enemies, how are you going to face stronger enemies in the future and avenge Master? Saying this, White Fang's figure disappeared with a flicker. Lu Ming was left speechless. Weak, that was a martial god, yet he was weak. Lu Ming finally realized that his values and thoughts were completely different from White Fang's. There was no way he could compare them. Not long after White Fang left, he came back. Alright, I've spread the news. I'll send you out now. With that, White Fang waved his hands and Lu Ming's body disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. Brother Xianxia. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he saw a few people flying in a certain direction. Brother Lu Ming. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. He immediately flew over. Brother Lu Ming, let's go. Senior Ancestral Dragon is summoning us. Xianxia said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. He followed Xianxia and the others and flew in a certain direction. A while later, they met up not far away from the Tree of Life. Xiaoqing, Dandan. Speaking of which, they had not seen each other for nearly 150 years since they entered Yellow Spring Island. They were naturally happy to meet each other now. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that whether it was Xianxia or Dandan, their cultivation had greatly improved. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of 7-star Heavenly Emperor. Dandan was not much worse. He was also a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, a pontoon bridge appeared on all the islands in the Yellow Spring Sea region. On those islands, there were many figures rushing towards Yellow Spring Island. They were those who did not reach Yellow Spring Island and stayed on other islands. Soon, Lu Ming saw Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. None of his friends were fine, and their cultivation had all improved greatly. Lu Ming was relieved. A few hours later, no one appeared on those islands. Everyone is here. Let's go. Ancestral Dragon led everyone and rushed to the side of Yellow Spring Island. Along the coastline, they soon discovered 2 huge warships. Rumble, one of the battleships began to rumble as it sped forward. On it were the foreign race's divine ancestors and some other experts of the Evil God tribe. The Evil God tribe actually left first. One had to know that there were still some Evil God tribe members on the island who had not boarded the ship. Clearly, the foreign race's divine ancestor was afraid that Ancestral Dragon would fight him to the death, so he abandoned some Evil God tribe members and left first. This guy is really despicable. Ancestral Dragon said angrily. He really wanted to fight the foreign race's divine ancestor to the death. Unfortunately, the foreign race's divine ancestor was deliberately avoiding him. The remaining Evil God tribe members sighed helplessly when they saw the foreign race's divine ancestor and the others leave. They had been abandoned. Fortunately, the Yellow Spring world was incomparably huge. Staying here was not much different from staying in the Evil God realm. When they saw the Heaven Realm experts' malicious gazes, their expressions changed. They rushed in another direction and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Ancestral Dragon called everyone to board the heaven-piercing warship. Soon, everyone boarded the heaven-piercing battleship. The heaven-piercing battleship began to move forward, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Before long, a huge vortex appeared, and the outsiders and their heaven-span battleships charged into it. This time, it didn't throw everyone out like it did when they first came in. The two sky-reaching battleships followed the vortex and landed below. Then, the water of the Yellow Springs flowed forward, forming a large river. Was this the source of the Yellow Springs River? Everyone couldn't help but think so. The Yellow Springs River originated from here, then flowed one round before returning to the Yellow Springs world, forming a cycle. Therefore, as long as they traveled along the Yellow River, they would one day arrive at the battlefield outside Two Realm City in the Grand Lucid Heaven domain. However, it would probably take a long time. The battlefield outside Two Realm City was already relatively close to Yellow Springs Mountain. If they took a detour from here, they would probably be very far away. Everyone looked for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others gathered together, chatted for a while, and then went their separate ways. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a deck. With a thought, the picture scroll and the word battle appeared in his mind. Lu Ming's attention was focused on the word battle. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed that there was an infinitely mysterious aura emerging. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. It could only be sensed but could not be expressed in words. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. This was Lu Ming's feeling toward the word battle. The word battle that Lu Ming had comprehended when he passed the third trial originated from here, but it was only a trace of it. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending. The more he comprehended, the deeper his understanding of battle became. The Yellow Springs River was really long. They continued to travel like this for a full 2 years. At this time, the alien race's divine ancestor in front of them made a move. He forcefully tore open a space and then rushed into the space crack with the sky-reaching battleship. That's Tartarus Heaven. Many people saw and recognized the world behind the space crack. Obviously, the alien race's divine ancestor and the others had entered Tartarus Heaven and planned to return from there. Soon, the space closed. They continued forward. Since they had reached Tartarus Heaven, they would not be far from Taiching Heaven. Everyone stopped cultivating and began to wait. Indeed, not long after, the ancestral Gregon made a move and tore open the space. From the space crack, one could see that the other side was the battlefield outside Two Realm City. Let's go. The ancestral Gregon led the sky-reaching battleship through the space crack and returned to the battlefield outside Two Realm City. They were back, many people exclaimed. This time, they had been in Yellow Springs Mountain for more than 100 years and experienced a lot. Now that they were back, it felt like a dream. Whoosh! 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 Everyone flew out of the sky-reaching battleship and flew toward Two Realm City. Soon, they were near Two Realm City. Senior Ancestral Gregon and the others are back. When they approached, the experts on Two Realm City noticed them and hurriedly opened the array to let them in. After entering, they learned that in the past 100 years, the Heaven Realm and the Evil God tribe had not made any moves and had been in a stalemate. Then, everyone bid farewell and left. This time, many people had fortuitous encounters in Yellow Springs Mountain. Especially on Yellow Springs Island, many people had fortuitous encounters and needed to find a place to go into seclusion and digest them. The ancestral Gregon also left and returned to the lair of Zulong. He needed to use the fruit of life to recover from his injuries. Now, they were in a hurry. It could be foreseen that the alien race's divine ancestor would also recover from his injuries at the fastest speed. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Xianxia, and the others stayed in Two Realm City for the time being. Lu Ming, I have to go too. My cultivation has reached the 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm. I want to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. I want to return to my previous peak level. Dandan bid farewell to Lu Ming. Dandan, this is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade box flew to Dandan. Dandan reached out and received it. When he opened it, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Dandan's pupils contracted, revealing a fiery look as he exclaimed, "This is the fruit of life." Kid, how did you get the fruit of life? He remembered that when they were fighting for the fruit of life, Lu Ming was not there. Shoo, lower your voice. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Fortunately, there were only the two of them here, and no one else. Who am I? Let me tell you, I have a lot of fruits of life. Lu Ming said proudly. Really? Dandan was skeptical. Nonsense, of course it's true. You can use this fruit of life to restore your cultivation to its peak. Lu Ming said. The fruit of life not only treated injuries, but also had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. In fact, even if someone who was not injured took the fruit of life, its function was extremely heaven-defying. You really have more, then give me another one. Dandan's eyes lit up and he began to look around Lu Ming's body. I knew you were insatiable. Lu Ming curled his lips. Hey, what do you mean insatiable? Now that the war with the foreign races is imminent, I want to raise my cultivation. In ancient times, I was not far from the demigod realm. If you give me another life fruit, I will definitely be able to break through to the demigod realm. Dandan shouted. Alright, I'll give you another one. Lu Ming waved his hand and another jade box flew towards Dandan. Dandan received it and looked at it. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Ming with even more fiery eyes. Get lost, there's no more. Lu Ming berated. In the end, Dandan reluctantly left. After Dandan left, Lu Ming found Xianxia and gave Xianxia 2 life fruits. Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly emperor realm, although Xianxia was not injured, relying on the 2 life fruits, he could also unleash his potential and help him break through to the demigod realm. After that, Lu Ming called Bubbles, Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Huang Ling, Long Chen and the others over and gave each of them 1 life fruit. Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli and the others' cultivation was not very high. After consuming a life fruit, they would definitely transform and have endless potential. In the future, when they cultivated, their path would definitely be smooth and they would improve quickly. After that, Lu Ming returned to Yuan Lu and gave his parents and Autumn Moon a life fruit each. Lu Ming's parents, with Lu Ming's help, refined the life fruit and their cultivation soared. In a short month, they broke through to the martial sage realm. The life fruit was simply too heaven-defying. Even the martial god had a great effect on it. Using it on a martial emperor was simply a waste of resources. However, Lu Ming did not care. Moreover, it was impossible for a martial emperor or martial sage to refine the life fruit. If they consumed it, their bodies would probably explode from the medicinal strength. However, with the help of Lu Ming's sovereign Dao, there was no problem. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian broke through to the martial sage realm and their lifespans reached more than 100,000 years. Only then was Ming satisfied. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of the fruits of life were too heaven-defying. They were far from being able to refine them. In the coming days, their cultivation bases would definitely skyrocket. With the help of the life fruit, their comprehension speed of the laws were shockingly fast. In time, breaking through to the martial emperor realm was not a problem. As for Qiuyu, Lu Xianxiang, and the others, their cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds in the coming days. After 1 round, Lu Ming consumed 15 fruits of life. After settling these matters, Lu Ming then calmed down and started to think about his cultivation path. Next, he had 2 paths. One was to cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art and break through the physical body. He had already cultivated his physical body to the peak of the heavenly emperor realm. Next, he could start to break through to the martial god realm. However, the 7th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art only had 4 words, return to 1. This left him scratching his head and without a clue. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to put down his physical body and cultivate the sovereign Dao. The sovereign Dao, he was only at the peak of the great emperor realm. Next, he could break through to the heavenly emperor realm. There was still a long way to go. Moreover, the sovereign Dao had Jingyu's painting as a reference. It would be much easier to cultivate. Having made a decision, Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the sovereign Dao. Now, his cultivation was at the peak of the great emperor realm. The next step was to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. In a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Lu Ming stopped cultivating. His eyes flickered with doubt. While he was cultivating the sovereign Dao, he felt a powerful force between the heavens and earth stopping him, preventing him from breaking through. The force felt like the force of the world, the force of the heavenly Dao. What's going on? Why is the force of the heavens and earth stopping me? Lu Ming frowned. He could not figure it out. He began to feel anxious in his heart. There was not much time left for him. Now that the foreign tribe's divine ancestor had returned with 11 fruits of life, he and sacred ancestor Xianxia would consume the fruits of life to recover their cultivation. Once they recovered, a great battle would break out. The final battle was about to begin. Lu Ming had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation before that. Be it his physical body or the sovereign Tao, he had to make a breakthrough in one of them. Otherwise, he would not be a match for the foreign tribe's divine ancestor and sacred ancestor Xianxia. Let's ask Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming planned to ask Ancestral Dragon. Moreover, he still had a large number of fruits of life. He planned to give away some of them to improve the combat power of the heavenly realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming moved. He tore the space apart and soon arrived at the lair of Zulong. He flew toward the mountain where Ancestral Dragon lived. When he arrived at the main hall at the highest point, a figure flashed and stopped Lu Ming. It was the five-element Qilin, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Senior, I have an important matter to discuss with Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Senior Ancestral Dragon is recuperating in seclusion. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to see you. The five-element Qilin said. Recuperating in seclusion? Lu Ming sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Ancestral Dragon about it when he first returned. It's fine. At this moment, a figure flashed and Ancestral Dragon appeared. Senior, you, the five-element Qilin was stunned. This is just a projection of me. My real body is refining the fruits of life to heal. Ancestral Dragon smiled. Lu Ming and the five-element Qilin both let out a long sigh of relief. Five-element Qilin, you may leave first. Ancestral Dragon said. Yes. The five-element Qilin bowed and accepted the order, then left. Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Ancestral Dragon smiled. Senior, I'm here this time because I have something to give you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon took it curiously and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Ancestral Dragon's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Originally, with his temperament, there were almost no things in the heaven realm that could shock him like this. However, there were things in the storage ring that Lu Ming gave him. Because there were a total of 100 fruits of life in Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming had a total of 180 fruits of life. He had used 15 before, so there were 165 left. Lu Ming kept 65 for himself and gave the rest to Ancestral Dragon. Fruits of life, these are fruits of life, so many of them. Ancestral Dragon mumbled to himself. Even his breathing became heavier. Lu Ming, how did you get so many fruits of life? Ancestral Dragon said in disbelief. I had a fortunate encounter at the Yellow Spring Island, so I took all the fruits of life that the island had produced over the years. Lu Ming smiled and continued, I'll give these fruits of life to you to heal your injuries. No, this is too much, keep some for yourself. Ancestral Dragon said. I've already kept some for myself. Ancestral Dragon was speechless. After a while, he said, actually, we obtained 7 before. If I want to heal my injuries, 5 would be enough. However, during the ancient war, many experts in my heaven realm were seriously injured. Their life source was damaged, and it has been difficult for them to recover after so many years. These life fruits can be given to them. This way, the strength of my heaven realm will increase by a lot. Then it's all up to Senior. Lu Ming said. This was his original intention when he gave these life fruits to Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming, this time, you have made a great contribution to our heaven realm. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. Ancestral Dragon said with a smile. Senior, this junior really has a question to ask. Senior, this junior wants to ask, what is 10,000 yuan returned to 1? Lu Ming asked. 10,000 yuan returned to 1? Ancestral Dragon carefully sized up Lu Ming and asked, your cultivation has already reached this step, show me. All right. Lu Ming nodded, then his muscles trembled, and his blood and qi rolled like a dragon. His aura was astonishing. This was the power of the physical body. Then, his body emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. Lu Ming also unleashed the Tao of Sovereign to the extreme. Good, good, good. Ancestral Gragon's face was filled with excitement as he said good 3 times. In his eyes, he had previously felt that Lu Ming's cultivation was incomparably powerful. Now that he confirmed it, he really could not hide the excitement in his heart. His physical body was at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and his Tao of Sovereign had also reached an astonishing level. Such a young age, this was simply a miracle. He understood that he had still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's trip to the Yellow Springs world this time was probably an unimaginable opportunity. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the better it was for the Heaven realm. The happier he was. Lu Ming, you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, right? Ancestral Gragon asked. That's right, Senior, please guide me. Lu Ming nodded. The next step for your flesh is the Martial God realm. In order to rank up to the Martial God realm, you must have some understanding of this realm. The Martial God realm is different from all the realms before the Martial God realm. The Martial God realm is called a god, but it has already reached another category. Before the Martial God realm, it can be said to be the first step of cultivation. Cultivating to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm can be considered to have cultivated the first step to perfection, and the Martial God realm is the second step of cultivation. Ancestral Gragon explained in detail. Lu Ming listened attentively. At the same time, he was shocked. The cultivation before the Martial God realm was only the first step. Achieving the Martial God realm was the second step. Did that mean that the second step of cultivation also had many realms? The Martial God realm is very special. It mainly cultivates divine power. The ancestral dragon added. Divine power? Lu Ming was puzzled. He thought back to the ancestral dragon, the other race's sacred ancestor, and the other race's sacred ancestor. That's right, divine power, but in order to cultivate it, you have to combine the elements into one. What do you mean by combining all kinds of forces, such as the rules, intents, great Tao, heavenly Tao, mystical skills, the force of the flesh, the force of the world, etc.? No matter what kind of force or system you're practicing, they will all merge together in the end and transform into a higher level force, which is the divine power. Only by achieving this step can one achieve the Martial God realm. As a matter of fact, the so-called undefeatable experts, who are half martial gods, have already achieved this step. They have already combined the elements into one, igniting a godly flame in their bodies. The ancestral dragon said. If everything is combined into one, then the small world in your body, Lu Ming asked in astonishment. Everything has to be combined into one, transforming into the divine power. The divine power is unparalleled and powerful. The force of the world is nothing before the divine power. The Tao of rulers that you practice will transform into the divine power of the ruler realm when you achieve the Martial God realm. It's a terrifying divine power. The ancestral dragon was slightly envious, but it soon turned into a sigh. Unfortunately, it's impossible for this world to have a god. It's impossible to have a god? What's going on? Lu Ming blurted out. He had a feeling that he was about to learn the secrets of the ancestral dragon. Sigh. The ancestral dragon let out another sigh. He fell silent for a moment before saying, the conditions of the heaven realm, the primordial realm, or the demon god realm aren't enough to support a god's breakthrough. In other words, the conditions are too bad. They can only reach the half-martial god realm at most. The half-martial god realm at most? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A moment later, he asked, Senior, and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, you're curious about how we reached the martial god realm, right? That's because we're not from the heaven realm or the evil god realm. We came from the outside. When we came, we were already in the martial god realm. The ancestral dragon said. What? This time, Lu Ming was really dumbstruck. The ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, and the other martial gods were not from the heaven realm or the demon god tribe. They had come from the outside. This was truly beyond his expectations. The outside, is it the ancient desolation universe? The thought crossed Lu Ming's mind. He recalled the words that Baya had told him. Senior, does that mean we can break through outside? Lu Ming asked. Sigh. The ancestral dragon let out another sigh. He fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. We can't leave now. We can't leave? Lu Ming was even more confused. It's related to a lot of things. Now's not the time to tell you. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. The ancestral dragon shook his head and changed the topic. Therefore, it's not suitable for you to cultivate your flesh now. You can only reach the half-martial god realm no matter how hard you try. You should focus on cultivating the Tao of Rulers. Once you break through to the Heaven Emperor realm, you'll have a chance against a martial god. At least, you can do it in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming withdrew his thoughts and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He said, Senior, I've been cultivating the Tao of Rulers, but I always feel like the world is stopping me, as if the heavenly Tao is suppressing me. What's going on? That's normal. It's because the Tao of Rulers is too domineering. The ancestral dragon said, the Tao of Rulers can dominate the world. It's extremely domineering. Even in the outside world, it's a rare force. The heavenly Tao is afraid. Afraid? That's right. Once you break through to the Heaven Emperor realm, you'll be able to dominate the world with the Tao of Rulers, including the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is afraid, trying its best to suppress you and stop you from breaking through. Therefore, when you broke through to the martial monarch realm, the heavenly tribulation was so powerful. It's because the heavenly Tao is stopping you. The ancestral dragon explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. No wonder it was so difficult for him to break through to the martial monarch realm, and the strength of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his imagination. The reason was that the heavenly Tao was afraid. If you want to break through, you must continue to comprehend the Tao of Sovereign and deepen your understanding of the Tao of Sovereign. At the same time, you must continue to raise your strength. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to break through the obstruction of the heavenly path and break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming was enlightened, as expected of a martial god. Ancestral Dragon had pointed out the direction for Xianxia. Xianxia's future cultivation would focus on the Tao of Sovereign and the battle formula. As long as his strength was strong enough, he would be able to break through the heavenly path and break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked Ancestral Dragon with joy. You don't have to thank me. Lu Ming, you are now the variable in this war and the hope of the heavenly realm. The outcome of this war depends on you. Ancestral Dragon said. Senior, you're exaggerating. Lu Ming said. I'm not exaggerating, it's the truth. Currently, the heavenly realm is in a passive position. The divine ancestor has obtained enough fruits of life. He and divine ancestor Xianxia will definitely recover. Even if I fight the divine ancestor to the death, he will be able to stop me and give divine ancestor Xianxia time to recover. Once divine ancestor Xianxia recovers, we'll be in trouble. On the other hand, if I don't fight the sacred ancestor, I won't be able to fight them on my own once they recover. Meanwhile, the other half-martial gods won't be able to achieve the martial god realm. In other words, we're in a passive position. However, you're different. As long as you cultivate the Tao of Sovereign and break through to the heavenly emperor realm, you'll have the power to dominate the heavens and earth. Therefore, you're the hope of the heavenly realm. Ancestral Dragon said a long and heartfelt speech. Lu Ming fell silent. He knew that Ancestral Dragon was right. I'll do my best to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. With the help of the fruit of life, divine ancestor Mok and I will recover in at most a few hundred years. However, divine ancestor Xianxia's injuries are more serious and he will need more time to recover. According to my estimation, divine ancestor Xianxia will recover in at most 1,000 years. Therefore, we have at most 1,000 years left. Ancestral Dragon said. 1,000 years? Lu Ming muttered as he clenched his fists. He must break through to the heavenly emperor realm within 1,000 years. Lu Ming, the Tao of the sovereign realm is too profound. I've only heard of it before, but have never seen it with my own eyes. Therefore, I can't give you much guidance. You will have to rely on yourself. Ancestral Dragon said. This time, I still have to thank you, Senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. All right. If you have any other questions in the future, feel free to look for me. Go. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming turned around and left the lair of Zulong, returning to the heaven realm. 1,000 years at most. Time is running out. Lu Ming muttered. The final battle would break out in 1,000 years at most. In this 1,000 years, not only did he have to make a breakthrough, but Lu Ming also wanted his family and friends to make breakthroughs as soon as possible so that they would have enough strength to protect themselves when the catastrophe came. Lu Ming planned to choose a good place in heaven and gather all of his family and friends. He planned to pool resources and provide for everyone's cultivation. In fact, his current small world was already big enough. However, although it was big enough, the cultivation conditions were still incomparable to the heaven realm. Lu Ming left the two-world city and began to search in the heaven realm. A few days later, Lu Ming appeared in the southern region of the Taiching sky domain, standing on a vast mountain. This is it. Lu Ming smiled. The origin qi in this mountain was extremely rich. One of the main peaks was 100,000 feet high, piercing through the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared at the top of this mountain. Then, with a thought, his small world emerged. Rise! Lu Ming shouted. In the small world, the Enlightenment ancient tree rose with its roots and flew out of the small world, bringing a large amount of soil with it, and landed on the top of the mountain. As soon as it landed on the top of the mountain, the roots of the Enlightenment ancient tree wriggled and pierced into the soil of the mountain, taking root there. Lu Ming planned to plant the Enlightenment ancient tree there first and turn it into a cultivation holy land, where all his family and friends would gather. Now, the Enlightenment ancient tree was 3,000 meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. It was incomparably huge. The aura of the great Tao lingered between each of its branches. Woo-woo, roar, as soon as the Enlightenment ancient tree appeared, countless monsters and strange beasts in the surrounding mountains sensed it and gathered crazily in this direction. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out, shrouding all the mountains. It was as if a huge dragon was looking down on a group of ants. All of the demonic beasts were almost scared to death. They immediately ran away, one by one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and began to inscribe a large formation near this mountain range, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Lu Ming spent a full month to inscribe a large formation. My cultivation of formation is far from enough. In the future, I'll get Dandan to work hard and inscribe a large formation. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he sent a message to Tui and Lei Yi, asking them to come over. Not long after, Tui, Lei Yi, and the others arrived. From now on, you guys will stay here. Lu Ming said. Yes. Tui and the others accepted the order. Also, take these 6 weapons. 6 weapons appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he handed them to Feng Yi, Hua Yi, and the others. These are amazing weapons. Hua Yi and the others were shocked when they sensed it. These weapons are equivalent to heavenly Tao weapons. You can use them as long as you inject energy into them. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had brought out dozens of weapons of this level from Yellow Spring Mountain. Tui, Jin Yi, and Lei Yi all had heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming did not give any to them, but gave one each to Hua Yi and the others. Thank you, young master. Hua Yi and the others thanked him gratefully. Then, they led the other puppets of the Chaos Palace and started to build in this area. Soon, huge palaces and various cultivation grounds spread out with the Enlightenment ancient tree as the center. Next, he went to the battlefield outside Two World City to find Evil Swordsman and Kenfei Ryu. Evil Swordsman had also injured his origin in the ancient war. Lu Ming gave him a fruit of life. After Evil Swordsman consumed it, his injuries were healed in a short while. Evil Swordsman's original cultivation was a 5-star heavenly emperor. Now, not only had his injuries healed, but he had also broken through to become a 6-star heavenly emperor. Of course, Lu Ming did not stay for long. After he gave Evil Swordsman a fruit of life, he left and returned to the primordial realm. He brought the people of the Dragon Alliance and Divine Dragon Valley to the heavenly realm, to the new territory that he had opened up. After that, the primordial body cultivator lineage also brought a large number of body cultivators to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. In addition, Bubble, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also brought people to the Dragon Emperor Peak. After all, the Tree of Enlightenment wasn't something that could be found anywhere. The cultivation environment here was much better than many other places, especially the 3,000-meter-tall Tree of Enlightenment. Some people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming and some forces came to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. For a time, a large number of experts gathered here. As for Lu Ming, he also gave out the weapons that he had obtained from the Netherworld Mountain. For example, the primordial body cultivator Heavenly Emperors, Lu Ming gave each of them a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Dao soldier. As for Lu Ming himself, he stayed at the Dragon Emperor Peak and cultivated in peace. Xianxia, Lu Shenhuang, and the others were also at the Dragon Emperor Peak. They often accompanied Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, so the old couple was happy every day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The news about the Dragon Emperor Peak had also spread, shocking many people in the Heaven Realm. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have an enlightenment ancient tree. Even among the peak experts, only a very small number of people have this. Many people in the Heaven Realm were discussing. Time passed quickly, and another year had passed. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The news that Lu Ming had a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Dao soldier, and that Lu Ming had a fruit of life had also spread. This time, it really caused a huge commotion in the Heaven Realm. Countless people's hearts were filled with greed, and each of the powerful forces had different thoughts. In a powerful force, several higher-ups were discussing this matter. Sect Master, Lu Ming not only controls the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, but also has a Heavenly Dao soldier weapon and a heaven-defying treasure like the Fruit of Life. If we get it, our strength will definitely skyrocket. Yes, why don't we take it? Several higher-ups suggested. No, the common enemy of the Heaven Realm is the evil god tribe. If we attack Lu Ming, I'm afraid the ancestral dragon won't let us go. Moreover, I heard that Lu Ming has a very good relationship with a few of the top 10 beasts. The sect leader said. If we can't do it openly, we can do it secretly. We can secretly steal Lu Ming's treasures. Someone suggested, revealing a ruthless expression. This won't do. Lu Ming has many experts by his side. Not only are there the 9 celestial emperors of the Primal Chaos Palace, but there are also immemorial body cultivators. There are peerless experts among them, and they won't be easy to deal with. The sect leader said. As for Lu Ming's own strength, they didn't really care. After all, the ancestral dragon had ordered everyone to keep what had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain a secret. Then what should we do? Someone asked. Lu Ming is a peerless genius. There are too many experts behind him. It's too risky to deal with him. Let's observe first. It would be best if someone were to take the lead. The sect leader said. It was not just this faction. Many other factions did not dare to make a move rashly in the end. They planned to observe the situation first. For a time, there were some undercurrents in the Tai-Ching heavenly domain. In a courtyard of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming and Xianxia were also chatting. Every time Lu Ming cultivated for a while, he would take some time to rest and accompany his family. Now that you have a Heavenly Dao weapon and a Fruit of Life, the news has spread. These are all priceless things. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others? Xianxia said with a smile. Why would we be afraid? Lu Ming smiled. With their current strength, who would want to target them? Xianxia also smiled. Whoever wanted to target them could only be considered unlucky. However, it's not good to be targeted every day. After all, we're all from the Heaven Realm, and we'll have to fight together in the future. I'll dispel their thoughts. Lu Ming said with a smile. A few days later, a piece of news spread throughout the Tai-Ching heavenly domain. 3 months later, Lu Ming would invite one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9-headed golden lion, Qing Tsang, to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. At that time, everyone was welcome to come and listen. When this news came out, it caused an uproar in the Tai-Ching heavenly domain. What kind of existence was the 9-headed golden lion? That was a creature whose name shook the world in ancient times. His cultivation base was at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and he was extremely powerful. Lu Ming could actually invite Qing Tsang to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. This was enough to show how close the relationship between Lu Ming and Qin Song was. Those powerful forces who were originally eyeing Lu Ming's treasures, when they heard this news, it was like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. They immediately dispelled the idea of attacking Lu Ming. What a joke! In the past, there were rumors that Lu Ming had a good relationship with the top 10 war beasts, but that was only a rumor after all. But now, Lu Ming could invite him to preach the Tao. Their relationship was more than just good. Going against such a powerhouse wasn't it courting death. In the next 3 months, countless powerhouses in the Tai Ching heavenly domain gathered towards the Dragon Emperor Peak. There were even quite a few Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. For a time, experts gathered at the Dragon Emperor Peak. And on this day 3 months later, Qin Song arrived as promised and started preaching the Tao. A peak Heavenly Emperor's understanding of cultivation had already reached an extremely profound realm. With this lecture, countless people benefited greatly. There were even some heavenly emperors who obtained great inspiration. One had to know that there were not many peak heavenly emperors in the entire heaven realm. Especially after the ancient war, those who died, those who were injured, all of them were in closed-door cultivation bitterly, or recuperating from their injuries. Who would come out to preach the Tao? After this lecture, Lu Ming released another important piece of news. 10 years later, he would invite another peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. Everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming could actually invite a peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao. This kind of power made people alarmed. Those forces who had ideas about Lu Ming completely extinguished the thoughts in their hearts. Although treasures were important, they also needed to have the life to take them. Everyone was looking forward to it, looking forward to the arrival of 10 years later. 10 years, to powerhouses, passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Lu Ming invited a peak heavenly emperor of the prison suppression realm to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. This time even more people came to the Dragon Emperor Peak to listen. It was simply a sea of people. At the same time, after the lecture ended, Lu Ming promised that 10 years later, there would also be a peak heavenly emperor who would preach the Tao. Everyone was shocked. For Lu Ming to be able to invite such an existence, just how many powerhouses did he have relations with? This time, there were many who simply stayed near the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate and did not leave. In any case, the Dragon Emperor Peak had the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. The cultivation environment was also top-notch in the heaven realm. Furthermore, Lu Ming also held an open attitude, welcoming others to come here to cultivate. This time, not long after, Dandan finally came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached peak heavenly emperor. Originally, he planned to continue in seclusion to break through to the demigod realm in one go. But he was forcefully dragged over by Lu Ming and worked hard for 3 months near the Dragon Emperor Peak, setting up a large array. After setting up the large array, Dandan ran away. No one knew where he ran to go into seclusion to break through. The great array set up by Dandan not only had the function of defending against attacks, but it also had the function of gathering heaven and earth origin energy. The origin energy between heaven and earth gathered near Dragon Emperor Peak, making the origin energy density here 10 times that of other places. For a time, Dragon Emperor Peak turned into a cultivation holy land. Countless people came to cultivate. Once the 10 years were up, Lu Ming invited the 9 Lives demonic silkworm to preach the Tao. Many people were inspired to break through their bottlenecks and raise their cultivation. After that, every 10 years, Lu Ming would invite a peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao. This kind of thing continued for 60 years. 60 years later, Lu Ming did not continue to invite peak heavenly emperors. But it was enough. Everyone in the heavenly realm knew about Lu Ming's relationship. It was too shocking. The experts standing behind him were terrifying. Even if many people thought that Lu Ming himself was not very strong, he was still shocked by his ability. And 60 years later, although there were no peak heavenly emperors preaching the Tao, it seemed to have formed a tradition. From time to time, there would be powerful heavenly emperors preaching the Tao here, attracting many people to listen. Some of these preachers were 4-star heavenly emperors, some were 5-star heavenly emperors. Although they were far from peak heavenly emperors, it was still a rare opportunity for those below heavenly emperor. Dragon Emperor Peak had turned into a cultivation holy land. Time passed quickly. 100 years had passed since Lu Ming and the others came out of Yellow Springs Mountain. In these 100 years, other than accompanying his family or teaching his disciples, Lu Ming spent the rest of his time cultivating. In 100 years, his comprehension of the Tao of Sovereign became stronger and stronger. However, his cultivation was still at peak Heavenly Emperor and did not break through. His comprehension of the battle character art also became deeper and deeper. Compared to when he first came out of Yellow Springs Mountain, it had increased by several times. As for the others, such as Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, they had all improved greatly. They had consumed the life fruit, and their potential had all erupted. Now, all of them had stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even Lu Ming's two in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao, had become Heavenly Emperors. On this day, Lu Ming and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard. Ming your and Xiaoqing's granddaughter is already so old. Aren't you going to settle your affairs? Li Ping asked. This, Lu Ming pondered. His granddaughter, Lu Qi, had displayed shocking talent in cultivation. She had long achieved the martial monarch realm after cultivating for more than 200 years. If not for the fact that Lu Ming was focused on cultivation and had no intention of getting married, who knew how many descendants he would have, however, his wedding with Xianxia hadn't been held yet. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were still thinking about it. Ming you're thinking about Autumn Moon, Miss Huang Ling, and Miss Mullins, right? Li Ping glanced at Lu Ming and said with a faint smile. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed dryly. That was indeed the case. Now, his family and friends had gathered around the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. Xianxia and Autumn Moon were naturally there. Huang Ling and Mullins were also there. Not only Lu Ming, but everyone else could see their feelings for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't know how to face them. Therefore, the wedding had been delayed. You're exactly the same as your father when he was young. You also like to flirt around, Li Ping said unhappily. Cough cough cough, you're such a woman. Don't talk nonsense. When did I flirt around? At the side, Lu Yuntian quickly coughed and his face turned red. Father, mother, let me think about this matter. Let me think about it. Lu Ming also had a headache. The only thing he could do now was to delay and find an opportunity to test Xianxia. Boom. Boom, at this moment, a few explosions suddenly came from the distant sky. Someone had broken in. Lu Ming immediately thought that someone had broken in and was attacked by the array. Who is it? How dare you break into the Dragon Emperor Peak? Stay here. Without needing Lu Ming to make a move, 5 to 6 figures immediately rushed out from the Dragon Emperor Peak and flew into the sky to launch an attack. It was Lei, 2E, Genie, and the rest. Swoosh, in the sky above the Dragon Emperor Peak, a black shadow flashed rapidly and exchanged blows with Lei and the rest. However, after a few moves, Lei and the rest were completely defeated and were forced to retreat. Let this old man fight you. An old man stepped out from the Dragon Monarch Peak. His fist was like a mountain as it blasted towards the black figure. This old man was an ancient body cultivator and also the strongest one. Back then, his cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star Heavenly Emperor. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, but the ancient body cultivator was actually defeated and was forced to retreat. He, I heard that the Dragon Emperor Peak is filled with experts. It's just SOSO. A sneer sounded and a figure appeared in the sky. This was a black-robed old man. His figure was skinny and his eyes were cold. It's the Black Bat King. One of the 3 kings of darkness, the Black Bat King. On the Dragon Emperor Peak, voices immediately came out. Near the Dragon Emperor Peak, not only were Lu Ming's friends and family cultivating here, there were also many others cultivating here. Someone recognized this black-robed old man. So it's the 3 kings of darkness. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had also heard of the 3 kings of darkness. They were the 3 notorious scum of the heaven realm. As the saying went, when the forest was big, there were all kinds of people. There were countless living beings in the heaven realm, and not everyone was wholeheartedly against the evil god race. Among them, there were some who never fought with other races and often attacked the heaven realm powerhouses. Their notoriety spread far and wide. The three kings of darkness were the best among them. The three kings of darkness were not humans, but three divine beasts. Moreover, their cultivation was astonishingly strong. 2 were 5-star heavenly emperors, and 1 was a 6-star heavenly emperor. In addition, they were extremely cautious in their actions and never provoked powerhouses with high cultivation. Moreover, they had no fixed residence and appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, they were all good at speed. Some of the Heaven Realm's peak powerhouses wanted to get rid of them, but each time, the other party escaped. At the mention of the three kings of darkness, the expressions of many people in the Heaven Realm changed. Black Bat King, you dare to come to my Dragon Emperor peak? Aren't you afraid of dying? Lei roared. He, don't think that I don't know. We brothers have waited for 100 years and paid attention for 100 years. Naturally, we have the confidence to take action. Recently, there has been no one preaching on the Dragon Emperor peak. Those 5-star heavenly emperors and above have all left. Who can do anything to us brothers? The Black Bat King laughed loudly and then stepped out. His 5-star heavenly emperor cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Lu Ming, get out here. Hand over your battle weapon and the fruit of life. Also, we brothers want this enlightenment ancient tree too. After saying that, the Black Bat King stretched out a big hand and grabbed toward the enlightenment ancient tree at the top of the Dragon Emperor peak. Don't even think about it. Lei and the rest, as well as the primordial body cultivator Heavenly Emperor, all soared into the sky and attacked the Black Bat King, blocking him. But at this time, the space behind the Black Bat King split open, and 2 more figures appeared. The other 2 kings of the 3 kings of darkness had arrived. They were the Black Eagle King and the Black Wing King. Among them, the Black Eagle King's cultivation was a 6-star heavenly emperor, while the Black Wing King's cultivation was a 5-star heavenly emperor. The 3 people's aura spread out without restraint, enveloping Dragon Emperor Peak within. On Dragon Emperor Peak, many people's faces turned pale. The 3 kings of darkness must have been eyeing this place for a long time. During this period of time, Dragon Emperor Peak lacked powerhouses. Sometimes, there were still 5-star heavenly emperors and 6-star heavenly emperors staying in Dragon Emperor Peak. But during this period of time, these powerhouses had all left. Obviously, the 3 kings of darkness took advantage of this gap to come here. Lu Ming, hand over the treasures on you, and we 3 brothers can spare your life. The Black Bat King hooted again. So what if there were many powerhouses standing behind Lu Ming? As long as they snatched Lu Ming's treasures and found a place to hide, who could find them? Looks like I need to make a move to establish my might. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer, and a trace of cold light flashed across his eyes. Obviously, most people were afraid of the power behind him and didn't dare to make a move against him. But that didn't mean that everyone didn't dare to. Those desperados who had no worries dared to, and all of this was because many people thought that Lu Ming's strength wasn't strong enough. Today, Lu Ming was going to get rid of these people's hopes. Originally, the array set up by Dandan here was enough to kill the 3 kings of darkness. But this time, Lu Ming didn't plan to activate the array and wanted to take action personally. Father, Mother, I have something to do. Lu Ming said to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Ming'er, you have to be careful. Li Ping said with concern. Father, Mother, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above Dragon Emperor Peak, facing the 3 kings of darkness. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. It's too dangerous for him to face the 3 kings of darkness like this. Many people were discussing in shock. Ha, Lu Ming, you're finally willing to come out. The Black Wing King of the 3 kings of darkness sneered. On account of how difficult it is for you to cultivate, surrender, and become my mountain guardian divine beasts, and I can spare your lives. Lu Ming said coldly. What? The 3 kings of darkness were stunned as they stared at each other. Lu Ming actually told them to surrender and even asked them to be his mountain guardian divine beasts. Was he crazy? Did he think that there were still experts overseeing the Dragon Emperor Peak? They had been hiding in the Dragon Emperor Peak for over 100 years. So they were well aware of the people coming in and out of the Dragon Emperor Peak. He wanted to scare them. They thought that Lu Ming was bluffing. Lu Ming, you don't have to bluff. We know the Dragon Emperor Peak like the back of our hand. You can't scare us. The Black Bat King sneered. That's right. Today, your Dragon Sovereign Peak's strongest person is also just a 4-star Heavenly Emperor. The Black Wing King also sneered. The leader of the 3 Kings of Darkness, the Dark Eagle King, remained silent. Really? Dragon Emperor Peak's strongest was only a 4-star Heavenly Emperor? How did you come to this conclusion? The smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became even wider. Then, he continued to step out. Bluffing. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. Your treasures will still belong to us. The Black Bat King let out a long howl. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. The 3 Kings of Darkness were known for their speed. The moment the Black Bat King moved, his speed was fast to the extreme. Ordinary people of the same level as him couldn't keep up with his speed at all. However, the one he encountered was Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood there without moving, as if he didn't see the Black Bat King make a move. Not good. Lei, Gold One, and the rest of the people from the Dragon Emperor Peak were all shocked. Let's go and help the young master. Lei, Gold One, and the rest wanted to rush towards Lu Ming. Don't interfere, Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Lei and the rest from making a move. Whoosh, at this moment, a bright brilliance burst out from behind Lu Ming and pierced towards Lu Ming's back. The Black Bat King had launched an attack. His timing was very accurate. When Lu Ming stopped Lei and the rest, he revealed a flaw. In addition, the Black Bat King's attack was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He had full confidence that this move could stab Lu Ming. Sure enough, he stabbed him, the long sword in his hand pierced Lu Ming's back. At this moment, everyone's face changed greatly. The others' faces changed greatly because they thought that Lu Ming was finished and was going to fall in the hands of the Black Bat King. The reason why the Black Bat King's face changed greatly was the opposite of the others. Because he found that his long sword pierced Lu Ming's back, but it couldn't pierce through. Lu Ming's body seemed to be harder than any divine weapon. His long sword stopped on Lu Ming's skin and couldn't pierce through anymore, no matter how much strength he used. Not good. The Black Bat King roared in his heart and wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that Lu Ming's body produced a terrifying force that firmly sucked him in. He couldn't retreat at all. Not to mention retreating, even if he wanted to move, he couldn't. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Black Bat King's heart was filled with great fear. He suddenly understood that he was facing an extremely terrifying existence. The Black Bat King's face became uglier than crying. Lu Ming slowly turned around and faced the Black Bat King, revealing a bright smile. Your strength isn't that great either? Lu Ming smiled. Around them, at the scene, the others were also stunned with a confused look. What was going on? Why did the Black Bat King stab Lu Ming with his sword and nothing happened to Lu Ming, while the Black Bat King just stood there motionless as if his body was fixed? Many people were already stunned. Big brother, second brother, leave quickly, this person is strange. The Black Bat King reacted and immediately shouted. Let go of my third brother. Let go of him. The Black Eagle King and Black Wing King didn't leave. Both of them roared and revealed their true forms. It was a huge black eagle and a huge black sparrow. The Black Eagle King and Black Wing King flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of wind as they charged towards Lu Ming. Stubborn, suppress. Lu Ming said coldly. He stretched out a hand and pressed towards the void. Rumble, in the sky, endless energy gathered and a purple-gold giant hand was formed. It covered the sky and pressed down on the Black Eagle King and Black Wing King. The terrifying power made the Black Eagle King and Black Wing King's faces change drastically. Not good, leave quickly. The Black Eagle King roared in horror. He flapped his wings and turned to leave. Because when Lu Ming struck out with his palm, he knew that he was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. The Black Wing King was the same as he turned to leave. However, they couldn't leave at all. The two of them were like two slow mosquitoes that were enveloped by a palm and couldn't escape the range of the palm's suppression. Boom. Bang. Bang, the ground shook. Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King were suppressed to the ground, unable to move at all. It was as if they were pressed down by an incomparably heavy mountain. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked on dumbfoundedly. For a moment, they completely did not react. Only after a long while did the sound of sucking in cold air came from the scene. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with a look of horror. Heavens, what did they see? Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King were actually suppressed by Lu Ming with one palm. That was a 6-star heavenly emperor, a 5-star heavenly emperor, roaming the heaven realm for countless years, coming and going without a trace. Some peak powerhouses could not do anything to them because they could not find them. But now, they were suppressed by Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming's strength was actually already powerful to such an extent, horrifying, too horrifying, miracle, this was simply a miracle. There had never been anyone who could reach this step at Lu Ming's age. Following that, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone started discussing excitedly. As for Black Bat King, when he witnessed all of this, he was almost frightened to death. The expression on his face was even uglier than crying. Bang, Lu Ming directly kicked out, kicking Black Bat King's stomach. Black Bat King screamed miserably, his body flying out, smashing heavily on the ground, side by side with Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King. I'll give you all one last chance, surrender and be my mountain guardian divine beasts. Otherwise, you all will be my appetizer tonight. Lu Ming said coldly, his icy gaze sweeping over the 3 kings of darkness, making them shudder. Become Lu Ming's appetizer. At the thought of this, they broke out in cold sweat all over. We're willing to surrender, willing to surrender. We surrender. The 3 kings of darkness cried out one after another. At this very moment, they were very clear that if they did not surrender, there was only death. Open your mind, I'll plant a restriction on your souls. Whoever resists, die. Lu Ming said. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 kings of darkness nodded and bowed. Immediately, Lu Ming planted a restriction in the souls of the 3 kings of darkness. The 3 kings of darkness had completely become Lu Ming's guardian beasts. Master, the 3 of us have offended quite a number of enemies over the years. I'm afraid many people will come looking for trouble if we join you. The Dark Eagle King said worriedly. Don't worry, now that you've become my mountain guardian divine beasts, you're my people. No one will dare to cause trouble for you. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. Yes, yes, Master's divine power is unparalleled. Whoever comes to find trouble with Master will die. The Black Bat King immediately said with a flattering expression. Alright, you'll guard the 3 directions of Dragon Emperor Peak. Go. Lu Ming waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 kings of darkness nodded their heads as they reverted to their original forms and flew towards the Dragon Monarch Peak. At this moment, many people were completely shocked. The 3 kings of darkness who wreaked havoc in the heaven realm were subdued by Lu Ming just like that. It was simply a piece of cake. They were deeply shocked by Lu Ming's means and Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's strength had already reached this level, with a flip of his hand, he could suppress a 6-star heavenly emperor. This kind of strength was already standing at the pinnacle of this world. No, this news must be reported to the sect master. Hurry up and send a voice transmission to the family master. Many people started to move. Regarding the matter of Lu Ming suppressing the 3 kings of darkness, it spread out at a terrifying speed and soon spread throughout the entire Grand Pure Sky domain, even to the primordial realm. Heaven realm, primordial realm, because of Lu Ming's matter, it set off monstrous waves. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded with shock. Suppressing a 6-star heavenly emperor with a flip of his hand, what kind of strength was this? Everyone understood that they had completely underestimated Lu Ming in the past. Lu Ming, not only was there a terrifying powerhouse behind him, even he himself was an incomparably powerful existence. They finally knew why those pinnacle powerhouses had such a good relationship with Lu Ming. That was because Lu Ming was an existence on the same level as them. One by one, the powerful forces and powerful existences no longer had the slightest trace of disloyalty and thoughts towards Lu Ming. There were even many forces who sent envoys to congratulate Lu Ming. Of course, they were all blocked by Lu Ming outside the door. Lu Ming, have you already reached this step? It seems that I'm not your match after all. On a certain mountain peak in the heaven realm, Tian Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of complex emotions. Now, he had also stepped into the Great Emperor realm. This cultivation speed could be said to be very strong in the history of the Heaven Realm, but compared to Lu Ming, it was too far away. Heaven Realm, Lin family. Back then, one of the Heaven Realm's 9 absolutes, Lin Xiaofeng, looked in the direction of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Lu Ming is indeed not what I can compare to. I should put down the pride in my heart and go to the Dragon Emperor Peak to seek Tao. Finished speaking, Lin Xiaofeng turned into a rainbow light and left this place, heading towards the Dragon Emperor Peak. Lan family, after everyone heard this news, they were silent for a while, then rejoiced. Back then, they had a grudge with Lu Ming, but later, they listened to the Lan family's old ancestor's suggestion and apologized to Lu Ming in public. Back then, there were still many people who were indignant and felt uncomfortable in their hearts, thinking that there was no need to apologize to Lu Ming. But now, they were all rejoicing that they had resolved their grudges with Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Lan family would definitely be wiped out. Lu Ming. Xianxia, who had defeated Lin Xiaofeng and became the first of the 9 absolutes, and then was defeated by Lu Ming, stood in a courtyard of the Lan family, looking in the direction of the Dragon Emperor Peak with a complicated look in his eyes. Xianxia, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming is a person who shines through the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. Since ancient times, there has never been such a person. Such a person is destined to be the main character of the world. He's not someone we can compare to. Lan Xiao walked over and held Xianxuanyi's hand. She knew that Xianxuanyi had been defeated by Lu Ming back then and had always had a knot in his heart. Sigh. After a long while, Xianxuanyi sighed and said, I understand. From now on, I won't treat him as an opponent anymore. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. At this moment, countless people in the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm were chanting this name. Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming were all trembling with fear. Those who had a good relationship with Lu Ming were all smiles. From then on, Lu Ming had become an overlord in everyone's hearts, a giant of the Heaven Realm. And there were even more people who went to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate, and there was an endless stream. Lu Ming did not refuse anyone. A few months later, he even personally held a forum to preach the Tao. Those who listened were deeply impressed by Lu Ming's Tao. After this incident, the days in the Dragon Emperor Peak fell into peace. In fact, the entire Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm were very peaceful during this period. Other than the occasional battle between the 2 battlefields, it was peaceful. Everyone was in seclusion, cultivating with all their might. Spring went and autumn came, and another 100 years passed in a hurry. It had been 200 years since Lu Ming and the others returned from the Yellow Springs Mountain. At the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, in a secret chamber, Lu Ming ended his cultivation with a frown. After another 100 years, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the limit of the Peak Great Emperor Realm. He felt that he could break through to the Heavenly Emperor Realm at any time. However, the power between heaven and earth that hindered him was too strong. He couldn't break through. My battle strength is still not enough. It's difficult to break through the power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. After more than 200 years of cultivation, Lu Ming realized that his cultivation of the battle word incantation was still too slow. Moreover, he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation of the battle character art. It had been more than 10 years, and there was no improvement at all. The battle character art must be improved in battle. Only in battle can the comprehension of the battle character art be faster. Moreover, I have encountered a bottleneck now. I need to go through an intense battle to break through. Lu Ming pondered. However, at his current level, there weren't many people who could fight with him. Even if he went to find the demigods of the Heaven Realm to fight, as they were both from the Heaven Realm, it was impossible for them to fight to the death. The effect would definitely not be good. The Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He thought of the Evil God Tribe. The Evil God Tribe was the best whetstone. Then I'll use you guys to practice first. Lu Ming muttered and then left the place of seclusion. With a step, the space directly split open. Lu Ming stepped into the space and disappeared. The next moment, his figure appeared on the battlefield outside Two World City. All these years, the Evil God Tribe had been focused on defense. However, they would also send some people to fight with the Heaven Realm on the battlefield. Therefore, on this battlefield, there were still frequent battles between the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe. However, they were all small-scale battles, and there were no large-scale battles. Lu Ming stepped out and headed in the direction of the Hunyuan Heaven Realm. Kill! Kill! After walking for a while, Lu Ming heard intense battle cries in front. A group of people were fighting fiercely. There were people from the Heaven Realm and also people from the evil god race. There were a total of several hundred people. Both sides fought fiercely, with people dying from time to time. Lu Ming walked forward in a straight line, heading toward the battlefield. Kill! At the sight of Lu Ming, a tall and burly evil god race being brandished his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. Wang, a muscle in Lu Ming's chest violently vibrated. The vibration of the muscle caused the space to vibrate violently, forming a terrifying power. Instantly, the body of the foreign race being exploded apart. With the current level of Lu Ming's physical body, he didn't even need to make a move. The terrifying power that erupted from the vibration of his muscles was enough to kill his enemies. Bang! Bang! As Lu Ming stepped forward, the bodies of all the evil god tribesmen who got close to Lu Ming exploded, dying on the spot. However, the creatures of the Heaven Realm were also fine. Many people were shocked. What kind of method was this? They didn't even see Lu Ming make a move, but those evil god tribesmen were already dead. Lu Ming, he is Lu Ming! Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lu Ming. So it's Lu Ming. No wonder. The people of the Heaven Realm were overjoyed. As for those evil god tribesmen, they were scared and turned to run. Swoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a purple gold light flashed, sweeping across the void. All the evil god tribesmen were killed on the spot. So strong. Too strong. Is this Lu Ming's strength? Those evil god tribesmen couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seeing that Lu Ming had killed hundreds of evil god tribesmen with just a wave of his hand, the people of the Heaven Realm were shocked. After killing hundreds of evil god tribesmen, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Where is Lu Ming going? Is he going to kill his way to the evil god tribesmen's camp? It's been a long time since someone of this level made a move. This is a big deal. Haha, let's go and take a look. These Heaven Realm beings all followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept moving forward. Along the way, he encountered several battles. Lu Ming casually attacked and killed the evil god tribesmen. After the Heaven Realm beings recognized Lu Ming, they all followed behind Lu Ming. There were more than 1,000 of them. Finally, a huge object appeared in front. They had arrived at the evil god tribesmen's camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp was incomparably huge. It completely blocked the path to the Hunyuan Heaven Realm. It was densely packed with all kinds of buildings and countless evil god tribesmen. The camp was surrounded by large formations that flickered with light, defending the camp. In some places, the Heaven Realm beings were fighting with the evil god tribesmen. Boom, Lu Ming's aura began to rise. A long spear condensed from sovereign power appeared in his hand. Swoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky. He stood high in the sky, holding the long spear with both hands. With the momentum of Mount Tai, he slammed it down with all his might. The long spear in his hand rapidly enlarged, filling the sky. It was even more majestic than a mountain range as it pressed down on the evil god tribesmen's camp. Not good, someone is attacking the camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp shook. Countless figures flew around. Large formation, activate the large formation. Don't panic. Our large formation is enough to block it. Voices spread throughout the entire military camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp lit up with rays of light. A huge light shrouded the evil god tribesmen's camp. Boom, the purple gold long spear heavily struck the light barrier of the evil god tribesmen's camp. When the long spear struck the light barrier, the entire battlefield seemed to shake violently, stirring up dust into the air. Bang! Bang! The ground near the evil god tribesmen's camp exploded continuously. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. Huge cracks appeared on the ground like a spiderweb. The light barrier formed by the evil god tribesmen's large formation shook violently. It was like an elastic bubble, collapsing under the pressure. Break! Lu Ming shouted. His entire body's strength erupted as he pressed down. Bang! The light barrier of the evil god tribesman's camp directly exploded. It broke. The large formation of the evil god tribesman's large formation was broken by Lu Ming's spear. The huge long spear pressed down with a terrifying might. Run, quickly run! Run! The countenances of countless evil god tribesmen changed drastically. They were almost scared to death. However, as the long spear pressed down, it stirred up an endless spatial storm. Many evil god tribesmen did not manage to escape before they were crushed into meat paste by the terrifying power. The evil god tribesmen exploded one after another. Boom! The huge long spear finally struck the ground. Countless buildings exploded. A huge spear mark 5 million miles long and 1 million miles wide appeared on the ground in front. Tragic, in this instant, countless evil god tribesmen were killed by Lu Ming. The evil god tribesman's camp was in a mess. Heavens! When the living beings of the heaven realm saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming broke through the evil god race's formation, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the evil god race's camp, his long spear sweeping out. Like sweeping away 1,000 troops, the barracks that he did not hit earlier were constantly shattered under the long spear. Run, quickly run! Countless members of the evil god race turned into countless streaks of rainbow light, frantically fleeing toward the back of the camp. Lu Ming, courting death. Damn it! Several angry roars came from the depths of the evil god race's camp. Several terrifying auras rose up, rushing over here crazily. Peak Heavenly Emperor, it's a peak Heavenly Emperor. The faces of many heaven realm creatures changed wildly, and they subconsciously wanted to escape. Quick, send a voice transmission to 2 Realm City, call the experts over, the other party has 3 peak Heavenly Emperors. Some people had already begun to send voice transmissions. 3 peak Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The speed of a peak Heavenly Emperor was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. There's another acquaintance. A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. One of them was Marojia, known as the world-breaking general. Back then, it was Marojia who captured Lu Ming and brought him to the evil god realm. The other two, one was from the evil god race's royal family, and the other was from the evil god race's noble family. Their bodies were covered in purple scales, shining with light. The eyes of the 3 peak heavenly emperors revealed terrifying killing intent, wishing that they could tear Lu Ming into pieces. Behind them, the heaven realm creatures felt the terrifying pressure. Many of them had already retreated. Some of them were bold. Seeing that Lu Ming did not move, they reluctantly mustered up their courage to watch. Lu Ming, you killed so many of my people. Today, you will die without a doubt. Marojia said coldly. Make your move, Marojia. Today, I will settle the grudge of you capturing me back then. However, I advise you all to attack together. Lu Ming said. Arrogant, I alone am enough to kill you. Marojia shouted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his aura rose to the extreme. Whoosh, a battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. With a single slash, the void was sliced apart, creating a 1,000,000-mile-long crack. When a peak heavenly emperor attacked at full power, the power was unimaginably strong. There was no doubt that the sword in Marojia's hand was a heavenly Dao weapon. Wang, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand shook and swept out, colliding with Marojia's battle sword. Clang, with a deafening boom, Marojia's body shook violently and was thrown back tens of thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Marojia roared in his heart, shocked beyond belief. The two of them had only exchanged a single blow, and he had already been injured by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had not even used the heavenly Dao soldier, but he had. He simply could not accept it. Back then, he could kill Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. But now, he could actually injure him. It had only been a few hundred years. A few hundred years was just a blink of an eye for people of their level. Not only him, but the evil god race, the other 2 peak heavenly emperors, and the other evil god race members were all stunned. And the heavenly realm's life forms were also stunned. Injuring a peak heavenly emperor in one move, is this Lu Ming's strength? Too terrifying. Even some of the heavenly realm's lifeforms who were fleeing stopped in their tracks. I said, "You can't do it alone, the three of you come together," Lu Ming said. The purple gold spear in his hand collapsed and was replaced by the great desolate spear. Attack together. Marojia looked at the other two peak heavenly emperors. Good. Attack together, today, we must kill this person. The other peak heavenly emperor of the evil god race nodded and sent a voice transmission to the other two. Lu Ming was really terrifying. At such a young age, he actually had such battle prowess. They had also heard of Lu Ming's performance in the Yellow Springs Mountain. The evil god race members who had entered the Yellow Springs Mountain all said that Lu Ming could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron and had the battle prowess of a peak heavenly emperor. But just now, Lu Ming did not use anything. He only relied on his own strength to injure Marojia. This was a little terrifying. This proved that Lu Ming's strength was increasing crazily. If such a person was not killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom. Boom. Boom, the three peak heavenly emperors instantly moved, attacking Lu Ming from three directions. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. The great desolate spear shook, instantly thrusting out 3 times. 3 spear lights pierced towards Marojia and the other two. With 3 consecutive booms, Marojia and the other two's attacks were all defeated by Lu Ming. In fact, they were even forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. Kill. Lu Ming stepped out, his aura like a rainbow. His long spear vibrated, soaring spear light continuously attacked the 3 people, enveloping the 3 people in the spear light. The 3 people erupted with all their strength and fought with Lu Ming. However, they were shocked to discover that they were not Lu Ming's match at all. They were completely suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Lu Ming is going to win. After the heavenly realm's creatures were shocked, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming alone could suppress 3 peak heavenly emperors. What kind of battle prowess was this? Invincible powerhouse. A word flashed in everyone's hearts. Only an invincible powerhouse would have such battle prowess, suppressing 3 peak heavenly emperors. Lu Ming had actually already reached the step of invincible powerhouse. Bang! In the fierce battle, Marojia was struck by Lu Ming's long spear. His body almost exploded, retreating frantically, vomiting blood non-stop. Marojia, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Just as his voice fell, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Marojia, the great desolate spear thrusting out. No. Marojia was alarmed, frantically erupting, laying down one attack after another and defending. However, under Lu Ming's attack, it was all futile, collapsing and exploding one after another. Lu Ming's current fleshly body battle prowess was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, and the Tao of Sovereign's battle prowess was also equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. With the two combined, Lu Ming's strength far surpassed other peak heavenly emperors. In addition, Lu Ming had comprehended the battle character art. With the support of the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle prowess was even stronger. Suppressing a peak heavenly emperor was effortless. The great desolate spear was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, crushing Marojia's attack and directly piercing through Marojia's dantian. Marojia's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming in incomparable shock. In his eyes, there was thick fear. Go. Lu Ming said coldly. The long spear trembled, and a terrifying power erupted. Marojia's body was torn apart. A peak heavenly emperor had fallen. Not good, let's go. The other 2 peak heavenly emperors turned around and left, not daring to continue fighting. They directly tore open space, wanting to travel through space and escape. A peak heavenly emperor already had the ability to tear open space and directly travel from this realm to another realm. Stay. The great desolate spear in Lu Ming's hand violently pulled out. Space directly exploded, blocking the other party's path. Lu Ming blocked the retreat of the 2 peak evil god race heavenly emperors. His spear soared through the air, charging towards the 2 evil god race heavenly emperors. Previously, the 3 peak heavenly emperors were not Lu Ming's match. Now that there were only 2 left, they were even less of a match. Although the 2 did their best to resist and counterattack, under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear, the 2 still retreated repeatedly, vomiting blood, their bodies cracking. Go, quickly go. Go and report to His Majesty. The other evil god race members did not dare to stay at all. Regardless of whether their cultivation was strong or weak, they all ran for their lives. In such a large military camp, not a single one was left behind. Bang! A peak evil god race heavenly emperor was swept in the shoulder by Lu Ming. Half of his body exploded, and his body flew out horizontally. Kill. An evil god race member was heavily injured. Lu Ming targeted the last evil god race member. His vital energy and blood surged, the power of a sovereign pervaded the air. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. Coupled with the support of the battle character art, any casual move was filled with terrifying combat power. Pooh! That peak evil god race heavenly emperor was unable to resist. The spear pierced through his head, and he died on the spot. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards that injured evil god race member. Without the slightest suspense, that evil god race member was also killed by Lu Ming. Henceforth, the three peak heavenly emperors guarding the evil god race camp all died in Lu Ming's hands. Heavens, the life forms of the heavenly realm were all dumbstruck. One person killed three peak heavenly emperors. These were peak heavenly emperors. Each one stood at the peak of this world. Each one was a true big shot. But now, three of them died all at once. Personally seeing three peak heavenly emperors die in front of them, this kind of impact was extremely shocking. They did not react for a moment. Only when Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped into the evil god race camp and was about to disappear did they react. When they reacted, they were incomparably excited. Because the foreign race camp had been breached. Quickly go back and report the news. The foreign race camp has been breached. Quickly get the army to come over and fight to Hunyuan Heaven Realm. We can take back the Hunyuan Heaven domain, quick. All the Heaven Realm creatures were incomparably excited, as if they had gone crazy. How many years had it been? Ever since the ancient war, 8 of the 9 Heaven domains had been occupied by outsiders, with the exception of the Grand Pure Heaven domain. Now that there was finally a chance to take back Hunyuan Heaven, they were naturally excited. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew toward Two World City. Two World City was the same as Monarch City. It was heavily guarded and the formation was activated. Soon, those people returned to Two Realm City. Quick, inform the heavenly sovereigns to mobilize the army and attack Hunyuan Heaven. We must take back Hunyuan Heaven. Hurry up. The living beings of the Heaven Realm all cried out. Meanwhile, the people on the Two World City looked at them as if they were idiots. Are you crazy? Take back the Hunyuan Heaven domain? There are countless experts stationed in the evil god race's camp. How can we snatch it? Did something happen to you guys? Those people in Two World City were rather speechless. No, the evil god race's camp has been breached. The other party lost 3 peak heavenly emperors, and the others all ran away. Now is a good opportunity. Someone shouted. Is it true? 3 peak heavenly emperors died, you guys are bragging. The people on the Two World City clearly did not believe it. Peak heavenly emperors were not cabbages. In the entire Heaven Realm, there were not many evil god realm experts added up. How could they die just like that? It's true, we have to report it to the heavenly sovereigns. At this moment, a burly old man came forward, looking rather dignified. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang. On the Two World City, many people were shocked when they saw this old man. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang was a veteran heavenly emperor. He had always guarded Two World City and had quite a bit of prestige. Could it be that what they said is true? Then, they thought of this point, and their eyes revealed shock. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang should not speak nonsense. Dong. Dong, many people's hearts began to beat. If this was true, it would be a big deal. Quickly go and report to the heavenly sovereigns. Some people rushed towards Two World City. Not long after, at least more than a dozen figures arrived on the city walls of Two World City. These few people were all peerless. Powerhouses guarding Two World City. Each one was a 4-star heavenly emperor and above. There were even 2 peak heavenly emperors. Lu Huang, what the hell is going on? Is what you guys said true? A peak heavenly emperor asked. Your Excellency, it's absolutely true. From what we saw with our eyes, the evil god race's barracks were breached, and 3 peak heavenly emperors were killed. Now is the best time to attack Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang said. Who the hell took action? Which invincible powerhouse? A peerless powerhouse asked. With their temperament, their hearts were wildly shaken. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Immediately, someone cried out. What? Lu Ming? More than a dozen peerless powerhouses were greatly shocked in their hearts. It's Lu Ming alone? Someone asked. That's right, it's Lu Ming alone. He broke through the evil god race's grand formation alone and killed 3 peak heavenly emperors on the spot. Now, he has already killed his way to Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang said. Hiss hiss hiss, the people present all sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming alone broke through the alien race's grand formation and killed 3 peak heavenly emperors. What kind of shocking battle record was this? How astonishing was Lu Ming's battle strength? Previously, some people speculated that Lu Ming's strength had already reached peak heavenly emperor. But now, they knew that they had still underestimated Lu Ming. Sound the drums, gather the army, and follow me to Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. A peak powerhouse took a deep breath and gave the order, Dong. Dong. Dong, in Two World City, a loud rumble sounded. The war drums sounded, and countless powerhouses flew towards Two World City's city walls. What's going on? Could it be that the alien race is attacking? Is the decisive battle coming? Many people were puzzled. Let's go, follow me to the alien race's camp. A peak heavenly emperor took the lead and flew out of Two World City. Although many people were puzzled, military orders were like mountains. They did not ask much and flew out of Two World City one after another. Countless voices, a dark mass, blotted out the sky and covered the sun, charging towards the evil god tribe's camp. When they arrived at the evil god race's military camp and saw a stretch of dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls, as well as a huge spear scar that spanned several million li, everyone was deeply shocked. The evil god tribe's camp had been breached, and the evil god tribe was already empty. It's Lu Ming. Soon, the news of Lu Ming breaching the evil god tribe's camp spread throughout the army. Everyone was shocked. Kill them. Kill our way to Hunyuan Heavenly Domain and take back Hunyuan Heavenly Domain in one go. Kill, ha ha ha. Soon after, the morale of the heavenly realm's living beings increased greatly. They rushed past the evil god tribe's camp and charged towards Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. Wherever they passed, they saw the corpses of the evil god tribe. The Heaven Realm army quickly passed through the passage and entered the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. After entering the Hunyuan Heaven Domain, they found that they basically did not encounter any attacks from the evil god tribe. Originally, the evil god tribe army was mostly concentrated in the middle camp. In the vast Hunyuan Heaven Domain, there were not many evil god tribe members. Previously, the evil god tribe had been defeated like a landslide, and most of them had retreated from the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. Ha ha ha, I've finally returned to the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. How many years has it been? Ha ha ha. Someone laughed maniacally. The person laughing was a heavenly emperor. He was from the Hunyuan Heaven Domain in the ancient era, but he had never returned to the Hunyuan Heaven Domain since it was occupied by the other races. Now that he had returned, he was naturally excited. Let's go. Lu Ming must have killed his way to the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. Let's go help him. A peak heavenly emperor roared. Kill. The Heaven Realm creatures were in high morale as they charged towards the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. At this moment, Lu Ming had indeed killed his way to the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. There were indeed many evil god tribe members gathered in this passage, but when Lu Ming arrived, they were still defeated and retreated to the next heaven, the Nine Nether Heaven Domain. Through the passage, Lu Ming arrived at the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. Lu Ming felt a little emotional. Back then, he had accidentally come to the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain and met Ren Chan and the others. He had also met the archaic body cultivators and obtained the cultivation method of the Seven Gods' mysterious art. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming did not immediately chase after the evil god tribe. Instead, he took a step forward and headed towards the number one forbidden area of the myriad spirit heaven, the Land of Dusk. Back then, the archaic body cultivators lived in the depths of the Land of Dusk, and Ren Chan's little world was also at the edge of the Land of Dusk. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Land of Dusk, Ren Chan's little world. The little world had completely collapsed and turned into nothingness. Needless to say, the remaining people of Ren Chan's little world were most likely dead. Afterward, Lu Ming came to the depths of the Land of Dusk. This hell had also been destroyed. It was dilapidated and empty. This made the viciousness in Lu Ming's eyes grow even stronger. The evil god tribe had better send some stronger experts. Lu Ming muttered. A peak heavenly emperor level opponent, to him, was not the slightest bit challenging, and could not serve as a form of training. As his voice fell, Lu Ming's figure had already disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the passageway between the 10,000 spirit heaven domain and the 9 nether heaven domain. In this place, there weren't many obstructions. There was almost no one from the evil god race. Clearly, the evil god race had already retreated. Lu Ming directly entered the 9 remoteness heavenly domain and headed towards the passageway. The 9 serenities heavenly realm was connected to the beast god heavenly realm. In this passageway, Lu Ming finally saw the densely packed evil god race. Countless members of the evil god race were inscribing great formations here, establishing a defensive system. The entire tunnel was enveloped by a layer of pitch-black light. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He directly shook the great desolate spear and thrust it down. The great desolate spear rapidly expanded, reaching a length of 1,000,000 miles, and lashed towards the evil god race's great formation. But this time, before the great desolate spear could be drawn, an axe light slashed out from the evil god race army. This axe light was also incomparably terrifying. It split the entire sky into 2 halves. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was completely splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. Boom, the great desolate spear and the axe light collided heavily. The void within a radius of millions of miles completely exploded, turning into nothingness. Following that, a terrifying aura erupted from the evil god race army. A figure stepped out into the air, arriving high in the sky. This figure had a head of purple hair, not much different from a human. His 3 eyes opened and closed, revealing a cold luster. On his head, there was even a crown. A foreign race king? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that the evil god race finally had a demigod-level existence arrive. According to what he knew, the kings of the foreign race's 10 great royal races were all existences that surpassed peak heavenly emperors. They were all invincible figures at the demigod level. The foreign race king's aura was terrifying. It could split the heavens and cover the earth, suppressing the universe. It was a level stronger than peak heavenly emperors. Clearly, the foreign races had already sent the news back, so a foreign race king came directly. Lu Ming, you killed 3 peak heavenly emperors of my race. Today, you must die. The foreign race king spoke coldly, his killing intent incomparably dense. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability or not. Lu Ming sneered. The great desolate spear vibrated with a buzzing sound. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a powerful fighting spirit. A demigod. This was his first time facing a demigod. Just how strong was a demigod? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Kill. The foreign race king held a pitch-black battle axe. He took a step forward and directly appeared not far from Lu Ming, chopping down with his axe. The foreign race king's attack method was very simple. There wasn't too much fanciness. But when the axe fell, the attack power was incomparably terrifying. It could break through everything. It could really break through everything. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could stop it. Even the heavenly Tao was about to be torn apart. Come on. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew even stronger. The blood in his body surged, and the power of the world completely erupted. Lu Ming's strength erupted to the limit. He brandished his spear and struck out. Clang, the 2 collided again. The sky exploded, erupting with a terrifying rumble. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Swish, the two figures retreated 10,000 miles in unison, standing in the void, facing each other from afar. This time, they were evenly matched. Is this the divine power condensed after 10,000 yuan returned to one? Lu Ming murmured. He was looking forward to it. He had heard from the ancestral dragon that the half-martial gods had achieved 10,000 yuan returned to one, merging everything into one and condensing a godly flame in their body. This godly flame was made up of divine power. However, in the heaven realm and the evil god realm, reaching this step was already the limit. Only by leaving this place and going to the outside world could one truly become a martial god. There was a huge difference between half-martial gods and martial gods. A half-martial god could only condense a godly flame, and the divine power it contained was extremely limited. As for martial gods, their bodies were filled with divine power. The difference was many times greater. However, the power of the divine power surpassed the heavenly Tao. It was too shocking. Even the divine power contained in a single godly flame was enough to make one unrivaled. If a martial god did not show up, no one would be able to compete with him. At this moment, the evil god tribe was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against one of their kings. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. Let's see how many moves you can take from me. Kill. The outsider tribe monarch charged at Lu Ming with a battle axe in hand. His body and the battle axe were covered in a thin layer of divine power. They were extremely powerful. Fight. Lu Ming charged over with his spear. Lu Ming and the strange tribe king engaged in an intense battle. One moment they fought in the sky, and the next moment they fought in the depths of the void. At their level, when they fought with their full strength, they could really destroy the heavens and earth. If they fought on the ground, they could destroy an entire heaven. For a small continent like the divine wilderness continent, they could probably turn it into ashes with just one move. Soon, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Strange tribe king, is this all you've got? How disappointing. Lu Ming said indifferently. His battle intent grew stronger and stronger, and he began to suppress the strange tribe king. How is this possible? The strange tribe king was extremely shocked. He could clearly feel that Lu Ming had not reached the demigod realm because he did not have divine power. His cultivation level was lower than his, but his battle strength was stronger than his. It was too terrifying to be able to suppress him. The strange tribe king roared and pushed the divine power in his body to the limit. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be able to unleash shocking power with a casual strike of his spear. He was forced to retreat. The battle character art is indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, he had pushed the battle character art to the limit. He was getting stronger and stronger, and he had completely gained the upper hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? Countless strange tribe members muttered to themselves, unable to accept this. In their hearts, the strange tribe king was an invincible existence, a symbol of invincibility. But now, he was about to lose, and at the hands of a young man from the heaven realm. Bam! After a few more moves, the strange tribe king was swept by Lu Ming's spear. His body was sent flying, and a bloody wound appeared on his body. It seems like you won't be able to kill me today. Lu Ming said disdainfully and continued to attack his opponent. The strange tribe king roared and fought Lu Ming with all his might. Unfortunately, after more than 10 moves, he was sent flying by Lu Ming and vomited blood. Once he was at a disadvantage and was injured by Lu Ming, his battle strength weakened and he was no match for Lu Ming. How could this be? Countless members of the evil god tribe paled. What to do? Even a king realm expert was no match for Lu Ming. Should they retreat? Otherwise, when the outsider king was defeated, they would be the ones to die. At this moment, the space cracked open, and another figure appeared. This figure was also wearing a crown, and his aura was shocking. Another outsider king had arrived. Kill. The king of a foreign tribe descended and charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. The battle intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew even stronger as he fought against this outsider king. At the same time, the outsider king from before also charged back. The two outsider kings fought Lu Ming. The two kings of the mutated tribes working together was too terrifying. In this world, apart from martial gods, who could defeat them, legend had it that the peerless Primal Chaos Emperor, the imperishable Primal Chaos Emperor, had been besieged by two outsider kings at the same time and finally died. Besieged by two non-humankind kings, Lu Ming instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, Lu Ming only had the strength to fight back. Yes, that's it. Not only was Lu Ming not afraid, he was even more surprised. Besieged by two outsider kings, Lu Ming felt a great pressure. Under this pressure, his comprehension of the battle character art improved rapidly. Slowly comprehending it was not as fast as when faced with danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his spear and unleashed his strength to the maximum. His body was covered in the purple golden ruler force as he continuously executed the battle character art to fight against the two outsider kings. Although the two outsider kings had the upper hand, Lu Ming was as steady as a rock. His great desolation spear was impenetrable. It would take them a while to break through Lu Ming's defense. How is this possible? This kid is even more troublesome than the Primal Chaos Emperor and the imperishable Primal Chaos Emperor. One of the outsider kings thought in shock. In the blink of an eye, after 100 moves, Lu Ming was still steadily blocking their attacks. At this moment, in the direction of the 9 Nether Heaven domain, the Heaven Realm army had finally arrived. However, they stopped when they were still a long distance away. Because the battle between Lu Ming and the two outsider kings was too terrifying. That void was filled with destructive storms, and they did not dare to approach. Heavens, is that an outsider king? Yes, two outsider kings. Lu Ming is fighting two outsider kings. Some experts from the Heaven Realm were watching from afar. When they saw the people in the battle, they were dumbfounded. The Heaven Realm army was in an uproar. Lu Ming was actually engaged in a great battle with two kings of foreign tribes. During this period of time, they had repeatedly refreshed their understanding of Lu Ming. In the beginning, many people speculated that Lu Ming was a peak heavenly emperor, but now they realized that it was far from it. Not only did Lu Ming have the strength of an invincible powerhouse, he could also fight against two outsider kings. To fight two outsider kings by himself, how many people in this world could do it? Not good. Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. If this continues, will he be defeated? It's hard to say, but we have already reported to the invincible powerhouses of our Heaven Realm. Our Heaven Realm will also have invincible powerhouses arriving soon. Some people from the Heaven Realm were discussing in low voices. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A part of the void suddenly split open, and a terrifying sword light violently slashed towards Lu Ming. The power of this sword light was shockingly strong. Without a doubt, another demigod-level existence had made his move. Lu Ming was startled, and quickly danced with the great desolate spear, covering his entire body with defenses. But facing this sudden attack, as well as the attacks of the other two outsider kings, Lu Ming was still pushing it too hard. Clang! This sword strike struck Lu Ming's long spear, and Lu Ming was directly sent flying, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Not good. The expressions of the Heaven Realm powerhouses changed. Rip! That part of the void split open, and a figure walked out. Without a doubt, it was another outsider king. The three outsider kings descended, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. This person must be eliminated. The earliest outsider king said. He was too shocked, and even a little frightened. If Lu Ming was allowed to continue growing, he did not know how far he would go. Join forces. Another outsider king said. Ha ha ha, the three outsider kings actually want to join forces to deal with a junior from the Heaven Realm. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? A cold laugh sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Heaven Realm army. This person was surrounded by endless lightning, as if he was the incarnation of lightning. Heavenly Thunder Sovereign is here. The Heaven Realm beings were overjoyed. Heavenly Thunder. The three outsider kings' eyes narrowed. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Boom. Boom, suddenly, in a dark void, a violent explosion came, and then space exploded. Two figures rushed out from inside, exchanged a few moves, and retreated. Another two invincible figures. One was also a foreign race king, and the other was a burly figure wearing battle armor. It's the Sky Tiger Emperor. Someone recognized the burly figure wearing battle armor. The Sky Tiger Emperor, the king of the Sky Tiger clan, was also the strongest existence in the Sky Tiger clan, with a demigod cultivation base. The Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the Foreign Race King exchanged more than 10 moves, and it was hard to determine the victor, so they also retreated. For a time on the Heaven Realm side, Lu Ming, the Heavenly Thunder Emperor, and the Sky Tiger Emperor faced off against the 4 Foreign Race Kings. In the sky, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Damn it! The king of a foreign tribe who was the first to exchange blows with Lu Ming growled, feeling somewhat indignant. They knew that the invincible powerhouses of the Heaven Realm had already begun to move. Even if they could call over more foreign race kings, the invincible powerhouses of the Heaven Realm would still rush over. This time, they could not kill Lu Ming. For a time, the foreign race kings did not make a move. The Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the rest also did not make a move. Both sides were wary and did not have absolute confidence in defeating the other party. Engrave the Grand Array and guard this place. Let's see who can rush over. In the end, the 4 foreign race kings retreated and returned to the foreign race army. They personally took charge of this place and gave the order to strengthen the Grand Array. Lu Ming and the rest did not chase. Retreat 1,000,000 miles, build an army camp, and surround this place. The Heavenly Thunder Emperor also instructed the Heaven Realm army. Yes. The Heaven Realm army received the order, then retreated 1,000,000 miles and began to build an army camp to surround this place. Both sides faced off again here. Lu Ming did not return. He retreated to a mountain peak not far from the Heaven Realm army, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend, digesting the gains from the battle just now. The news of this battle also spread in the Supreme Pure Sky domain at an astonishing speed. This time, the Supreme Pure Sky domain seemed to have experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake, and it suddenly exploded. Lu Ming destroyed the foreign army camp outside Two Realms City and killed 3 peak heavenly emperors of the foreign races. Lu Ming slaughtered his way into the Hunyuan Heaven, the Wanling Heaven, and the Abyssal Heaven, breaking through 3 heavens in a row. Lu Ming had engaged in a fierce battle with an outsider king at the entrance of the Beast God Realm and the 9 Serenity's Heaven Realm. Lu Ming did not lose in the battle with the 2 kings of the foreign tribes. News after news set off gusts of wind in the Grand Pure Sky domain, and countless people were dumbfounded. When many people heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. However, when they sent people to Two Realms City to investigate and confirm the news, they were stunned. All of this was real. Countless people from the Taiching Heaven had already poured into the Hunyuan Heaven, Myriad Spirit Heaven and 9 Nether Heaven. Oh my God, many people sighed. This was too crazy. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now almost invincible in the world. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming. In every corner of the Grand Pure Sky domain, every force was talking about this name. Lu Ming's reputation had reached the peak. After that, all forces began to send people to the Hunyuan Heaven, Wanling Heaven, and Abysmal Heaven. These 3 heavens had been occupied by the foreign races for countless years. After all, the cultivation of the foreign races was different from that of the heavens, and the treasures they needed were sometimes very different. There might be some treasures in the 3 heavens that the foreign races had no use for, but they were very useful to the heavens. Therefore, there must be many precious treasures in the 3 heavens waiting for people to exploit. Countless people poured into the 3 heavens and began to harvest and excavate the treasures. At the entrance of the 9 Serenities Heaven and the Beast God Realm, the 2 armies were facing each other. Lu Ming went into secluded cultivation. A few months later, Lu Ming came out of secluded cultivation. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had gained something, and his understanding of the battle character art had deepened. However, he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. It was as if there was a barrier blocking him that he couldn't break through. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as the battle character art broke through the bottleneck, its power would definitely increase greatly, and his battle prowess would reach a whole new level. It's not enough. I need to continue the battle. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the foreign race army. Lu Ming's movement attracted the attention of countless people. Where is Lu Ming going? Is he going to fight the evil god race again? Many people guessed and watched from afar. Especially those who had arrived later. They hadn't seen Lu Ming fight before, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. Lu Ming is here to challenge. Evil god race, who wants to come out and fight? Lu Ming held his spear and stood in front of the foreign race army. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the foreign race army. For a time, the foreign race army fell silent. There's actually no one from the huge evil god race who dares to fight? How disappointing. Lu Ming said again. Damn it. Many members of the evil god race gritted their teeth, but no one came out to fight. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying. Apart from unparalleled experts, anyone else who came out would be courting death. Boom. 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 Terrifying auras burst out from the non-human army as a few non-human kings stepped out with cold looks in their eyes. You finally dare to come out. Who wants to fight with me? Lu Ming glanced at the foreign race kings. So arrogant. I'll go and fight him. A foreign race king roared. Be careful. Lu Ming is really strong. The king of a foreign tribe who was the first to fight with Lu Ming instructed. I'll be careful. That foreign race king nodded and stepped out, appearing not far away from Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come to challenge them, they had no choice but to accept. Just you? No, let's have another one. Lu Ming said indifferently, his face full of displeasure. He was really pissed. An outsider king did not pose much of a threat to him. Arrogant. Kill. Being looked down on by Lu Ming, that foreign race king was enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. The heavenly Dao weapon this foreign race king used was a long spear. The long spear pierced through the air and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Buzz, Lu Ming shook the great desolate spear and charged toward the other party. Clang. Clang. Clang, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the two of them clashed non-stop, erupting into earth-shattering explosions. Spear light and spear shadows crisscrossed, connecting heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. Terrifying, so terrifying. This kind of power is simply not something we can resist. Is this the battle prowess of an unparalleled expert? This was the first time many of the heaven realm's living beings had seen unparalleled experts fight. They were shocked. Lu Ming and the foreign race king exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, the foreign race king was at a disadvantage. This time, Lu Ming did not hold back. He used his full strength. In the dark void, there was a terrifying spatial storm. However, if it was just a short distance, even great Emperor realm characters could resist it. But if the distance was too long and the speed was too fast, then the spatial storm would be terrifying, especially when crossing worlds. From one world to another, the distance was too long. Not only did one have to have a powerful force to travel through the void, but at the same time, one had to face the incomparably terrifying spatial storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming shuttled through the void at an astonishing speed. He felt the endless void flash past him, but at the same time, a terrifying void storm energy formed in the void, constantly attacking him. This kind of energy could even directly pass through Lu Ming's body and attack his Dantian, sea of consciousness, directly forming a terrifying impact on the small world or the world within the mountain river diagram. This was also why ordinary peak heavenly emperors and even invincible powerhouses could travel through the void and enter another world from one world. However, they could only move alone and could not bring others with them. Because if you brought others with you, they would also be killed by the energy of the void storm. Even if it was hidden in a small world or a heavenly abode treasure, it would be useless. Of course, if a martial god realm powerhouse had a small world in his body, he could still withstand it. However, for example, the ancestral dragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor did not cultivate the law system and did not refine a small world. Therefore, when the ancestral dragon brought the people of the hell-suppressing world to the heaven realm, he had to rely on the world formed by the hell-suppressing monument to be able to do it. I wonder if my ruler's power can block the impact of the void storm. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He gathered his ruler's power and gathered it outside the small world in his Dantian, enveloping the small world within. Bang! 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 The terrifying void storm constantly bombarded the ruler's power, but it did not seep into the small world. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that he could bring people from one world to another? Lu Ming's mind turned one thought after another. All around, the void kept flashing. Lu Ming's speed was fast to the extreme. In at most 1 or 2 hours, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. His palm chopped forward, and the void split open. Lu Ming walked out. What entered his eyes was an extraordinarily grand city that wasn't inferior to Two Realm City in the slightest. This was Sinkhole City, and Lu Ming appeared on the battlefield outside Sinkhole City. In just 1 or 2 hours, Lu Ming had traveled from 9 Nether Heaven to the Returning Ruins battlefield, crossing several heavens. Lu Ming did not enter the Returning Ruins city. Instead, he headed for the Evil God tribe's military camp. That seems to be Lu Ming. It is indeed Lu Ming. He has come to the ruins of End City. Didn't he kill his way to the 9 Nether Heaven region? Could it be that he wants to attack the Evil God tribe's military camp? Let's go take a look. On Sinkhole City, many people saw Lu Ming. All of them became excited. Then, they flew out of the city walls and followed Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on the air, moving at an extremely fast speed. Soon, an endless military camp appeared in front of him. This was the Evil God tribe's military camp that guarded the ancient Demon Heaven region's passageway. Boom, Lu Ming was very direct. When he approached the camp, he directly swung his spear. An incomparably huge spear descended from the sky, bombarding the Evil God tribe's military camp with terrifying might. Activate the Great Formation, activate the Great Formation. Explosive roars came from the Evil God tribe's military camp. The entire Evil God tribe's military camp emitted a bright light, forming a light barrier that enveloped the Evil God tribe's military camp. Seeing that Lu Ming's spear was about to hit the light barrier, 2 shocking auras erupted from the Evil God tribe's military camp. 2 terrifying attacks soared into the sky and bombarded Lu Ming's spear. Buzz, the spear vibrated and was sent flying back. 2 demigods. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that the Evil God tribe had also made preparations. There were invincible beings guarding the military camp. They were afraid that the camp would be breached like last time. Lu Ming. 2 explosive roars came from the Evil God tribe's military camp. Then, 2 figures charged out, carrying terrifying might as they charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He charged forward and fought with the other party. Although the 2 demigods could suppress Lu Ming and gain the upper hand, this time, Lu Ming could counterattack once within 10 moves. He had improved a lot compared to before. The battle between the 2 was incomparably intense. After exchanging hundreds of moves, Lu Ming retreated. Damn it, this Lu Ming is really terrifying. He is using our hands to temper himself. The next time he challenges us, we don't have to care about him. We just have to focus on defense. Alright. The 2 invincible demigods returned to the Evil God tribe's military camp. Lu Ming found a secret place and went into seclusion to comprehend. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming came out. This time, he felt that the battle character art had improved again. He was only a step away from breaking through the bottleneck. It seemed like he could break through at any time, but he could not break through after a long time. It was as if he was lacking a bit. Let's find someone to fight again. Lu Ming went to the Evil God tribe's military camp to challenge them again. However, the invincible demigods did not fight. Lu Ming was furious and directly attacked the Evil God tribe's military camp. The 2 invincible demigods joined forces and blocked Lu Ming's attack. However, they only defended and did not take the initiative to attack. Lu Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. Clearly, the invincible demigods saw through his goal. Lu Ming paced around the Evil God tribe's military camp for a while, but he could not find a chance to fight. Then, he returned to the 9 Nether Heavens side to challenge them. It was the same. The Evil God tribe did not fight. As long as they delayed until the Evil God tribe's Divine Ancestor and Divine Ancestor Xianxia recovered, they would be able to counterattack. Neither of you want to fight? Then I'll kill my way to your side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Then, he tore open space and rushed toward the Evil God realm. The Evil God realm was very far from the 9 Nether Heaven. However, there was a void passage that connected it to the 9 nether heaven. Of course, Lu Ming did not want to pass through this void passage. He directly passed through the void and rushed toward the evil god realm. Not long later, when Lu Ming tore open space and left, he was already in the evil god realm. There are still many experts from the hell-suppressing world and heaven world in the eternal prison. This time, I'll save them all. After arriving at the evil god realm, the first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was the eternal prison. Back then, they had left in a hurry and only brought a little over 100 people with them. There were more than 100 experts locked up in the eternal prison. This time, Lu Ming wanted to bring them all out. After all, when Lu Ming passed through the void, his Tao of Sovereign could protect the little world. With a step, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the eternal prison. From a distance away, they could see that the world of eternity cage was enveloped by a light barrier, and at the top of it was a treasure. Is that the treasure of the evil god tribe's divine ancestor? Lu Ming muttered. That treasure was very likely a treasure that surpassed a heavenly Tao weapon. However, it had not reached the level of a divine artifact. It was somewhere between a heavenly Tao weapon and a divine artifact. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly headed towards the eternal world cage, arriving under that light screen. Lu Ming waved his hand, controlling the Tao of Sovereign, acting on the light screen. Now, Lu Ming's understanding and control of the Tao of Sovereign was countless times stronger than back then. Easily breaking through the light screen, Lu Ming rushed in. But right at this time, somewhere in the eternal world cage, an old man with a head full of purple hair and a face full of wrinkles suddenly opened his eyes. There's actually someone who can sneak into the eternal world cage, courting death. This old man growled, the killing intent on his body incomparably cold. He was the powerhouse who replaced Duolei to oversee the eternal world cage. Moreover, he was even stronger than Duolei. He was not a peak heavenly emperor, but a demigod-level invincible powerhouse. Destroy for me. The old man's body was suffused with a powerful aura. His hands danced, controlling the foreign race sacred ancestors' treasure. Buzz, the treasure immediately began to vibrate and emitted a boundless glow. Rays of light slashed towards Lu Ming like divine swords. At this moment, the entire eternal world cage was alarmed. What's going on? The great array has been activated, the killing intent is cold. What is Aogu trying to do? Could it be that someone wants to escape and angered Aogu? At this moment, all the creatures in the eternal world cage were alarmed. They all came out of their secret chambers, looking at each other in dismay, guessing. Lu Ming was running at top speed through a passage when he suddenly stopped. Looks like I've been discovered. Lu Ming frowned. This time, he passed through the eternal world cage's restrictions extremely quickly. He originally thought that he could hide from the other party, but it seemed that he had already been exposed. Since he was exposed, then let's fight, whoosh. Whoosh, rays of light passed through the mountain and the stone room, slashing towards Lu Ming. The power was shockingly strong. This kind of light was emitted by the foreign race sacred ancestors' treasure. Its power was so strong that it could kill a peak heavenly emperor. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was not that of a peak heavenly emperor. The great desolate spear appeared, and with a shake, it pierced out rays of spear light. Rumble, when the spear light collided with the light, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. A terrifying force bombarded the surrounding stone chambers. Even though the stone chambers had formations carved into them, they were unable to withstand the force and were blown apart. Go, retreat to the center. Many figures rushed out of the secret chamber and rushed toward the center of the eternal cage. The combat strength of a demigod. On the other side, the old man named Aogu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, he manipulated the outsider's sacred patriarch's treasures to form streaks of light that shot towards Lu Ming. The eternal cage ends here. Today, I will destroy it. Lu Ming coldly spoke. His body burst forth as his long spear pierced upwards, breaking apart several beams of light as he swept out with it. Boom! Boom! The entire mountain was disintegrating and exploding. However, Lu Ming controlled his strength well. He only attacked the mountain and did not harm the living beings inside. In the end, the entire mountain exploded under Lu Ming's strength and turned into dust. His vision suddenly opened up. Lu Ming looked around and saw a large group of people gathered at the center of the eternal cage. There were more than 1,000 people. They were all living beings that were imprisoned in the eternal cage. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were experts in blood-red armor all over the eternal cage and they rushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The great desolate spear shook and shot out rays of spear light that pierced towards the blood-red armored foreign races. There were great emperors and heavenly emperors among these foreign races. However, they could not resist at all. They were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and died instantly. So strong. Who is that? I think it's Lu Ming. Heavens, it's really Lu Ming. Didn't he escape? Why is he back? The people in the eternal cage recognized Lu Ming and were shocked. Back then, Lu Ming had escaped, but now he was back and his strength was astonishing. Enter my small world and I will take you away. Lu Ming said to those people. Leave? Everyone was stunned. Leave? Today, no one can leave. A cold voice sounded and an incomparably terrifying aura spread towards Lu Ming. In the next moment, an old man with wrinkled skin appeared. It was Aogu. It's over. Many people thought. Aogu was an invincible powerhouse. Moreover, this was the eternal cage. Aogu could control the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure. Lu Ming was dead for sure, many people sighed. They did not understand why Lu Ming would come back foolishly after escaping. He looked as if he wanted to fight with Aogu. Where did his courage come from? It was not that they were unkind to Lu Ming, but they felt that Lu Ming's actions were a bit inconceivable. So it's a demigod. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. No wonder he was discovered as soon as he came in. If it was just a peak heavenly emperor, it would have been impossible to discover him so quickly. It seemed that after they escaped last time, the foreign races had also raised their vigilance and sent a demigod to guard the eternal cage. Boy, die. Aogu coldly shouted as he controlled the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure. Terrifying rays of light shot towards Lu Ming. The one who will die is you. Lu Ming coldly said as he stepped forward, his long spear like a rainbow, smashing apart the rays of light as he rushed towards Aogu. Boom! The great desolate spear rapidly expanded as it shot towards Aogu. Aogu's expression changed as an iron rod appeared in his hand and he swung it at Lu Ming. Dang! A terrifying tremor erupted. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating continuously. It was Aogu. Aogu was forced back dozens of steps before he could steady himself, his face somewhat pale as he stared at Lu Ming in shock. Not only him, but everyone else in the eternal cage was the same. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Lu Ming had not only defeated the attack of the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure but also repelled Aogu with a single spear. How was this possible? Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying, too shocking, wasn't it? They knew very well that when Lu Ming first entered the eternal cage, he could barely fight with a one-star heavenly emperor. But now, only a few hundred years had passed and Lu Ming was actually able to repel an invincible powerhouse. This kind of speed of progress was simply a miracle. Many people's faces were a little red. Before, they thought that since Lu Ming had run away, it was simply unwise for him to come back now. But now they understood that it was not that Lu Ming was unwise, but that they were ignorant. Lu Ming had clearly come back with confidence. Many people became excited, hoping that Lu Ming could defeat Aogu and bring them out. How is this possible? Aogu was also shocked. He had not expected Lu Ming to possess such strong combat strength. Damn it, die for me! Aogu roared, fully erupting with the power of the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure. When the treasure of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor exuded a bright glow. Beams of light were like swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. They were even more powerful. At the same time, Aogu also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear, resisting the rays of light as he prepared to fight against Aogu. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out in the area, creating a terrifying shockwave. Lu Ming sent out a strand of sovereign power to block the hell-suppressing world and heavenly world's experts. Otherwise, the shockwave would have killed them. After more than 10 explosions, Aogu was forced back 10 steps. The power of the sacred ancestors' treasure is indeed amazing, Lu Ming thought. At this moment, Aogu was frantically activating the treasure of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor. The power that erupted was indeed extremely powerful, equivalent to the attack of a demigod. Coupled with Aogu himself, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, the treasure of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor was, after all, just a treasure and not a real invincible powerhouse. It still needed Aogu to control it. In that case, it did not give Lu Ming as much pressure as two invincible powerhouses. Lu Ming was forced back mainly because he had to divert his attention to protect the health-suppressing world and heavenly world's experts. I have to end this quickly. The commotion here will soon alert the upper echelons of the evil god tribe, Lu Ming thought. Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, go. Lu Ming muttered. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew out from his forehead, rapidly expanding as it shot towards the sacred ancestors' treasure. Dang! Dang! The light bombarded the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Although the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook violently, it managed to withstand the attack. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was refined by the ancestral dragon and the nine dragons together. Especially with the ancestral dragon's help, its grade had already surpassed a heavenly Dao weapon. Although it wasn't a divine artifact, it was still powerful. In terms of grade, it wasn't any weaker than the sacred ancestors' treasure. Moreover, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's power was even more terrifying, blocking the attack of the sacred ancestors' treasure. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. After blocking the foreign race sacred ancestors' treasure, Lu Ming could focus on dealing with Aogu. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with his spear and rushed towards Aogu. Aogu's pupils shrank as he too attacked with all his strength. Dong! Dong! The two of them exchanged several blows. Aogu's body trembled violently as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a broken wall and shattering it. Whoosh! Lu Ming didn't give Aogu a chance to catch his breath and quickly launched a barrage of attacks. A series of spear shadows overlapped and shot towards Aogu. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Aogu was shocked and tried his best to resist, but he was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for Lu Ming. Everyone knew that his cultivation had reached the half-martial god realm. Those who were able to achieve this were all peerless geniuses with shocking talents. Who could be stronger than the other? Their battle prowess was almost the same, even if there were some amazing geniuses, such as the Primal Chaos Emperor and Immortal Emperor, who were strong enough to suppress a half-martial god of the same level. They weren't this strong. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had passed. Aogu was struck by Lu Ming's spear and a large hole was blasted into his body, blood gushing out. Now, Lu Ming's strength was growing stronger and stronger. Facing two half-martial gods, Lu Ming could fight for several hundred moves without being defeated, let alone a single half-martial god. It was completely one-sided. Bang! The two of them exchanged another blow and charged out of the range of the myriad world's cage. Damn it, how could this be? Where did this monster come from? Aogu roared in his heart. He had a very high seniority in the evil god tribe and had existed since the ancient era. He had been in seclusion all this time and had only recently been invited out to oversee the myriad world's cage. In the past few years, Lu Ming had displayed great might in the heavenly world, but he didn't know about it. At this moment, he was naturally shocked to the extreme. I have to hold on. The divine ancestor should be able to sense it soon. When reinforcements arrive, this brat is dead for sure. Aogu gritted his teeth and defended with all his might. He didn't want to win, but he didn't want to make any mistakes. At this moment, at the peak of the evil god tribe's sacred mountain, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was the outsider race's divine ancestor. However, it wasn't the outsider race's divine ancestor's true body, but his projection. His true body was still recovering from his injuries. Lu Ming, how dare you? The outsider race's divine ancestor's eyes were cold. He could sense what was happening on the other side of the myriad world's cage. Swish, pieces of jade tablets appeared in his hand. Then, inscriptions appeared and sank into the jade tablets. Next, the jade tablets turned into rays of light and flew into the dark void, disappearing at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming actually dared to come to the evil god realm. This time, we'll get rid of this trouble once and for all. The outsider's sacred ancestor murmured. At this moment, in a magnificent palace in the evil god realm, a middle-aged man with a crown on his head was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and caught a jade talisman. Lu Ming, it's this Lu Ming again. He's courting death. A cold glow flashed through his eyes, and then he said, I have important matters to attend to. All of you can leave for now. Yes. His subordinates retreated one after another. Wang Bei stepped out and disappeared. In another royal city, another outsider king received a jade talisman and left the royal palace. In the realm of 9 serenities, a few outsider kings who were guarding the realm of 9 serenities also received jade talismans. Damn it. Lu Ming actually ran into the eternal cage. He's courting death. You two stay here and guard this place. We'll go back and hunt down Lu Ming. Of the 4 outsider kings, 2 remained here, while the other 2 left. They tore through space, slaughtering their way towards the evil god realm. In the barracks of Sinkhole City, another outsider king also returned to the evil god realm. As of this moment, a total of 7 demigod outsiders were rushing toward the world of ages. However, the outsider sacred ancestor did not act. He was just a projection, and his strength was far inferior to his main body. At most, he was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, so he wouldn't be of much use. Boom. Boom. At the eternal cage, the battle was still raging. Lu Ming completely suppressed Aogu, his spear raining down like a storm. Aogu was like a small boat in the sea, about to be submerged at any time. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl, unleashing his full power. Aogu defended with all his strength. How could Lu Ming not know what he was thinking? He was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. How could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Bang! Lu Ming's spear struck Aogu. Aogu screamed as he was sent flying, his body exploding in 2. However, the 2 halves of Aogu's body instantly fused together. His muscles wriggled as he tried to recover, but his aura was much weaker. Kill! Lu Ming charged. Although Aogu did his best to block, with his weakened strength, how could he block? After a few moves, he was struck again by Lu Ming. This time, it was even worse. His body exploded into ashes, leaving behind only his head. So what if he has the indestructible ancient scriptures? We still killed the indestructible martial monarch in the past. Kill him. Cold voices could be heard. The 7 demigods of the foreign tribe did not stop attacking Lu Ming. They continued to attack him. Lu Ming could only defend himself with all his might. However, the 7 half-martial gods were too terrifying. Apart from the martial gods, no one could stop them. Any other half-martial god would have been crushed instantly when facing 7 experts of the same level. Lu Ming only managed to block a few attacks before he was hit again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. More than half of his body had exploded, and one could clearly see his internal organs. Some of his internal organs had even turned into ashes. Lu Ming's face turned pale as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. He's going to die. Let's kill him. A few of the emperors became excited. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. They were slightly intimidated. It would be great if they could kill Lu Ming. You won't be able to kill me. A fruit appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He immediately swallowed it. It was the fruit of life. Bang! As soon as he swallowed the fruit of life, it exploded and turned into a boundless life force that encapsulated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's injuries recovered rapidly. His body had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. It was a miracle. This was the effect of the fruit of life. The fruit of life, it's the fruit of life from the Yellow Spring Mountain. The ancestral dragon is willing to give him one. One of the emperors exclaimed with envy. They initially thought the fruit of life was given to Lu Ming by the ancestral dragon. The sacred ancestor and the others had found 11 fruits of life in the Yellow Spring Mountain, but none of them had been given away. The sacred ancestor and the sacred ancestor Xianxia had refined them. Therefore, they were envious when they saw the fruit of life. Kill him and take his blood, and the effect of the fruit of life. One of the emperors said coldly as he charged toward Lu Ming. He was going to kill Lu Ming and take his blood. Kill. 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 The other outsider demigods also charged towards Lu Ming. Come on, come on. Lu Ming had a crazed look in his eyes. Thanks to the life fruit, his injuries were more or less healed. He raised his strength to the limit. In this life and death crisis, he seemed to see the bottleneck of the battle formula, as if he could break through it at any time. The great spear of desolation bloomed in Lu Ming's hand, shooting out beams of dazzling spear light that pierced towards the 7 demigods. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Both sides continued to clash, but Lu Ming was still no match for him. In the midst of their clashes, he suffered heavy injuries. However, the fruit of life was truly miraculous. Its medicinal effects were shocking. Lu Ming's blood was filled with powerful life force. Once Lu Ming was injured, he would quickly recover. As long as he wasn't killed in an instant, Lu Ming could quickly recover. Therefore, for a moment, he forcefully withstood his opponent's attack. Soon. In this desperate situation, Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his use of the battle formula reached its peak. The fruit of life is too strong. It's hard to kill him like this. One of the outsider kings roared. Then I'll completely refine him. The outsider king said coldly. Then, his third eye shone brightly, and a furnace appeared in it. Then, this outsider king's body rapidly shrank and entered the furnace. The furnace erupted with a terrifying devouring power, wanting to devour Lu Ming. The other 6 kings joined forces and continuously attacked Lu Ming, wanting to blast Lu Ming into the furnace. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but his body was still being dragged towards the furnace. Before he even entered, the terrifying temperature was already causing pain on Lu Ming's skin. This was a terrifying attack, and Lu Ming had seen it before. Back at the evil god tribe's sacred mountain, Lu Ming had challenged the 10,000 years ranking and fought with Kong Duo, who was ranked 2nd. In the end, Kong Duo had also used this move. However, when this alien king used this move, its power was far greater than Kong Duo's. Break for me! Lu Ming roared in his heart. The great desolate spear vibrated continuously, vibrating hundreds of millions of times every second. This was because the great desolate spear was a heavenly Tao weapon, and its material was shocking. If it were an ordinary great emperor weapon, it would have exploded. Suddenly, the great desolate spear vibrated, and spear light erupted. A spear light pierced through the void and forced the 2 outsider kings back. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The battle formula had broken through its bottleneck and reached a new level. Lu Ming crazily activated the battle formula. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his body. Boundless battle intent erupted from the depths of his body, and then this battle intent turned into surging energy, causing Lu Ming's strength to skyrocket. Pung! Lu Ming's spear vibrated and clashed with one of the outsider kings. The outsider king's body shook violently, and he was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Damn it, his battle strength, why did it suddenly skyrocket? The outsider kings were shocked. My battle strength, even Lu Ming himself was shocked. In that instant, Lu Ming realized that his battle strength had doubled. That's right, his overall combat strength had doubled because he had activated the battle symbol art. Battle. Lu Ming's battle intent was boundless. He continuously waved the great desolate spear, and spear lights that were millions of miles long swept through the void. Pung! The furnace that the outsider king had turned into was sent flying by Lu Ming and crashed into the ground. The ground exploded, and everything within a million miles was turned into ashes. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Team up, don't split up, attack together. A outsider king shouted. None of the outsider kings dared to split up, and they all joined forces. Every time they attacked, all of them would attack together, and the power of their attacks would skyrocket. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blocked a few attacks, and his body was only pushed back slightly. This was already an extremely terrifying thing. Previously, he was at a disadvantage when facing two demigods, and it was difficult for him. But now, he was only pushed back slightly by the combined attacks of so many demigods. This showed how much his battle strength had increased. How is this possible? How is this possible? The outsider kings were all extremely shocked, and they could not believe it. What kind of monster was Lu Ming? How could his battle strength skyrocket in the middle of a battle? More importantly, they did not realize that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. His cultivation had not broken through, but his battle strength had skyrocketed. What was going on? Boom! With a loud explosion, the outsider king who had turned into a furnace returned to his original form, and rushed out of the ground to join the 6 demigods. His eyes were extremely serious. Haha, I won't play with you today. We'll fight another day. Lu Ming wanted to tear open space and escape, but the 7 demigods did not want to let Lu Ming go so easily. Keep him here. We must kill him. The 7 demigods of the foreign tribe attacked Lu Ming one after another. The 7 attacks converged and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. His body shook, and he appeared in another direction. The great spear of the desolation swept out, shattering the void. The 7 demigods hurriedly blocked Lu Ming's attack, but Lu Ming appeared in another direction and swept out his spear again. In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged dozens of blows. The demigods could not do anything to Lu Ming. Boom, there was another loud bang. Both parties exchanged a blow. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Behind him, the space split open. Lu Ming dashed into the space and disappeared. Damn it! The 7 demigods' faces were ugly, but they did not pursue. They knew that they could not do anything to Lu Ming. We must report this to the divine ancestor. We must get rid of Lu Ming as soon as possible. One by one, the demigods left the area and headed for the outsider's sacred mountain. Lu Ming, on the other hand, traveled through the void and headed for the celestial realm. Before long, Lu Ming arrived at a battlefield outside Two World City. Now that the outsider encampment had been broken through, there was no one left on the battlefield. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 1,000 people in the eternal cage appeared on the battlefield. The moment they appeared, they looked around. Where is this? Someone asked. This is the celestial realm. Lu Ming said. What? The celestial realm? Everyone was stunned. This was the celestial realm. Didn't this mean that Lu Ming had brought them from the evil god realm to the celestial realm? But how was this possible? How could they be alright in Lu Ming's small world after traveling through the long void? Lu Ming could bring them from the evil god realm to the celestial realm. This miraculous method amazed them. Then, we have escaped from the evil god realm. Many people were overjoyed when they thought of this. They had been imprisoned in the eternal cage for too long. Now that they were free, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming, thank you for your help. I will remember this great kindness. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. Me too. These people thanked Lu Ming one by one. Everyone from the Purgatory Suppression World, let me tell you something. The Purgatory Suppression World has been brought to the Heaven World by the Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming said. The Purgatory World? Those from the Purgatory realm were overjoyed. This way, they would be able to reunite with the people of the Purgatory realm. And, Lu Ming's gaze turned in a direction. There were more than a dozen foreign races, all of them at the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming had heard from Qing Tsung that these foreign races were imprisoned in the eternal cage because they opposed the evil god race's attack on the celestial realm. Everyone, I'm afraid that the celestial realm and the evil god race will have a decisive battle in the near future. Where are you going? Lu Ming said. The expressions of the dozen or so evil god race members changed, becoming very complicated. Although they opposed the evil god race's attack on the celestial realm, they couldn't help the celestial realm deal with the evil god race. Let's leave and find a place to live in seclusion, away from this conflict. An evil god race member sighed. Alright, I'll help you remove this seal armor. Lu Ming waved his hand and used the Tao of Sovereign to envelop them. Those above the Heavenly Emperor realm were all wearing blood-red armor that could seal their cultivation. However, with Lu Ming's current strength, he could easily remove these armors. Many thanks. The dozen or so foreign races cupped their fists towards Lu Ming, then turned around and left in large strides. Following that, Lu Ming removed the armor on the remaining people. Among the remaining 1,000 or so people, at least 300 of them were at the Heavenly Emperor realm. This was an extremely shocking force. If he brought them back to the celestial realm, they would be useful against the evil god race in the future. Lu Ming kept these people back into the small world. Then, he quietly entered the two-realm city, came to a place where there was no one, and released these people. These people thanked Lu Ming again and then left one by one. The people of the hell-suppressing realm went to look for the people of the hell-suppressing realm. The living beings of the celestial realm had relatives and friends in the celestial realm. They had been imprisoned in the eternal cage for many years. This time, they naturally had to visit their relatives and friends. As for Lu Ming, he returned to the Dragon Emperor Peak alone. At the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming stood against the wind. My combat strength has fallen back again. Lu Ming frowned. Previously, he felt that his entire body was filled with combat strength, but now, it had fallen back again. Could it be because of the battle formula? Let's try again. Lu Ming thought of the battle formula and began to activate it. Previously, when the battle formula broke through, he used it with all his strength. His combat strength was stronger than before, but it was not that exaggerated. It's useless. Lu Ming frowned. He did not give up and continued to activate the battle formula. After activating it 7 or 8 times in a row, boom, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with endless power. His casual move was filled with terrifying combat strength. His battle prowess had doubled. Is there a chance? Lu Ming guessed. Next, Lu Ming continued to experiment. As expected, he found that there was a chance. He activated the battle formula about 10 times before he could succeed once. His combat strength would double. The success rate was about 1/10. However, even if it was only 1/10, Lu Ming was ecstatic. At his current level, there were too few secret techniques that could increase his combat strength. It was extremely terrifying to have one's combat strength double at a critical moment. It could turn the tables and kill the opponent. Just like this time in the Age of Ages. If he had not triggered the doubling of his combat strength, it would have been difficult for him to escape the siege of the 7 demigods. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this was because his cultivation of the Battle Word Sutra was not very deep yet. As his understanding of the Battle Word Sutra deepened, he was afraid that this probability would increase. In the end, it might reach a 100% success rate. In the future, as his understanding of the battle formula deepened, would he be able to triple or quadruple his combat strength? Lu Ming could not help but let his imagination run wild. Baya said that the battle formula is extremely shocking even in the Eldritch universe. Once it is exposed, it will attract countless experts to fight for it. It seems that what he said is true. Lu Ming only now realized how terrifying and shocking the battle formula was. Now that the battle formula has broken through, with my current combat strength, I should be able to break through the obstruction of the Heavenly Tao. Then, let's go into seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming said to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming immediately set up a formation at the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak. He sat down with his legs crossed and began his attempt to rank up to the Heaven Emperor realm. That being said, it was not easy to rank up to the Heaven Emperor realm. He had to adjust his condition to the best of his ability and strengthen the battle character technique before he could attempt the breakthrough. Lu Ming immersed himself in his cultivation. Demon God Realm, Sacred Mountain. A terrifying force burst out from the peak of the sacred mountain all of a sudden. An imperious aura lingered in the air as a figure appeared in the sky. The figure was none other than the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes. Greetings, sacred ancestor. The emperors of the non-human tribes bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, the non-human tribes cultivating on the sacred mountain were startled too. They woke up from their seclusion and flew out of the sacred mountain to pay their respects to the sacred ancestor. Lu Ming is a great variable. We can't wait any longer. I've almost recovered. It's time to raise the heaven realm to the ground. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes said. We're willing to die for the sacred ancestor. The non-human tribes bowed respectfully. Gather the experts of our tribe and march out. We'll raise the heaven realm to the ground. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes gave the order. Acknowledged. The emperors of the non-human tribes acknowledged the order and left the place. Xianxia, even though you haven't fully recovered, you already possess the strength of the martial god realm. We can't wait any longer. That kid Lu Ming must be eliminated. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes murmured. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes was utterly shocked after the battle at the Cage of Eternity. Lu Ming's performance had exceeded his expectations. He had long recognized that Lu Ming had mastered the Tao of Ruler. Only a few peerless geniuses were able to master the Tao of Ruler even in the outer world. He was already shocked that Lu Ming had mastered the Tao of Ruler. However, the strength that Lu Ming had displayed was even more terrifying, making him feel uneasy. Initially, he wanted to wait for Saint Ancestor Xianxia to fully recover before attacking the Heaven Realm. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. Who knew how strong Lu Ming's cultivation would be if he waited any longer? The entire demon god realm began to stir. Countless experts awoke from their seclusion and gathered towards the 10 royal cities. The mutated beast stepped into the air, roaring like thunder. One by one, the experts whizzed past. Countless experts had gathered in the 10 king cities of the non-human kind, forming huge armies. In the evil god race, in the royal city of the number 1 royal clan, outside an underground secret room, the king of the number 1 royal clan waited respectfully. Kacha, the door to the secret room opened, and a slightly older member of the evil god race walked out. Son greets father. The king of the first royal family immediately bowed respectfully. This old man from the evil god race was the previous king of the first royal race. He was a veteran demigod and had been in seclusion ever since the ancient war. Are we finally going to launch a general attack on the heaven realm? The old king said in a low voice, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Not only did the number 1 royal family have such a person, but the other royal families also had such a person. They were all old kings who had retired, all of them incomparably terrifying figures. Right now, they all came out of seclusion. In a desolate place in the evil god realm, there was an abyss here. Looking from above, it was pitch black, and one couldn't see what was at the bottom of the abyss. This was a famous forbidden area in the evil god realm. Normally, no one dared to step into it. At the bottom of the abyss, there were many members of the evil god race sitting cross-legged. The number was very shocking. There were a total of 100,000 of them. These members of the evil god race had been sitting here for who knew how many years, as if they had turned into stone statues. There were all kinds of races among these evil god race. There were ordinary members of the evil god race, nobles of the evil god race, and even royalty. At this moment, some of them suddenly opened their eyes. Bright light burst forth from their eyes, and an incomparably cold killing intent spread out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Following that, the other members of the evil god race also opened their eyes. Powerful auras soared into the sky and finally gathered together, causing the sky and earth to change color. When the war begins, the heaven realm will be destroyed. Kill, kill, kill. Roars came from the abyss. Then, 100,000 members of the evil god race flew out of the abyss. This was an incomparably terrifying army. It was called the Sky-Shattering Army. Anyone who had experienced the ancient war would know how terrifying this army was. Back then, countless experts from the heaven realm had died under this army. The evil god race had turned out in full force, and there were countless experts. In the lair of Zulong, where the ancestral dragon was cultivating in seclusion, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly sounded. Vast dragon might spread out and covered the entire lair of Zulong. Roar, a true dragon flew out. It was huge and boundless, circling above the lair of Zulong. It was the ancestral dragon himself. He had already sensed everything about the evil god race and had come out of seclusion in advance. In the lair of Zulong, countless experts who were cultivating in seclusion opened their eyes. Then, they flew out of their seclusion and stood in the air. The sky above the lair of Zulong was filled with people, each with an astonishingly powerful aura. The final battle is coming. The evil god race has turned out in full force to attack the heaven realm. Sound the war drums and pass down the order. Let everyone in the abysmal heavenly domain, Wanling heavenly domain, and Hunyuan heavenly domain return to the two-world city. Defend the evil god race with the two-world city and the Guishu city. In addition, summon all experts above the quasi-emperor level in the heaven realm and the primordial realm to gather at the Guishu city in the two-world city. The ancestral dragon issued several orders in succession. Yes. Everyone bowed respectfully, then turned into streaks of rainbow light and disappeared. Dong. 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 On this day, earth-shattering war drums sounded from the lair of Zulong and spread throughout the heaven realm. Is the final battle coming? At the bottom of a large lake, an old man with messy hair suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword, piercing through the sky. Then, he took a step and disappeared. In a stretch of volcanoes, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, it's finally time for a battle. Swoosh, a flaming phoenix soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In a vast mountain, a group of people rushed into the sky. The Song clan has been in seclusion for so many years. It's time for a battle. A voice sounded, and a group of stalwart experts soared into the sky. Roar. Roar, waves of dragon roars came from the most famous dragon valley in the Taiching heavenly domain. This was the gathering place of the true dragon clan, where most of the true dragons in the heaven realm gathered. At this moment, true dragons spiraled into the sky. Black dragons, snow dragons, blood dragons, fire dragons, white dragons, blue dragons, golden dragons, different true dragons gathered together, forming an army of true dragons that flew toward the Guishu battlefield. In another place, countless heavenly tigers soared into the sky. In the Phoenix Lair, countless phoenixes flew. On the Qilin Peak, countless Qilins stepped into the sky. At this moment, countless divine beast clans gathered in the Taiching heavenly domain. The battlefield they were heading to was the Guishu battlefield. This time, the divine beasts were in charge of the Guishu battlefield, while the humans were in charge of the two-world city. Countless major forces were rushing to two-world city, no one could stay out of the battle of life and death in the heaven realm. Defeat meant death. The heaven realm cultivators who were exploring in abysmal heaven, Wanling heaven, and Hunyuan heaven also retreated to two-world city. After all, two-world city had been in operation for many years, and countless formations had been engraved. It was easier for them to defend. If they were to defend abysmal heaven, their forces would be scattered, and they would be defeated one by one. The heaven realm army gathered on the two battlefields, waiting for the battle. Outside the lair of Zulong, a group of people stood in the void. Everyone in this group was a terrifying cultivator, and they were all invincible in the demigod realm. They had been in seclusion before, but now they had all come out. There were two images in front of them. These two images directly reflected the situation of the sinkhole battlefield and the two-world city battlefield. They were here to command and monitor the situation on the two battlefields. Dragon Emperor Peak. Young Master is still in seclusion, what should we do? Lei asked the others. The final battle is coming, we must participate. How about this, 2 of us stay to protect Young Master, and the rest go to the battle? De said. That's the only way. The others nodded. Not long after, many figures flew out of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Those who were above the quasi-emperor realm flew towards the two-world city, leaving behind 2 heavenly emperors who stayed behind. Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Bubbles, Longqing, Huang Ling, Huang Li, and others all rushed to two-world city. In addition, the various forces of the primordial realm also sent their cultivators through the void passage to the heaven realm to participate in the battle. This was a battle of life and death. Even if some forces did not want to participate, they had no choice. If they did not want to participate, they would be eliminated by other cultivators first. In the sky above Dragon Emperor Peak, there was a flash, and Ancestral Gregon appeared. He carefully looked at Lu Ming for a while, and whispered, "You're about to break through, Lu Ming. I hope you can break through as soon as possible." After saying this, Ancestral Gregon's figure disappeared, and then appeared outside the lair of Zulong, where he commanded. As the strongest cultivator in the heaven realm, Ancestral Gregon naturally had to command here. In the evil god realm, there were also some figures standing in the void. They were all outsider monarchs, including the old-timers, and of course, the outsider sacred ancient. In front of them, there were also two images floating in midair. They also reflected two realm city and ruins of End City. At this moment, countless troops of the evil god tribe were heading towards the heaven realm through the void passageway. The void passage that connected the evil god realm and the heaven realm was extremely wide and huge. It could accommodate many living beings at the same time. Send all the beasts to attack Sinkhole City. The outsider sacred patriarch gave the order. After he gave the order, someone immediately used a sound transmission jade talisman and disappeared in a beam of light. Of course, this place was too far away from the heaven realm. The sound transmission jade talisman couldn't transmit that far in one go. However, there were messengers along the way. This sound transmission jade talisman flew to the next messenger. The messenger continued to transmit the message and flew to the next messenger. Just like that, it didn't take long for the news to reach the heaven realm. There was also a similar sound transmission route in the heaven realm. The evil god tribe's army was divided into two groups, charging toward the returning ruined city and the two-world city. As time passed, the armies of the two sides drew closer. Suddenly, the battlefield outside Sinkhole City roared like thunder. Countless beasts of the evil god world appeared and madly charged at Sinkhole City. These beasts also had 3 eyes and were huge. They were extremely bloodthirsty and possessed astonishing combat strength. Get ready! A voice came from within Sinkhole City. Roar! Roar! All sorts of roars rang out as countless divine beasts of the heaven realm readied themselves. Rumble! Countless beasts of the evil god world either ran on the ground or stepped through the air, rumbling as they charged at Sinkhole City. There was no end, truly no end. It was impossible to see just how many beasts there were. Activate the array. The array above Sinkhole City flashed as countless arrays appeared. The celestial realm had been defending Sinkhole City for countless years, and the defenses were as solid as iron. There were all kinds of great formations. There were defensive types, and there were also offensive types. Attack! When the beasts of the evil god world were some distance away from Sinkhole City, someone gave the order. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dazzling light shone above Sinkhole City as countless attacks flew out, attacking the beasts of the evil god world. Pft! Pft! Beasts of the evil god world were constantly killed. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, there were too many beasts of the evil god world. There was no end to them, and they surged towards Sinkhole City like a tide. To the evil god race, these beasts of the evil god race were just beasts. They didn't care about them at all. Beasts of the evil god world were constantly killed, but even more beasts were constantly approaching Sinkhole City. Boom! Finally, the strange beast from the evil god tribe arrived before the returning ruined city and crashed into the defensive formation of the returning ruined city. At this moment, the entire returning ruined city trembled violently. Kill! The army of divine beasts above Sinkhole City continuously attacked those beasts. At the same time, the offensive array of Sinkhole City was activated, and all sorts of attacks were launched at those beasts. Large numbers of beasts were killed, but those beasts were incomparably frenzied. They didn't fear death as they crazily crashed into the defensive array of Sinkhole City. Some beasts even chose to self-detonate. Boom! Boom! The defensive array of Sinkhole City continued to rumble, and the tremors became more and more intense. At the back, some places finally couldn't resist and were torn apart. A large group of beasts of the evil god world charged into Sinkhole City. Kill! The army of divine beasts of the heaven world roared and charged at those beasts. Both sides clashed, and a tragic battle officially erupted. At this moment, countless evil god race soldiers appeared on the battlefield outside Two World City. There were no beasts here. They were all experts of the evil god race. Countless evil god race soldiers were densely packed, covering the sky as they charged toward Two World City. Moreover, there were all sorts of heavy siege weapons that crushed the void as they charged toward Two World City. Get ready! On top of Two World City, the army of the heaven world started to prepare. The array shone, and all sorts of defensive arrays were activated. The armies of both sides were getting closer and closer. Attack! The heaven world side took the lead in attacking. All sorts of attacks flew toward the army of the evil god race. Set up the array and defend. The army of the evil god race was completely different from the beasts of the evil god world. They were in groups of 100 or 1,000, and they formed defensive arrays. At the same time, they used defensive weapons to block the attacks. The attacks of the heaven world side weren't very effective. Rumble, the army of the evil god race continued to approach Two World City. The heaven world army's destructive power against the evil god race was limited. After all, they were long-range attacks, and their power wasn't particularly strong. Boom! The evil god tribe had sent in too many troops. It could be said that they had turned out in full force. Moreover, the weakest among them was a quasi-emperor. There were at least tens of millions of boundary emperors, millions of void emperors, and hundreds of thousands of true emperors. Among them, there were also tens of thousands of great emperors. What a terrifying force! Moreover, these evil god tribe had great emperors as generals, true emperors and void emperors as backbones, and boundary emperors as soldiers. The power of these formations was even more shocking. This force was already incomparable to the previous attacks of the evil god tribe. In the past, only a portion of the evil god tribe's forces were attacking the Two World City. Now, they were attacking with their full force. Boom! 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 The defensive formations of the Two World City rumbled violently and shook non-stop. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to defend for long. Although the offensive formations of the Two World City were attacking continuously and killed a portion of the evil god tribe, it was just a drop in the bucket against the endless tide of evil god tribe. Rip, some of the defensive formations were torn open. Once a gap was opened, it was like water bursting out of a dam, unstoppable. The defensive formations crumbled continuously and more cracks appeared. Kill, flatten the heaven realm. Kill. Countless members of the evil god tribe charged into the formation. Kill. The heaven realm experts also charged toward the evil god tribe. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. However, neither side sent in any heavenly emperor experts. Heavenly emperors were the core strength of both sides. They were very crucial. The evil god tribe didn't move, and the heaven realm wouldn't move either. Otherwise, if they were killed by the heavenly emperors after exhausting their strength to kill evil god tribe members below the heavenly emperor realm, it would affect the battle situation. Whether it was the Two World City or the returning ruined city, the battle became more and more intense. In the end, the defensive formations of the two cities completely collapsed. The experts of both sides fought each other. Both sides added up to nearly 100 million troops. That scene was too shocking. The city walls of the Two World City that stretched for tens of millions of miles were engulfed in the flames of war. Countless people were killing each other. With my blood, I will exterminate the outsiders and exchange for peace in the heaven realm. A middle-aged man from the heaven world roared. His cultivation base was at the great emperor realm. His saber slashed out, cleaving a great emperor of the evil god race into two. However, on the other side, a destructive ray pierced through and killed the burly human. Similar situations were occurring all over the battlefield. On the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly. Every moment, a large number of people died in battle. Kill. Long Chen, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Huang Li, and the others gathered together and formed a great formation. They swept out and killed the evil god tribe members one by one. They had all entered the Yellow Spring Island and obtained fortuitous encounters that greatly increased their cultivation bases. In the past 200 years, they had refined the fruits of life that Lu Ming had given them. Their cultivation had skyrocketed and they had all reached peak Great Emperor realm. With so many of them working together and forming a great formation, they were invincible. Everywhere they passed, evil god tribe members would be killed. Not long after, they had already killed over 1,000 members of the evil god tribe. The evil god realm, the foreign sacred ancestor, and the various foreign kings were all watching. Their expressions were calm, without any ripples. To them, no matter how many members of the evil god tribe below the heavenly emperor died, they would not care. What they cared about was being able to flatten the heavenly realm and successfully split open the sky. That would affect their future. Especially those mutated beasts. They did not care about them at all. On the returning ruins battlefield, the killing was even more intense. The ones fighting here were the mutated beasts of the evil god tribe and the divine beasts of the heavenly realm. The mutated beasts of the evil god tribe were incomparably crazy and did not fear death. They also caused the divine beasts of the heavenly realm to suffer heavy losses. Form the divine beast formation. A voice rang out on the battlefield. Roar! Roar! Waves of dragon roars rang out. The true dragons of the true dragon tribe began to gather and form a great formation. They turned into a terrifying true dragon with a shocking aura that swept out in all directions. When it opened its mouth and roared, a large number of mutated beasts were killed. At the same time, the Phoenix tribe, Qilan tribe, Heavenly Tiger tribe, Holy Bull tribe, and the others formed a great formation. They turned into huge phoenixes, Qilans, Heavenly Tigers, and the others. Their power soared. In an instant, a large number of mutated beasts of the evil god tribe were killed. Send the giant Sioux tribe to the returning ruins battlefield. The foreign sacred ancestor ordered. Yes. Immediately, someone spread the news. Boom. Boom. Boom, in front of the returning ruined city, the earth rumbled. Many huge creatures appeared at the end of the world. They were incomparably huge creatures covered in black scales. Their bodies had incomparably huge tentacles that looked like the tentacles of an octopus. They also had a third eye at the center of their brows. This was the giant Sioux tribe of the evil god tribe. This kind of creature was extremely rare in the evil god tribe. However, when each of them reached adulthood, their bodies would be astonishingly huge. When they stood on the ground, they were truly indomitable. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this kind of creature had attacked a passage guarded by the Titan Heavenly Bull back then. Boom. Boom, the giant Sioux tribe stepped. On the ground. With every step, the ground would explode and crack. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The giant Sioux tribe, True Dragon tribe, Qilan tribe, and Phoenix tribe formed a great formation and fought fiercely. This made the battle in the returning ruined city even more intense. Two World City, send out Heavenly Emperor assassins. The foreign race's divine ancestor ordered. Yes. Immediately, someone spread the news. Outside the Two World City, there were many short evil god tribe members with 4 arms. With a flash, they disappeared. They blended into the crowd of evil god tribe members and charged towards the Heaven Realm warriors. These short evil god tribe members were too fast. They were natural killers. Moreover, their cultivation was at the Heavenly Emperor realm. The moment they moved, the ancestral Gregon immediately noticed them. Send out Heavenly Emperor realm experts who specialize in speed to block the evil god tribe's assassins. The ancestral Gregon ordered. Immediately, the news spread to the battlefield. It's my turn. Chirp chirp. Behind the Two World City, there were many heavenly emperors from the heavenly realm. Bubble was among them. At this moment, Bubble cried out excitedly. In a flash, she rushed out. Bubble's speed was extremely fast. He rushed out and arrived at the battlefield in the next instant. Wherever her figure passed, the terrifying spacetime energy shrouded the bodies of some evil god tribe members. These evil god tribe members withered and turned into skeletons. It was as if they had been deprived of time. Whoosh, suddenly, a saber light exploded. A short evil god tribe member with 4 arms slashed at Bubble with 4 sharp blades in his hands. He was extremely fast. Experts of the same level couldn't keep up with the speed of this evil god tribe member. However, he came into contact with Bubble. I noticed you long ago. Chirp chirp. Bubble easily killed a heavenly emperor from the evil god assassin clan. With a flash, she appeared several tens of thousands of leagues away and pressed her small hands forward. In the area in front of her, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. The experts from the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe who were in the midst of a great battle stopped moving. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. It was an evil god tribe member with 4 arms. At this moment, this evil god tribe member's face was filled with horror. He had been hiding in the void, wanting to secretly assassinate the experts from the Heaven Realm. However, he was forced out of the void by Bubble. Moreover, his entire body was restrained by a powerful force, unable to move. Swoosh, Bubble charged past, and this evil god tribe member's body directly turned into ashes. Swoosh! 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 However, at the next moment, strings of terrifying sharpness slashed toward Bubble from all directions. Their speed was astonishing, and their might was terrifying. I'll retreat. Bubble retreated rapidly. However, there were also terrifying sharpness slashing toward her from behind. Clearly, the other party had seen through Bubble's threat. A few experts secretly charged toward Bubble, wanting to get rid of her. Pooh! Bubble's body was slashed into two and then turned into ashes. Following that, a few short evil god tribe members appeared in the air. Their expressions were grave as they looked around. Gotcha! All of a sudden, cracks appeared in the space around them. After that, the space started to distort rapidly, transforming into a cage that trapped the few short and small evil god race members within. Not good, break! One of the evil god tribe members roared. The few evil god tribe members attacked together. They were all holding scimitars that were astonishingly sharp. With a casual slash, they could easily slice through space. However, they couldn't slice through the space that Bubble had set up. Their weapons slashed at the surrounding space. The space flowed like water ripples, but it quickly returned to its original state. Time reversal. Bubble said softly, waving her hands continuously. Streams of mysterious aura enveloped the few evil god tribe members. A shocking scene appeared. The auras of the few evil god tribe members were rapidly declining. Their appearances were also rapidly changing. Originally, the few evil god tribe members looked middle-aged. However, they were now turning younger. At first, they were young men, then teenagers. At the same time, their cultivation levels were also regressing. At the start, it was the Heavenly Emperor realm. Then, it was the Great Emperor realm, the True Emperor realm, and finally, the Martial Sage realm. This was an extremely terrifying ability that could reverse time of the enemy, when their cultivation levels were still weak. To Bubble, she could kill them. Of the Martial Sage realm. Bubbles pressed down with her small hand, and the bodies of several members of the evil god race turned into ashes. Several Heavenly Emperor realm evil god tribe members were killed by Bubble just like that. After Bubble reached Heavenly Emperor realm, her divine abilities became more and more marvelous. Her combat strength became stronger and stronger. Same-level powerhouses were not her match at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others were in danger. Of the evil god tribe members of the evil god tribe. Of evil of. A terrifyingly sharp saber light suddenly slashed towards Huang Ling and the others. Its power was shocking. Heavenly, only heavenly of heavens. Their faces changed. Although they were all peak great emperors, they were still a far cry from the Heavenly Emperor realm. They formed a formation and joined forces. A huge shield was formed, blocking above them. Gotcha! A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out as the blade light struck the shield. Immediately, cracks appeared on the shield before it exploded. Die! A short evil god tribe member appeared. His face was ferocious and filled with killing intent. The weapons on his forearms slashed at Huang Ling and the rest. Kill! Kill! Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest shouted. They attacked with all their might and used their trump cards. However, they were still too far away from the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, this short evil god tribe member was not an ordinary one-star Heavenly Emperor. He was a two-star Heavenly Emperor. Bam! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Huang Ling and the rest's attacks were defeated by the short evil god tribe member. The sharp blade light continued to slash at them, wanting to kill them. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling was bathed in flames. She seemed to have turned into an immortal heavenly phoenix. She soared into the sky and pounced at the evil god tribe Heavenly Emperor. Not good. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Lu Xianxia, and the rest were shocked. Puff! Huang Ling was hit. Her body flew over and she turned back into her human form. Her delicate body was almost cut in half. However, there was a mysterious aura around her body. Her body was recovering rapidly. It was the indestructible ancient scripture, when Lu Ming obtained the indestructible ancient scripture, it was a heavenly Tao imprint of the indestructible emperor. When his cultivation was still weak, he could not inscribe it and could not pass it to others. However, when Lu Ming came out of the Netherworld mountain, his cultivation level was sufficient and he could completely inscribe it. Lu Ming inscribed the indestructible ancient scripture and passed it to Bubble, Dandan, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Lu Xianxia, and so on. Lu Ming had passed the indestructible ancient scripture to those who were close to Lu Ming. He was preparing for this battle. Everyone had cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture for hundreds of years. They were already well versed in it. Moreover, Huang Ling had consumed the fruit of life before. The medicinal power of the fruit of life was still in her blood. Although she was severely injured, she was not dead. She was recovering rapidly. A great emperor is still alive after being hit by me. Let's see how many moves you can take. The short evil god tribe member was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a murderous look and was about to attack Huang Ling and the rest. However, just as he was about to attack, he realized that he could not move his body. No, he roared, and his body exploded with a bang, turning into ashes. A figure appeared behind him. It was Bubble. Bubble, Lu Xianxia and the rest were overjoyed when they saw Bubble. Let's work together, Bubble said. Then, he joined forces with Huang Ling, Lu Xianxia, and the rest to fight against the foreign races. In other parts of the battlefield, the fighting was even more intense. The short evil god tribe member was too fast. He flashed in the army and killed the Heaven Realm experts. Fortunately, there were also heavenly emperors who were good at speed and assassination. They arrived in time and killed the other party. All of this was seen by the leaders of both sides. The evil god realm, the divine ancestors of the foreign races, and the various kings also saw Bubble's performance. Humph, another space-time spirit mouse. In the battle back then, the space-time spirit mouse caused great losses to our army. The first king said in a cold voice. Fortunately, this space-time spirit mouse has not reached its peak. Its strength is not strong enough. They clearly remembered how difficult it was to deal with the space-time spirit rats during the ancient war. Back then, that space-time spirit mouse was only at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, an ordinary peak Heavenly Emperor was not its match at all. Even a demigod would find it difficult to kill a space-time spirit mouse. The space-time spirit mouse's ability to survive was too strong. In the end, they had to use a few demigods to kill that space-time spirit mouse. Now that Bubble's cultivation hadn't reached its peak, they heaved a sigh of relief. Space-time spirit rats are one of the few races that came from the outside world. They have a great background and are extremely shocking. They haven't displayed their potential at all, or else they would be even more terrifying. Let all the heavenly emperors enter the field. I want the space-time spirit mouse alive. The outsider's sacred ancestor spoke. Yes. Someone accepted the order and spread the news. Immediately, regardless of whether it was the Origin Ruin battlefield or the Two Realms City battlefield, the evil god race's heavenly emperor powerhouses started setting off. Returning Ruin City, Two World City, and the evil god race each sent out 5,000 heavenly emperors to battle, flying towards the battlefield. Their auras were so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. Those were heavenly emperors. Each battlefield had a total of 5,000 heavenly emperors. What kind of concept was that? The evil god race only had so many heavenly emperor realm existences after accumulating for countless years. Beside the lair of Zulong, the evil god race's heavenly emperor has appeared. Pass down the order for the heavenly emperor to fight. Ancestral Gragon ordered. The order was passed down very quickly. Immediately, on the Heaven Realm's side, the Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses practically all went to battle. In returning Ruin City, almost everyone was a divine beast expert. Numerous terrifying divine beasts soared through the air, rushing towards the Heavenly Emperors of the evil god race. The Heavenly Emperors of both sides, in the depths of the sky, launched an even more tragic battle. On the side of the Heaven Realm, the number of cultivators who cultivated in the lair of Zulong was astonishing, especially the divine beasts. After all, the ancestral dragon was a true dragon. Therefore, on the side of the Heaven Realm, the strength of the divine beasts was still stronger. However, with the addition of the prison suppression realm, the human race's strength skyrocketed. Therefore, the battlefield at Two Realms City was a joint effort between the human race and the prison suppression realm. In the battlefield of Two World City, all the human heavenly emperors also went to battle. In the air above the battlefield, they fought intensely with the heavenly emperors of the evil god race, causing the heavens and earth to crumble and the sun and moon to dim. This was a bloody massacre. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a purgatory. This was a true decisive battle that would decide the fate of one side. No one would be soft-hearted, and no one would hold back. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to kill their opponent. In the Heavenly Emperor army, there were many figures that Lu Ming was familiar with. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints, Immemorial Physique Cultivators, Lei 1, 2-1, and so on. Kill. A white-haired old man let out a long howl. His entire body was bathed in blood as he fought against a tall evil god race member. This old man, if Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize him. He was the Lan family's old ancestor, a 4-star heavenly emperor. However, the evil god tribe member he was fighting was not weak at all. The two of them fought a bloody battle, exchanging a few hundred moves. Puff, in the end, the Lan clan's old ancestor smashed the head of the evil god race's old ancestor with a palm strike. However, before the evil god race's old ancestor died, he did his best to slash out with his axe, cleaving the Lan clan's old ancestor into two. Mutual destruction. Water 1. On the other side, Lei roared in rage. Water 1 was killed. He was blasted apart in the air by a royal member of the evil god race. A bunch of puppets, die. The royal member of the evil god race was incomparably powerful. He had the cultivation of a 5-star heavenly emperor. Just as he was about to charge towards Lei and the rest, a sword light suddenly flashed. This royal member of the evil god race's body stiffened in place. Then, with a bang, he split into several pieces, dying on the spot. A middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared. Xian Luo. Lei recognized this person. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Xian Feng, Xianxia, and the rest's old ancestor. Clearly, his injuries had already healed, and he had the cultivation of a peak heavenly emperor. Xian Luo's expression was cold as he charged forward. However, a peak heavenly emperor from the evil god race had his eyes on him, and the two of them engaged in a great battle. There were people dying constantly. Heavenly emperors, great emperors, they were usually powerhouses of a region. But now, they were worthless and kept dying in battle. The foreign race's sacred ancestor and the rest, ancestral Gregon, and the rest, were all staring at the scene in front of them, paying attention to the battlefield at all times. Senior, I'm afraid that the outsiders won't send the same number of troops to both the Sinkhole battlefield and the Two World City battlefield. I'm guessing that they'll feign an attack on one battlefield while sending their main forces to the other, and then crush them one by one. A half-god suggested to Ancestral Gregon. Amen, I think so too. It's just that I don't know which battlefield they will use as their main attack target. Ancestral Gregon nodded. Their expressions were all very grave. Because they were clear that the main force of the evil god race had not made a move yet. Those half-gods and a terrifying army from the ancient era, the heaven-crushing army. This army was known to have trampled the heaven realm, incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the foreign race's sacred ancestor and sacred ancestor killer heart had not made a move. This battle was very disadvantageous to them. The great battle continued. In a blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Evil God Realm. The 9 of you, attack together and attack the Origin Ruins battlefield, lure out that group of half-gods from the heaven realm. The foreign race's sacred ancestors' gaze looked at those foreign race kings. However, he was looking at the current kings. Apart from the first king, the other 9 people. Yes. The 9 great kings received the order, then tore through the void and rushed to the Origin Ruins battlefield. The Origin Ruins battlefield, on the ground or in the air, was the battlefield below Heavenly Emperor. The true dragon race, the phoenix race, the Qilin race, and the other most powerful races, all laid down great formations to fight with the other side's giant beard race. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. And in the air was the battlefield of the heavenly emperors. Rip, suddenly, space tore open, and an incomparably terrifying sword light slashed out, slashing toward the true dragon battle formation. This true dragon battle formation was set up by at least 10,000 true dragons, forming a huge true dragon to fight with a giant beard race member. At this moment, when the sword light slashed down, the true dragon's expressions changed drastically. Roar, 10,000 true dragons roared, forming a great formation. A huge dragon claw reached out and grabbed at the sword light. Boom, with a terrifying explosion, the huge dragon claw was directly cut off, and the hundreds of true dragons that had set up this dragon claw were instantly killed. The entire formation also collapsed, and the 10,000 true dragons frantically retreated, many vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Rip, space tore open, and a figure appeared. He held a battle sword in his hand and wore a crown on his head, emitting a terrifying aura. Not good, it's the enemy's king. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Kill. This evil god tribe's king was incomparably cold. With a battle sword in hand, he once again charged toward the 10,000 true dragons. Your opponent is me. In the distance, an explosive roar sounded. Following that, an incomparably huge golden dragon claw suddenly appeared, grabbing at the foreign race king. The foreign race king slashed out with his sword, colliding with the golden dragon claw, and the void constantly shattered. Golden Holy Dragon King. The non-human king said coldly. This golden dragon was the king of the true dragon race, the Golden Holy Dragon King. He was a demigod, the strongest existence in the true dragon race aside from the ancestral dragon. He was even stronger than the 9 dragons of the past. The top 10 war beasts weren't the strongest in the divine beast race. There were some that could rival or even surpass the top 10 war beasts. For example, the Golden Holy Dragon King and the Sky Tiger Emperor. The reason why the top 10 war beasts were so famous was because of their uniqueness. The top 10 war beasts were almost all mutations, such as the 9 dragons and the 9-headed golden lion. Moreover, there was only one of them in the world. Each one had shocking talent, so they were so famous. The Golden Holy Dragon King said coldly, "You killed so many of my dragon race. I'll tear you to shreds." The Golden Holy Dragon King roared and charged at the non-human king, engaging in an intense battle. Golden Holy Dragon King, can you stop all of us by yourself? A cold voice said. Not far away, space trembled, and another non-human king appeared. His powerful aura pressed down on the Golden Holy Dragon King. Is that so? Do you think there's no one in my celestial realm? A sharp voice said. Space tore open, and a huge phoenix covered in red flames flew out. Roar, with a roar, a huge tiger as large as a mountain appeared on the other side. It was filled with a ferocious aura and a terrifying aura. Old Phoenix King, Sky Tiger Emperor, you old fellows are all here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the alien monarch's mouth. Good. They didn't die in the ancient war. This time, they're dead for sure. A cold voice rang out as numerous figures appeared beside the king of the foreign races. There were a total of 8 figures. Including the one fighting the Golden Holy Dragon King, there were 9 in total. Each of them wore a crown and had a heaven-shaking aura. The 9 non-human kings gathered. Aside from the Sky Tiger Emperor and the Old Phoenix King, no one dared to approach within several million miles. Those who were fighting consciously distanced themselves from this area. These were all unrivaled experts. Once they fought, the world would be turned upside down. Those who got too close would be crushed. I didn't expect all 9 of you to gather. The Sky Tiger Sovereign's expression was extremely grave. What's wrong? There are only 3 of you in the heaven realm. Today, I'll get rid of all of you. One of the foreign kings was the most impatient. He immediately charged towards the Old Phoenix King. Then, the other outsider king also made his move, fighting with the Heavenly Tiger Emperor. However, there were still 6 non-human kings present. Hee, looks like those guys from the heaven realm haven't arrived yet. Let's get rid of these 3 beasts first and bring them back to drink. A tall outsider monarch, his purple hair fluttering in the wind, directly attacked the Sky Tiger Sovereign with a terrifying move. He wanted to join forces with another outsider king to deal with the Sky Tiger Emperor first. However, at this moment, a long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards this foreign race monarch. The foreign monarch's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he could only change his stance halfway through to block the spear. Boom, the void exploded as the long spear vibrated. A burly man in battle armor stepped out from the dark void, his aura berserk. 5 elements, your cultivation base, the foreign race monarch was shocked. This burly man in battle armor was one of the top 10 war beasts, the 5 elements Qilin. Back then, he was only a peak heavenly emperor, but now, he was a true demigod. Surprised? Today, I'll slaughter you. The 5 elements Qilin was extremely powerful. Slaughter me? Ha ha ha, so what if you're added to the mix? You're still dead. The foreign race monarch laughed loudly. Count me in. With a roar, a huge golden lion charged over from afar. Its 9 heads roared, its aura terrifying. It was also a demigod. Haha, Xianxia, looks like you've also broken through. With a loud laugh, a giant bull appeared, its aura berserk. Beside the giant bull followed a middle-aged man. It was the 9 lives demonic silkworm. Their auras had all reached the demigod realm. How is this possible? How did all of your cultivations reach the demigod realm? Damn it! Several foreign race monarchs cried out in disbelief. First, it was the 5 elements Qilin, then the 9-headed golden lion, then the titan heavenly bull, and the 9 lives demonic silkworm. One had to know that they were all peak heavenly emperors in the past. Peak heavenly emperors seemed to be only a step away from demigods. But to cross this step was indeed extremely difficult. Demigods also had the word God. Igniting a wisp of divine fire meant that one had completely stepped into another level, a higher level of life. The meaning was completely different. In the world, there were many peak heavenly emperors, but the number of demigods was extremely small. If it was a breakthrough, it would still make sense. But now, the 5 elements Qilin, Xianxia, the titan heavenly bull, and the 9 lives demonic silkworm had all broken through. This was shocking. No wonder these foreign race monarchs were so shocked. In the past, relying on your high cultivation. Weren't you very awesome? Now, let's fight. Xianxia roared. The 9 lion heads roared and charged towards a foreign race monarch. At the same time, the titan heavenly bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm also charged towards a foreign race monarch. Of the 9 foreign race monarchs, 7 had opponents. There were still 2 left. Attack first, join hands to kill them. The remaining 2 foreign race monarchs' eyes flashed with a cold light. Just as they were about to attack and join hands to kill the 9 lives demonic silkworm and the others. At this moment, the void in the distance exploded. A huge mountain suddenly rushed out of the void. It was incomparably huge and suppressed one of the giant beard race monarchs. Although the giant beard race monarchs were incomparably powerful, it was still difficult for them to resist this huge mountain. They were directly blasted into meat paste by the mountain. Whoosh, a battle sword suddenly slashed out from the top of the other giant beard race monarch's head, cutting him in half. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful giant beard race monarchs were killed. Who is it? Sneak attack. Courting death. The 2 foreign race monarchs were furious. The giant beard race monarchs were weapons of war. Each of them was very powerful, but their numbers were extremely small. Now that 2 of them were killed in an instant, the foreign race monarchs' hearts were bleeding. Boom. Boom, the 2 of them attacked at the same time. They stretched out 2 large hands and blasted towards the direction of the 2 weapons. The void in that area directly shattered. Swish. Swish, the 2 weapons shook and disappeared. In the next moment, a battle sword appeared above the head of the other giant beard race monarch and slashed down, killing him. Damn it, you're courting death. The 2 foreign race monarchs were enraged. They rushed out and joined hands to attack continuously. The area was completely destroyed, and the void was blasted into smithereens. Aya, you scared me to death. In the dark void, a 17 or 18-year-old youth wearing a Taoist robe was shouting and jumping around, dodging the attacks of the foreign race monarchs. World Divine Turtle, you're courting death. The 2 kings immediately recognized Dandan's true form and charged at Dandan. Around Dandan, 5 or 6 weapons were flying around him. They were all Heaven Path soldiers. At this moment, Dandan pushed his hands forward, and the Heaven Path soldiers flew towards the 2 kings and clashed with them. The void exploded, and Dandan's weapons were knocked back. "You turtle, you're lucky that you didn't die back then. How dare you come out? We'll roast you today," one of the kings said coldly. "Mother asterisk cur, I couldn't beat you back then, but don't think I can't beat you now. If I don't step on your faces today, I won't be called the world divine ghost." Dandan was furious. Its body changed rapidly, and it turned into a giant turtle. Its shell was covered with strange patterns, and it looked ancient. A terrifying aura emanated from Dandan's body. "Demigod, how is this possible? You've broken through too?" one of the kings shouted in disbelief. What was going on? The remaining top 10 beasts had all broken through to the demigod realm. How was this possible? "Kill. Let's kill you." Dandan laughed. Its body was huge, but its speed was shockingly fast. It slapped down with its claws, and countless runes appeared, forming a terrifying attack. "So what if you've broken through? You're still going to die." The 2 kings looked ferocious as they charged at Dandan. They wanted to kill Dandan together. Boom! Boom! There was a terrifying explosion, and the void exploded. Dandan's huge body retreated, but the 2 kings also retreated. They were evenly matched. The 2 non-human kings' faces were extremely ugly. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Dandan's combat strength was terrifyingly strong. It could fight against both of them at the same time. In the demigod realm, the difference in combat strength would not be too great. There were very few who could be stronger than others. For example, the Primal Chaos Emperor and the Immortal Emperor were stronger than ordinary demigods, but they could not fight against 2 demigods. In the evil god tribe, only the strongest king had the combat strength to fight against 2 demigods. However, Dandan had the same strength. How could they not be shocked? "Haha, that's all? Come again." Dandan laughed and charged at the 2 kings. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle, and it was a stalemate. As a result, the 9 emperors were all blocked. "Ha ha ha, good." On Ancestral Dragon's side, a tall and sturdy man laughed loudly. The others beside the Ancestral Gragon burst out laughing with joy on their faces. This was a pleasant surprise. They hadn't expected Xianxia, the 5 elements, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others to have all entered the demigod realm. Originally, they had planned to head out to stop the outsider kings, but now, they didn't have to do anything. Whir. Is this the effect of the fruit of life? One of them said. That's right. This time, Lu Ming obtained a lot of fruits of life. I gave them to you and 5 elements. Lu Ming also has some left. He gave them to Titan, 9 lives, and the others. Therefore, they relied on the energy of the fruits of life to break through their bottlenecks. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming, it's all thanks to him this time. Another person sighed. The others nodded. Over the years, Lu Ming did not have many fruits of life left. Almost all of them had been given away. However, everyone understood that the 9 lives demonic silkworm, Xianxia, and the others were able to break through. Firstly, their talent was shocking to begin with. Secondly, they had accumulated for too many years and had long accumulated enough. That was why they could rely on the fruits of life to break through in one fell swoop. If it were other peak heavenly emperors, even with the fruits of life, they might not be able to break through. However, this was definitely a pleasant surprise for the heavenly realm. On the evil god tribe's side, it was the opposite. Beside the foreign race's sacred ancestor, the strongest king and the old kings all had gloomy expressions. How is this possible? How can the top 10 battle beasts all break through to the demigod realm? The strongest king roared. He really could not figure it out. Not to mention him, even the foreign race's sacred ancestor could not figure it out. He did not know that Lu Ming had obtained the inheritance of the Yellow Springs Island Master and obtained a large number of fruits of life. Therefore, his expression was extremely gloomy now. Their plan was disrupted. Originally, their plan was to have the 9 foreign race kings attack the Ultimate Ruins battlefield and lure out the demigods of the heavenly realm. Then, they could send these old kings to attack the 2-world city battlefield with all their strength, break through the 2-world city in one fell swoop, charge into the Supreme Clear Sky domain, and trample over the Supreme Clear Sky domain. But now, this plan was no longer feasible. Let the heaven-splitting army prepare. Also, all of you attack together and attack 2-world city. The foreign race's sacred ancestor instructed. Yes. The strongest king and the old kings all nodded. Their eyes were filled with cold light as they tore through space and left. The moment they moved, the ancestral dragon discovered them. Those old fellows of the foreign race are about to make their move. Next, it's up to you guys. The ancestral dragon said to the people beside him. Fight to the death. There were more than 10 people beside the ancestral dragon. They were the elites of the heavenly realm accumulated over countless years. Among them, there were not only those who cultivated the laws, but also those who cultivated the primordial martial path, the primordial demon path, and the primordial body cultivation path. There were also elites from the hell-suppressing realm. They were all demigods. They tore through space and appeared on the battlefield of 2-world city in the next moment. Rip, not far in front of them, space tore open continuously, and figures appeared one after another. There were more than 10 of them, and they were the strongest king and the others. Both sides' gazes met, and brilliant sparks flew. It's you old fellows. Many of you were injured in the ancient war, and your origin source was damaged. Do you think you can stop us? The strongest king said coldly. You'll know if you try. On the heavenly realm side, an old man in sackcloth said. Bluff. Let's try then. Attack. The strongest king directly charged toward the elites of the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm also moved, charging toward the evil god tribe. Boom. Boom, earth-shattering rumbles rang out. Both sides clashed, and explosions kept ringing out. The strongest king was incomparably powerful, and his combat strength was far above the other demigods. However, he also had enemies. On the heavenly realm side, there were also existences whose combat strength was not weaker than his. Chaos Emperor, your origin source was damaged back then. How could you have recovered to your peak? The strongest king roared. His opponent was a middle-aged man with a tall and straight figure. This middle-aged man was called the Chaos Emperor. At his peak, his name shook the heavenly realm, and he was even stronger than the Chaos Emperor. However, in the ancient war, the Chaos Emperor's origin source was damaged. All these years, he had been in seclusion. Logically speaking, his injuries should not have recovered so quickly. You old fellows were also injured back then. Didn't you recover too? More than 10 demigods from the heaven world engaged in an intense battle with the old king of the evil god tribe and the number 1 king. The old king of the evil god tribe, the number 1 king, and the others were both shocked and furious. In the ancient battle, many people in the heaven world had suffered injuries to their life sources. For example, Emperor Rebellious and the others, it was not easy to recover from injuries to their life sources. Of course, some of the old kings of the evil god tribe had also suffered injuries to their life sources. Over the years, the evil god tribe had exhausted almost all of their top heavenly treasures to allow the old kings of the evil god tribe to recover. However, the evil god tribe occupied the entire evil god world and the 8 heavenly domains of the heaven world. With such a vast territory, they naturally had to plunder many treasures. However, the heaven world only had the grand pure sky domain left. Heavenly treasures were very limited. But now, the demigods of the heaven world were all in peak condition. They really could not understand, they were shocked and furious. This time, many things had already exceeded their expectations. For example, the world divine turtle, Titan longhorn beetle, 9 lives demonic silkworm, and the other top 10 battle beasts had all become demigods. Also, the old demigods of the heaven world had all recovered to peak condition. These were all unexpected. If they knew that this was all caused by the fruit of life that Lu Ming brought out from Yellow Spring Island, who knew what kind of expression they would have? In the evil god world, the divine ancestor's expression was also very ugly. He looked at the heaven world as if he could see through the endless void and see the distant heaven world. The ancestral Dragon also looked at the evil god tribe as if he was looking at the divine ancestor. Both of their eyes shone brightly. Ancestral Dragon, do you think you can win? This time, the heaven world is destined to be destroyed. All of your efforts will be in vain. The divine ancestor said coldly. His voice directly penetrated the endless void, from the evil god world to the heaven world and into the ancestral Dragon's ears. This kind of skill was simply unimaginable. Is that so? Do you not know that those who are unjust are doomed to destruction? The ancestral Dragon also spoke, his voice directly transmitted to the evil god world. Ha ha ha, ancestral Dragon, you have lived for so long, but you still believe in such nonsense. Laughable, laughable. The divine ancestor laughed coldly. He faced the ancestral Dragon, he controlled everything on the battlefield. In the sinkhole battlefield, in the two-world city battlefield, the slaughter was incomparably intense. It could be said that both sides had turned out in full force, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. This battle lasted for a total of 7 days, countless experts from both sides had already fallen on the battlefield. Quasi-emperors, void emperors, true emperors, and great emperors had all died. In fact, even heavenly emperor realms had quite a few people who died in battle. On the battlefield of Two-World City, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were bathed in blood. There were wounds all over their bodies, making them look terrifying. After 7 days of fighting, they were still alive. That was all thanks to the indestructible ancient scripture and the fruits of life they had consumed. Otherwise, they would have already died. Kill! They roared loudly and continued to charge towards the evil god tribe. Their eyes were completely red. In the past few days, they had seen countless experts from the heaven realm die in battle. Some of them were people they knew, but now, they would forever stay on this land. Right now, they could only kill. Only by wiping out the entire evil god race would they be able to resolve this crisis. It's about time. The outsider sacred ancestor waved his hand, sending a transmission jade talisman flying out. Not long after, a terrifying army moved out and headed towards the battlefield of Two-World City. The heaven-crushing army of the evil god tribe had moved out. The ancestral dragon, who was far away in the heaven realm, also sensed it immediately. I hope they can block it. The ancestral dragon muttered. Then, he also sent out a message. On the battlefield of Two-World City, everyone was fighting. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from afar. Then, everyone saw a black cloud rushing towards them. It was another army. This army had hundreds of thousands of people. Although it was nothing compared to the tens of millions of soldiers on the battlefield, the aura they exuded was terrifying. However, the aura they emitted was extremely frightening, causing everyone to tremble with fear. Kill! Kill! The heaven-crushing army roared. The army of 100,000 rushed towards the battlefield like a surging flood. Their cold-killing intent made it hard for people to breathe. It's the heaven-crushing army. Let's get out of the way. The people of the evil god tribe recognized this legendary army and immediately got out of the way, making way for the heaven-crushing army. The heaven-crushing army charged towards the heaven realm army. Whoosh! Whoosh! 100,000 attacks exploded from the heaven-crushing army and charged towards the heaven realm army. Instantly, the heaven realm army was killed one by one. Tens of thousands of people died in an instant. What's going on? So terrifying. The heaven realm army was shocked. Kill! The heaven-crushing army was too strong. Everywhere they passed, they destroyed everything. Countless people died. ***, the evil god tribe actually has such an army. In the sky, many heavenly emperors were shocked. Some heavenly emperors attacked the heaven-crushing army. However, some people from the heaven-crushing army attacked those heavenly emperors. Some heavenly emperors were killed. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Even heavenly emperors were killed in an instant. You actually want to attack the heaven-crushing army? You overestimate yourself. Some heavenly emperors from the evil god tribe sneered. The heaven-crushing army was the most terrifying army in the ancient legends of the evil god tribe. This army only had 100,000 people, but they were all heavenly emperors and above. Among them, 5,000 were heavenly emperors and above. 95,000 heavenly emperors and 5,000 heavenly emperors. How powerful was this force? It's the heaven-crushing army. D***it. The expressions of the demigods from the heaven realm changed drastically. Set up the formation. At this moment, the commander of the heaven-crushing army gave the order. Immediately, the 100,000 heaven-crushing army soldiers started to form a large formation. Some of them flew into the sky, while others stayed on the ground. They formed a strange arrangement. Their auras intersected, and their power merged. An incomparably huge giant appeared between heaven and earth. This giant was too big. It was indomitable, and it was several times bigger than the giant Sioux tribe. Some of the 100,000 heaven-crushing army soldiers were at the head of this giant, while others were at the limbs of this giant. Their power gathered to form this giant. Boom, this giant took a step forward, and it covered the sky as it stomped toward the heaven realm army. Not good. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others were within the range of this giant's foot. That kind of pressure was too terrifying, and they couldn't resist it at all. Once it stomped down, they would be turned into ashes. Are we going to die here? Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others couldn't help but have this thought. However, at this moment, transparent bubbles suddenly appeared on their bodies, enveloping them. Then, their bodies shook, and they disappeared. Boom, the giant foot stomped down, and thousands of heaven realm elites were turned into ashes. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others looked at the heaven realm elite that had been stomped to death in the distance, their faces pale. If they had been there, they would have probably died as well. Bubbles, you've saved us again. They looked at a little girl. It was Bubble. Just now, it was Bubble who had saved them and moved them out of that area. Too powerful. I was almost blocked by that power and couldn't save you. A look of dread appeared on Bubble's face. Boom, after the giant stomped his foot, he punched out. This punch was not aimed at the ground, but at the sky, at the heaven realm elites who were fighting. The giant fist smashed through the sky, and the void kept exploding. The scene was extremely terrifying. Block it. At least 100 heavenly emperors attacked together, using their strongest attack to block this punch. Boom. Boom. Boom, dense explosions rang out continuously. However, the attacks of 100 heavenly emperors were completely useless. They were destroyed by a single punch. Like fireworks, the 100 heavenly emperors retreated frantically. Dozens of heavenly emperors' bodies even exploded, and they died on the spot. Terrifying, too terrifying. D***it. Some of the heaven realm demigods were furious. They wanted to withdraw and block the heaven-crushing army, but the demigods of the evil god tribe held them back. Finally, 2 demigods used all their strength to shake off their opponents and charge toward the heaven-crushing army. Kill. The 2 demigods attacked with all their strength, using 2 moves. A long spear pierced through the sky and charged toward the giant formed by the heaven-crushing army. In addition, there was a battle sword that lit up the sky and split heaven and earth in half. When the demigods attacked, their power was shocking. Boom. Boom, the giant was very direct. He punched out twice and attacked the 2 demigods. A terrifying explosion occurred between heaven and earth. The long spear and the battle sword shook violently and were sent flying. The 2 heaven realm demigods also retreated frantically. Their faces were pale, and blood seeped from the corners of their mouths. Powerful, too powerful, the battle formation formed by the heaven-crushing army was unbelievably powerful. The 2 demigods were forced back with 1 attack and were severely injured. You want to fight against the heaven-crushing army with just the 2 of you? You overestimate yourselves. A demigod from the evil god race sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of the demigod from the heaven realm. They were very clear that there were also demigods overseeing the heaven-crushing army. Semigod, Peak Heavenly Emperor, 6-star, Heavenly Emperor, 5-star Heavenly Emperor. There were experts of all levels, and they formed a great formation. It was simply too powerful. It was not something that 1 or 2 demigods could contend against. However, they wouldn't allow the demigods of the heaven realm to obstruct the heaven-crushing army. Boom, the giant wanted to continue attacking and kill the experts of the heaven realm. At this moment, a dozen or so white-haired elders dashed over at high speed from the distance. They instantly neared the heaven-crushing army. Suppress! More than a dozen white-haired old men shouted in unison, bursting forth with incomparably powerful auras. Of these dozen or so elders, the weakest was a peak heavenly emperor. Among them, there was even a demigod-level existence. They were all elders of the purgatory realm. Following that, their bodies started to shine, and 9 steels flew out from their bodies. Prison-suppressing steel, there were 9 purgatory-suppressing steels, 1 main steel, and 8 auxiliary steels. As soon as the 9 purgatory-suppressing steels flew out, they rapidly grew in size. They were even larger than mountains. The 9 purgatory-suppressing steels formed a purgatory-suppressing formation and pressed down on the giant formed by the heaven-crushing army. The giant also punched at the purgatory-suppressing steels. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. The purgatory-suppressing steels trembled and flew back. However, the giant formed by the heaven-crushing army also trembled and retreated continuously. They blocked it, the purgatory-suppressing steels blocked the giant. Both sides were evenly matched. The Heaven Realm army was very excited, and their morale was greatly boosted. Purgatory-suppressing steels, damn it. The old king of the evil god tribe, the number 1 king, and the others were also furious. The 9 intact purgatory-suppressing steels exploded with astonishing power and blocked the heaven-crushing army. Roar, the giant let out a roar. It stomped on the ground and continuously punched out with its fists. Suppress! The dozen or so elders of the purgatory realm controlled the purgatory-suppressing steels together and continued to suppress the heaven-crushing army. The two sides continuously clashed, and the entire area shook continuously. Both sides were in a state of anxiety, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Moko, let's see what else you can do now. Ancestral Gragon's voice rang in the ears of the other race's divine ancestor. The other race's divine ancestor's expression turned ugly. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. Ancestral Gragon, have you forgotten about Xianxia? Even if the others are blocked, so what? Once Xianxia appears, all of your efforts will be in vain. The other race's divine ancestor sneered. Ancestral Gragon's expression also turned serious. What he was most worried about was divine ancestor Xianxia. Xianxia had not appeared yet. He was probably using the time to heal his injuries. Once he recovered, who could stop him? Ancestral Gragon's only hope was Lu Ming. He hoped that Lu Ming could quickly break through. Ancestral Gragon, why aren't you attacking? The other race's divine ancestor suddenly said. Ancestral Gragon's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. You're trying to stall for time, right? You want to wait for Lu Ming to break through. If not, you'll definitely fight me too. The death. Only by killing me or injuring me will you have a chance to stop Xianxia. However, you're not attacking now. Hee hee. The other race's divine ancestor laughed coldly. He could tell what Ancestral Gragon was thinking. Ancestral Gragon remained silent. He knew that he could not fool the other race's divine ancestor. However, Lu Ming cultivates the Tao of the ruler. It won't be easy for him to break through in a place like the Heaven Realm. Even so, I won't give you a chance. Despair, Ancestral Gragon. The other race's divine ancestor said coldly. With a flicker, he disappeared into the void and headed toward the Heaven Realm. Roar, Ancestral Gragon let out a dragon roar and transformed into his true form. He tore through the void and charged toward the other race's divine ancestor. Bang, the two clashed in the eternal darkness, resulting in terrifying shockwaves. Fortunately, they were clashing in the darkness. If they were outside, it would have destroyed the heavens and earth. Kill! Ancestral Gragon roared and unleashed his full strength. He twisted his enormous body and charged toward the other race's divine ancestor at a shocking speed. The other race's divine ancestor was tall and muscular. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his 3 eyes flickered. He was not weak at all. He began to fight the other race's divine ancestor. They had fought to the death in the ancient times. That battle had been so intense that both of them had damaged their life force. Therefore, they knew each other's moves like the back of their hands. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. Ancestral Gragon, you can't stop me. You sealed the heavens for so long, but it's all for naught. All of you will die. The other race's divine ancestor roared. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged a few hundred moves with Ancestral Gragon. Ancestral Gragon did not say a word. End of chapter. Xianxia, if you don't strike now, when are you going to strike? The voice of the divine ancestor was transmitted back to the fiend god realm. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from the sacred mountain of the fiend god realm as a blood-red beam of light shot into the sky. Following this, a figure appeared in the blood-red beam of light. It was a skinny old man wearing a blood-red robe. His blood-red hair danced in the wind as he emitted a terrifying murderous intent. It was as if the murderous intent was going to kill every living thing in the world. Kill, kill, kill. Kill every living thing in the heaven realm. A bone-chilling voice came from the old man's mouth. Xianxia. Ancestral Gragon's face turned ugly. With his cultivation, he could easily tell that Xianxia had reached the martial god realm and possessed the strength of a martial god, even though he had yet to recover to his peak. Now that the fiend god tribe had an additional martial god, no one could stop them, even though the half-martial god realm was only a step away from the martial god realm. The difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. Even if 10 or 20 half-gods teamed up, they would still be no match for a martial god. Whoosh, Saint Ancestor Xianxia tore the void apart and appeared on the battlefield of Two World City. His aura burst out from his body and filled the area, crushing everyone's hearts. It's Xianxia. The people of the fiend god tribe were overjoyed. On the other hand, the people of the heaven realm were startled. Even though many of them had never heard of Xianxia's name, the aura that he emitted was too terrifying and irresistible. It was even more terrifying than that of a half-god. Damn it, Xianxia has recovered. Emperor Rebellious and the others were startled as they exclaimed. Ha ha ha, you're all doomed. Xianxia has recovered and the heaven realm will be destroyed. How are you going to stop him? The old kings of the fiend god tribe burst out laughing. Kill. Xianxia yelled as a boundless murderous intent burst out and swept across the area like a shockwave. Puff. Puff, many experts of the heaven realm spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some of them fell to the ground after spitting out mouthfuls of blood and stopped breathing. Kill, kill, kill. Some of them went crazy, roaring madly. Their eyes were bloodshot as they crazily attacked their comrades. However, the members of the evil god race were completely fine. Saint Ancestor Xianxia had caused a huge loss to the heaven realm with a single roar. He had not even made a move yet. Many people's morale plummeted. They revealed terrified expressions and even began to retreat. After killing a large number of beings from the heaven realm, Saint Ancestor Xianxia took a deep breath and sucked in an endless amount of blood chi into his mouth. His killing intent grew even stronger. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on the prison-suppressing monument. Hell-suppressing steel, you old bastard. This time, I'm going to completely destroy the hell-suppressing steel you left behind. And all of your descendants, they're all going to die and become my nourishment. An ice-cold, ear-piercing voice sounded. In the past, Saint Ancestor Xianxia and Old Ancestor Hell Protector had fought to the death. However, Saint Ancestor Xianxia managed to grab hold of the opportunity to send a sliver of his bloodline into the body of a human and lay dormant. He planned to awaken it one day. However, Old Ancestor Hell Protector saw through his intention and sent the spirit of the prison-suppressing monument into the human's body to lay dormant. It wasn't hard to figure out that the human was Lu Ming's ancestor. He was an ancestor from the primordial era. After a long time, in Lu Ming's generation, the prison-suppressing monument and Saint Ancestor Xianxia's bloodline were both awakened in Lu Ming's body. However, the prison-suppressing monument was still suppressing him, preventing him from devouring Lu Ming and replacing Lu Ming. Therefore, the person that Saint Ancestor Xianxia hated the most was Old Ancestor Hell Protector. Seeing the prison-suppressing monument, one could imagine how he felt. Kill. Saint Ancestor Xianxia charged towards the prison-suppressing monument. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a gigantic palm that slapped towards the prison-suppressing monument. Boom, the 9 prison-suppressing monuments shook violently and were sent flying backwards. The dozen elders of the prison-suppressing world trembled violently and were forced to retreat as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although Saint Ancestor Xianxia had not fully recovered, he had regained the strength of a martial god. His battle prowess was even greater than the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army. With one move, he had injured more than a dozen elders of the prison-suppressing world. After Saint Ancestor Xianxia attacked with one move, he continued to attack with another. At the same time, the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army attacked as well. Together with Saint Ancestor Xianxia, they wanted to destroy the prison-suppressing monument. "Get ready," said an elder of the prison-suppressing world. He was a half-god. Naturally, there was more than one half-god from the prison-suppressing world. However, a few of them were in the sky, teaming up with the half-gods from the heaven world to fight the old king of the evil god tribe. All right. The other elders of the prison-suppressing world looked determined. Boom. Boom, suddenly, the auras of the elders of the prison-suppressing world grew stronger. A blood-red light radiated from their bodies as if they were burning. Then, the elders of the prison-suppressing world turned into streaks of blood-red light and flew into the prison-suppressing monument. The prison-suppressing monument shook violently and shone brightly. In the end, the 9 prison-suppressing monuments merged into one. Its size was 10 times larger than before. Elders, many people of the prison-suppressing world on the battlefield could not help but cry out in sorrow when they saw this. They knew that the elders had burned their own bodies and used their blood essences to activate the prison-suppressing monument. They wanted to unleash the greatest power of the prison-suppressing monument. As for themselves, they had completely perished. Boom, the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army punched the prison-suppressing monument. However, it was pushed back by a powerful force. At the same time, a figure appeared on the prison-suppressing monument. It was the appearance of an old man. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and his aura was majestic. Patriarch. It's the Patriarch. Someone from the prison-suppressing world exclaimed. Many people of the prison-suppressing world had seen the portrait of the prison-suppressing world's Patriarch. This elder looked exactly like the prison-suppressing world's Patriarch. Hee, prison-suppressing world's Patriarch, you're just an indestructible imprint on the prison-suppressing monument. Today, I'll destroy you completely. Saint Ancestor Xianxia sneered. He stepped out and charged toward the prison-suppressing monument. The prison-suppressing monument's Patriarch stepped out and charged towards Saint Ancestor Xianxia. The two of them collided violently, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the prison-suppressing monument flew toward the heaven-shattering army and suppressed them. In an instant, the heaven-shattering army and Saint Ancestor Xianxia were both blocked. This greatly boosted the morale of the heaven world's Patriarch. Hee, you think a mere imprint can stop me? What a joke. Saint Ancestor Xianxia sneered. A blood-red bead appeared in his hand. It emitted a strong bloody aura as it charged toward the prison-suppressing world's Patriarch. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. The prison-suppressing world's Patriarch was only an imprint. Moreover, the prison-suppressing monument was going to deal with the heaven-shattering army. After dozens of blows, he was completely suppressed by Saint Ancestor Xianxia. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. End of chapter. In the blink of an eye, another dozen moves were exchanged. Bam, the Hell Protector Old Ancestor's imprint was no match for the Saint Ancestor Xianxia. His body turned illusory as if he was going to fall apart at any moment. Not good. The faces of the heaven realm beings who witnessed all of this were extremely ugly, revealing looks of despair. Could it be that no one could stop the Saint Ancestor Xianxia? Was the heaven realm destined to be defeated and destroyed? They were unwilling to accept this, but their strength was limited. Die, Hell Protector Old Ghost! Saint Ancestor Xianxia roared. His aura grew stronger as he attacked the Hell Protector Old Ancestor. Bam, the Hell Protector Old Ancestor was hit again. His body almost fell apart as his aura weakened. Left with no choice, the Hell Protector Old Ancestor could only summon the Hell Protector Steel to block the Saint Ancestor Xianxia. However, the heaven-shattering army had no opponent. Roar, the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army roared as it charged toward the Hell Protector Old Ancestor. The Hell Protector Old Ancestor's imprint merged with the Hell Protector steel to block the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army. However, it was still no match for the Hell Protector Old Ancestor. Boom! Boom! The Hell Protector steel was sent flying as it kept shaking. Crack! A sound came from the Hell Protector steel, which shocked everyone. The Hell Protector steel could not hold on any longer. A crack appeared on it. Hee hee, shatter! Shatter! I want to shatter you completely. The Saint Ancestor Xianxia laughed coldly. Everyone in the heaven realm had a heavy heart. Lu Ming, the ancestral Gregon, sighed. Lu Ming had not broken through yet. Ancestral Gregon, your defeat is certain. The other race divine ancestor laughed coldly. On the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged. His aura was fluctuating as he cultivated wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Xianxia. Lu Ming, I hope you can make it in time. I will buy time for you. Xianxia said softly. Then, he turned around and disappeared. On the battlefield of the Two-World City, the Hell Protector Old Ancestor Xianxia and the heaven-shattering army worked together. The Hell Protector steel was hit a few more times. The prison-suppressing steel was damaged, and its power was even weaker. It was even less able to withstand the attacks of Saint Ancestor Xianxia and the heaven-crushing army. Shatter! Shatter for me! Old Ghost Jinyu, I want the only evidence you left in this world to disappear. Saint Ancestor Xianxia burst out laughing. A bloody glow spread out from his body and turned into streams of bloody sword light that slashed at the spirit-suppressing monument. At the same time, the blood bead he controlled also burst out rays of bloody light with astonishing power. However, at this moment, boundless black light suddenly appeared above Divine Ancestor Xianxia's head. It turned into a huge black lotus and pressed down on Divine Ancestor Xianxia. You want to attack me? You're courting death. Saint Ancestor Xianxia snorted and waved his hand. A blood-red sword ray shot out and struck the black lotus. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the black lotus was sent flying. However, it did not crumble as Saint Ancestor Xianxia had expected. The black lotus flew backward, and in the next moment, a figure appeared on the lotus. She was a young woman in a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled in her generation, and she was absolutely stunning. He blocked it. He actually blocked Saint Ancestor Killer Heart's attack. Many people were shocked. Saint Ancestor Xianxia was a martial god. Even a casual attack from him could not be blocked by an ordinary person. Even a half-deity would find it difficult to block it. However, Saint Ancestor Xianxia's attack had been blocked. Saint Ancestor Xianxia was stunned. Cold light then filled his eyes. Blood chi gathered around him and turned into a shocking blood sword that slashed at the black lotus. Disperse! A crisp sound was heard. The black lotus suddenly dispersed and turned into black petals. Each petal turned into a stream of sword chi and attacked Saint Ancestor Xianxia's blood sword. Clang! Clang! It was as if there were many divine swords clashing against each other in the area. The sound of swords clashing resounded throughout the land. Although the black sword chi continued to crumble, the blood-colored sword light unleashed by sacred ancestor Xianxia would also weaken slightly after each black sword chi was destroyed. When the last black sword chi crumbled, Saint Ancestor Xianxia's blood sword chi had lost 10% of its power and was easily blocked by the woman. She blocked it again. This time, Saint Ancestor Xianxia is serious. Many people were shocked. Who is this woman? She is so powerful that she can block Saint Ancestor Xianxia's attack. I know. She is Xianxia, Lu Ming's wife, Xianxia. What? Lu Ming's wife is so powerful. Countless people were deeply shocked. Many people knew about Lu Ming's combat strength. Previously, he was able to fight against the two half-deities of the foreign tribes. He was unparalleled and outstanding. However, his wife was even more terrifying now. She was able to fight against Saint Ancestor Xianxia. This was too shocking. How is this possible? She is only a half-deity. How can she block Saint Ancestor Xianxia's attack? The number one king and the other old kings were deeply shaken. They could see that Xianxia was a half-deity. However, her combat strength was shockingly powerful and far above theirs. That's right. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the half-deity realm. Xianxia had been in Yellow Spring Island for close to 200 years. With the help of the Fruit of Life, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the half-deity realm. Moreover, Xianxia's combat strength was far more powerful than ordinary people. Previously, when Xianxia was a 5-star heavenly emperor, she was able to suppress a peak heavenly emperor. Now that Xianxia had reached the half-deity realm, her combat strength was naturally higher than other half-deities. They were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the foreign tribe's divine ancestor and ancestral dragon were shocked. She is so powerful? On the battlefield, Huang Ling and the autumn moon sighed as they looked at Xianxia. Ah! Kill! 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 The fact that Xianxia had blocked 2 of Saint Ancestor Xianxia's attacks had further ignited his killing intent and ruthlessness. He roared crazily and charged toward Xianxia, ignoring the prison-suppressing steel. Meanwhile, the prison-suppressing steel was engaged in a fierce battle with the heaven-crushing army. Bam! Bam! Xianxia and divine ancestor Xianxia exchanged a few more blows. Although Xianxia was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat, he still managed to block divine ancestor Xianxia's attacks. Many people were shocked. They knew that Xianxia's combat strength was truly shocking. It had already surpassed the other half-deities. Although he was still not a match for divine ancestor Xianxia, he was able to exchange blows with him. If it were any other half-deities, they would have been killed instantly by divine ancestor Xianxia. Die! Divine ancestor Xianxia became even more frenzied as he threw out the blood-red bead in his hand. The blood-red bead was a weapon that surpassed a Heaven Dao weapon. Under the control of divine ancestor Xianxia, its power was terrifying. Break! Xianxia shouted and formed a seal with her fingers. Countless black lotuses appeared around her. These black lotuses turned into rays of sword light and slashed toward divine ancestor Xianxia. End of chapter. Saint Ancestor Xianxia's bead was as big as a mountain. It shot out beams of blood-red light that were extremely powerful. Xianxia gathered countless lotus sword chi to fight against Saint Ancestor Xianxia. However, Xianxia was no match for Saint Ancestor Xianxia. The lotus sword chi was defeated and a beam of blood-red light almost hit Xianxia. She quickly retreated. Who are you? You're not from this world. Saint Ancestor Xianxia stared at Xianxia. His blood-red eyes were filled with shock. As soon as he attacked, he could feel that Xianxia's cultivation technique and the power that he controlled were not from this world. You don't have the right to know who I am. Xianxia said coldly. No matter who you are, no one in this world will know if I kill you. Kill! Saint Ancestor Xianxia shouted. The blood-red light on his body became even more intense. The blood-red light entered the blood-red bead, causing it to vibrate violently. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar came from the blood-red bead. Following which, a huge evil demon crawled out from the blood-red bead. This evil demon was covered in blood-red scales. It had a wide mouth with sharp fangs and was filled with murderous intent. Behind his back was a pair of blood-red wings. When they spread out, they covered the entire sky. Kill! The evil demon roared and charged toward Xianxia. You're just an evil demon from the abyss. Humph! You're just an insignificant evil demon. Xianxia said coldly. Beams of cold sword light appeared around her body and shot toward the blood-red evil demon. Roar! The evil demon roared and flapped its wings. A gust of wind swept toward Xianxia. On the other side, Saint Ancestor Xianxia also made his move. A blood-red sword light formed and slashed toward Xianxia. Facing the attacks from both sides, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Her sword light was quickly defeated. Bam! Saint Ancestor Xianxia's blood-red sword light slashed toward Xianxia. Although Xianxia formed a black lotus in time to protect herself, she was still sent flying. Her body trembled and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ancestral Gragon, you have no hope. If you don't become a martial god, all your efforts will be in vain. In the dark space, he and Ancestral Dragon were locked in a fierce battle. It would be difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Ancestral Dragon did not look pleased. He did not say a word. He continued Xianxia's attacks. As for the hell-suppressing steel, it was currently locked in battle with the heaven-crushing army because it had been severely damaged. I don't care if you die or not, you will die, I will die. Sacred Ancestor Starkiller laughed heartily and controlled the blood-red fiend to attack Xianxia. But at this moment, the void split open, and a milky white sword light slashed towards the demon. The sword light was filled with sacred light. Its power was shocking. The evil demon was caught off guard and was hit by the sword light. One of its wings was severed. The evil demon screamed. The place where its wings were severed kept emitting sizzling sounds. It seemed like the sword light was effective against it. Sacred light? Damn it, what's going on? Saint Ancestor Xianxia was furious. A weak evil demon. If it was in the past, I would have turned him into ashes with a puff of my breath. A cold, arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a woman in a white dress. She looked exactly like Xianxia. You, Saint Ancestor Xianxia looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I didn't expect your cultivation to rise to the half-martial god realm so quickly after devouring the memories of your past life. I'm surprised. Xianxia didn't look at Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Instead, she looked at Xianxia and transmitted her voice. I won't be left behind by you. I won't let you do it alone. Xianxia replied. Is that so? You're pretty confident. However, let's deal with this guy first. Xianxia chuckled. Her body emitted a white sacred light. She looked like a goddess descending to the world, pure and holy. Kill. I don't care how many of you come. All of you must die. Saint Ancestor Xianxia roared. He controlled the evil demon and himself to attack Xianxia and Xianxia. Slash. Xianxia pressed her hand forward. Countless white lotuses appeared in the sky. They turned into sword chi and slashed at Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Her cultivation was also in the half-martial god realm. Her battle strength was no weaker than Xianxia's. Moreover, her attacking style was very similar to Xianxia's. When Xianxia attacked, Xianxia attacked as well. The two of them joined forces to fight Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Boom. Boom. Boom, the battle reached a boiling point. Saint Ancestor Xianxia was blocked by Xianxia and Xianxia. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched. They blocked it. Countless people on the battlefield were shocked when they saw the scene. However, both sides had different thoughts. The evil god tribe was shocked. They found it hard to accept. On the other hand, the heaven world was ecstatic. Ha, I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in the heaven world. Good. Emperor Rebellious laughed. The number one king's face was ugly. Xianxia and Xianxia's battle strength was too strong. They were far stronger than ordinary half-martial gods. The two of them joined forces to block Saint Ancestor Xianxia's attack. Such strength was too terrifying. In the heaven world, they could be said to be the strongest experts other than Ancestor Gragon. However, they had never heard of them before. However, it did not matter. As long as they were from the heaven world, it would be fine. Ha, Moko, it seems like things are out of your control. Ancestor. Gragon laughed. This was a pleasant surprise. Originally, he had placed all his hopes on Lu Ming. He did not expect that there would be two such experts in the heaven world. As long as they could hold Saint Ancestor Xianxia back and wait for Lu Ming to break through, they would have a great chance of winning. The evil god realm and the heaven world had been at war for countless years. Damn it, how is this possible? The foreign tribe's divine ancestor roared. He was extremely shocked. How could there be two such experts in the heaven world? They looked like sisters, but their battle strength was so strong. There was no news about them before. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Lu Ming's wife, it's that Lu Ming again. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor was furious. The battle on the battlefield entered a stalemate. The difference in strength between the two sides was not great. The battle was fierce, and there were people dying at every moment. In the ultimate ruins battlefield, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the foreign tribe's kings were fighting. It was difficult to determine the victor. Suppress, I'll suppress. Suppress him for me. Dandan transformed into his true form. He was huge and filled with runes. His battle strength was shocking. He was fighting two foreign tribes' kings alone and was not at a disadvantage. In fact, he even had the upper hand. That old turtle, I didn't expect him to be so strong after breaking through to the half-martial god realm. Not far away, the Titan Longhorn Bull fought unhappily. In the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming had been cultivating. Boom, suddenly, a shocking aura surged from Lu Ming's body. His eyes opened. End of chapter. Lu Ming's aura soared into the sky like a spear that was about to pierce through heaven and earth. Break for me! Lu Ming shouted as his body emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. He wanted to break through the shackles and become a heavenly emperor. However, just as Lu Ming unleashed his aura, all around him, within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, a colorful glow suddenly appeared. The light enveloped Lu Ming, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming, restraining Lu Ming. This was the power of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao wanted to stop Lu Ming from breaking through. The Tao of Sovereign was too terrifying. It shouldn't have appeared in places like the Heavenly Domain or the Evil God realm. Because once the Tao of Sovereign entered the Heavenly Emperor realm, one would be able to dominate heaven and earth, even the Heavenly Tao. This was not allowed by the Heavenly Tao. It wanted to stop it. The terrifying pressure continued to press down on Lu Ming, even forming invisible chains that wrapped around Lu Ming's body. Break, break! Lu Ming shouted as he exerted all his strength and struggled with all his might. Bam! 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 The invisible chains on Lu Ming's body continued to shatter. However, after the chains shattered, even more chains appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones began to vibrate rapidly. The frequency of vibrations exceeded 50 billion times per second. Such violent vibrations produced a terrifying power that shattered the invisible chains that wrapped around his body. At the same time, Lu Ming formed a long spear in his hand with the power of the Sovereign. Buzz! The long spear vibrated and swept in all directions. Lu Ming wanted to break through the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. Whoosh! 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 Rays of spear light soared into the sky and swept in all directions. From afar, one could only see countless spear lights piercing holes in heaven and earth. It's starting to break through. In the distant dark void, the ancestral Gregon sensed it immediately and revealed a look of joy. At the same time, the foreign race's divine ancestor also sensed it, and his face darkened. It's not that easy to break through the Tao of Sovereign in the heavenly domain. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow it. The foreign race's divine ancestor said coldly. Really? At the same time, he stretched out a dragon claw to meet the outsider's sacred ancestor's attack. On the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming's spear glow grew stronger and stronger. As he executed the battle character formula, the power of each of his moves was enhanced. Each of his moves was extremely terrifying, constantly blasting away the power of the Heavenly Tao. It's not enough, it's still not enough. I have to trigger double combat power. Lu Ming's mind raced. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to completely break through the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. If that was the case, he would not be able to truly break through. Lu Ming kept unleashing the battle formula, hoping to trigger the double combat power. The probability of Lu Ming triggering the double combat strength effect was about 1 in 10. After triggering it about 8 or 9 times, suddenly, Lu Ming felt boundless battle intent erupt from his body. This battle intent transformed into power, greatly increasing Lu Ming's strength. The battle character formula had been successfully activated. Double combat power, Weng, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out, and the power of the Heavenly Tao crumbled continuously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming's long spear shook, and countless spear rays shot out, piercing through the void and breaking the power of the Heavenly Tao. Boom! Lu Ming's aura grew stronger. How is this possible? In the dark void, the foreign tribe's divine ancestor widened his eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming was about to break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha. The ancestral dragon laughed maniacally. Xianxia, quickly deal with those two bitches. Go and kill Lu Ming. Something's wrong. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor hurriedly sent a message to the divine ancestor. At this moment, the divine ancestor was still locked in a fierce battle with Xianxia and Xianxia. Hearing the divine ancestor's message, a vicious look flashed across the divine ancestor's eyes. Those two bitches dare to block me? Die. Die. The divine ancestor roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boundless blood-red light spread out, burning fiercely. Burn your divine power. The ancestral dragon was enraged. The divine ancestor had yet to recover from his injuries as he did not have enough time. He might be able to recover in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years. Therefore, the divine ancestor's strength had barely reached the martial god realm. However, the divine ancestor had decided to burn his divine power regardless of the consequences. As a result, his strength was able to reach his peak within a short period of time. The divine ancestor's strength skyrocketed as he burned his divine power. He executed 2 consecutive slashes with shocking might. Xianxia and Xianxia were startled. They immediately set up defenses in front of him. However, their defenses were unable to resist the divine ancestor's attack. They were shattered instantly. Their figures shuddered violently as they were sent flying over 10,000 li away. Blood poured out from their mouths as their figures shuddered. You two bitches, trying to stop me? Die. The divine ancestor withdrew the demon. The blood-red glow formed a sword as he slashed at Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia defended themselves with all their might. They were not aiming for success, but they were hoping to avoid making any mistakes. However, the divine ancestor who had recovered to his peak was indeed powerful. He was on par with the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor of the foreign tribes. Xianxia and Xianxia were only half gods after all. They were no match for the divine ancestor at his peak. After a few exchanges, they were sent flying again. The hearts of the people from the heaven realm sank. At this rate, the situation was not looking good. He is burning his divine power. He won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we can hold him off for a while, we will have a chance of winning. Xianxia, do you still remember the dark sacred light technique? Xianxia transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Alright, let's use the dark sacred light technique to set up a dark sacred light cage to hold him off for a while. Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. The two of them made their moves at the same time. Instead of retreating, they charged toward the divine ancestor. The moment they charged out, their bodies emitted a brilliant glow. The difference was that Xianxia's body was covered in a boundless dark glow. Her body seemed to have turned into a black hole. It was pitch black, and no one could see her figure. On the other hand, Xianxia's body was covered in a boundless white glow. It was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Many people could not open their eyes. Dark sacred light technique. 2 crisp voices could be heard at the same time. Immediately, boundless black and white glows shrouded the divine ancestor. The speed of the glows was unbelievably fast. They immediately shrouded the divine ancestor. Following this, the black and white glows intertwined with each other like threads, forming a cage. This was the dark sacred light cage. It was a terrifying secret technique that required the combined efforts of Xianxia and Xianxia. Break it! Divine ancestor Xianxia roared. A blood-red sword light cut through the void and slashed at the dark sacred light cage. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. However, Saint Ancestor Xianxia's sword did not break the dark sacred light cage. Instead, it only caused the dark sacred light cage to shake violently. End of chapter. X to the power of 8(1)z(0 degrees M translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Divine Ancestor Xianxia was enraged by the fact that his sword had failed to break the cage. Although burning his divine power in this manner was extremely taxing on him and would leave behind terrible after effects, He could not care less about that now, as long as he could flatten the celestial world and successfully split open the sky, the celestial beings would definitely bestow him treasures. His injuries and after-effects were nothing to him. He held the blood-red sword in his hand and slashed at the dark holy light cage. Boom! Boom! The dark holy light cage shook violently. Every time Divine Ancestor Xianxia's sword slashed at it, Xianxia and Xianxia would tremble and turn pale. Clearly, Divine Ancestor Xianxia's attacks were also a great burden to them. However, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Now, it was time to see who could hold on. Whoever could hold on would be the winner. Break! 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 Divine Ancestor Xianxia attacked wildly. In an instant, he could release hundreds of swords. Both sides were in a stalemate. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was progressing smoothly. He had activated double combat strength, and his combat strength skyrocketed. He continued to attack the Heavenly Tao's power, shattering the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. Finally, the long spear spun and swept across the sky, completely blasting the Heavenly Tao's power away. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura exploded and reached its peak. Break! Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Then, there was a loud explosion in his body. He had broken through a bottleneck, his cultivation level had risen to a whole new level. That was the Heavenly Emperor realm. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be in control of everything. The entire celestial world was under his control. He could also sense the battle in the Ultimate Ruins battlefield and Two-World City. Has the final battle begun? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Previously, he had been wholeheartedly cultivating and trying to break through to the next realm without any distractions. Who would have thought that the final battle would have already broken out? Shaoqing, Mid-Autumn Moon, Xianxia, Lu Ming sensed that Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others were fine. Lu Ming felt relieved. Following this, Lu Ming waved his hand, and countless God stones flew out. Although Lu Ming had broken through, his strength hadn't caught up. He had to absorb a large amount of energy and convert it into world energy and sovereign power. Bam bam bam, countless godly stones exploded into pieces. Lu Ming couldn't care less about wasting resources now. What he wanted was to stabilize his cultivation base as soon as possible so that he could participate in the battle. Lu Ming absorbed the endless divine aura into his body and transformed it into the power of the world and the power of the master. Lu Ming's small world began to expand wildly. Not enough, far from enough. Speed up, Lu Ming growled and finally took out all the God stones on him. Piles of God stones exploded and were absorbed by Lu Ming. The energy Lu Ming needed to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm was too shocking. The main thing was that a portion of the energy would be converted into sovereign power, which was the most energy-consuming. Lu Ming still had more than 10,000 chaos stones left. However, 10,000 chaos stones were a drop in the bucket for Lu Ming now. Therefore, Lu Ming had already given them to Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Bubbles, and the others. Lu Ming was now completely using God stones to cultivate. Fortunately, he had obtained a large number of God stones in the Yellow Spring world. Time continued to pass. Lu Ming's aura became stronger and more shocking. Of course, the number of God stones he devoured was also increasing. The battle in the Two-World City had also reached its climax. Xianxia and Xianxia tried their best to stop Divine Ancestor Xianxia, but under Divine Ancestor Xianxia's frenzied attacks, their faces turned pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Xianxia, it's too late. End this quickly. The other tribe Divine Ancestor sent a message to Divine Ancestor Xianxia anxiously. He realized that Lu Ming was about to break through. Damn bitches, I will make sure you never reincarnate. Explode, explode. Divine Ancestor Xianxia roared and took out the blood-red bead. Endless blood-red light flowed from his body into the bead. Wang! The blood-red bead vibrated violently and emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Not good. Xianxia and Xianxuan's faces changed drastically. Boom, then, the blood-colored bead exploded with a loud bang. This was a divine weapon that surpassed a Heaven Dao weapon. When it exploded, its power was unimaginable. Endless destructive power swept out in all directions and slammed into the dark holy light cage. In an instant, the dark holy light cage exploded. Xianxia and Xianxuan's bodies were swept away by the force and were sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Die. Divine Ancestor Xianxia's eyes turned red as he charged toward Xianxia with boundless killing intent. Whoosh, his terrifyingly withered hand grabbed at Xianxia. Xianxia was severely injured and could not dodge this attack. If he was hit, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, the space in front of Xianxia suddenly split open. A long spear flew out and pierced toward Divine Ancestor Xianxia's hand. Dong, the long spear pierced Divine Ancestor Xianxia's hand. There was a loud explosion and the long spear was sent flying. However, Divine Ancestor Xianxia was also pushed back. There was a hole in his hand and blood-red light was wriggling inside. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It should be known that he was now in the state of burning his divine power, and his combat strength had recovered to its peak. However, the spear just now had pierced his palm. He looked forward with his blood-red eyes. The space in front of him split open. A tall and slender young man in a black robe appeared behind Xianxia. He grabbed Xianxia's slender waist and pulled Xianxia into his arms. This young man was none other than Lu Ming. He had refined 90% of the divine stones in his body and finally stabilized his cultivation at the Heavenly Emperor realm. Coincidentally, Divine Ancestor Xianxia had destroyed Xianxia and Xianxuan's dark sacred light cage. He did not hesitate to rush over. With his current cultivation, he could reach Two World City from Dragon Emperor Peak in an instant. Xiaoqing, are you all right? Lu Ming asked with concern. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Xianxia smiled. Xiaoqing, take this fruit of life. A fruit of life appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and swallowed it. His body shone brightly. Fruit of life, you still have. Seeing Lu Ming take out the fruit of life, Divine Ancestor Xianxia's eyes were filled with greed. Do you want it? I have plenty of it. Lu Ming looked at Divine Ancestor Xianxia and waved his hand. 9 fruits of life appeared in his hand. One of them flew towards Xianxuan. Xianxuan did not hesitate. He caught the fruit of life and swallowed it. His injuries healed quickly. So many fruits of life. Divine Ancestor Xianxian was shocked. Old Tai, set a small goal first. Remember new 8th Chinese network. O x to the power of 8 1 z 0 degrees M. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Ming had taken out 9 fruits of life in one go. Including the one he had given to Xianxia, he now had 10 fruits of life in total. Not only was the sacred ancestor Xianxian shocked, even the sacred ancestor was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that there were only 18 fruits of life on the Tree of Life. They had obtained 11, while the Heaven Realm had only obtained 7. Where did Lu Ming get so many fruits of life from? A fortunate encounter. Lu Ming must have had a fortunate encounter. The sacred ancestor yelled in jealousy. At the same time, he also realized why the Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the others had achieved the half-martial god realm. It must be because of the fruits of life that the Chaos Monarch and the others had recovered from their injuries. The thought made the sacred ancestor feel like vomiting blood. He had only managed to obtain 11 fruits of life, which was only enough for him and the sacred ancestor Xianxian. He felt extremely gloomy when he thought about how Lu Ming had managed to obtain a large number of fruits of life, which had greatly increased the strength of the Heaven Realm. Meanwhile, the sacred ancestor Xianxian was shocked when he saw the fruits of life, before his eyes were filled with greed. His injuries had yet to fully recover, and he was currently burning his god force, which further worsened his injuries. If he could obtain so many fruits of life, he would be able to recover in no time. Give it to me, give me the fruits of life. The sacred ancestor Xianxian yelled. Give it to you? Come and take it yourself. Lu Ming kept the fruits of life and held the great desolation spear in his hand. His aura grew stronger. Lu Ming, I didn't devour you. Now, I'll destroy you. The sacred ancestor Xianxian yelled. He turned into a crimson ray and charged at Lu Ming. Bang! A brilliant purple-golden glow burst out from Lu Ming's body as he unleashed the force of the world and the force of the ruler realm in his body. Following this, he thrust his spear forward. The Great Desolation spear rapidly turned into a spear glow and stabbed at the sacred ancestor Xianxia. Dong! The two of them clashed head-on, forming a terrifying shockwave that rushed out in all directions. That part of the void completely exploded. The blood light shattered and Saint Ancestor Xianxia retreated. Lu Ming also retracted his spear. What? In a head-on battle, Lu Ming blocked Xianxia's attack. Oh my god, what did I just see? Could Lu Ming have become a god? How could this be? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the heaven realm or the evil god race, everyone was deeply astonished and stunned. Lu Ming was able to fight a martial god head-on. This was too shocking. The difference was that after the evil god tribe was astonished, they were filled with endless fear. As for the heaven realm, after the shock, they were filled with endless ecstasy. Ha ha ha, Moku, this time around, your evil god tribe will be annihilated. Ancestral Graygon laughed loudly, feeling extremely carefree. How is this possible? This is impossible. The outsider sacred ancestor's heart was in turmoil. He found it hard to accept. He had planned and worked hard for countless years, but in the end, this was the outcome that he could not accept. If Lu Ming could fight Saint Ancestor Xianxia, it would be too disadvantageous for them. After all, the heaven realm still had Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia, is this all you've got? Today, the person that will be annihilated is you. Lu Ming swung his spear and took a step forward. His figure turned into a ray of light as he charged towards Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Blood Sea Sword Art. Saint Ancestor Xianxia roared as a blood sea appeared behind him. Countless blood-red sword rays flew out from the blood sea and slashed at Lu Ming. Ruler. Lu Ming executed the ruler's force to dominate the world. As the ruler's force was applied to the blood-red sword rays, the direction of the sword rays changed slightly. They did not manage to hit Lu Ming at all. Instead, they flew past Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming closed in on Saint Ancestor Xianxia and swung his spear. The long spear ray swept across the blood sea. The blood sea collapsed as Saint Ancestor Xianxia retreated hastily. Swoosh! Swoosh! The great barren spear continued to pierce through the void. Lu Ming and Saint Ancestor Xianxia charged into the dark void. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the heavenly emperor realm, his battle strength had increased tremendously. Combining all aspects, he was comparable to a martial god. He was not any weaker than the ancestral dragon or the other tribe's divine ancestors when they were at their peak. This was under the circumstance that Lu Ming had not triggered the double combat ability. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Saint Ancestor Xianxia charged into the dark void. They clashed a few times in the dark void, causing the dark void to churn. After Lu Ming broke through to the heavenly emperor realm, the double combat power effect of the battle character incantation had ended. Therefore, Lu Ming was only in an ordinary state now, not a state with double combat power. Lu Ming circulated the sovereign Tao to the maximum. The power of the sovereign and the sovereign Tao in his body roared. Lu Ming's sovereign Tao occupied more than half of his body. This was the key to Lu Ming's ability to fight against a martial god. In the future, as Lu Ming's cultivation base increased, the power of the sovereign Tao would also increase. Lu Ming estimated that when he reached the peak of the heavenly emperor realm, all the power of the sovereign Tao in his body would be converted into the power of the sovereign Tao. At the same time, Lu Ming executed the battle character art. Although it did not trigger the double combat strength, Lu Ming's every move was shockingly powerful with the help of the battle character art. He was evenly matched with Saint Ancestor Xianxia, who was in his peak state. In fact, Lu Ming was slightly stronger than Xianxia. After Lu Ming and Saint Ancestor Xianxia fought their way into the dark void, Xianxia and Xianxuan's injuries were more or less healed with the help of the Fruit of Life. Xianxuan's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. Then, numerous black lotuses appeared around him. They turned into streaks of sword chi and flew toward the giant of the Heaven-Crushing Legion. The giant of the Heaven-Crushing Legion was still engaged in an intense battle with the prison-suppressing steel. However, the prison-suppressing steel had a trace of the prison-suppressing steel's power. After such a long battle, it was almost unable to hold on any longer. At this moment, Xianxia made his move. It was really the right time. Roar! The giant of the heaven-crushing legion stretched out a large hand and slammed it toward Xianxia's sword chi. Bang! Bang! The sound of collisions rang out. The giant of the heaven-crushing legion trembled violently as it retreated continuously. The ground under its feet cracked continuously. In a moment of carelessness, it trampled a few hundred evil god tribe members who were unable to retreat in time to death. Xianxia was able to exchange blows with Saint Elder Xianxia, who possessed the battle prowess of a martial god. His strength was above that of the heaven-crushing legion. Slash! Xianxia shouted coldly. He waved his small hand, and boundless sword light gathered to form a gigantic black sword chi. This sword chi once again slashed toward the giant of the heaven-crushing legion. The giant of the heaven-crushing legion raised its fist to block this attack. However, this time, the giant's fist was directly sliced into two by the sword light. A large number of heaven-crushing legion elites were caught in the fist. Their bodies exploded, and they perished. In an instant, several hundred heaven-crushing legion elites were killed, including a dozen or so heavenly emperors. The giant of the heaven-crushing legion retreated continuously. However, at this moment, a milky white sword light slashed down from the heavens. Xianxia had made his move. Pooh! The head of the giant of the heaven-crushing legion was directly severed. Another few hundred heaven-crushing legion elites perished. In this way, the giant of the heaven-crushing legion was directly scattered. The great formation had been broken. Old Tai said a small goal first. Remember new 8th Chinese network. X to the power of 8-1 Z-0 M translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once the heaven-crushing army's formation was broken, it was difficult for them to gather their power and weave it together. Their battle prowess was instantly greatly reduced. Nearly 100,000 people frantically retreated, their hearts filled with shock. The heaven-crushing army's formation had always been invincible. Apart from the martial god, they didn't fear anyone else. However, facing Xianxia and Xianxia, they were defeated in just a few moves. Their formation was directly destroyed. Don't panic. Gather and set up the formation. The commander of the heaven-crushing army roared. This person was a demigod, and he wanted to reassemble the heaven-crushing army and form a formation to resist Xianxia and the others. However, just as he finished speaking, 5 black lotuses appeared around him out of thin air. Whoosh! 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 The lotuses spun, and their petals transformed into sharp sword chi that shot toward him. The commander's expression changed, and he waved the battle axe in his hand to block the attack. After a series of collisions, the heaven-shattering army commander's body shook violently. Cracks appeared on the heavenly Dao tool battle axe in his hand, and his chest had been pierced through by a beam of sword chi. His chest was pierced through from front to back. He was severely injured, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. How could he be so strong? He was extremely terrified. No matter what, he was still a demigod, and he was known as an invincible elite. However, he had only exchanged one move with Xianxia, and he had already been severely injured. Whoosh! In the next instant, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Oh no! The commander of the heaven-crushing army was shocked, and he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. A sword light flashed, and his head flew high into the air. In a battle of the same level, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist Xianxia. Kill! Xianxia's expression was cold and merciless. With a wave of his hand, boundless sword chi rushed toward the heaven-crushing army. The heaven-crushing army originally had 100,000 elites, 5,000 heavenly emperors, and 95,000 heavenly emperors. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Wherever the sword chi passed, the heaven-crushing legion's elites were pierced and killed. Whether it was a heavenly emperor or a great emperor, they were all the same. Even a peak heavenly emperor would find it difficult to block Xianxia's attack. At the same time, Xianxia also made his move. His attack style was very similar to Xianxia's. Wherever his milky white sword light passed, large swathes of heaven-crushing army elites were killed. This was a completely one-sided slaughter. The elites of the heaven-crushing legion were being harvested like wheat. No, damn it, no. As for the number one king of the outsiders, the old kings felt as if their hearts were about to bleed. The heaven-crushing legion was the strongest legion of the evil god tribe. So many elites had died just like that. At the same time, they were extremely terrified. Xianxia and Xianxia were practically unstoppable. After they finished killing the heaven-crushing army, wouldn't it be their turn? They had seen how demigods were unable to resist Xianxia at all and were almost instantly killed. If it were them, they wouldn't be too far behind. Divine Ancestor, what should we do? The number one king roared. His voice traveled far and wide through the dark void toward the Divine Ancestor. Retreat, form a formation, and defend with all your might. The Divine Ancestor said. At this moment, the Divine Ancestor was also extremely angry. He had never imagined that the battle would turn out like this. Before the battle, he had been very confident. On the surface, the evil god tribe had the upper hand in terms of low-level, mid-level, and high-level battle prowess. Moreover, he and the Divine Ancestor Xianxia were martial gods. As long as they made a move, the battle would definitely be one-sided. They would definitely be able to flatten the heaven realm. However, after the battle, everything was beyond his expectations. At the beginning, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, World Divine Turtle, and the others appeared one after another. They had all broken through to the demigod realm and delayed a portion of the evil god tribe's forces. Then, the Rebellious Emperor and the others actually recovered from their injuries. What was even more unexpected was that Xianxia and Xianxia seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and held the Divine Ancestor Xianxia back until Lu Ming had a breakthrough. Lu Ming, it's all because of Lu Ming. The Divine Ancestor yelled in his heart. All of this was because of Lu Ming and Lu Ming's fruits of life, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm's breakthroughs. The Rebellious Emperor and the others also recovered because of Lu Ming's fruits of life. Xianxia was even Lu Ming's wife. It was all because of Lu Ming that the battle had developed to this stage. Now, they could only defend themselves and wait for the Divine Ancestor Xianxia to kill Lu Ming or defeat the Ancestral Gregon. Only then would they have a chance to turn the tables. At this thought, he couldn't help but look at the place where Lu Ming and the Divine Ancestor Xianxia were fighting. His eyes widened. At this moment, Lu Ming had gained the upper hand and was suppressing the Divine Ancestor Xianxia. Lu Ming and the Divine Ancestor Xianxia had already exchanged a few hundred blows in the dark void. Lu Ming didn't activate the battle character manual to double his battle strength. He was fighting the Divine Ancestor Xianxia in his normal state. However, Lu Ming was getting stronger as the battle went on. He had just broken through and wasn't familiar with using his power. As the battle progressed, he became more familiar with the sudden increase in power. Moreover, the battle character manual was amazing. No matter what kind of attack he used, his battle strength would increase tremendously. In addition, the Divine Ancestor Xianxia was burning his divine power. The longer the battle went on, the weaker he became. Therefore, Lu Ming had the upper hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The great barren spear in Lu Ming's hand danced like a dragon. Spear lights stabbed at the Divine Ancestor Xianxia. The Divine Ancestor Xianxia was forced to retreat and defend himself. Puff! The Divine Ancestor Xianxia's body was pierced by Lu Ming's spear light. The Divine Ancestor Xianxia tried his best to recover. Blood light wriggled as he tried to heal himself. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. Then, his aura rapidly weakened. He hadn't recovered from his injuries and hadn't recovered to his peak state. He couldn't maintain his peak state for a long time by burning his divine power. Now that his divine power was almost depleted, his condition was deteriorating rapidly. Lu Ming wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. His eyes turned cold as he swung the great barren spear. Bam! The Divine Ancestor Xianxia was sent flying. His body was almost split into two. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his aura weakened. Die! Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up with Saint Ancestor Xianxia. The great barren spear vibrated, covered with the dazzling power of the ruler. It charged towards Saint Ancestor Xianxia, intending to annihilate him completely. Although the divine ancestor Xianxia retreated, he couldn't avoid the attack and was hit by Lu Ming. His body shattered into pieces and turned into a sea of blood. Refine. Lu Ming stretched out his palms and the purplish gold power of the master transformed into two huge palms. When they came together, the sea of blood was shrouded in their palms. Lu Ming was going to refine the divine ancestor Xianxia with his sovereign power. No, no, Moku, come and save me. The divine ancestor Xianxia screamed in fear. He tried to break free, but he couldn't break free from the sovereign power. Lu Ming. The divine ancestor roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He used all his strength to exchange a few blows with the ancestral dragon. Then, he took the opportunity to charge at Lu Ming. Old Tai, set a small target first. Remember new 8th Chinese network. O x to the power of 8 1 z 0 degrees M translator, Nioibo Studio editor. Nioibo Studio. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor used all his strength to break free from the ancestral Greygon's obstruction and charged at Lu Ming. Boom, the divine ancestor of the foreign tribe threw a punch. A golden fist crossed the boundless void and blasted toward Lu Ming with an extremely domineering aura. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The great desolation spear vibrated and thrust out. As soon as the spear was thrust out, the foreign tribe's divine ancestor's fist arrived and clashed with Lu Ming's spear light. A deafening explosion resounded as the great desolation spear vibrated continuously. A terrifying force surged and forced Lu Ming to take a few steps back. Divine weapon, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor was wearing a pair of golden gloves. It was obvious that the gloves were divine weapons that were specially used by martial gods. They were extremely powerful. The divine ancestor Xianxia's divine weapon had exploded, but the foreign tribe's divine ancestor still had his divine weapon. Therefore, his battle strength was slightly stronger than the divine ancestor Xianxia when he was burning his divine force. Die! The foreign tribe's divine ancestor roared. His fists were like two golden suns as they blasted at Lu Ming. Moku, I'm your opponent. The ancestral Greygon had arrived. How could he allow the foreign tribe's divine ancestor to attack Lu Ming? He lashed out with his dragon claws and fought against the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. At the same time, a dragon horn floated above the ancestral Greygon's head. It slashed out continuously like a battle saber. It was also a divine weapon. The ancestral Greygon's battle strength was on par with the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. He could not afford to be careless. He had to fight the ancestral Greygon with all his strength. Boom! Boom! The foreign tribe's divine ancestor exchanged a few blows with the ancestral Greygon. Meanwhile, Lu Ming took the opportunity to continue refining the divine ancestor Xianxia. The divine ancestor Xianxia continued to unleash his attacks, trying to break free from Lu Ming's obstruction. Moku, save me, save me! Saint Ancestor Xianxia roared. The outsider sacred ancestor's face was as cold as ice as he madly exchanged a few moves with the ancestral dragon. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly changed his stance, taking a hit from the ancestral dragon as he shot toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the alien race's holy ancestor closed in on Lu Ming and threw hundreds of punches at him. Lu Ming brandished his great desolate spear to block. After several hundred clashes, the strength of the sacred ancestor was indeed shocking. Lu Ming had to fend off the sacred ancestor, thus, he did not have the energy to refine sacred ancestor Xianxia. Thus, the sacred ancestor Xianxia managed to escape. Saint Ancestor Xianxia fled and met up with the other race's saint ancestors. Let's go back first. The outsider race's sacred ancestor said. Right now, they were at a complete disadvantage. They could only retreat first before making further plans. You want to leave? Stay. The ancestral dragon charged forward, his dragon horn like a heavenly blade that slashed down at the outsider's sacred ancestor. Facing the ancestral dragon's attack, the outsider's sacred ancestor had no choice but to focus. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming brandished his long spear and charged forward. Dazzling spear light shrouded the sacred ancestor and Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Saint Ancestor Xianxia's battle strength had weakened and was no longer a match for Lu Ming. He could only barely hold on with the help of the sacred ancestor. At this moment, the sacred ancestor had to face the ancestral dragon and fend off Lu Ming's attacks. He was at a disadvantage. Battle Character Art. During the battle, Lu Ming constantly activated the Battle Character Art in an attempt to double his battle strength. After exchanging dozens of blows, the sacred ancestor and Saint Ancestor Xianxia were forced to retreat. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming's body exploded. The double battle strength of the Battle Character Art was activated, and Lu Ming's battle strength skyrocketed. Whoosh! A spear light pierced towards the sacred ancestor. The sacred ancestor hurriedly raised his fist to block it. Boom! This time, the sacred ancestor was sent flying by Lu Ming. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This battle strength. How is this possible? The sacred ancestor exclaimed in his heart. This was unbelievable. At this point in the battle, Lu Ming was still able to unleash even more battle strength. Furthermore, it had increased tremendously, completely suppressing the sacred ancestor. Once the sacred ancestor retreated, Saint Ancestor Xianxia was exposed. Kill! Lu Ming roared. The Great Baron Spear turned into a pillar and smashed towards Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Sacred Ancestor Xianxia turned into a sea of blood and rolled wildly. He wanted to evade but was unable to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle word essence to double his combat strength. He was extremely powerful. When the Great Baron Spear pressed down, the sea of blood transformed by Sacred Ancestor Xianxia was directly split into two halves. A terrifying destructive force burst forth from the Great Desolation Spear. The sea of blood formed by Sacred Ancestor Xianxia began to crack and shatter, turning into tiny pieces. Refine. Then, Lu Ming unleashed his sovereign power and shrouded the small pieces of the sea of blood. Then, he started to refine them. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, green smoke filled the air. The sea of blood formed by Saint Ancestor Xianxia was being refined at an extremely fast speed. Emoku, save me! Save me! Saint Ancestor Xianxia was still crying for help. Xianxia, go in peace. Emoku can't save you. Ancestral Gregon said coldly and charged towards the sacred ancestor. At this moment, the sacred ancestor's face was gloomy. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. He didn't want to fight with Ancestral Gregon. Instead, he dashed towards the other side. That was the direction of Tai Ching's sky domain. Not good. Ancestral Gregon seemed to have thought of something. His face changed drastically as he chased after the sacred ancestor. Lu Ming, go after him. Don't let Emoku reach Tai Ching's sky domain. Ancestral Gregon's anxious voice could be heard. Kill. Lu Ming waved his hands. Countless spear radiances appeared in the air and charged towards the remaining sea of blood. No, Saint Ancestor Xianxia roared. Then, countless spear radiances flew down and tore the sea of blood apart. Then, the sea of blood dissipated under the sovereign power. In an instant, Saint Ancestor Xianxia had completely disappeared. Not a trace of him was left. This time, Saint Ancestor Xianxia had completely died. There was no chance for him to come back to life. A martial god had been killed by Lu Ming. After killing Saint Ancestor Xianxia, Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum and chased after Ancestral Gregon and the Sacred Ancestor. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. However, the Sacred Ancestor had already reached Tai Ching's sky domain and arrived at the lair of Zulong. Emoku, Ancestral Gregon roared in anger. He opened his mouth and spat out a destructive light beam towards the Sacred Ancestor. However, there was only madness in the Sacred Ancestor's eyes. He ignored Ancestral Gregon's attack and threw out a punch. The terrifying power shattered the space within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Through the space, one could clearly see the appearance of a small world. This small world was the lair of Zulong. The Sacred Ancestor's terrifying punch landed on the lair of Zulong. Like a balloon, the lair of Zulong was blown up by the Sacred Ancestor's punch. After the lair of Zulong was blown up, the void was suddenly filled with dazzling golden light. From afar, Lu Ming could see a huge and boundless talisman seal covering the sky. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He was very surprised. He had never thought that there would be such a huge seal behind the lair of Zulong. The heaven-suppressing seal. Ancestral Gregon, you're dreaming of sealing the sky. Today, I'll tear the seal apart and let all of you die with me. The sacred ancestor roared crazily. His whole body seemed to be burning. He turned into a divine sword and rushed towards the seal. Let's set a small target first. Remember new 8th Chinese network. Oh, damn it. Ancestral Gregon's expression changed. He controlled the dragon horn and slashed it at the foreign race's divine ancestor. At the same time, he roared, Lu Ming, quick, stop him. Ancestral Gregon's voice was filled with panic, unable to remain calm. Although Lu Ming was confused, he knew that the golden seal was of great importance. Otherwise, Ancestral Gregon wouldn't have lost his composure. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the limit. At the same time, he used all his strength to throw out the Great Baron Spear. Whoosh, now that Lu Ming had doubled his combat strength, he was extremely powerful. He threw out the Great Baron Spear and it turned into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it charged toward the divine ancestor. However, the foreign race's divine ancestor didn't care about Ancestral Gregon's and Lu Ming's attacks. He only had eyes for the golden seal. Boom, the foreign race's divine ancestor slashed at the golden seal like a sword. The golden seal shook violently and burst out with a bright light. Rip, like a piece of cloth being torn apart, a huge hole was torn in the golden seal. At this time, Ancestral Gregon and Lu Ming's attacks arrived. Poof. Poof, the dragon horn controlled by Ancestral Gregon slashed the foreign race's divine ancestor's back, almost splitting him in half. At the same time, Lu Ming's Great Baron Spear also pierced the foreign race's divine ancestor's back. The foreign race's divine ancestor was severely injured. His aura withered and he became extremely weak. However, his face was filled with madness. Ha ha ha, the heaven-suppressing seal has been torn. The experts of the outside world are coming. Ancestral Gregon, what's the use of sealing the sky? You're still going to die. Even if I die, you'll die with me. Ha ha ha. The foreign race's divine ancestor laughed maniacally. He didn't hide his voice at all and it spread throughout the heaven domain. Sinkhole Battlefield, Two World City Battlefield. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Their hearts trembled violently. Especially those from the evil god tribe, their faces were pale. It was obvious that the foreign race's divine ancestor had been defeated. How could this be? The evil god tribe members found it hard to believe and accept. If the foreign race's divine ancestor was defeated, then they were doomed. Retreat, retreat, in an instant, the morale of the evil god tribe members was gone and they retreated frantically. Kill the people of the Heaven Domain's army. They didn't understand what the foreign race's divine ancestor meant, but they knew that the foreign race's divine ancestor had been defeated. Their morale boosted, they chased after the foreign race's Gregon. "Mo, you're crazy," the ancestral dragon roared and charged toward the outsider sacred ancestor. "I'm crazy. The ones who are crazy are you and that old bastard Jinyu. You guys are stubborn and overestimating yourselves, he's. He was going all out. When he saw that Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed and that Saint Ancestor Xianxia had been killed, he knew that he would not be able to survive. If Lu Ming and the ancestral Gregon joined forces, he would definitely die. Therefore, he attacked the golden talisman frantically. Gregons to S's. S with the Gregon SS Mingses. Ancestral Gregon stopped him. At the same time, Lu Ming arrived and attacked the foreign race's divine ancestor. The foreign race's divine ancestor was severely injured by the two of them. He was no match for them. After a few moves, Lu Ming punched through the body of the foreign race's divine ancestor. Ancestral Gregon's claws tore it apart. Ancestral Gregon, I'll wait for you below, the foreign race's divine ancestor laughed. Ancestral Gregon controlled the dragon horn to split his head into two, destroying his body and soul. Both the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Xianxia were dead. It was a complete victory. However, ancestral Gregon didn't look happy at all. Instead, he looked dejected. Sigh, looking at the torn golden seal, Ancestral Graygon let out a long sigh filled with helplessness. Senior, this is, Lu Ming had many doubts in his heart and was about to ask. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from the crack in the golden talisman. Even with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he was scared witless and could not resist this aura. Ancestral Graygon and Lu Ming retreated quickly. What's that? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. There were two balls of light behind the tear. They seemed to be a pair of eyes. They were dazzling and terrifying. Lu Ming's heart raced when he saw the two balls of light. It was as if he was an ant facing an ancient beast. We've been discovered. A disaster is coming. Ancestral Graygon sighed. However, the two balls of light flickered a few times and disappeared. Senior, what's that? Lu Ming asked. There are powerful beings outside. They have their eyes on this place. However, they can't come in for the time being. Let's go and eliminate the rest of the evil god tribe first. Ancestral Graygon said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Although he was curious, he wasn't in a hurry. He took a step forward and charged toward the battlefield of Two World City. As for Ancestral Graygon, he headed toward the Ultimate Ruins battlefield. At this moment, the evil god tribe's heaven-crushing army was almost completely wiped out by Xianxia and Xianxia. 100,000 experts had fallen. The evil god tribe was completely one-sided. They knew that the foreign race's divine ancestor was finished. How could they still have the courage to fight? Not only were the ordinary experts fleeing, but even the heavenly emperors and demigods were fleeing. Number 1, you fled so quickly. If you have the ability, let's fight to the death. The chaotic Arch chased closely behind the number 1 king. The number 1 king's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word and frantically tore through space to escape. The other foreign race demigods were the same. Swoosh, suddenly, a black sword light flashed. Not far away, a foreign race demigod was killed. Then, a figure appeared. It was Xianxia. Xianxing's gaze was cold as he looked at the number 1 king. The number 1 king's face was pale. Xianxing's combat strength was too strong. He was no match for him. If he was targeted, only death would await him. Chaotic the Arch, if you want to die, let's die together. Suddenly, a ferocious expression appeared on the number 1 king's face. Instead of running away, he charged toward the chaotic the Arch. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from his body. Self-destruct, the chaotic Thearch's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the number 1 king knew that he couldn't escape, so he might as well throw caution to the wind and drag the chaotic the Arch down with him. His strength was about the same as the chaotic Thearch's. If he suddenly chose to self-destruct, the chaotic the Arch would most likely die. The chaotic the Arch frantically retreated, but he couldn't retreat at all. Right at this moment, a purplish golden hand suddenly appeared and grabbed toward the number 1 king tier. Ah! The number 1 king roared. Before he could self-destruct, the purple gold hand grabbed him and squeezed. The number 1 king died on the spot. Then, a figure flashed. Lu Ming appeared. Is this the combat strength of a martial god? The chaotic the Arch was shocked. The number 1 king, who was no weaker than him, self-destructed with all his strength. However, he couldn't even self-destruct in the hands of Lu Ming. He was crushed to death like an ant. Lu Ming and Xianxia exchanged a glance, smiled slightly, and then tore through the void and left respectively. Run, run, run! In front, a few foreign race old kings were frantically fleeing. But in front of them, a figure suddenly appeared. It's him. All of the foreign monarchs' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this figure. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming was here, it meant that the divine ancestor of the other tribes was in grave danger. Everyone, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly, and then waved his hand. Rays of spear light burst forth. Several foreign race old kings wanted to escape, but in front of Lu Ming, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Pft! 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 Several old kings were directly pierced through by Lu Ming's spear light, dying on the spot. After killing a few foreign race old kings, Lu Ming did not stop at all and directly tore through the void and left. He specialized in hunting foreign race powerhouses above the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Because powerhouses above the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm could directly tear through the void and travel through different worlds. However, in Lu Ming's hands, none of these people could escape. Lu Ming constantly shuttled through the void, hunting down foreign race powerhouses above the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. As a result, the experts of the Heaven realm were freed up and joined the Heaven realm's army to chase after the foreign race army. It was a completely one-sided situation. After the Heaven realm's peak powerhouses and demigod-level powerhouses joined the battlefield, it became a complete massacre. A large number of foreign race heavenly emperors, great emperors, true emperors, void emperors, and quasi-emperors were slaughtered. This massacre lasted for several days. Almost all the foreign race powerhouses were slaughtered, and almost none of them escaped back to the evil god realm. A great victory, a true great victory. After that, the demigods and peak heavenly emperors of the Heaven realm directly killed their way to the evil god race, flattening the 10 great capital cities and sacred mountains of the evil god realm, slaughtering all the powerhouses above the martial emperor realm. Facing the evil god race, no one was lenient. Because on both sides either you die, or I die. Victory, we won. Ha ha ha. Cheers could be heard everywhere in the Heaven realm. Countless people were extremely excited. He had finally won. For countless years, the evil god race had been a huge rock that pressed down on the hearts of countless people in the heavenly realm. It was as if a blade was hanging over everyone's heads, ready to chop down at any moment. The pressure made it hard for many people to breathe. But now, the evil god race that had suppressed the Heaven realm for countless years had been defeated by them. All their experts had been killed. From now on, the Heaven realm would no longer have any external enemies. Naturally, they were very excited. Lu Ming did not participate in the battle that followed. He returned to the lair of Zulong. Ancestral Gregon had already arrived. He had his hands behind his back as he looked at the golden seal and the ferocious crack. His expression was extremely ugly. Senior, Lu Ming cupped his fists. He's here. Ancestral Gregon spoke with a desolate voice, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. I know you have a lot of questions. Originally, I didn't want to tell you about this. But now, I have no choice. I'll gather everyone here and tell you all the details of this matter. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Ancestral Gregon took out a big drum and suddenly hit it. Dong. Dong. Dong, the war drum vibrated, and the roaring sound spread out at a terrifying speed. The entire Taiching sky domain could hear it. It could even spread to other heavenly domains. In the Heaven realm, countless people were celebrating. But after hearing the war drum, everyone's expression changed drastically. What's going on? This is a war drum. It's so urgent. It's only rung when there's an extreme crisis. Who rung the war drum? This is the Ancestral Gregon war drum. Only Senior Ancestral Gregon can sound it. What's going on? At this moment, the Heaven realm was in an uproar. Didn't they win a great victory? Why would Ancestral Gregon sound this war drum? Could it be that there was another crisis in the Heaven realm? The previous excitement disappeared without a trace. Everyone's heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Countless people flew towards the lair of Zulong. Moreover, the news spread rapidly. The experts struggling in the evil god realm also heard the news and rushed to the lair of Zulong. Not long after, the void near the lair of Zulong flashed. And Xianxia and Xianxia appeared. They glanced at the golden seal and their eyes flashed. They seemed to understand something. After that, more and more people arrived. Greetings, martial god. Everyone came forward to greet Lu Ming and Ancestral Gregon. Lu Ming had fully demonstrated the combat strength of a martial god. They naturally regarded Lu Ming as a martial god and were respectful. Lu Ming and Ancestral Gregon nodded and did not say much. As time passed, more and more creatures gathered near the lair of Zulong. A few days later, this place was densely packed with countless Heaven realm experts. The strongest group of people in the Heaven realm were almost all present. Almost everyone is here. Ancestral Gregon glanced at the crowd and said, Today, I have something to tell you. I didn't want to say these things at first. No one spoke at the scene, waiting for Ancestral Gregon to continue. The foreign tribe Divine Ancestor Xianxia, is dead, Ancestral Gregon said. He's really dead. Most people in the heaven realm were ecstatic. They were just guessing before, but now that Ancestral Gregon confirmed it, they finally felt relieved. However, some people did not show any joy because they could see that there was no joy on Ancestral Gregon's face. Instead, he looked solemn. Ancestral Gregon waved his hand and the scene quieted down. Let me tell you, although we have defeated the foreign tribe, a greater crisis is coming soon. Ancestral Gregon continued. What? As soon as Ancestral Gregon said this, most people were shocked and puzzled. A greater crisis, since the foreign tribe had been defeated, how could there be a greater crisis? Could it be? Many people looked at the golden seal and the crack. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the crack again. The aura was indescribably terrifying. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all wanted to kneel down. Then, two balls of light appeared and flickered non-stop. After a while, they left. Gulp, gulp, many people kept swallowing their saliva, and their expressions were very solemn. They guessed that the crisis that Ancestral Gregon mentioned might come from there. However, what was behind the golden seal? Why was there such a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than Ancestral Gregon's? Was there an existence stronger than the martial god in the world? Many people were puzzled. Do you know why the evil god tribe attacked the heaven realm and why they wanted to destroy it? Ancestral Gregon continued. Many people's eyes flickered, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always been puzzled by this question. Why did the evil god tribe have to attack the heaven realm and destroy it? Wasn't it good for both sides to get along peacefully? Even if they were fighting for resources, they shouldn't have gone to war. Everyone looked at Ancestral Gregon, waiting for him to continue. Ancestral Gregon pondered for a while, as if thinking about how to phrase it. After a while, he said, Evil God tribe, why did the foreign race's divine ancestor attack the heavenly realm and destroy us? It's because of that, Ancestral Gregon pointed at the golden seal and said, the heaven-suppressing seal. Their goal is to tear the heaven-suppressing seal. Heaven-suppressing seal. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that the seal was called the heaven-suppressing seal. However, why did the evil god tribe have to tear the heaven-suppressing seal? If you want to know all this, you have to start from the structure of this world or this universe. For example, people who cultivate laws can cultivate small worlds when they reach the martial emperor realm. However, such small worlds have flaws no matter how strong their cultivation is. For example, the heavenly realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm are naturally born. The laws and great Tao are perfect, and the heavenly Tao rules. Such worlds can allow people to cultivate until they reach the half-god realm. Such worlds are called small worlds. At this point, Ancestral Gregon paused, as if giving everyone time to digest. Small worlds? Many people were shocked, and their imaginations ran wild. From what Ancestral Gregon said, other than the evil god realm, the heavenly realm, and the primordial realm, could there be other worlds? Some people with weaker cultivations thought that the world was only so big. There were only the heavenly realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm. They never thought that there were other worlds. Naturally, they were even more shocked now. Everyone's imagination ran wild as their thoughts swirled. If there are small worlds, there will naturally be great worlds. The great worlds are called the Great Desolate Universe. There is also another name, the Deity Realm. That place is vast and boundless. No one knows how vast it is. Ancestral Gregon continued. As expected, the Great Desolate Universe. Lu Ming was shocked to hear the term Great Desolate Universe again. Back then, White Fang had mentioned it in Yellow Spring Island. The primitive universe is too vast. The minor kiliacosm is like a speck of dust compared to the primitive universe. The number of minor kiliacosms attached to the primitive universe is unimaginable. No one knows how many there are. And our heavenly realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god tribe is a small world. Ancestral Gregon continued to explain. What? Most of the people at the scene were tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Ancestral Gregon's words simply overturned their worldview and overturned their understanding. The heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm added together was only a small kiliacosm. And there were countless small kiliacosms attached to the primitive universe. This meant that there were countless worlds similar to the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm. Above them, there was an unimaginably vast universe. The highest cultivation in the small world is the half-martial god realm. If you want to rank up to the martial god realm, you'll have to head to the desolate universe. Before the primordial era, the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm were connected to the primitive universe. Therefore, many demigods before that era went to the primitive universe. Ancestral Dragon said. If that's the case, why is it that no one has gone out yet? Someone couldn't help but ask. I know you're confused. The heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm are all considered small kiliacosms. There's only one passage that leads to the primitive universe. That passage is right there. Ancestral Dragon pointed at the heaven-suppressing rune and continued, the reason why we can't go out now is that in the primordial era, the hell-suppressing rune and I joined forces to seal this passage. What? Many people were shocked, especially some of the demigods. They could not understand why the Ancestral Dragon and the hell-suppressing rune would join forces to seal this passage. Sigh. At this moment, Ancestral Dragon sighed and said with a bitter expression, actually, many of the minor worlds are controlled by the major forces of the primitive universe. This place is not an exception. It is controlled by a powerful force of the primitive universe. That faction is called the Yuan-Luo Palace. It's made up of many races and is extremely powerful. Our world is their private property. In the primitive universe, humans, divine beasts, and other races are all very intelligent races. Therefore, the Yuan-Luo Palace will come here every once in a while and select a group of powerful prodigies to go out. Do you know why they select these prodigies? It's not to nurture them, but to refine them into pills for their cultivation. Rumble, Ancestral Dragon's words shocked many people. Their world was controlled by a faction called the Yuan-Luo Palace in the primitive universe, and the Yuan-Luo Palace was using them to refine pills. What was the difference between this and the spiritual herbs that were bred in captivity? That's right. The Yuan-Luo Palace has turned this small kiliacosm into a pasture and herb garden. When needed, they will extract a portion of the excellent herbs to refine pills. All humans and divine beasts are the herbs that the Yuan-Luo Palace has bred. Ancestral Dragon said with an even uglier expression. How can this be? Most people, including Lu Ming, had ugly expressions. They had never imagined that they were just herbs that were bred by someone else. This was a great mockery, and also a great blow to him. The Prism Protector and I couldn't stand it. The Prism Protector had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Heaven-Suppressing Talisman. The two of us controlled the Heaven-Suppressing Talisman to seal this passage. However, we were still discovered by the Yuan-Luo Palace when we were sealing it. An expert from the Yuan-Luo Palace roared and ordered the evil god tribe to destroy us and open the seal. The evil god tribe isn't of much use to the Yuan-Luo Palace. Very few of them are used to refine pills. On the contrary, they have received many benefits from the Yuan-Luo Palace. Naturally, they didn't want the passage to be sealed. Therefore, the divine ancestor of the other races, divine ancestor Xianxia, wanted to destroy us and open the seal. Ancestral Dragon explained. Everyone came to a sudden realization. They understood everything now. They finally understood why the evil god race insisted on attacking the heavenly realm, insisting on destroying the heavenly realm. They wanted to open the seal and claim credit from the Yuan-Luo Palace. Ancestral Dragon and the Prism Protector ancestor couldn't bear to see the humans and divine beasts being enslaved by the Yuan-Luo Palace and used as herbs. That was the reason for the ancient war. Originally, I didn't want to talk about this. If we had defeated the evil god tribe, this matter would have been over. If we had lost, there would have been no need to reveal this secret. Sigh. Ancestral Dragon sighed. Lu Ming also sighed. He understood Ancestral Dragon's thoughts. It was really hard to accept that they were just herbs that had been bred by someone else. It was too much of a blow. It was really sad. If they didn't have to talk about it, they would naturally choose not to. However, the divine ancestor of the other races risked his life and tore a hole in the heaven-suppressing talisman. This way, the experts of the Yuan Luo Palace will definitely find a way to come in. We won't be able to escape this disaster. You should know the whole story. Therefore, I will tell you everything today. Ancestral Dragon said. Ancestral Dragon had explained everything clearly. Everyone's doubts had been answered, but no one was happy. There was only heaviness and anger. Kill. We'll kill our way out and fight to the death with the Yuan Luo Palace. Yes, we'll kill our way out. Even if we die, we'll kill to our heart's content. Many hot-tempered people started to shout. Ancestral Dragon raised his hand and the crowd quieted down. Fight? How? Ancestral Dragon shook his head and sighed. Do you know how strong the Yuan Luo Palace is? The evil god tribe can't be compared to them. I can tell you that I, Old Ancestor Xianxia, Saint Ancestor Xianxia, and the other tribe's divine ancestor were once part of the Yuan Luo Palace. We're just ordinary guards in the Yuan Luo Palace. The Yuan Luo Palace has thousands of guards just like us. Hiss hiss hiss, Ancestral Dragon's words caused the crowd to gasp in astonishment. Everyone looked at each other. Ancestral Dragon, Old Ancestor Xianxia, and the other tribe's divine ancestor were martial gods. They were legendary existences in the heaven boundary and the evil god boundary. However, such existences were only ordinary guards in the Yuan Luo Palace. And there were tens of thousands of guards like them. How could they fight? The other party could just send in a few martial gods to kill them. The primitive universe was also known as the divine world. As the name suggested, the divine world was the world of the divine beings. The four of us were sent here by the Yuan Luo Palace to guard this place. To put it bluntly, we were sent here because we were weak. Therefore, it's difficult for us to resist the Yuan Luo Palace. However, the Lesser Thousand Realm is still a Lesser Thousand Realm. It's too weak. Therefore, powerful experts can't enter. Once they enter, they'll destroy the Lesser Thousand Realm. Therefore, we're not completely without hope. Ancestral Dragon said. However, most of them were filled with despair. They couldn't imagine how they could fight against a force that had thousands of martial gods. Alright, I've said what I need to say. You can all leave now. Go back and do what you need to do. If the Yuan Luo Palace comes, we'll just fight. Ancestral Dragon said. That's right, we'll fight. We'll die. Some people shouted. However, even more people sighed. Originally, they had been very happy and excited after defeating the evil god tribe. Unexpectedly, an even stronger and more terrifying enemy had appeared. This kind of situation really made people despair. Most of the people left with heavy hearts. Lu Ming did not leave. He asked Xianxia and the others to go back first. He stayed behind because he still had questions to ask the Ancestral Dragon. Not long after, everyone left, leaving only Lu Ming and Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming, I know you still have questions. What do you want to know? Ancestral Dragon said. Senior, I do have some doubts. Since the Origin Luo Hall has so many experts and even the foreign race's divine ancestor could break the sky suppression seal, why didn't the experts of the Origin Luo Hall break it from the outside? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Although the sky suppression seal was obtained from an ancient relic, it's extremely powerful. Once it's sealed from the inside of the heaven region, it can mobilize the power of the entire heaven region. It's difficult for an ordinary martial god to break it from the outside, but stronger martial gods can indeed break it from the outside. However, the small Kiliacosm is weak. Once it's broken, the entire heaven region will be destroyed. The Origin Luo Hall can't bear to do that. They want to destroy us and break it from the inside. This way, the heaven region and the primordial realm can become a place for them to keep medicinal herbs. Ancestral Dragon said. This answer made Lu Ming feel helpless. The other party did not break in because they were afraid of destroying the heaven region. If they were ruthless, they could destroy the heaven region at any time. Their fates were not in his control. Next, the Origin Luo Hall will definitely not send anyone too strong. However, I'm afraid they will send someone below the empty god realm. Ancestral Dragon said. Empty god realm? Lu Ming was puzzled. This is the division of the martial god realm. Normally, those who have just become martial gods are in the empty god realm. Ancestral Gragon nodded. Are there any realms above the empty god realm? Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, above the empty god realm is the true god realm, the heavenly god realm and the divine king realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. Ancestral Gragon said. Empty god realm, true god realm, heavenly god realm and the divine king realm. Lu Ming muttered. It turned out that there were realms above the martial god realm. He still had a long way to go. Although he was strong now, he was only at the peak of the heaven region, the primordial realm and the evil god realm. However, the heaven region, the primordial realm and the evil god realm were just one of the countless small kiliocosms. They were nothing compared to the chaotic universe. Those above the empty god realm are too strong. The surge of divine force can easily destroy a place like the heaven region. Therefore, they will most likely send those below the empty god realm. However, those below the empty god realm will definitely be attacked by the heaven suppressing seal and will definitely be injured. Therefore, we still have a chance. However, we still have to be careful. The difference between each level in the empty god realm is huge. It is not comparable to the heavenly emperor realm. As for me, the divine ancestor, Jinyu, and Xianxia, we are all at the empty god realm. Lu Ming, although you are a 1-star heavenly emperor, you can fight against a level 1 empty god. However, even if you become a 2-star heavenly emperor, you will not be able to fight against a level 2 empty god. Do you understand? Ancestral Gragon warned seriously. Lu Ming nodded. It was easy to understand. The difference between each level in the empty god realm was bigger than the heavenly emperor realm. Even if he had become a 2-star heavenly emperor, the increase in strength would not be as big as the empty god realm. Therefore, he might not be able to fight against a level 2 empty god. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not activate the battle formula to double his combat strength. Lu Ming, go back and cultivate. I will stay here and inform you immediately if there is any movement. Ancestral Gragon said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He then turned around and returned to the Dragon Emperor Peak. At that moment, many people had gathered at the Dragon Emperor Peak. Xianxia, Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest were all there. However, many of them looked solemn. Ancestral Gragon's words were like a rock that pressed down on their hearts. Lu Ming chatted with the crowd for a while before they dispersed and went to cultivate. No matter what kind of enemy they would face, the most important thing was to improve themselves. Lu Ming entered a secret room and sat down with his legs crossed. He then moved his hand and the Great Baron Spear appeared in his hand. One could see that the Great Baron Spear was full of cracks and its spirituality was greatly reduced. It was already half destroyed. A sacred weapon is indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered. Previously, he had used the Great Baron Spear to fight against the Divine Ancestor and the Great Baron Spear had been damaged. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming kept the Great Baron Spear and a combat sword appeared in his hand. Lu Ming put away the Great Desolate Spear and took out a battle sword. This battle sword was given to him by Baya. It was a divine weapon. During the battle with the divine ancestors, Lu Ming had just broken through and did not have the time to refine this divine weapon. Therefore, he could only fight with the Great Desolate Spear. Lu Ming used the Great Desolate Spear to fight the enemy. Initially, he was at a slight disadvantage when he encountered the sacred ancestor of a foreign tribe who had a divine weapon. He only managed to suppress the other party after activating the battle formula to double his combat power. If Lu Ming refined this divine weapon, even if he did not activate the battle word sutra, he would be able to fight against a foreign tribe's sacred ancestor. Lu Ming intended to refine this divine weapon now. In this way, his ability would be enhanced. With a thought, the sovereign force enveloped the battle sword and began to refine it. The sovereign force could dominate the world. It was easy for him to refine the divine weapon. In just a few days, Lu Ming had refined the battle sword. Buzz, the battle sword floated in front of Lu Ming. It vibrated slightly and emitted a mysterious glow. Return. Lu Ming's mind stirred and the combat sword transformed into a beam of light, dashing into his glabella and disappearing. Lu Ming was able to do this. If it were any other heavenly emperor, they would not be able to refine or control a divine weapon. A divine weapon was a weapon used by martial gods. However, it was not a problem for Lu Ming to control it with the power of a master. After refining the divine weapon, Lu Ming planned to comprehend the sovereign Tao and the battle formula. Lu Ming did not know when the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall would arrive. He had to make good use of his time and improve his strength as much as possible. With a thought, a scroll opened in his sea of consciousness, revealing Jingyu's portrait. Dense sovereign force filled the air. Lu Ming could sense the sovereign Tao's power at all times. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the sovereign Tao. Days passed, and Lu Ming's understanding of the Tao of the sovereign lord continued to improve. In the past few decades, Lu Ming had been stuck at the peak of the martial monarch realm. He had been obstructed by the heavenly Tao and could not advance any further. But now, Lu Ming had broken through, and with the help of Jingyu's portrait, his understanding of the Tao of sovereign was improving rapidly. Every day, he would gain quite a bit. The strange thing was that the Yuan Luo Palace did not make any moves. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, the Yuan Luo Palace had not sent anyone in. In the past 10 years, Lu Ming had benefited greatly from the shocking feather painting, and his Tao of the sovereign lord had improved significantly. Right now, I can already assail 2-star heavenly emperor. Then let's assail it. Lu Ming whispered. Then, he took out a large number of divine stones, origin stones, chaos stones, and so on. Originally, the divine stones that he brought out of the Yellow Springs Mountain had already been consumed by 90% when he broke through to the heavenly emperor realm. But later on, they defeated the evil god race. Lu Ming obtained a large number of divine stones, origin stones, chaos stones, and primordial stones from the evil god race's powerhouses. Now, it was just nice to help Lu Ming break through. Refine. Lu Ming waved his hand. The power of sovereign enveloped those divine stones, chaos stones, origin stones, and so on. These divine stones and chaos stones exploded upon collision. Surging energy gathered towards Lu Ming frenziedly. All of it was absorbed and refined by Lu Ming, transforming into world power and sovereign power. Lu Ming launched an assault towards 2-star heavenly emperor. Half a month later, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation had precisely stepped into 2-star heavenly emperor, and his strength increased by a level. Broke through. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Cultivation breakthrough, combat power increase. Lu Ming's confidence was a little more abundant. However, the resources consumed were too horrifying. The resources in Lu Ming's hands were almost depleted. If he wanted to continue breaking through in the future, he did not know what to use to break through. Forget it for now. Lu Ming shook his head, then cultivated for a few days. After his realm stabilized, Lu Ming began to comprehend the battle character formula again. In these 10 years, Lu Ming did not stop comprehending the battle character formula. His comprehension of the battle character formula became deeper and deeper. Now, on average, he could trigger double combat strength once every 5 times. This was undoubtedly very advantageous in a great battle. Lu Ming, come quickly. Right at this time, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's ear. It was Ancestral Gregon's voice. It sounded somewhat urgent. Are powerhouses from Yuan Luo Hall about to descend? Lu Ming immediately thought of Yuan Luo Hall. Lu Ming took a step forward, the space cracked, and directly disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared at the original location of the lair of Zulong. Ancestral Gregon was looking at the heaven-suppressing rune with a solemn expression. Rumble, at this moment, the heaven-suppressing rune was shaking violently. The crack torn by the foreign tribe's divine ancestor was swelling, as if something was about to rush in. The two were on full alert, ready to attack at any time. Rumble, the crack shook more and more violently. Finally, with a sudden roar, a huge round bead rushed in from the crack. Attack! Lu Ming and Ancestral Gregon were about to attack first to gain the upper hand and destroy the other party. However, just as the two were about to attack, the round bead exploded, and terrifying energy overflowed. Not good. The two's expressions changed. The energy was too terrifying. The two quickly retreated to avoid the energy. In the area where the round bead exploded, the space was completely torn apart. Ferocious cracks appeared in the space within a radius of millions of miles, like a spider web, covering the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the chaotic space, Lu Ming saw a few streams of light flying in all directions from the area where the round bead exploded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Living beings. Lu Ming saw clearly that the streams of light were living beings. They flew to various places in the heaven realm, and some even flew into the dark void. For a moment, Lu Ming couldn't determine how many living beings there were. Obviously, the terrifying living beings from the outside world had come in and rode on the round bead. After a short while, the chaotic space returned to normal. Ancestral Greygon's expression was very ugly. No wonder no one from Yuan Luo Hall has come in for the past 10 years. It turns out that they were trying to create that round bead to resist the power of the heaven-suppressing rune. Ancestral Greygon said with a gloomy expression. So the other party who came in wasn't injured? Lu Ming asked. No, most of them were injured. The heaven-suppressing rune is very lethal to low-level hollow gods. Now, we just don't know how many experts came in. Ancestral Greygon said solemnly. In the northern region of Taiching Sky Domain, a stream of light flew over and crashed into a mountain range. Boom! Boom! The mountain range shook, and the peaks collapsed. What's going on? The divine beasts and humans who were cultivating in the surroundings were shocked and stood around to watch. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red light spread out from the mountain range in front of them. Then, a terrifying suction force erupted. Not good, retreat. The surrounding humans and divine beasts' expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to retreat. However, they found that they couldn't retreat at all because the suction force was too terrifying. Their bodies were sucked in by the suction force. After a few screams, there was no more sound. End of chapter. After devouring the divine beasts and humans, a bloody light shone brightly, and in a flash, a strange creature appeared in the air. The creature was in the shape of a human, but it had long blood-red hair and sharp fangs in its mouth. There was also a pair of blood-red wings on its back. It looked like a bat in human form. The flesh and blood of the divine beasts of the human clan are too delicious, too delicious. The human-shaped bat licked its lips and revealed an intoxicated expression, as well as a deep greed and thirst for blood. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and instantly enveloped the entire northern region of the Grand Pure Celestial Domain. Ha ha ha, so many humans and divine beasts. This ranch is not bad. I'll enjoy it first. The human-shaped bat laughed sinisterly and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above a huge city. This huge city was a famous one in the northern region of the Grand Pure Celestial Domain. There were more than 100 million humans and divine beasts in this huge city, and several major factions lived there. Ha ha ha, you'll all become my food and replenish my energy. The human-shaped bat laughed sinisterly. Its body rapidly expanded to 100,000 feet tall, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Heavens, what's that? What a terrifying aura. When the living beings in the giant city discovered the human-shaped bat, they were all stunned. The main thing was that the human-shaped bat's aura was too terrifying. Divine might, that's divine might. He's a deity. One of the celestial emperors in the huge city shouted in horror. A deity? Everyone's hearts trembled. Apart from the ancestral dragon and Lu Ming, there were no other deities in the celestial domain, primordial realm, or fiend god realm. Oh no, run, run. Suddenly, someone roared and rushed out of the city. They remembered the ancestral dragon's words. The beings of the primitive universe would attack the celestial domain from beyond the heavens. Now that a deity had appeared out of nowhere, it must have come from beyond the heavens. You want to leave? Where can you go in front of me? The human-shaped bat grinned maliciously as it reached out with its gigantic hand, covering the sky and covering the earth. The fleeing humans and divine beasts, numbering in the thousands, were all caught and stuffed into its bloody mouth, chewing on them. Blood flowed along the fangs of the humanoid bat. Delicious, truly delicious. Haha. The human-shaped bat laughed heartily. Even with the protection of the bead, he was still injured when he entered the primitive universe. At this moment, he could devour these divine beasts to heal himself. Seeing several thousand people being devoured in a blink of an eye, even including a heavenly emperor realm expert, the people in the enormous city panicked and began to flee madly outside. Ha ha ha, become my delicacy. The benefits of this mission are too good. The human-shaped bat laughed heartily. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed. A terrifying suction force erupted, and countless people in the giant city involuntarily flew toward the bat's mouth. Ah, help! No, no, countless humans and divine beasts screamed in horror. True emperors, great emperors, and heavenly emperors couldn't resist at all. They were directly devoured by the bat as food. Hundreds of thousands of beings were devoured in one gulp, and there was an endless stream of them being devoured. More than half of the 100 million inhabitants in the enormous city were devoured in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, this minor dimension has so little pressure, it's too fragile. I can destroy the world here. The human-shaped bat laughed maniacally and continued to devour. At the same time, a figure as tall as the sky was walking through the air in the southern region of Grand Lucidity. This figure was also in human form, but he was shrouded in a black robe. He held a large banner in his hand with countless shadows scurrying about on it. These black shadows were all souls, like evil spirits. Whoosh, this figure also came to the sky above a giant city. Without saying a word, he waved the banner and it became infinitely large, enveloping the entire city. Not long after, the banner was lifted and all the living beings in the giant city perished. Their souls were sucked into the banner. Then, he moved on to the next big city. It was a massacre, an endless massacre. Wherever these two creatures passed, there was endless slaughter. They treated the humans and divine beasts as nourishment and enjoyed them to their heart's content. In the lair of Zulong, Lu Ming and ancestral Greygon spread out their spiritual senses and immediately discovered this scene. Damn it! Ancestral Greygon's face was ferocious as he roared angrily. Lu Ming's face was also extremely cold. Both of them are at level 1 empty god realm. Lu Ming, you and I will take one each. Ancestral Greygon said to Lu Ming. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and took a step forward, heading toward the northern region of Grand Lucidity Sky Domain. Ancestral Greygon, on the other hand, headed toward the southern region of Grand Lucidity Sky Domain. In the northern region of Grand Lucidity Sky Domain, the human-shaped bat creature had already devoured all the living beings in the giant city. The vast and spacious giant city, which was originally extremely prosperous, was now empty. Not even a dog or a chick was left. Awesome, this is awesome. The human-shaped bat creature burped and the greed in its eyes became more intense. It set its eyes on the next giant city and its huge body was about to rush toward it. However, at this moment, the void in front of it split open and a figure stepped out. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's face was extremely cold and his body exuded an extremely strong killing intent. These people from Yuan Luo Hall had really treated them as medicinal herbs and could be harvested and slaughtered at will. A transformation void stage ant? The human-shaped bat creature was slightly stunned when it saw Lu Ming. I will make you die a horrible death. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. What? Make me die a horrible death? Ha ha ha, with just a transformation void stage ant like you? The human-shaped bat creature laughed maniacally. It called the Heavenly Emperor realm exactly the same as in the Yellow Springs world. Boom, suddenly, the human-shaped bat creature moved and reached out a large hand to grab Lu Ming. In its opinion, Lu Ming, a transformation void stage ant, was too arrogant. It wanted to swallow Lu Ming in one gulp. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with the opponent. The god weapon battle sword appeared in his hand and erupted with the Tao of Sovereign as he slashed out. Sword light surged and a sword mark that was millions of miles long appeared in the sky. Poof, the human-shaped bat creature's hand was split in half. Ah, the human-shaped bat creature screamed and stretched its arm back. How is this possible? You have mastered the Tao of Sovereign. How can someone in a small world master the Tao of Sovereign? The human-shaped bat creature cried out in disbelief. Kill. Lu Ming's killing intent was as cold as a knife. He held the battle sword in his hand and attacked the opponent. End of chapter. Lu Ming had comprehended the battle formula. The battle formula was the origin of all battles. After comprehending the battle formula, no matter what move or divine ability it was, its power would be enhanced. Moreover, no matter what weapon it would be easy to use and its power would be maximized. Therefore, there was no difference between Lu Ming using a battle sword and a long spear. It seems that the trash of the three-eyed race died in your hands. The human-shaped bat roared and took out a scissor-like divine artifact and attacked Lu Ming. Boom, the two of them collided head-on. The human-shaped bat's body shook violently and retreated rapidly. How is this possible? Your combat strength. The human-shaped bat was shocked. Lu Ming was just a void transformation realm existence. How could his combat strength be so strong? Could it be that those who had mastered the Tao of Sovereign were so strong? The human-shaped bat could not calm down. Even in the primitive universe, those who had mastered the Tao of Sovereign were rare geniuses. He had only heard of them but had never seen them. He had never thought that they would be so terrifying that he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh, Lu Ming defeated the human-shaped bat with one move and continued to attack his opponent. The two of them exchanged a few more moves. The human-shaped bat was no match for him at all and was sent flying. Its arm exploded and blood spurted from its mouth. Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly since the battle with the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Now, he had refined the divine artifact and his cultivation had broken through to the two-star Heavenly Emperor realm. The human-shaped bat's cultivation level was only on par with the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Moreover, when he entered the Heaven realm, he was also injured by the heaven-suppressing rune. Naturally, he was no match for Lu Ming. No, this person is too terrifying. I have to find the others first before killing him. The human-shaped bat's body shrank and flapped its wings, trying to escape. However, there was no way Lu Ming would let him escape. His figure moved and his combat sword slashed out violently. Streaks of terrifying sword gleams shrouded the human-shaped bat-living creature. Puff, the human-shaped bat was struck by Lu Ming's sword, almost cleaving it in half. It spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying, suffering heavy injuries. Brat, you dare to kill me? You're just someone from a small kiliacosm and you dare to kill me? I'm from the Yuan Luo Palace. If you kill me, the Yuan Luo Palace will turn you into ashes. The humanoid bat began to roar and threaten Lu Ming. Ridiculous. Lu Ming remained unmoved. This human-shaped bat had slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings in the heaven realm as soon as it entered. No matter what, he had to kill this person. Lu Ming became one with his sword. He transformed into a terrifying sword light and slashed out. Puff, this time, the human-shaped bat was truly hacked diagonally, cleaved in half. Ah, the human-shaped bat creature roared in alarm, running away with all its might. He never thought that he would be in danger of dying as soon as he entered. Originally, he thought that it was just a small thousand world, and he could come in and indulge himself. He never thought that he would end up like this. Kill. Lu Ming roared and slashed down with his sword once again. This time, the human-shaped bat creature could not avoid the attack. It was cleaved in half by Lu Ming's sword and its soul was destroyed. It died completely. This time, it was much easier for Lu Ming to kill a first-level void god. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. This human-shaped bat creature was obviously the weakest among the empty gods. It was only a level 1 empty god. Moreover, it was injured when it entered, which was why Lu Ming killed it so easily. If it was not injured, it would not have been so easy. What would happen if it encountered a level 2 empty god or even a level 3 empty god? Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the human-shaped bat creature's storage ring. Before he could open it to check, Lu Ming's expression changed again. This was because he realized that there was a powerful being rushing towards the heaven-suppressing seal. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming was enraged. He did not know how many creatures had entered from the outside. The other party was obviously taking the opportunity to attack the heaven-suppressing seal. He wanted to tear it apart. Lu Ming rushed toward the heaven-suppressing rune at lightning speed. However, he was still a step too late. Boom, a burly man with a horn on his head slammed into the heaven-suppressing talisman, causing the hole in the heaven-suppressing talisman to widen. Die. Lu Ming arrived and slashed down with his sword. The man with the horn was shocked. He turned around and punched at Lu Ming. When his fist collided with the sword, the man with the horn was pushed back tens of thousands of miles. The single-horned hunk was also a level 1 empty god. Sovereign Dao. The single-horned man's eyes were filled with shock. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Without saying anything, he charged towards the man with the horn. The man with the horn also unleashed his full strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Rip! At this moment, the space not far away cracked and a black python appeared. It was as big as a mountain and charged towards Lu Ming. It was another level 1 empty god realm expert. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. His sword vibrated and split into 2 sword radiances, slashing towards the man with the horn and the python. There were 2 terrifying booming sounds and the void collapsed. The single-horned burly man and the python were sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was invincible as he continued to charge towards his opponent. At the same time, he activated the battle character skill to double his combat strength. Boom! The space collapsed and a burly figure appeared in the space. He held a saber and slashed at Sumo. The saber radiance was shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his combat sword, and there was an explosion of a terrifying roar. The space within a radius of 10 million miles was completely destroyed. The terrifying power landed on the ground and the earth cracked. Gullies that were 10 million miles long appeared. Magma erupted from the depths of the earth and it was a doomsday scene. Heaven and earth were destroyed, heaven and earth were truly destroyed. The entire Taiching sky domain was shaken. At this moment, those who had some cultivation in the heaven domain could feel that a terrifying battle was about to break out. The pressure of the deities filled the entire heaven domain and everyone had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Have the people from outside come in? Xianxia stood in the air at the Dragon Emperor peak with deep worry in his eyes. He then stepped out and headed towards the heaven-suppressing seal. Is it an expert from the primitive universe? Have the experts from the primitive universe come? Lu Ming, Ancestor Dragon, are they fighting with the outsiders? At this moment, everyone was discussing and guessing. There was a fear in everyone's heart. However, they had no choice but to wait. They could not participate in the battle of the deities and could only wait for the result. Let's go and take a look. Some demigods headed towards the heaven-suppressing seal. After all, the battle was the most intense in that direction. They also felt the battle in the south of the Taiching sky domain, but it was not as intense. However, these demigods did not dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. End of chapter. Lu Ming. Xianxia appeared tens of millions of miles away from the heaven-suppressing rune, watching the battle from afar. Lu Ming, you have to hold on. In another direction, Dandan's figure also appeared, her face grave. Qing Song, Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Chaos Emperor, and the others appeared one after another. They looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them and were deeply shocked. The battle between the deities was too terrifying. They could not interfere at all. If they went over, they would be crushed into powder by the aftermath. Lu Ming, all the demigods muttered as they looked forward. At this moment, Lu Ming was surrounded by 3 figures. One was the horned man and the other was the giant python. They were as big as a mountain and their eyes were cold as they looked at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was most concerned about the third figure. It was a bald man. However, his bald head was covered with black runes, which looked extremely strange. He was holding a saber that was bigger than a man. The last attack was made by him. Second level empty god realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After blocking the attack, Lu Ming judged that the bald man's strength was far above that of the horned man and the giant python. It was highly likely that he was a second level empty god realm being. The Sovereign Dao. I didn't expect someone to master the Sovereign Dao in a small thousand world. Master will be very happy to use it to refine medicine. The bald man licked his lips and his eyes were extremely cold. He suddenly stepped forward and slashed the saber that was taller than a man at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also waved his sword and the two clashed again. Clang! A terrifying explosion sounded as the saber radiance and sword chi collided. Lu Ming's body shook and he was forced to retreat. Second level empty god realm is indeed powerful. Ancestor Dragon is right. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. When he was a 1-star heavenly emperor, he could fight against a level 1 empty god. However, now that he had broken through to a 2-star heavenly emperor, he could not fight against a level 2 empty god. That was because the gap between breaking through one level in Heavenly Emperor realm was not as great as breaking through one level in Void God realm. Unless he had broken through to a 3-star Heavenly Emperor, he would not be able to fight against a level 2 empty god. Bang! 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 After the bald man repelled Lu Ming, he continued to step forward. His divine power erupted, and his battle saber slashed forward continuously. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, and his entire body was enveloped by the power of a ruler. His battle sword vibrated, and he slashed out numerous sword lights to resist his opponent. At the same time, Lu Ming kept using the battle formula, trying to trigger the double combat power. This time, Lu Ming was more unlucky. He had already triggered it more than 10 times, but he still hadn't triggered double combat power. Clang! Clang! After exchanging over 10 moves in a row, Lu Ming was pushed back over 100,000 miles, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Heaven-suppressing rune, watch me tear it apart. The bald man laughed heartily, and a shocking saber light was about to slash at the heaven-suppressing rune. Boom! At this critical moment, Lu Ming finally triggered double combat power, and his combat power skyrocketed. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned into a beam of rainbow light, arrived in front of the bald man in an instant, and slashed out with his sword. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. The bald man's face changed, and he raised his saber to block. Dong! The bald man was directly sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and he raised his speed to the maximum, rushing forward. However, he didn't kill the bald man, but the single-horned man. What? The single-horned man was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly explode and send the bald man flying. Initially, he thought that the bald burly man would be able to crush and kill Lu Ming. Instinctively, he raised the weapon in his hand to block, but when his weapon collided with Lu Ming's combat sword, he felt an irresistible force surging toward him. Clang! The weapon in the single-horned man's hand flew out directly, and his arm directly exploded. He screamed, blood spurting from his mouth, and his body flew far away. How could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and slashed out a second time. Save! The single-horned man roared in horror, but he only shouted one word before he was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. The single-horned man was dead, fast to the extreme. From the moment Lu Ming attacked to the moment he killed the single-horned man, it only took a moment. After killing the single-horned man, Lu Ming didn't stop at all, and charged toward the giant python. Retreat! The bald man reacted the fastest. With a roar, he charged toward Lu Ming with his combat sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bald man slashed out hundreds of times in a row, and streaks of terrifying Dao light crushed the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming slashed horizontally, breaking through hundreds of saber gleams. However, in this way, the giant python finally seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly. At the same time, its body shrank and turned into a giant python that was a few meters long. Its eyes were full of fear. This person is strange. Let's work together to deal with him. The bald man roared and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the giant python also attacked. It opened its mouth and spat out a black thin sword that looked like a small snake. It charged toward Lu Ming at a strange and tricky angle, and its speed was astonishing. However, Lu Ming ignored the attack of the giant python and rushed toward it directly. Lu Ming's goal was very simple. He wanted to get rid of the weak first, and then deal with the strong one. Die for me. The giant python's eyes were cold. It retreated and controlled the snake-shaped sword to stab toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The snake-shaped sword approached Lu Ming's forehead. However, just as it was about to stab Lu Ming's forehead, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a purple-gold light. Ruler! Lu Ming's mind moved, and the power of a ruler erupted and acted on the snake-shaped sword. Buzz! The snake-shaped sword deviated and flew past Lu Ming's ear. However, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop and continued to charge toward the giant python. Not good. The giant python's expression changed drastically, and it frantically retreated. The bald man roared and chased from behind. At this moment, a terrifying attractive force acted on Lu Ming's body above his head, causing Lu Ming's figure to suddenly stop. "Kid, die for me." A loud roar came from the sky, and a huge figure suddenly appeared. This figure was blood red, with a wide mouth and sharp fangs. It had a pair of blood-red wings, and it was extremely similar to the human-shaped bat that Lu Ming had killed earlier. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. However, this human-shaped bat's cultivation was obviously stronger, and it wasn't any weaker than the bald man's. Its wings were like a storm as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Another second-level empty god realm existence. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed again. How many experts had entered the Yuan Luo Hall? This was what made Lu Ming feel the most uncertain. However, he could only fight now. The battle sword in his hand vibrated, and it shot out rays of sword light to fight against the blood-red bat above his head. At the same time, Lu Ming rushed into the sky and became one with his sword. End of chapter. Lu Ming unleashed all of his strength and became one with his sword. He turned into a dazzling sword radiance and charged towards the human-shaped bat. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. One of the human-shaped bat's wings was almost chopped off. He screamed and retreated quickly. When Lu Ming had not activated the fight mantra to double his combat strength had been weaker than a level 2 empty god. However, after activating the fight mantra, his combat strength had surpassed that of a level 2 empty god. Kill. Lu Ming stared at the human-shaped bat and slashed at it continuously. However, the bald man had arrived and joined forces with the human-shaped bat to fight Lu Ming. As for the giant python, it was hiding in the distance, controlling the snake-shaped thin sword to sneak an attack on Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The two sides continued to fight, and after dozens of blows, Lu Ming still had the upper hand even though he was fighting against 3 people. Poof! One of the human-shaped bat's wings was completely chopped off by Lu Ming. Blood splattered everywhere and covered the mountain top. "Ah, boy, you ant, I'm going to twist your head off," the human-shaped bat roared angrily. However, it was greeted by a sword radiance from Lu Ming. The sword radiance flashed and one of the human-shaped bat's wings was almost chopped off. It was so frightened that it retreated continuously. Clang! Lu Ming turned around and struck the bald burly man with his sword. The bald burly man was sent flying by the impact. Damn it, why is this boy so strong? The bald man's face darkened and he retreated to the giant python's side. The human-shaped bat also hurried to the bald man's side. The 3 of them gathered together and did not dare to separate. What should we do? This boy is too strong. We can't kill him and we can't tear open the heaven suppression charm. The giant python said. Where is Su2? Why isn't he here yet? If he is here, he can deal with this boy. The human-shaped bat said. Humph, what a piece of trash. You can't even deal with a native of the small thousand world. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice rang out. The void trembled and a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure looked like a human and had a well-proportioned body. However, his eyes were cold and filled with a faint arrogance. Su2. The bald man, the human-shaped bat, and the giant python were overjoyed when they saw this person. Su2, this person has mastered the Tao of the Sovereign. It's best not to kill him. Capture him alive and present him to the young master. The bald man said. Understood. Su2 nodded. He looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently, Young lad, surrender yourself. You can save yourself some physical pain. If you want to take me down, let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming said coldly. The purplish gold glow on his body was getting stronger. However, his heart was very heavy because he could not see through this person called Su2 at all. You're. Su2's cold voice could be heard. He then took a step forward. In an instant, he was near Lu Ming and threw a punch. Boom! This punch contained an astonishing and terrifying power. The terrifying power filled the void and crushed toward Lu Ming like an avalanche. There was no way to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Lu Ming let out a low roar. He gathered all his energy and slashed with his sword with all his might. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if he had slashed an iron wall. Endless power surged and the battle sword shook. It almost flew out of his body. Lu Ming was sent flying by the punch. His body smashed into the ground like a meteor. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater with a circumference of hundreds of thousands of li appeared. Everything was reduced to ashes, and cracks spread out for tens of millions of li. Fortunately, all the living beings within hundreds of millions of miles of the heaven-suppressing rune had been evacuated. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have died? Lu Ming, in the distance, Xianxia turned pale with fright. Her eyes were filled with endless worry. Boom, in the next moment, a purplish golden light shot out from the huge pit. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to split apart. Waves of pain shot through his body. Even though he had activated the indestructible ancient scripture, it was useless and his recovery was slow. Such terrifying strength. Lu Ming was shocked. Su Tu was definitely a terrifying existence. His strength was far above level 2 empty god realm. Ancestral Greygon had said that the small thousand world would be dangerous for those above level 4 empty god realm. Therefore, Su Tu might be a level 3 empty god realm existence. Not bad, not bad. You still have the strength to struggle after receiving my attack. Your talent is not bad even in the chaotic universe. Unfortunately, your fate is sealed. Su Tu's eyes became colder and there was even a tinge of jealousy. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Su Tu's body. Rumble, crack, in the sky, a deep rumbling sound rang out. An extremely terrifying scene appeared. With Su Tu as the center, the void exploded unceasingly. Numerous malevolent spatial cracks appeared. It was as if the entire world was about to crumble apart. The space of this small thousand world is really weak. However, it's just enough for me to unleash my strength. Kill. Su Tu's face was ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. He was highly focused and his essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. Swoosh, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. You can't retreat. Su Tu's cold voice resounded. His speed was even faster and more shocking. He quickly approached Lu Ming and threw out a punch. Rumble, the empty space within a radius of a few million miles exploded in an instant, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept towards Lu Ming. Terrifying. Su Tu's strength was too terrifying. Every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If he unleashed his full strength and bombarded the ground, he could definitely destroy the entire Taiching sky domain. No wonder the ancestral Greygon said that if a powerful existence entered a small thousand world, it would collapse. The stability of a small thousand world was incomparable to that of the primitive universe. In the face of Su Tu's attack, Lu Ming could not avoid it. Break, break, break! Lu Ming roared and slashed out with his battle sword. However, Su Tu's strength was too strong. Lu Ming felt his battle sword vibrate violently and his body was sent flying again. He hit the ground and the ground kept cracking. Lu Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. He took out a fruit of life and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the fruit of life, his injuries healed rapidly. You have this kind of divine medicine, but it's useless. Su Tu stepped forward and threw out a series of punches. Boom. Boom. Boom, strings of terrifying fist force crushed out. Lu Ming did not have the ability to resist at all. He was hit continuously and slammed hard onto the ground. This time, Lu Ming's body almost exploded. His body was covered with cracks and he no longer looked human. Even with the fruit of life, it was difficult to recover. End of chapter. Lu Ming, in the distance, Xianxia's eyes turned red when she saw this. She clenched her teeth, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. Her body began to emit a black light. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and her aura began to rapidly rise. Su Tu, the bald man, and the others looked at Xianxia in surprise. Interesting. This small thousand world is really interesting, Su Tu muttered as his eyes burned with excitement. Suddenly, the space beside Xianxia flashed and Xianxia appeared. Xianxia, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Your foundation will be destroyed and you'll be a cripple in the future. Xianxia scolded. I'm not out of my mind. I have to save Lu Ming. I can't watch him die. Xianxia's eyes were filled with determination. Even if you use that secret technique, you're still no match for them. Also, are you not going to do that thing for Lu Ming? Xianxia scolded. That's the Tang family's matter. I'm not a member of the Tang family. My surname is Xianxia said. Xianxia was speechless. Indeed, Xianxia had devoured the memories of her past life. Strictly speaking, she was no longer a member of the Tang family. Xianxia's aura grew stronger as if it was about to reach the martial god realm. This is, Dandan, the Chaos the Arch, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others looked at Xianxia in shock. Am I going to die here today? Underground, Lu Ming lay in a deep pit that was tens of thousands of miles deep. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Su Tu was too powerful. He was no match for Su Tuesday. He had given it his all and the battle character skill had doubled his combat strength. His combat strength had reached its peak and he was able to suppress a level 2 empty god. However, he was still no match for Su Tuesday. It was completely one-sided. What to do? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. Once he gave up, the heaven-suppressing rune would be opened and the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall would enter. The living beings of the heaven domain would most likely be doomed. His parents, Xianxia, his son, granddaughter, and friends were all in danger. He had to protect them. Ruler. Ruler. Ruler of the world. If I can control the power of this world, I can deal with Su Tu, that's right. The reason why the heavenly Tao suppressed me was because it was afraid that I would dominate it. Now, I have broken through, thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Since the heavenly Tao was afraid of him breaking through, but now that he had broken through, could he have the power to dominate this world? Immediately, Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out infinitely. Ruler. Give me control. I am the ruler of this world, Lu Ming roared in his heart as his body emitted a dazzling purple gold light. Rumble, at this moment, the entire world was shaking. Endless energy suddenly surged towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the entire heaven domain, even the Yuan realm and the evil god world were under his control. He could use the power of the entire world. This is, Su Tu's pupils shrank rapidly as shock filled his eyes. Damn it. Kill. Su Tu roared. He unleashed his full strength and punched continuously, bursting out terrifying attacks. Waves of terrifying fist energy blasted towards Lu Ming. However, a wave of energy formed around Lu Ming's body and blocked all of Su Tu's fist energy. How can this be? Quick, attack together. Attack together and interrupt him. Su Tu could no longer maintain his composure and roared. Attack. The bald burly man and the other two attacked at the same time. All kinds of attacks bombarded Lu Ming. However, they were all blocked by the energy around Lu Ming's body. That is, at this moment, Xianxia, and the others in the distance were also shocked. Xianxia was about to use some kind of secret technique to advance and retreat with Lu Ming at all costs. At this moment, the secret technique also stopped. Her aura fell again. Is this the power of the entire world? It's too terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a strange state. He seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the entire world. Then, let's kill. A cold murderous intent burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. The battle sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. This slash mobilized the power of the entire world. Bam, a sword light slashed out, and the attacks of Su Tu and the other three collapsed. The sword light did not stop and slashed towards the four of them. Not good. Su Tu and the other three's faces changed drastically as they frantically retreated. However, the sword light was faster. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. The bald man, the bat humanoid, and the giant python all came to a sudden stop. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Following that, their bodies directly exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing. Only Su Tu retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a long sword mark appeared on his chest. He had almost been cut in half. Mobilizing the power of the entire small thousand world. D****. This is equivalent to the power of a level 4 empty god realm, Su Tu roared in anger and fear. He retreated quickly, tearing the space apart as he tried to escape. Trying to escape? In this world, I am the master. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. A huge hand suddenly appeared behind Su Tuesday. It was extremely huge and it pressed down on Su Tuesday. Bam, Suyu was sent flying like an eagle, slamming into the ground. Everything within tens of millions of kilometers around him was destroyed. Su Tu spat out a mouthful of blood and his body almost exploded. The situation at the scene was completely different from what had happened just now. D***it. Su Tu roared in his heart. He glanced at Xianxia and the others and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He dashed out towards Xianxia and the others. He wanted to capture Xianxia and threaten Lu Ming. However, the entire world was under Lu Ming's control. How could he let Su Tu do as he wished? Su Tu moved and a spear radiance appeared in front of him. It pierced through Su Tu's body and nailed him to the ground. Su Tu struggled with all his might. However, Lu Ming mobilized the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, making him unable to move. Ah, you are courting death. Do you think you can live after killing me? When the true experts of Yuan Luo Hall take action, your small thousand world will be destroyed. Su Tu roared in anger. F***CKU. Lu Ming arrived above Su Tu and slashed down with his sword. Poof, Su Tu was killed on the spot. Up until now, Lu Ming had killed several gods in front of the heaven-suppressing talisman. Including the first one, he had killed a total of 6 gods. Rip, at this moment, the space not far away cracked and Ancestral Gregon appeared. At this moment, Ancestral Gregon was covered in blood and injuries. Fortunately, he was fine. After an intense battle, Ancestral Gregon successfully killed his opponent. Ancestral Gregon's strength was about the same as his opponent's. However, his opponent was injured and weakened by the heaven-suppressing rune. In the end, he was killed by Ancestral Gregon. End of chapter. Senior Ancestral Gregon, please wait for a moment. Let me look around and see if there are any experts from Yuan Luo Hall. Lu Ming said to Ancestral Gregon. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming dominated this part of the world. Therefore, he could sense any place in the heaven realm, and the evil god realm. He could even sense it in the dark void. There is one more person. In the dark void, Lu Ming sensed a powerful existence. He should be at level 2 empty god realm. He was sitting cross-legged in the void and healing himself. Suddenly, the person opened his eyes and looked shocked. He turned around and ran away. Do you think you can run away? Lu Ming sneered. He gathered the power of the heaven and earth to form a combat sword and slashed down. Ah, the person screamed in pain and was killed. A level 2 empty god realm expert could not withstand one blow from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too powerful. He could dominate the heaven and earth and gather the power of the heaven and earth. He was comparable to a level 4 empty god realm expert. It was easy for him to kill a level 2 empty god realm expert. Then, Lu Ming continued to search. However, he did not find any traces of other experts. The experts from Yuan Luo Hall who had entered the area had all been killed. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura returned to normal. As for his injuries, he had also completely recovered. Lu Ming, did you gather the power of the heaven and earth just now? Ancestral Gregon looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he waved his hand and the storage rings left behind by the experts were collected by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you okay? At that moment, Xianxia flew over with a concerned look. Then, Dandan and the others flew over. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. After chatting for a while, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others left. Not long after, the news of Lu Ming killing the deities spread. Many people were shocked when they heard about it. Lu Ming had killed the deities by himself. That was a god. It was like a myth. Lu Ming's prestige in the hearts of everyone in the heaven had reached the peak, even surpassing that of the ancestral dragon. In their opinion, Lu Ming was the deity of the deities. However, Lu Ming and Ancestral Gregon. In the area of the heaven-suppressing talisman, Ancestral Dragon and Lu Ming were discussing matters. This can't go on. If the Yuan Luo Palace finds out that they've failed, they'll surely send out even stronger experts. Ancestral Gregon frowned. Senior, what should we do now? Asked Gregon asked. A small kiliacosm is a great fortune for the Yuan Luo Palace. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bear to destroy it. However, we can't guarantee that they won't do such a thing in a fit of anger. If they send someone above level 4 empty God realm, they can completely destroy the heaven region, Yuan realm and evil God realm. Ancestral Gregon frowned and pondered. After a while, he said, now, there's only one way to survive. Senior, please tell me. Said Lu Ming. That is to take the initiative to attack. Now, the Yuan Luo Palace doesn't know that the people they sent in have been wiped out. They must be waiting for good news. Therefore, the forces outside the heaven-suppressing rune shouldn't be too strong. Now, if we take the initiative to attack and tear open the heaven-suppressing rune and rush out, we might have a chance to succeed. Said Ancestral Gregon. Rush out. Lu Ming muttered. He pondered for a while and said, all right, let's go. Lu Ming was a decisive person. If they continued to stay here, they could only wait for death. However, if they rushed out, they might have a chance to survive. However, there's an important problem if we rush out. It's the problem of your small kiliacosm. Said Ancestral Gregon. The problem of the small kiliacosm? Lu Ming was confused. If they wanted to rush out, they would have to take most of the living beings into the small kiliacosm and bring them out. The chaotic universe is a truly ancient and perfect world. It's a true great thousand world. A small kiliacosm can't coexist with such a world. Therefore, once you enter the chaotic universe, the small kiliacosm will leave your body within a year and merge with the chaotic universe. It will become a part of the chaotic universe. Said Ancestral Gregon. What? The small kiliacosm will merge with the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's expression changed. In that case, wouldn't his cultivation drop rapidly? However, there's one thing you don't have to worry about. The chaotic universe is fair. When your small kiliacosm merges with it, it will give you the same amount of energy. Therefore, your strength won't drop. However, the creatures you bring out will all be exposed. This way, our tracks will be exposed. Therefore, once we leave, we must find a safe place to settle everyone down within a year. Said Ancestral Gregon. I see. Only a year? Lu Ming muttered. In other words, after they got out, they had to get out of danger within a year. Otherwise, it might be even more dangerous. Lu Ming, you can decide on this matter. Said Ancestral Gregon. Let's do it. Lu Ming said with a determined look. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. Ancestral Gregon's eyes were filled with admiration. There were not many people who could be so decisive. Alright, since we've decided to rush out, we have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party will react and gather more experts. Said Ancestral Gregon. Then, the two of them discussed and split up. They wanted to gather most of the living beings in the heaven realm. Fortunately, many of the humans in the heaven realm cultivated the law system and had opened up a small kiliacosm that could hold a large number of living beings. Lu Ming first returned to the Dragon Emperor Peak and told everyone about his plan. Everyone agreed and then spread the news. The entire heaven realm began to move. Most people were willing to fight to the death when they heard about the plan because staying here would only lead to death. Some people in the small kiliacosm took the surrounding people and divine beasts into their small kiliacosm and then rushed to the place where the heaven-suppressing rune was. In just 10 days, almost all the places in the heaven realm were emptied. Many ordinary people were also taken into the small kiliacosm. Then, everyone gathered the heaven-suppressing rune. Then, Lu Ming took everyone into his small kiliacosm. In this way, most of the living beings in the heaven realm were taken into the small kiliacosm by Lu Ming. The heaven realm suddenly became empty. Under the heaven-suppressing rune, only Lu Ming and Ancestral Gregon were left. Lu Ming, let's begin. Said Ancestral Gregon. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them began to tear the heaven-suppressing rune. It was easy to tear the heaven-suppressing rune from the inside of the heaven realm, especially with Lu Ming's power that could dominate this world. Hiss, not long after, the heaven-suppressing rune was finally torn off by the two of them, revealing a dark passage. End of chapter. Lu Ming, it's all up to you. Ancestral Gregon turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's small world, disappearing. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger than Ancestral Gregon's, and there were fewer people, so it was easier for them to move around. Chaos Universe, I'm coming. Lu Ming muttered, then turned back to look at the heaven domain. After they left, Yuan Luo Palace would definitely not destroy the heaven domain, the primordial realm, and the evil god domain. They would definitely let living beings in and turn them into pastures. One day, I will take back this place. Lu Ming muttered, then stepped into the passage and disappeared. The Chaos Universe was vast and boundless. It was also known as the Divine Domain. This was the final path for all the experts in the small world. After all the living beings in the small world cultivated to the demigod realm, they would leave the small world and enter the Chaos Universe. There were countless experts and deities gathered here. There were countless planets in the Chaos Universe that were suitable for living beings to live in. There were also countless planets, big and small, and countless forces. The Chaotic Galaxy was a famous chaotic place in the Chaos Universe. Countless races and evil people gathered there. In this boundless galaxy, there were many planets with life, as well as many forces of different sizes. Yuan Luo Palace was one of the forces. It occupied more than a dozen planets with life and countless experts. Kong Long was the young master of Yuan Luo Palace. He was very talented and had cultivated to the demigod realm at a young age. The Yuan Luo Palace master thought highly of him and specially assigned a planet to Kong Long as his territory. This planet was Planet Dark Underworld. Planet Dark Underworld was extremely huge. Half of it was land, and the other half was ocean. Its territory was not something the Heaven Domain, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Domain could compare to. Even if the Heaven Domain, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Domain were added together, the area was not even 1/10,000th of Planet Dark Underworld. The Heaven Domain, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Domain were all small worlds attached to Planet Dark Underworld, and their passages were connected to Planet Dark Underworld. This was a boundless mountain range. At the peak of a mountain, Kong Long was sitting on a chair. Two young women were massaging his shoulders. Is there still no news from that small world? Kong Long asked. He had a bald head, and there were some black runes on his bald head. He looked very similar to one of the burly men who had entered the Heaven Realm. They were from the same clan. Young master, there's still no news. At the side, an old man bowed and reported. What a bunch of trash. You've been in there for more than 10 days and there's still no news. You've spent so much time on a small world. I've really raised you in vain. Condor's face darkened. On the side, other than the old man, there were two other large men. However, at this moment, all of them were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter a word. Give them another month. If there's still no news after a month, you guys can directly attack and destroy that small kiliacosm. It's just a small kiliacosm, this young master doesn't want it. Kong Long gritted his teeth. Yes, yes. At the side, the others nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from afar. Young master, there's movement in that lesser thousand world. A skinny young man who was not much older than Kong Long flew over and said. There's movement. I think Su Tu and the others have settled it. Let's go and take a look. Kong Long took the lead and flew forward. The others followed. In front of them, there was a valley. In the valley, there was a huge black vortex that was constantly rotating. When Kong Long and the others arrived, they heard a constant rumbling sound coming from the black vortex. Not long after, the sound disappeared. It's coming. Kong Long and the others' eyes moved. They saw a figure appear in the vortex. Then, the silhouette slowly became clearer. Huh, Kong Long and the others were stunned. This was because they did not know the figure. It was not one of their men. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and tall. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had come from the Heaven Realm. Stop him. Kong Long saw that it was not one of his men and waved his hand. Suddenly, the 5 or 6 large men who were guarding here moved and surrounded Lu Ming. An astonishing aura burst out. Empty God Realm, they're all in the Empty God Realm. They're all at level 2 and level 3 of the Empty God Realm. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. This is bad, these people's cultivation levels were too high. Among the 6 large men who surrounded Lu Ming could feel that at least 2 of them were not weaker than Su Tuesday. They were at level 3 of the Empty God Realm. The other 4 were at level 2 of the Empty God Realm. As for the young man not far away, Lu Ming could tell that he was at Demigod Realm. However, the 2 large men and an elder behind the young man were unfathomable. It was impossible to estimate their cultivation levels. Lu Ming's heart sank. This kind of power was not something he could fight against. In the Heaven Realm, Lu Ming could dominate the Primordial Realm and Evil God Realm. He could directly mobilize the energy of the Primordial Realm and Evil God Realm. Therefore, he could easily kill a level 3 Empty God Realm existence. However, after leaving the Heaven Realm and coming to the chaotic universe, Lu Ming naturally could not mobilize the energy of the Primordial Realm and Evil God Realm. Even if Lu Ming activated double combat strength, he would not be a match for a level 3 Empty God Realm expert. Needless to say, there were stronger existences. However, Lu Ming would not sit still and wait for death. He instinctively released his aura and was cautious. Only at the transformation Void Martial Realm? When they saw Lu Ming's aura, not only was Kong Long stunned, but the others were also stunned. Then, they relaxed and revealed a relaxed expression. He was just at the transformation Void Martial Realm. Any one of them could easily suppress him. What was there to be nervous about? Originally, they thought that Lu Ming was a great expert. Lu Ming saw the expressions of the crowd. Lu Ming's heart jumped and he had a plan. A transformation Void Martial Realm expert. Kid, did you sneak out? Kong Long asked coldly. He thought that Lu Ming must have sneaked out when Su Tu and the others were not prepared. That's right. What do you want? Lu Ming pretended to have a drastic change in expression. He retreated continuously, looking nervous. You really sneaked out. Kong Long sneered and said, let me ask you. How are the people who entered your world? What are they doing? Those despicable guys are slaughtering and killing innocent people. They are simply inhumane. Lu Ming pretended to be infuriated. He was infuriated. Ha ha ha, Kong Long and the others laughed out loud. Forget it. Let them play. Kid, kneel down and surrender. I have something to ask you. Kong Long waved his hand. You want me to surrender? Don't even think about it. I am the top genius of the Heaven Realm. I see that you are not old. I challenge you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming shouted. How dare you? What qualifications do you have to challenge the young master? You are just an ant. I will kill you with one palm. A burly man said ferociously. Wait. Kong Long waved his hand and stopped the burly man. End of chapter. Kong Long waved his hand and stopped the burly man. He looked at Lu Ming with interest and said, You're the top genius of your world? That's right. You don't look old. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming said loudly. How long have you been cultivating? If you've been cultivating for too long, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Kong Long said proudly. I've been cultivating for more than 8,000 years. Lu Ming said arrogantly. He had heard from the ancestral Greygon that those who hadn't cultivated for more than 10,000 years were considered the top geniuses of the younger generation in the chaotic universe. Therefore, he said 8,000 years. It's not bad to have such a cultivation after 8,000 years. Alright, I'll play with you. Kong Long said proudly and stepped forward. He was curious about the skills of a top genius from a small kiliacosm. As a top genius himself, he naturally wanted to test Lu Ming's skills. Young master, don't take risks, a burly man said worriedly. What did you say? Take risks? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I'll lose to a native from a small kiliacosm? Kong Long stopped and looked at the burly man coldly. His face was gloomy. The burly man's expression changed drastically. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he knelt down in fear. Young master, this subordinate didn't mean that. This subordinate didn't mean that. Please spare my life, young master. Kong Long was the son of the Yuan Luo Palace master. He was talented and loved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been given the entire planet Dark Underworld as his territory. Moreover, Kong Long's methods were cruel, and he killed people without batting an eyelid. Provoking him would only result in death. It would be strange if he wasn't scared to death. I've been cultivating for more than 500 years and I've reached the demigod realm. My combat strength is enough to kill a rank 1 empty god. What are you afraid of? Do you think a native from a small kiliacosm can harm me? Kong Long said again, and his voice became colder. No, how could that be? Young master is a peerless genius. How could this bumpkin be a match for young master? Yes. I dare to bet that this native won't be able to withstand 3 moves from young master. No, 1 move is enough. The others spoke one after another, flattering him. Only then did Kong Long's expression become a little better. Step back, don't get in the way. Kong Long waved his hand. The others could only retreat. In their opinion, Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial stage. Moreover, a native of the spirit space was not a threat to Kong Long at all. They were very relieved about this. Seeing this, Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had achieved his goal. As long as these people looked down on him, he would challenge Kong Long and take the opportunity to take Kong Long hostage. Only then would he have a chance to survive. He put on an act and Kong Long fell for it. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Kong Long had only cultivated for about 500 years, and he had already reached the demigod realm. This was an unbelievable feat in the heavenly world, primordial realm, and fiend god realm. He had cultivated for less than 500 years, but he was different and could not be judged according to common sense. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, he had not reached the demigod realm. In addition, people like Xianxia, Xianxia, and Dandan could not be judged according to common sense. However, Kong Long was able to cultivate to the demigod realm in 500 years. This talent was extremely shocking. Moreover, he had said that his combat strength was comparable to a level 1 empty god realm existence. The chaotic universe was indeed not comparable to the heavenly world, primordial realm, or fiend god realm. As soon as Lu Ming came out, he encountered a powerful supreme talent. Young man, make your move. Let me see what a native of the spirit space is capable of. Kong Long stepped forward and was not far away from Lu Ming, his face full of arrogance. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. However, he did not use the path of the sovereign. Instead, he used the strength of his physical body to throw out a punch. What a stable space. When he threw out a punch, Lu Ming felt that something was different. His current physical strength was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. If he was in the heavenly world, primordial realm, or fiend god realm, the space would collapse into pieces with a punch. But now, when he threw out a punch, he found that the space was incomparably stable. Not even a trace of ripple was produced. Insignificant skill. A disdainful smile appeared on Kong Long's face as he punched out as well. His fist was covered with a thin layer of divine power. Boom, the 2 fists collided heavily. Then, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With this little strength, you are also the number 1 supreme talent of a spirit space? A spirit space is indeed a native. Old bumpkin, I will cripple you now and take you back to refine medicine. Kong Long's contempt grew. With a wave of his hand, he attacked Lu Ming continuously. When the others saw that Lu Ming was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Kong Long, they immediately relaxed. In their opinion, Lu Ming was indeed an ordinary void transformation realm martial artist. It was impossible for him to be Kong Long's opponent. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, pretending to be defeated. In fact, he was secretly triggering the battle formula. Kong Long's cultivation was in the demigod realm. His combat strength was indeed very strong, far surpassing the demigods that Lu Ming had encountered. In the heavenly world, primordial realm, and fiend god realm, there were no other demigods who could compare to him. He was not lying when he said that he could fight with a first-level nihility god. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to trigger double combat strength so that he could suppress Kong Long in one fell swoop before the others could react. Ha ha ha, kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I can spare you and spare your life, Kong Long laughed arrogantly, his attacks becoming more and more violent. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The double combat strength of the battle formula was triggered. Is that so? There was a strange smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Boom, Lu Ming counterattacked. He stretched out his hand and the Sovereign's Dao exploded, directly defeating Kong Long's attack. He grabbed Kong Long's wrist and shook it forcefully. Crack, Kong Long's body shook like a sieve, his bones breaking inch by inch. At the same time, Lu Ming clasped Kong Long's neck. Kong Long was like a pile of mud, unable to move at all. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the others realized it, it was too late. What's going on? Kid, what are you doing? Let go of young master. You're courting death. The others roared in anger, releasing a terrifying aura. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The two burly men and an old man behind Kong Long were definitely above the fourth-level nihility god realm. They were extremely terrifying. If you take a step forward, he will die. Lu Ming said coldly. The Sovereign's Dao shrouded Kong Long. As long as he willed it, Kong Long would die. Those people stopped in their tracks, not daring to take a step forward. Kid, despicable native, let go of me, quick. At this moment, Kong Long roared in anger. Of course, he now understood that Lu Ming had been putting on an act previously. He had deliberately pretended to be weak so that he could take advantage of the situation to trap him. End of chapter. Let you go? You're really naive. Wouldn't I be courting death if I let you go now? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glanced at the surrounding people and said, "Move aside, let me leave. Otherwise, I'll kill him." You dare? Kid, do you know who he is? He's the young master of the Yuan Luo Hall, the son of the Yuan Luo Hall master. You'll suffer a miserable fate if you dare to touch him. Do you understand? The old man roared. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. If it wasn't for Kong Long, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death with a single palm strike. The son of the Yuan Luo Hall master? That's even better. If I kill him, all of you will probably die with him. Come, we'll die together. Lu Ming said coldly. You, the old man and the two burly men were furious. They almost vomited blood from anger, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Ming was right. Kong Long was favored by the Yuan Luo Hall master. The Yuan Luo Hall master was famous for his ruthlessness. If Kong Long really died, they would be buried with him. Kid, you're finished. Let me tell you, you have nowhere to go. I'm going to kill you and everyone in your pocket dimension. I won't let a single one of them go. All of them will die. Kong Long roared madly. He was furious when he thought about how he was captured by a native of a pocket dimension. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock if news of this were to spread? Impatient. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he swung his palm like a blade and sent one of Kong Long's arms flying. Kong Long let out a miserable shriek. Although at his level, even if his body was torn apart, he would be able to recover very quickly. However, that kind of pain was real. How dare you? You're courting death. The others roared furiously. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll directly cripple his divine flame next time. Now, all of you move aside and let me leave. I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming said coldly. Let the young master go first and we'll let you leave. The old man said. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let him go, you'd better kill me immediately and let me leave first. Otherwise, I can only cripple him first. Lu Ming's sovereign lord power transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed into Kong Long's dantian, wanting to destroy his divine flame. Get out of the way, you idiots, get out of the way. Let him go, let him go. Kong Long roared hysterically. He was scared. He was really scared. Once the divine flame was destroyed, his cultivation would be crippled. So what if he let one Lu Ming go? In his heart, even 10,000 or 100 million Lu Mings were not as important as a single strand of his hair. He swore that once he escaped, he would definitely send experts to capture Lu Ming and grind Lu Ming's bones into ashes. The people at the side had ugly expressions, but now, they could only step aside. The old man and the others retreated to the sides. Whoosh, Lu Ming carried Kong Long and rushed out of the encirclement. "Let go of the young master now," the old man roared. "When I'm safe, I'll let him go. Also, you'd better not chase after me. Otherwise, I'll cripple him immediately," Lu Ming said coldly. The old man and the others were infuriated and wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, they did not dare to chase after him and could only watch helplessly. Lu Ming flew at full speed and disappeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. "Quick, report this to the higher-ups. Send experts above level 7 empty god realm to kill that brat and save the young master. Quick." The old man and the others immediately took action and left the place. Their cultivation level was still not high enough. If there was an expert above the 7th level of the void god realm, even if Lu Ming took down Kong Long, such a person would be able to kill him quickly and rescue Kong Long before Lu Ming could react. The old man and the others left the place while Lu Ming carried Kong Long and flew away quickly. The space of the Eldritch universe is too stable and the gravity is shockingly strong. As Lu Ming flew, he wanted to tear open the space and travel through it. However, he realized that he could not do so. In the heaven realm, with his cultivation, the space would automatically tear open when he took a step forward. He could travel from one world to another in an instant. However, he realized that even if he used all his strength, he could not tear open the space. Not even a ripple was produced, let alone tear open the space. Moreover, the gravity here was shocking. Lu Ming's flying speed was a few hundred times slower than when he was in the heaven realm. What a rich divine qi. Following which, Lu Ming took a deep breath. He could feel the surging divine aura between heaven and earth converging toward him like a tide. Yes, it was divine qi, not origin qi. The space here was filled with divine qi, which was exactly the same as the Yellow Spring Mountain. However, the divine qi in the Yellow Spring Mountain could not be compared to here. It was much thinner. Although the Yellow Spring Mountain was sealed there from the Eldritch universe, it was normal for the divine qi to be thin after such a long time. The cultivation environment here is too good. If I cultivate here, my cultivation speed will be at least 10 times faster than in the heaven realm. In some good places, it might even be faster. Lu Ming thought. No wonder Kong Long was a demigod in less than 500 years of cultivation. The cultivation environment here was completely incomparable to the heaven realm. The Eldritch universe, the greater thousand world, was known as the divine world. It was the end of all the lesser thousand worlds. "Kid, we're already here. Let me go." Kong Long yelled again. "Shut up and let you go. As far as I know, the entire dark underworld planet is the territory of the Yuan Luo Palace. If I let you go, wouldn't I be courting death? When I'm safe, I'll let you go," Lu Ming said coldly. Kong Long's anger soared to the sky, but under such circumstances, he could only endure it. Lu Ming kept flying. He purposely flew in a secluded place. After half a day, he had lost track of how far he had flown. He flew into a barren mountain and there was no one around. After flying there, Lu Ming stuffed Kong Long into the mountain river diagram and continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Lu Ming flew into a barren mountain. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from below. The roar was so loud that it shook the mountains. Then, a bloody mouth rushed out from below and bit at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and unleashed the Sovereign Dao to stomp down. The Sovereign Dao condensed into a giant purple gold foot and stomped on the mouth. With a loud boom, the purple gold foot collapsed and Lu Ming was sent flying by a powerful force. What a terrifying force. It's equivalent to a level 2 empty god realm martial artist. What is that? Lu Ming was shocked. With the help of this force, he flew quickly. Bang! Bang, the earth rumbled. Lu Ming saw a giant creature that was as big as a mountain. It stomped on the ground and chased after Lu Ming. End of chapter. It was a living creature that Lu Ming had never seen before. It was covered in scales and its hind legs were thick and strong. However, its front legs were very short and small, curled up in front of its body. Its head was like a lizard's and its mouth was huge and filled with terrifying fangs. Its hind legs were running at an astonishing speed. What surprised Lu Ming was that it was emitting a terrifying dragon power. Lu Ming did not bother with it and flew with all his might. Currently, he had not triggered the double combat strength. Hence, he was no match for a level 2 empty god. After flying for a while, the creature stopped when it saw that it could not catch up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. After that, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He retracted his aura and slowed down. Who knew if there were other powerful beings in the barbaric mountain range? Indeed, after flying for a while, Lu Ming saw another huge creature. It was similar to the previous one but its aura was more terrifying. It was at level 3 empty god realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming had discovered it early and avoided it from afar. Let's ask Senior Zhu Long. Lu Ming's heart stirred. A light and shadow flashed and Ancestral Graygon appeared. Zhu Long had been on guard. When he appeared, he immediately scanned the surroundings. He was relieved when he saw that Lu Ming was alone. Lu Ming, what happened? Did you escape? Zhu Long was surprised. This time, it was a gamble and the chances of success were not high. He was even prepared for Lu Ming to fail and they would all be arrested. At this moment, he saw that Lu Ming was alone in the middle of a barbaric mountain range. Naturally, he was extremely surprised. Senior, I was lucky to take the first step. Lu Ming immediately told Zhu Long about the situation. The son of Yuan Luo Hall Master? It seems like he is the son of Yuan Luo Hall Master. Zhu Long's eyes moved. He had stayed in the heaven realm for countless years, while Kong Long had only cultivated for about 500 years. Naturally, Ancestral Graygon did not know Kong Long. Lu Ming, you must get hold of Kong Long. We are still on the Dark Underworld star. The Yuan Luo Palace will definitely send a large number of experts to capture you. You might be useful at a critical moment. Ancestral Dragon said. Senior, how do we leave planet Dark Underworld? Lu Ming asked. The Dark Underworld star is huge. It's much bigger than the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm combined. If you want to leave the Dark Underworld star and go to other planets, you have to take the space teleportation formation. Ancestral Dragon said. In that case, we can use Kong Long to threaten them, and then use the teleportation formation to leave this place. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. No. Ancestral Graygon shook his head and sighed, there must be a terrifying existence guarding the teleportation formation. If you encounter an existence above level 7 empty god realm, I'm afraid Kong Long will be useless. Such an existence is too powerful. Before you can react, they will kill you. Even before you kill Kong Long, they will destroy your soul. So powerful. Lu Ming frowned. The difference between each level of the empty god realm is too great. If you encounter a true god, they can kill you with a thought. Ancestral Dragon said. It seems like my strength is at the bottom of the chaotic universe. Lu Ming felt helpless. In the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm, his strength was at the top. However, when he came to the chaotic universe, he realized that his strength was too weak. Any expert or a giant beast in the wild was stronger than him. He still had a long way to go in his cultivation. The Martial God Realm was only the first step of cultivation. Entering the Martial God Realm was the second step. The Empty God Realm was only the starting point of the second step. There were still true gods, heavenly gods, and supreme beings. Each one was more powerful than the last. He wondered how powerful a supreme being would be. He might be able to destroy a small thousand world like the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil God Realm with a breath. Senior, is it possible to cross the starry sky and go to other planets? Lu Ming asked after calming himself down. Cross the starry sky? Ancestral Dragon shook his head and said with a wry smile, the starry sky is full of dangers. Ordinary empty gods will explode and die as soon as they enter the starry sky. True gods can stay in the starry sky for a short while but they can't cross the starry sky. If you want to cross the starry sky and go from one planet to another, you need to be at least a heavenly god. Heavenly god realm. Lu Ming was speechless and gave up on the idea. However, you don't have to rely on your cultivation to cross the starry sky. In the chaotic universe, there's a kind of starship that can cross the starry sky. However, it's too precious and ordinary people can't have it. Ancestral Dragon said. What should I do? Lu Ming's brows furrowed deeply. He couldn't go to the teleportation formation. If he couldn't cross the starry sky, how could he leave this place? He didn't have much time left. He only had a year. If he couldn't leave in a year, the small world in his body would merge with the chaotic universe. He wasn't the only one. All the people in the heaven region who practiced the rules of order and had cultivated a small world would have to do the same. At that time, there would be a huge commotion. If he stayed in Dark Underworld Star, Yuan Luo Hall would sense it. It was too dangerous to stay in Dark Underworld Star. He had to leave Dark Underworld Star within a year. Roar! In the distance, a huge creature roared and walked around the mountains, causing the mountains to shake. A wild beast. Ancestral Dragon looked at the huge creature and muttered. A wild beast? Lu Ming was confused. Wasn't it a divine beast? In the chaotic universe, there are two types of beasts. One is a divine beast and the other is a wild beast. Divine beasts are spiritual. Like humans, they have created various cultivation skills. Various races gather and are scattered across the chaotic universe, forming powerful forces. On the other hand, wild beasts have low spirituality. They cultivate based on their instincts and like to stay in the wild mountains. Actually, in the beginning, wild beasts and divine beasts were the same race. However, as time passed, they slowly diverged. Ancestral Dragon explained. Lu Ming nodded. He understood. This is a wild dragon. It is an extremely powerful existence among the wild beasts. It is said that in the beginning, wild dragons and true dragons were of the same race. Ancestral Dragon explained. Then, the two of them discussed for a while. They didn't have a better idea for the time being. They planned to go to some places where people gathered and gather information before making the next step. Then, Ancestral Dragon returned to Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming continued to fly. Lu Ming took more than 10 days to fly out of the mountain range. Then, he concealed his aura and changed his appearance. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. The Dark Underworld planet was too big. Even though Lu Ming's speed here was 100 times slower than when he was in the Heaven Realm, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was still astonishingly fast. However, Lu Ming still took a few more days to see a city. End of chapter. A majestic city stood on the ground. It looked even bigger than Two Realm City. Lu Ming walked into the city through a huge city gate. So many races. After entering the city gate, Lu Ming discovered that there were people coming and going on the streets of the city. They were divided into different races. At a glance, Lu Ming found at least dozens of races. Although there were also humans, they were the least. The chaotic astral river has gathered many different races. It's true. Lu Ming thought. During these days, Lu Ming would chat with Ancestral Dragon from time to time. Ancestral Dragon also told Lu Ming many things about the primitive universe. The great desolate universe was boundless. It was simply too big. There were countless planets with life. In the primitive universe, there were countless races, each occupying a large territory. These territories were called star fields. There were many galaxies under each star field, and there were many planets under each galaxy. The number of habitable planets under each galaxy was astonishing. The Yuan Luo Palace was located at the edge of the primitive universe, in a place called the Chaotic Astral River. The Chaotic Astral River could be said to be one of the most barren galaxies in the primitive universe. Those powerful forces did not care about this place at all. Therefore, it became a rather special galaxy. Those who could not survive, escaped criminals, or were being hunted, etc., would all come to the Chaotic Astral River. Therefore, countless races gathered in the Chaotic Astral River. This place was full of chaos and killing could be seen everywhere. Of course, the Chaotic Astral River had formed many forces of different sizes. These forces could be seen conquering each other. When Lu Ming first heard that this place was one of the most barren places in the primitive universe, he was really shocked. In Lu Ming's opinion, the cultivation environment here was already extremely amazing. It was dozens of times better than the heaven realm. If such a place was the most barren place in the primitive universe, then how amazing would those places with good cultivation environments be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He felt that the primitive universe would be more exciting than the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm. What about the Taishu dynasty? Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the Taishu dynasty mentioned by White Fang. The master of the Yellow Springs Mountain, Jingyu, came from the Taishu dynasty. Where was the Taishu dynasty? Lu Ming had asked Ancestral Graygon about this, but Ancestral Graygon shook his head. He had never heard of the Taishu dynasty. Ancestral Graygon was born and raised in the chaotic Star River. According to him, he had never left the chaotic Star River in his entire life. Lu Ming wandered around the streets. Here, there were all kinds of races. Naturally, no one paid attention to Lu Ming. Looks like there aren't too many void gods either? Lu Ming looked around and discovered that most of the people on the street were martial emperors. In the primitive universe, it was the void prying stage, the true void stage, the profound void stage, and the void transformation stage. There weren't many people who had reached the void god realm. Lu Ming saw the most void transformation realm and demigods. It seemed that in the primitive universe, it wasn't easy to break through to the martial god realm. Lu Ming looked around and found an inn to stay in. In the next few days, Lu Ming would wander around the city or go to some restaurants to ask for information. Lu Ming knew that there were only teleportation formations in the two largest cities. However, there were many experts from the Yuan Luo Palace guarding those two cities. Should I take the risk? Lu Ming thought. He wanted to disguise himself and see if he could take the opportunity to fool the teleportation formation in front of him. However, he wasn't confident. Although his divine breath technique worked in the heaven realm, there were too many experts in the primitive universe. Who knew if those experts would be able to see through the disguise of his divine breath technique? Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the effect of the divine breath technique became less and less effective. It was harder and harder to conceal his aura. This was natural. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger one's aura would be. It would be harder to conceal it unless there was a more exquisite way to conceal one's aura. I'll observe for a while and see if there are any other ways. If there's no other way, I'll have to take the risk. Lu Ming made up his mind. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in the city and cultivated while thinking of a way. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was indeed much faster than in the heaven realm. Lu Ming often used Jingyu's portrait to comprehend the sovereign intent and improved rapidly. However, there was a seal on Jingyu's portrait. Lu Ming still couldn't open it. It was probably because his cultivation wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In 2 months, Lu Ming's comprehension of the sovereign Tao had improved. It was comparable to 10 years of cultivation in the heaven realm. He believed that it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to increase again. On this day, Lu Ming was walking on the street when he suddenly looked at the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, a few streams of light flashed past. They were a few empty God realm experts. Recently, there have been more and more experts in the vicinity. Indeed, they seem to be looking for someone. Around him, many people were discussing. Could it be that the experts of the Yuan Luo Palace are looking for me? Lu Ming thought. He had taken down Kong Long, so the Yuan Luo Palace definitely wouldn't let him go. It was normal for them to send a large number of experts to hunt him down. After that, Lu Ming became more careful. However, in the next few days, Lu Ming discovered that the number of experts in the city had decreased instead of increasing. Some people even walked into the city and looked around with sharp eyes. It was as if the other party had locked onto the city. Lu Ming returned to the inn and summoned Ancestral Graygon. He told him about this matter. Oh no, the other party must have locked onto you. You just came out of the heaven realm and haven't assimilated with the chaotic universe. There must be a strong aura of the heaven realm on your body. It won't be difficult for the other party to lock onto you as long as they spend some time studying you. Ancestral Graygon's face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face also changed. However, the other party didn't find you immediately. This means that they can only determine the general area and can't pinpoint your exact location. Now, you have to leave this place quickly. Ancestral Graygon said. Alright. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and kept Ancestral Graygon into his small world. Lu Ming directly left the inn and headed out of the city. Soon, Lu Ming exited the city gate. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Stop. After Lu Ming flew for a while, two people flew toward him and one of them reprimanded him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They were two middle-aged men and both of them were empty gods. One of them was holding a crystal ball in his hand. At this moment, the crystal ball was shining with a faint light. The two middle-aged men flew towards Lu Ming. When they got close to Lu Ming, the crystal ball suddenly shone brightly. It's him. The two middle-aged men's eyes lit up. Swoosh, Lu Ming dashed out and flew in another direction at high speed. Stop right there. Chase after him. The two middle-aged burly men chased after Lu Ming at high speed. End of chapter. The crystal balls in the two middle-aged men's hands could clearly sense Lu Ming's aura. As soon as the crystal balls got close to him, they lit up. Lu Ming's face darkened as he flew at top speed. However, as time passed, the distance between him and the two middle-aged men narrowed. Brat, you can't escape, one of the men said malevolently with an oppressive aura. The two middle-aged men were at level 2 empty god realm. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would not be a match for them. As such, Lu Ming constantly activated the battle character art as he flew. Boom, there seemed to be an explosion in his body. The battle character art had successfully activated the double combat strength. Lu Ming did not attack immediately but continued to fly. In the blink of an eye, both parties were far away from the city and flew into a forest. Swoosh, suddenly, Lu Ming's figure, which was flying at high speed, stopped abruptly. Not only that, but he also dashed toward the two burly middle-aged men. A combat sword appeared in his hands and he slashed with it. The two middle-aged burly men did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly stop running. Instead, he charged toward them. They could not stop themselves in time and dashed toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, the two middle-aged men also made their moves. They each made a move. However, the situation was too sudden. They could only display at most 50% of their battle prowess. Level 2 empty god realm martial artists could only use 50% of their combat strength. They could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. Poof, one of the middle-aged men did not even have the chance to scream as he was slashed into two by Lu Ming's sword. Not good, the other burly man hastily retreated. Kill. Lu Ming held his combat sword and charged towards the middle-aged man with cold killing intent. The middle-aged man finally recovered and took out a combat sword to slash at Lu Ming. Clang, the combat sword and saber collided and the middle-aged man retreated. Although Lu Ming, who had activated the battle character art, was not a match for a level 3 empty god realm martial artist, he had the upper hand against a level 2 empty god realm martial artist. After knocking back the middle-aged man with one move, Lu Ming continued to attack his opponent, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The middle-aged man's roar was like thunder. Naturally, he was unwilling to be killed, so he fought back with all his might. Clang! Clang! Clang, the two of them continued to clash. However, Lu Ming's battle prowess was ultimately stronger. The middle-aged man was no match for him. After a dozen or so exchanges, his arms were torn apart and he was sent flying backwards, spitting out blood. Whoosh, Lu Ming became one with his sword and rushed over, killing the middle-aged man. You're courting death. At this moment, two figures flew over from the direction of the city, emitting cold killing intent. Clearly, the commotion caused by the battle here had alerted the other experts of the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he collected the storage rings of the two middle-aged men, then turned into a beam of light and flew away at top speed. The two people who came later were extremely powerful. One of them was at level 2 empty god realm, while the other had a terrifying aura. He was at level 3 empty god realm. This was not the heaven region. Lu Ming could mobilize the power of the heaven region, the Yuan realm, and the evil god realm. In this place, Lu Ming was definitely not a match for a level 3 empty god realm expert. Lu Ming flew at top speed, with the two people chasing after him. The two of them looked middle-aged. One of them was a burly man with a horn on his head, while the other was a human with disheveled hair. The human man's cultivation was at level 3 empty god realm. In the blink of an eye, the two parties had flown for tens of thousands of miles. Swoosh, at this moment, a figure suddenly dashed out of a mountain peak in front of Lu Ming. It was a burly old man. The old man was also holding a crystal ball in his hands. At this moment, the crystal ball was reflecting light. Ha ha ha, I've searched high and low, only to find it by chance. The burly old man laughed and threw a punch at Lu Ming. A terrifying fist force pressed down on Lu Ming. Rumble. Before the fist force arrived, it brought along a terrifying wave, causing Lu Ming to hold his breath. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Buzz buzz buzz, the combat sword and the fist force collided, causing the combat sword to vibrate violently. Lu Ming felt a violent force surging towards him. He could not help but take a few steps back as the blood in his body churned. Level 3 empty god realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming steadied himself and looked solemn. With his current combat strength, he was unable to deal with a level 3 empty god realm expert. Unless his cultivation had broken through to a level 3 heavenly emperor and the battle character skill had doubled his combat strength, he would be able to fight against a level 3 empty god realm expert. The moment Lu Ming stopped, the two people behind caught up and surrounded Lu Ming. Two level 3 empty god realm experts and one level 2 empty god realm expert. Hee, kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. The single-horned burly man sneered. Lu Ming frowned. He was no match for the two level 3 empty god realm experts. He wanted to use Kong Long to threaten them. With Kong Long in his hand, he did not believe that they would dare to attack him. Kill. However, at this moment, the burly man with messy hair struck directly. He was very decisive. A long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifying spear gleam, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, pierced toward Lu Ming. Without giving Lu Ming a chance to react, Lu Ming could only swing his sword to block the attack. Dang, the combat sword and the long spear collided and Lu Ming retreated quickly. Kill. Kill. The burly old man and the single-horned burly man attacked Lu Ming. The old man's fist force was terrifying. He was wearing a pair of gloves that were obviously a sacred weapon and each of his punches was terrifying. Lu Ming tried his best to block a few blows and his body was in pain as though it was going to split open. Just as Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, there was a sudden change. The burly man with messy hair suddenly changed his spear force. He was no longer attacking Lu Ming but the burly old man. The burly old man had never expected that the burly old man would suddenly attack him and he was caught off guard. Poof. The long spear pierced through the burly old man's glabella and the burly old man died. Lu Ming was stunned and the single-horned burly man was stunned as well. He then shouted, Song Mo, what are you doing? Kill. The burly man with messy hair responded to the single-horned burly man with a cold shout. He took the opportunity to pull out his long spear and swept it across the single-horned burly man's body. The single-horned burly man screamed as his body was split into two and he was on the verge of death. Go down and find the answer yourself. The burly man with messy hair said coldly. He then thrust his spear again and ended the life of the single-horned burly man. The burly old man and the single-horned burly man were killed by the burly man with messy hair in an instant. Lu Ming retreated cautiously. He was very curious as to why the other party would suddenly kill each other. The burly man with messy hair looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look in his eyes. He seemed to be reminiscing. He pondered for a moment and said, Are you from the heaven realm? End of chapter 2565. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.